Heavenly Tyrant Martial Soul Chapter 3178 to Chapter 3263. You have no idea what you're doing, you moron. Dugu Xingjian shouted as he fought. The bloodthirsty sword barrow is the most terrifying trump card of the Sword Dynasty. Even 4th Division Life Seizers, and even 5th Division Life Seizers, had been killed in the bloodthirsty sword mound before. If you follow Ling Xiao, you definitely won't have a good ending. You know Sword 18th from the Devil Dragon Sword Court, right? He's even stronger than Devil Orchid. And now, he's imprisoned in the bloodthirsty sword barrow. All of the people he protected were slaughtered. His daughter, Sword Sakura, ended up in the hands of King Carefree. My royal uncle loves that girl to death, and has decided to marry her. He's going to hold a grand wedding. Almost all of the top experts in the Sword Dynasty will be there. TSK. It might be a grand occasion, but you know what my royal uncle is like, Emperor Dragon Mammoth. He's held more than one wedding like this, and every girl he's chosen is sent away as a desiccated corpse. What are you trying to say? Emperor Dragon Mammoth said, frowning. No matter how you struggle, it won't end well for you to make an enemy out of the Sword Dynasty. That's right, Ling Xiao had displayed unparalleled strength. But we've lost sword sages, sword emperors, and sword emperors. All we need to do is summon them again. The Sword Dynasty is huge, and you have no idea how strong it is. After all, under the Sword Dynasty, there were over 1,000 affiliated countries. Even if each kingdom only has one expert, that's more than enough. Dugu Xingjian continued. So what? Emperor Dragon Mammoth didn't let his guard down, and continued to attack Dugu Xingjian. Meanwhile, Domineering Blade, Dragon Chen, and Cold Plum's opponents had already been dealt with. The three of them went to help Chong Qingqing and the old shaman. The 8 sword emperors would be wiped out in no time at all. As for the sword emperors, they were being attacked by Little Gold and the fury of the Dragon Mammoth tribe. There were only a dozen or so people left who were putting up a desperate struggle. This time, the Sword Dynasty could be said to have suffered a complete and utter defeat. But things weren't going to end just like that. The kingdom of the 8 immortals was already on the move. The Golden Phoenix Sword Palace and the 8 immortals' kingdom's vanguard had already arrived at the battlefield. They were attacking the Sword Dynasty's army from the outside. Although there was a huge disparity in numbers. However, the Sword Dynasty's army was without a leader. The Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor, Jin Fengming, Jin Fengyan, and the members of the Sharp Blade Special Forces were simply invincible. In the vanguard army of the 8 immortals' kingdom, there were many vassal states from the Sword Dynasty that had been oppressed for a long time. The total number of people had reached more than 100,000. They were originally in a wait-and-see mode. But when they saw Dugu Xingjian heavily injured and the experts of the Sword Dynasty being killed one by one, they were shocked. They finally made up their minds and began to rebel. The anger in his stomach was completely vented on the Sword Dynasty's army. The Sword Dynasty's army collapsed almost instantly. Without a leader, what else could they do? At this moment, the 3 demonic thunders had reached the last level. Not only was Ling Xiao not killed, but he also seemed to have absorbed the energy of the demonic thunder. The wounds on his body were healing at an accelerated rate. At this moment, he had already stood up. He heard Dugu Xingjian's words clearly. Sword 18th Master has been captured? Sword Sakura is going to be destroyed? This made Ling Xiao's heart, which was already filled with rage, become even wilder. He had to tear apart this hypocritical and vicious dynasty in exchange for a piece of clear sky. In fact, although the demonic thunder was powerful, his tyrant martial soul was even more powerful. 99% of the demonic thunder had turned into potential and injected into his cells. Therefore, the damage to him was almost zero. Transcending the tribulation might be a difficult and dangerous thing for others, but it was not that difficult for him. Dugu Xingjian, are you ready to die? Ling Xiao's cold voice came from the lightning tribulation. It gave Dugu Xingjian a fright. He turned around and fled. Ling Xiao, come to the Sword God Hall if you have the ability. Otherwise, you will watch your benefactor be killed. Your woman will be ruined. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Amidst his loud laughter, he fled faster than anyone else. The Dragonesque Emperor wanted to give chase, but there was nothing he could do. Ling Xiao couldn't do anything either. The lightning tribulation was at its most critical moment, and only when it ended could he break through. At this moment, his eyes were cold. Don't worry. I will definitely go to the Sword God Hall. Falling Moon needs to be saved, Sword 18th needs to be saved, Jian Luoying needs to be saved. Although Jian Luoying was not his woman, she had deep feelings for him. If she were a man, she would have trusted him with her life and death. How could he just abandon her? Sword 18th had given him a new lease on life. Without Sword 18th, he would have been killed by Archdevil Orchid. Archdevil Orchid, humph. I already warned you, but you didn't listen. Once I save them, I will destroy the Devil Dragon Sword Court. Ling Xiao took a deep breath to calm himself down. Half an hour later, the lightning tribulation was finally over. Ling Xiao had reached the second level of the first cycle life-seizing level. Emperor! Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix called out from the other side of the spell formation. Since he had sworn loyalty to Ling Xiao, he was used to addressing Ling Xiao as Emperor in public. The Emperor of the Eight Immortals Kingdom, that was a level higher than the Emperor himself. What are you doing here, Brother Golden Phoenix? The Dragonesque Emperor asked. And why do you call Ling Xiao Emperor? I'll tell you the details later, after I've finished reporting the situation. Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix looked at the Dragonesque Emperor, then turned to Ling Xiao. Emperor, we killed 200,000 of the Sword Dynasty's soldiers, 200,000 escaped, and 400,000 were taken captive. There are too many captives, Xianxia said. It's not easy to control them, but killing them would be too cruel. I have a lot of soul-devouring pills, so I can use them to control them. When we fight the Sword Dynasty, they will be the vanguard. Ling Xiao thought for a moment. Yes, sir. No matter what decision Ling Xiao made, the Gold Phoenix Sword Sovereign would follow it. This young man made him feel the true chi of a king, the chi of a tyrant. He was willing to obey. Is the war over? One of the Dragonesque Emperor tribe asked. It's over. From now on, no one will dare to bully the Dragonesque Emperor tribe. Ling Xiao declared. As soon as his voice rang out, the Dragonesque Emperor tribe was thrown into a sea of jubilation. The Dragonesque Emperor left the celebration to the old shaman. This was because he knew that even though they had won this battle, his benefactor, Ling Xiao, would have a new problem. Let's find a quiet place to talk. Ling Xiao was happy for the Dragonesque Emperor tribe, but he couldn't bring himself to be happy. Let's go to my stone house. Emperor Dracophant said. Although there was a hole in the stone house, it didn't affect the discussion. Those who attended this meeting were Ling Xiao's most trusted people. Little Gold, Emperor Dracophant, Bai Feng, Ba Dao, Long Chen, Cold Plum, Chong Qingqing, Phantom Shadow, Emperor Gold Phoenix. There was also Xianxia from the Eight Immortals Nation. Although she was the weakest among them, she represented the Celestial Empire and the Eight Immortals Nation. Moreover, because of her outstanding aptitude and the abundant resources Ling Xiao gave her, she was able to grow rapidly. Xianxia grew rapidly. Although she couldn't catch up with Long Chen and Cold Plum, she was already a martial artist in the first transformation Yin Yang realm, level 16 of Hell. With more resources in the future, her cultivation speed would only increase. As for Jin Fengming and Jin Fengyan, who came with Emperor Gold Phoenix, they were arranged to join the Eight Immortals Nation's army and enter the Dracophant tribe's territory. Although they were highly regarded, they still hadn't gained Ling Xiao's absolute trust. This was the same for the old shaman. That was why Emperor Dracophant ordered him to leave. Let's cut to the chase. After this, I'll head to the Heavenly Sword Hall. There are some people I have to save. Because I don't know the ultimate strength of Sword Dynasty, Ming Kong, tell the Eight Immortals Nation that they can act secretly and accumulate strength, but don't be in a hurry to start a war. Wait for my orders. Ling Xiao said directly. Are you going alone? Emperor Dracophant asked. No, of course I'll go with Little Gold. Ling Xiao said, as for the others, I won't bring them. Little Gold can stay in my beast ring. This way, I'll be moving around alone. It's safer. No, if it wasn't for your help, our Dracophant tribe would have been annihilated. No matter what, please let us help. What Emperor Dracophant wanted to do now was to repay his kindness. Even 1,000 words could not express the gratitude in his heart. What's the rush? The Golden Phoenix Sword Monarch smiled and said, Ling Xiao is the monarch of the Eight Immortals Empire. The Sword Dynasty will be his sooner or later. If you really want to repay the debt of gratitude, then lead the Dragon Elephant tribe to join the Eight Immortals Kingdom. Not only could he repay the debt of gratitude, he could also find a better job for the Dragon Elephant tribe. The warriors of the Dragon Elephant tribe had very good aptitudes. The reason why their cultivation had been mediocre all these years was because they didn't have enough resources. Only with a big mountain behind him could he develop better. Moreover, Ling Xiao won't treat you like slaves like Dugubajian. Yeah. Hearing Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor's words, Dragonesque Elephant Emperor slapped his forehead and said, Why didn't I think of this? He suddenly stood up, walked to Ling Xiao and knelt down on one knee. I, the Draco Elephant Monarch, am willing to lead 30,000 warriors of the Draco Elephant tribe to join the Eight Immortals Empire. I will not hesitate to lay down my life for the Emperor. Senior, please rise. Ling Xiao helped the Draco Elephant Emperor up and said, Your Draco Elephant tribe has never pledged allegiance to others. You have to think this through. Once you join, you cannot betray. I, Ling Xiao, will say the ugly words first. If anyone betrays me, I will make them pay a heavy price. Now, you can still change your mind. No need. As long as the Emperor is alive, the Draco Elephant tribe will never betray you. Draco Elephant Emperor said without hesitation, If the Emperor is willing to fight to the death for us, then we are willing to fight to the death for you. Alright. Ming Kong, in the future, discuss with Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor and Draco Elephant Emperor more about Sword Dynasty. Not only are they powerful, but they are also locals. They are more familiar with this place than you. Ling Xiao looked at Hai Miankeo and said. I understand. Hai Miankeo, the proud holy son of the sacred dynasty, was now willing to be Ling Xiao's subordinate. Of course, Ling Xiao was more willing to treat her as a friend. However, in this formal occasion, it was better to be formal. Let's leave it at that for the Draco Elephant tribe. I am not going to change my mind about going to Sword God Hall. Don't forget that I know how to transform. Once I disguise myself, who can recognize me? If you follow me, you will be exposed. Don't worry, I won't hold back when I need your help. Ling Xiao said. Alright, since you have made up your mind, then let's leave it at that. Draco Elephant Emperor nodded and felt that Ling Xiao's words made sense. There is no time to lose. I will leave now. Ling Xiao was extremely anxious. To him, there was someone who was worth risking his life to save. It was not easy. He absolutely could not watch them die without doing anything. Wait a moment, Emperor. Hai Miankeo suddenly stopped Ling Xiao and said, Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. I know you are anxious, but can you really save them if you go rashly? Moreover, Dugu Xingjian's words might not be true. I have already sent people who are lurking in Sword God Hall to confirm these things. Rest well for a day. It won't be too late to leave after everything is confirmed. Alright. After a long silence, Ling Xiao nodded. He knew that he was indeed a little impulsive. He also needed to consolidate the cultivation that he had just broken through. Alright, I will wait for a day. We will leave tomorrow. Ling Xiao said. Thus, everyone dispersed and began to do their own things. Although Cold Plum and Long Chen wanted to follow Ling Xiao, they understood that they could no longer keep up with Ling Xiao's rhythm. Instead of dragging him down, it was better to help him take care of the Heavenly Empire. Therefore, the two of them did not say much. Outside, the sound of gongs and drums could be heard and the bonfire was burning vigorously. This was destined to be a sleepless night. Everyone was overjoyed. After all, after experiencing something that was close to despair, they should celebrate. Ling Xiao composed himself. He also walked out. Although he was anxious, he couldn't collapse first. The current him had long become a true hero in the hearts of everyone in the Dragon Elephant tribe. He was the one who saved the Dragon Elephant tribe and completed something that was almost impossible. In the revelry, both men and women were incomparably enthusiastic towards him. This made him feel rather touched. In this life, people always had to leave something behind. Moreover, he had made a great wish to unify the mystic world. It wasn't just to rule with violence, but also to make people submit to him. From the Heavenly Dragon continent to the current Sword Dynasty, wherever he went, legends were born. Or rather, he himself was a legend. A legend that the world respected. After the revelry, Ling Xiao returned to his room. His mood gradually calmed down. He forgot everything and focused on cultivating. At the same time, the Sword God Hall also sent over the required information. What Dugu Xingjian said was actually all true. This also broke everyone's fantasy. Things were developing towards the most difficult stage. Along with this news, there was also the structure of Sword God City. Whether it was the Sword God Hall or the bloodthirsty Sword Tomb, they were both located in the inner city of Sword God City. In the inner city, other than the members of the royal family and the royal family of the affiliated countries, only some core members of the Sword God Hall and high officials of the imperial court were qualified to enter. When Ling Xiao finished his cultivation, he read the information that Hai Myung Ko got from the intelligence organization in detail. It seems that I can't transform into an ordinary person. At the very least, I have to transform into a member of the royal family of an affiliated kingdom. Otherwise, I can't even enter the inner city. How can I save people? Ling Xiao was not arrogant enough to think that he could destroy the entire Sword Master City by himself. After all, he didn't know whether the ancestor of the Sword Master City was dead or alive. He had to be careful. That's easy. You just have to transform into me. The Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor said. Transform into you? Yes, the Gold Phoenix Sword Palace hasn't openly betrayed the Sword Dynasty. I'm about to send the ashes of the current princess to the Sword Master City. You can do it for me. However, you have to hurry up and learn some martial arts of the Gold Phoenix Sword Palace. You don't have to be too strong. The Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor said. That's a good idea. Thank you, Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor. Ling Xiao said. It's nothing. It's just a piece of cake. He took out a set of offensive sword skills and a set of body movements from his storage ring. They were all mid-level general-level martial arts. You've learned the Gold Phoenix Incarnation. It's the trump card of the Gold Phoenix Sword Palace. It's the sword of curse that we use. It can use the power of runes to greatly enhance the power of the sword skills. There are only 2 moves in the Sword of Curse. One is the Curse Dragon, and the other is the 9 Dragons Poison Curse. As for the body movement, it's also the trump card of the Gold Phoenix Sword Palace. It's different from the Escaping Sword Light Step. Our body movement is the Phoenix Soar's 9 skies. It's better at flying and fighting in the air. You won't lose anything if you learn it. It's even better if you use it with the Escaping Sword Light Step. The Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor said with a smile. Is that really okay? You've given me all the trump cards of the Gold Phoenix Sword Palace. Ling Xiao was a little embarrassed. What are you afraid of? You saved my life. The Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor said with a smile, what's more, I'm more than happy that you can learn the martial arts of the Gold Phoenix Sword Palace. This thing can still come in handy now, but when you become stronger, I'm afraid you won't need it anymore. Alright then, it would be impolite for me to refuse. Ling Xiao nodded and turned back to cultivate. There were still 2 hours before dawn. He wanted to cultivate these 2 ultimate skills to the small success stage in the shortest amount of time. At the very least, it had to be usable. Because of this, the time that Ling Xiao spent in the Dragon Elephant tribe increased from 1 day to 2 days. At the same time, Ling Xiao's deeds were spread by the deserters of the Sword Dynasty and the people of the 8 Immortals Kingdom. Although some people believed it, others doubted it. But without a doubt, the Dragon Elephant tribe was saved, while the Sword Dynasty was utterly defeated. Some people even saw Dugu Xingjian flying away with serious injuries. Because of all these reasons, the number of people who believed in it increased by quite a bit. The name Ling Xiao had become the most resounding name in the Sword Dynasty. The limelight had actually overshadowed the number 1 genius of the Sword Dynasty, Dugu Xingjian. It even overshadowed the sword god, Dugu Beijian. No matter where people went, they talked about Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's name was now in first place on the bounty list, and his bounty was now 100 million mid-grade spirit stones. A first division life-sizer had defeated the 3rd division Dugu Xingjian. It was like a miracle. The Sword Dynasty had lost 3 sword sages, 9 sword emperors, 100 sword emperors, and hundreds of thousands of soldiers. They had suffered such a huge loss. Logically speaking, the sword god, Dugubajian, should have been furious. But the truth was that nothing had happened. The only thing that happened was that Ling Xiao's bounty had reached a new record. Nothing out of the ordinary had happened. Of course, if there was anything out of the ordinary, it would be the fact that King Carefree had invited the royal families of all of the vassal kingdoms to his wedding. Experts were as common as the clouds. In 10 days, Sword God City would be even livelier than before. Many people were looking forward to seeing what would happen. The next afternoon, Ling Xiao finally emerged from the forest. In order to hone his martial techniques, he needed to fight demonlings. By this point, Ling Xiao had completely transformed into Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix. Even as he entered the Dragon Mammoth tribe, Golden Phoenix Chi-Chi called him dad. She was a shrewd girl, and yet, she recognized the wrong person. That went to show how terrifying Ling Xiao's transformation was. In order to not expose himself, Golden Phoenix Sword Monarch told Ling Xiao some of his favorite phrases and habits, and Ling Xiao remembered them all. He even sparred with Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix. Both of them were using the same moves and techniques. Everyone was dumbfounded. They thought that the Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor was fighting with himself. Alright, Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix said. Only a few people know about this. Also, I'll have to trouble you to transform me into you, Emperor Golden Phoenix. That way, even if I go out, I won't expose you. In fact, you'll be safer. Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix smiled. Good idea. Ling Xiao smiled and transformed Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix. After all, Ling Xiao had learned many things, so Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix didn't need to learn any of his techniques. Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix only needed to maintain his current appearance. After everything was ready, Ling Xiao looked in the direction of Sword God City and murmured in his heart, 18th sword, Luoying, Sister Yanue, wait for me. I'm coming. Everyone, if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Ling Xiao looked at everyone and said. There's one more thing, but it doesn't seem appropriate to say it now. Emperor Golden Phoenix smiled bitterly and said, but I still want to tell you. What is it? Ling Xiao asked. It's about the 9 Supremes catalog. The Dragon-esque Elephant Emperor said, the 9 Supremes catalog has actually been collected before in history. The one who collected the 9 Supremes catalog was the ancestor of our Dragon Mammoth tribe. Why do you think the sword god chased after us? Was it purely for our battle strength? That's impossible. Although we are known as a warrior tribe, we are not as strong as the Sword Dynasty's army due to the lack of resources. That sword god is after the Black Snake catalog in our hands. As he spoke, Emperor Golden Phoenix handed the Mystic Snake catalog to Ling Xiao and said, Emperor Golden Phoenix, if you have the chance to collect the 9 Supremes catalog, don't forget that there's a key catalog that can merge the 9 Supremes catalog into one. It's called the Myriad Kingdom catalog. These are the words left behind by our ancestor. There are actually 10 catalogs, not 9. 9 to 1, not only can one obtain an emperor-level martial art, it's also the key to opening the 9 Supremes Forbidden Land. It's a pity that our ancestor didn't manage to obtain the Myriad Kingdom catalog in his lifetime. Later, he was worried that the 9 Supremes catalog might fall into the hands of someone with ill intentions, so he separated the 9 Supremes catalog. Only the Mystic Snake catalog was left, so most of the catalogs are in the Sword Dynasty. To think that there's such a thing. Actually, I have a Heavenly King catalog with me. Emperor Golden Phoenix smiled and said, Emperor Golden Phoenix, you have the Ice Supreme catalog and Sword Supreme catalog. Together with the Mystic Snake catalog and my Heavenly King catalog, you have 4 catalogs. The 7-Star catalog and Soul Elder catalog should be in Sword God's hands, but the other catalogs are missing. Hai Miangkeo said. Her information was also collected by the 8 Immortals Kingdom's intelligence organization. Ling Xiao laughed bitterly. Sorry, I didn't fully trust you before, so I didn't tell you some things. Actually, I don't only have Sword Supreme catalog and Ice Supreme catalog. I also have Demon Supreme catalog, Exquisite catalog, and Fire Supreme catalog. He was really embarrassed. Others could generously give their catalogs to him, but he couldn't treat them with sincerity. It was because of this that he told the truth. Oh my God, if that's the case, isn't there only the Myriad Kingdom catalog left? Everyone was shocked. If this news were to spread, the whole world would be shocked. So many people fought for the 9 Supremes catalog, but 7 of them were already in Ling Xiao's hands. Our ancestors didn't get the Myriad Kingdom catalog as well. It's probably in the immemorial tomb. Emperor Dracophant said, but this is just a guess. We don't know where it is exactly, but we have to confirm one thing. We can't let Sword God Dugubajian get these 10 catalogs. Otherwise, he might become the strongest person in the 9 Supremes. It doesn't matter. The catalog in Sword God's hands will be mine sooner or later. To Ling Xiao, the catalog in Dugubajian's hands was already within his reach. What he wanted to find now was the Myriad Kingdom catalog. Ming Kong, let the intelligence organization continue to search. Not only the Sword Dynasty, but the other 8 forces as well. Ling Xiao said. Understood. Hai Miangkeo nodded. The 8 Immortals' kingdom didn't have the ability to fight the 9 Supremes head-on, but they could still infiltrate them secretly. With the powerful Celestial Empire behind them and their wealth above the 9 Supremes, it was easy to bribe many people. It was also easier to get information. Ling Xiao might be able to do what the ancestors of the Dracophant tribe couldn't. It was a king-level martial art. It was rumored that it was something that could only be cultivated with the reincarnation divine physique. No matter what, Ling Xiao had to get it. Furthermore, according to the words of the Dragon Elephant tribe's ancestor, the combination of the 10 paintings would be the key to finding and opening the forbidden land of the 9 Supremes. There were already so many treasures in the Ice Paragon's forbidden land. The 9 Supremes' forbidden grounds would most likely have even more treasures. Naturally, he couldn't give it up. Although he was now a 2nd division life-sizer, he was still a life-sizer. However, the experts of the Eternal Life Palace were all above the reincarnation divine state. It was said that after attaining the reincarnation divine body, a first transition martial artist would be considered to have reached a higher level. Only then would they truly begin to cultivate. Ling Xiao didn't know what that meant. He only knew that he had to become stronger. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to see the woman he loved. He wanted to see the Moon Maiden within a year, but more than 2 months had already passed, and he was still in the Sword Dynasty. Therefore, he had to obtain the 9 Supremes catalog. Only by obtaining those treasures would he be qualified to compete with the geniuses of the Eternal Palace. He had once borrowed the strength of the Black Devil to repel the experts from the Eternal Palace. However, that was just a flash in the pan. It couldn't be considered his true strength. It was impossible for him to borrow that kind of illusory power every single time. He didn't know if it would appear or not. Everyone, I'm leaving. Ling Xiao turned around and stepped on the road to Sword God City. Although he only had Xiao Jin by his side, he wasn't lonely. He knew that he had many friends in this world. Many people were willing to sacrifice their lives for him. Thinking of this, he was full of confidence. Phoenix soars the 9 heavens. Ling Xiao used Phoenix soars the 9 heavens and broke through the sky. From this moment on, he was the Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor. Therefore, he tried his best not to use his beast soul transformation and expose his identity. However, Phoenix soars the 9 heavens was really good for long-distance travel. Compared to Xiao Jin's flying speed, it wasn't inferior. Naturally, he didn't idle along the way. When he encountered powerful demonic beasts, he paid attention to honing his martial arts techniques. Whether it was the 5 Ghosts mystic technique, the Emperor Overlord's sword, or the Sword of Curses. He wanted to hone these 3 mid-general level martial arts techniques to become stronger. Of course, he also wanted to use the Sword Light Steps and Phoenix soars the 9 heavens. The Gold Phoenix transformation and the King-level Black Tortoise divine body were moves that needed to be honed continuously to unleash their true power. As for the elementary general-level inorganic flame sword technique, he didn't need to cultivate it for the time being. He had already reached the perfection stage. It would be a waste of time to cultivate it again. 3 days later, Ling Xiao saw the huge shadow of Sword God City. Sword God City was indeed Sword God City. It gave people the feeling that a peerless sword stood there, revealing an incomparably terrifying sharpness. It made people tremble with fear. The moment he got close to Sword God City, Ling Xiao could feel the spirit of the place that had been stabbed out. Of course, it was mainly the land spirit. The abundant spirit qi made Sword God City an excellent place for cultivation. The martial artists here would cultivate at a speed more than 10 times faster than the martial artists in the 8 Immortals' kingdom. It was no wonder that although the Sword Dynasty had declined, its overall strength was still incomparable to those small countries. With such abundant resources, it was impossible for them not to be powerful. Ling Xiao felt more and more that the reason why the martial artists in the Heavenly Dragon Continent, White Tiger Continent, and Divine Phoenix Continent were inferior to the martial artists in the later continents was not because of their lack of aptitude. It was purely because the cultivation place was not good and the resources were not enough. If Ling Xiao had cultivated in Sword God City from the beginning, his current cultivation level would be unimaginably strong. Therefore, it was absolutely right to come out. It was also absolutely right to lead the geniuses of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire to this better cultivation place. Now, the geniuses in the 8 Immortals' kingdom had also entered the first job transformation. It would be a miracle if this happened in the previous 3 continents. It was estimated that many people would never become rebirth state martial artists in their lifetime. Think about it carefully, how could a dragon become strong in the shallows? Like most cities, Sword God City was also divided into an inner city and an outer city. It was just that it was much bigger. It was dozens of times bigger than the capital city of the 8 Immortals' kingdom. After sighing with emotion, Ling Xiao walked toward the gate of Sword God City. He did not forget that his current role was the Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor. Therefore, his every movement gave off an unfathomable feeling of a senior expert. Ordinary martial artists had to queue up to enter. But someone with the status of the Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor naturally had special privileges. He went straight to the gate guard captain. Without saying anything, the guard captain had already recognized him. Greetings to the Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor. The Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor was not only a sword emperor, but also a relative of the imperial family. Therefore, his status was actually very high. Before an open rebellion, no one dared to provoke him. Of course, the Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor was now a sword saint. It was just that many people did not know this. Ling Xiao looked at the person in front of him and was somewhat shocked. A mere guard was actually a top sword king in the first job transformation Yin Yang realm. Rise. May I enter now? Ling Xiao asked as he looked at the guard captain. Sword Empress Golden Phoenix, the guard replied. A few days ago, His Highness the Crown Prince returned and issued orders that anyone who enters Sword God City will be subject to strict scrutiny. Please don't make things difficult for us. What a brat. That stinking brat has grown up. In the past, I even peed on him. Now, he actually dares to stop me from entering. You might be afraid of him, but aren't you afraid of me? Ling Xiao said coldly. It was only natural that Xianxia had learned from Sword Empress Golden Phoenix. Sword Empress Golden Phoenix had been like that when she had first come to Sword God City. If Xianxia did as he was told, it would only raise suspicions. Sword Empress Golden Phoenix, please don't make things difficult for me. The guard captain frowned. I won't make things difficult for you. However, I'm here to deliver the eldest princess ashes to the imperial tomb. Let's see how many heads you'll be able to chop off. Not even that brat Dugu Xingjian would dare to do something like this. Ling Xiao didn't make a move. He simply looked at the guard captain with an enigmatic smile. Please don't be angry, Sword Empress Golden Phoenix, Xianxia said coolly. I was muddle-headed. Let me in. These gatekeepers also looked down on people with dog eyes. The only reason they dared to stop Sword Empress Golden Phoenix was because the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace hadn't joined Sword God Hall yet. And yet, they didn't dare to stop the eldest Princess Ashes. After all, she was a relative of the imperial family. Furthermore, she was the younger sister of Sword God Hall. Speaking of which, a box of ashes was more important than the face of the Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor. It was quite funny. Chuckling inwardly, Ling Xiao entered Sword God City through a side gate. Normally speaking, only people with true status were allowed to enter through the side gate. However, as soon as he entered the city, he caught sight of someone approaching. It was a woman, dressed in red. She was very pretty, but her expression was one of disdain, as if everyone owed her money. Shockingly, she was a sword emperor in the second division of the life-seizing level. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. Indeed, Dugu Xingjian's words weren't false. The strength of Sword Dynasty wasn't as simple as it seemed. Just this woman alone had the strength of a sword emperor. Who knew if he would encounter a sword saint after entering? It seemed that a disguise was absolutely necessary. Who is he? The woman asked the captain of the guards. Lord Hongyu, this man is the Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor, the palace master of the Gold Phoenix Sword Palace. The guard captain hurriedly replied. Have you checked it? Hongyu asked again. Reporting to Lady Hongyu, the Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor is carrying the eldest princess's urn. Before the captain could finish his words, he was interrupted by the woman. I'm not talking nonsense. Did you check it? No. Damn it. Hongyu raised the whip in her hand and lashed it at the captain's head. This was an expert at the level of a sword emperor. Although the guard captain wasn't weak, he was only at the first revolution of the Yin Yang realm, level 18 of hell. If he was really hit by this whip, he would definitely die. Lady, isn't your temper a bit too big? Ling Xiao sneered and suddenly reached out. He grabbed the end of the whip and said, if I let you kill him, will I, the Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor, still have face? Will the eldest princess still have face? Let go. Hongyu yelled, do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. Other than the sword god and the old ancestor, I won't give face to anyone. Ling Xiao sneered and said, looking at your outfit, you're most likely that kid Dugu Xingjian's red gem guard. I've heard that kid doesn't seem to be interested in women, but deep down, he's the same as his uncle, the unfettered king. He keeps a lot of young girls around him, and they are all quite strong. I'm afraid you're one of the best in the red gem guard, right? Since you know, why don't you let go? You dare to provoke the crown prince's people? Hongyu said angrily. Bah. Others think he's the crown prince, but I think he's a fart. How dare he shout at me when his hair isn't even fully grown? As Ling Xiao spoke, he suddenly exerted force in his hand. A force passed through the whip and sent Hongyu flying. You can't move your arms anymore. Go back and tell Dugu Xingjian that if he wants to show off, wait until he sits on the throne. He's just a crown prince. Who knows when he'll be deposed? Don't be so smug. After he finished speaking, he left. Many of the people near the city gate were dumbfounded when they saw the scene. He dared to deal with the red gem guard on the street. If this person wasn't crazy, then he must have some background. After entering the city, Ling Xiao realized that Dugu Xingjian's words weren't false. It was rumored that only those at the first revolution of the Yin Yang realm and above could live in the Sword God City. Even the relatives of the court officials could only live in the satellite cities if they weren't strong enough. There were 4 satellite cities in the Sword God City. They weren't as big as the Sword God City, and the spirit chi here wasn't as abundant. Anyone in the Sword God City could be a tyrant in a small country like the 8 Immortals Kingdom. Even in most of the sects in the Sword Dynasty, they would definitely be top-notch figures. This was why the Sword Dynasty was able to stand tall. The experts were all selected and tamed by them. Who could resist them? After passing through the outer city, Ling Xiao went straight to the inner city. The bloodthirsty sword tomb was in the inner city. Ling Xiao's goal was clear. He had to rescue Falling Moon and the 18th sword. As for Jian Luoying, he could only wait and see. The guards in the inner city were even stronger. With a sword sovereign guarding the door, it wouldn't be easy for ordinary people to break in. The people here were much more perceptive. When they saw the Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor, they hurriedly let him in. In fact, the security in the inner city was much looser than the outer city. It was mainly because the martial artists living in the inner city were at least at the peak of the first revolution of the Yin Yang realm. Even if someone broke in, they wouldn't be able to come out. Holding the urn, the Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor was unimpeded and arrived at the Golden Imperial Palace. Here, the royal family members led by the Sword God were discussing the marriage of the carefree king and some other confidential matters. When they heard someone report that the Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor had arrived, they all shut their mouths. The Sword God Dugubajian had a domineering aura that was very similar to the Dugu Xingjian. However, he was obviously more vicious. Compared to the Dugu Xingjian, he had an additional sense of mystery that made people wary. Although he didn't release any true yuan, he already had a majestic aura just by sitting casually on the throne. "You're here," Dugu Beijian said faintly when he saw the gold phoenix sword emperor. "Your Majesty, this is the Princess Royal's ashes. It's a pity that we couldn't kill Ling Xiao and avenge the Princess Royal." Ling Xiao carried the urn with both hands. "Naturally, someone came to take it. You don't have to worry about revenge. Since you're here, stay in the Sword God City for the time being. You can't be absent from the wedding of the carefree king." "Why? Isn't revenge the most important thing at the moment?" Ling Xiao said. "There's no why. Just do what I tell you to do. There are many good places in the inner city. Aside from the harem, there's also the bloodthirsty sword mound. You must be very interested in what's in the bloodthirsty sword mound, right?" Dugu Beijian smiled. Ling Xiao didn't know what he was thinking and didn't dare to reply. "Ha ha ha, no need to be nervous. If you want to go, let eunuch Gao take you there. It's very dangerous inside. I don't know if Ling Xiao will come, but I do hope that he will. Once he goes in, he won't be able to come out." "Ha ha ha." Dugu Beijian smiled and said, "Eunuch Gao, go arrange a place for my good brother-in-law." This servant obeys. Eunuch Gao raised his voice and accepted the emperor's order, then left with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't say anything and followed Eunuch Gao outside. As long as he stayed in the inner city, he would have a chance to come into contact with the bloodthirsty sword mound. Even if it was a trap, he had to give it a try. "Imperial father, the bloodthirsty sword mound is the most secretive place of the imperial family. How can you let the gold phoenix sword emperor enter as he pleases?" After Ling Xiao left, Dugu Beijian looked at Dugu Beijian and asked, "Is it not good? The bloodthirsty sword needs the blood of experts to nourish it. It would be best if the gold phoenix sword emperor didn't betray me, but if he has a rebellious heart and tries to do something in the bloodthirsty sword mound, then he will definitely become nourishment for the bloodthirsty sword. Falling moon is the same, 18th sword is the same, that monster is the same, no one can maintain their disguise after entering the bloodthirsty sword mound. There is an array of truth there. All false things will be forcefully stripped of their masks after entering. An enemy can't escape the calamity of being trapped. A friend will naturally let him out." Dugu Beijian smiled confidently, sinisterly, and complacently. "Imperial father is wise." Dugu Beijian praised. "Alright, that's all for today's meeting. We've said everything that needs to be said. You can all go and prepare. Carefree King's wedding is the nightmare of all the affiliated kingdom's royal families. It will also be the opportunity for Heavenly Sword Hall to truly control the Sword Dynasty. At the same time, those traitors will probably take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of them all." Dugu Beijian revealed a cold smile, and then his body gradually disappeared from the throne. The one sitting there was actually not his real body. At the same time, Ling Xiao and eunuch Gao arrived at a side room. "Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor, this will be your residence for the time being. If there's anywhere you want to go, just tell me and I'll bring you around." Eunuch Gao smiled. "How about you take me to the bloodthirsty sword mound?" Ling Xiao said. He'd come to Sword God City this time to visit the bloodthirsty sword mound. Since Dugu Beijian had given him the opportunity, he decided to join the bloodthirsty sword mound. Why didn't he go? He knew that this might be a trap, but what kind of trap hadn't he seen before? Why would he be afraid? Hearing about the bloodthirsty sword mound, eunuch Gao couldn't help but tremble. "If Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor wants to go, I naturally wouldn't dare to not let you go. But that place is really not a good place to go. Are you sure you want to go?" "Of course." Ling Xiao nodded. "That's good. Come with me." Eunuch Gao really didn't want to go to the bloodthirsty sword mound, but with Dugu Beijian's order, he didn't dare to not bring Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor. Ling Xiao maintained an incomparably calm state of mind and followed behind eunuch Gao. He knew very well that it was very difficult to silently rescue the two people locked in the bloodthirsty sword mound. But there was always a way. It was best not to alarm Dugu Beijian if he could. With his current strength, even if he could defeat Dugu Beijian, he would probably be seriously injured. At that time, wouldn't he be at the mercy of others, so if he could avoid a fight, he would try his best not to fight. This was something that he had planned long ago. But if someone else tried to pick a fight with him, things would be different. As they neared the bloodthirsty sword mound, Ling Xiao could clearly sense that the air around them had changed. It was cold, somber, and filled with a terrifying, evil energy. It was enough to make one's blood boil. It seems Dugubejian wasn't lying when he said that the bloodthirsty sword mound was the trump card of the Sword Dynasty. Ling Xiao frowned, but quickly composed himself. Your Highness, that's him. Just as he was about to enter the staircase leading to the bloodthirsty sword mound, a voice rang out. Ah, that's right. Ling Xiao turned around to look and saw a group of people approaching. One of them was Red Jade, whom he had injured outside the city gates. The other was the crown prince, Dugu Xingjian, who was carried in a sedan chair. Back in the Golden Imperial Palace, Ling Xiao had noticed that Dugubejian had not only fully recovered from his injuries, but had also broken through to the 4th division of life seizing. After all, he was the second sword god of the Sword Dynasty. Geniuses really were geniuses. Not only did he not die in battle, he actually made a breakthrough. Despite all that, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of him. Dugubejian had just broken through to the 4th division of life seizing, so he definitely wasn't a match for Yang Qi. Of that, Yang Qi was confident. Slap yourself, Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix. 99 slaps. If you don't, I'll make sure your blood splatters all over the place. Dugubejian didn't seem to have any intention of getting out of his sedan. As far as Yang Qi was concerned, Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix was nothing more than a 2nd division life sizer, and was vastly inferior to him. Even if his father didn't want to kill Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix, it didn't matter if he did. Ling Xiao's jaw dropped, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Back in the Dragon Mammoth tribe, Dugubejian had seriously injured Dugubejian, and then forced him to flee. And here he was, acting so smug. Apparently, the Dragon Mammoth tribe hadn't taught him a lesson. Come to think of it, you brat, Dugubejian said. You should call me uncle. How rude. Who should be slapped? Ling Xiao said, his eyes narrowing into slits. Perhaps it would be a good idea to teach Dugubejian a lesson on behalf of Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix. After all, he wasn't sure if he would be able to come out of the bloodthirsty sword sepulchre alive. Therefore, he decided to do whatever he could. Uncle? You think you're worthy? Dugubejian said coldly. If you don't slap yourself, then you'll die here. You won't be able to come out of the bloodthirsty sword sepulchre alive anyway. Did you hear that? His Highness the Crown Prince wants you to slap yourself. Hong Yu said harshly. TSK TSK. You really are a wicked dog. You're a beautiful woman, but you have such a nasty personality. Clicking his tongue, Ling Xiao sighed. You want me to slap myself? Fine. With that, he blurred into motion like a phoenix soaring through the highest heavens. In the blink of an eye, he grabbed Hong Yu and began to slap her across the face. After 99 slaps, Hong Yu's face looked like a pig's head. Here you go. Damn it. Do you really think I won't kill you? Dugu Xingjian was furious. He leaped from the palanquin and charged at Ling Xiao. Dugu Xingjian's fist struck him. Ling Xiao punched back. Cursed runes shone on his fist. They were blood-red in color, which was what the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace was best at. Rumble, the collision between the two of them caused the entire inner city to shake. Dugu Xingjian flew back to the palanquin. Ling Xiao also retreated a dozen meters. Unexpectedly, they were evenly matched in the fight. Dugu Xingjian frowned. He had only used half of his strength, but his opponent hadn't used his full strength either. Since when did the Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor become so powerful? No wonder you're so arrogant. You even dared to touch my people. It seems that your cultivation is different from the rumors. Dugu Xingjian said coldly. Your Highness, you flatter me. Do you want to continue? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. No need. Let's go. Dugu Xingjian's main purpose of standing up for Hong Yu was to test the Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor. If the Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor was so weak that he could kill him with a single punch, there was no need to recruit him or even send him to the bloodthirsty demonic sword tomb. However, it seemed that the Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor was qualified to enter the bloodthirsty sword tomb. His strength wasn't bad at all. After Dugu Xingjian left, Eunuch Gao said, "Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor, the entrance to the bloodthirsty sword tomb is at the bottom of this staircase. There's no one guarding it. I won't follow you. To be honest, I'm afraid of that place as well. Any martial artist who goes there will regret it. Thank you for your reminder." Ling Xiao smiled. In fact, he could feel the terror of the bloodthirsty sword mount from here. However, he had no other choice. He had to go in. No matter what, he had to save her. He took a step forward and walked down the stairs. It was getting darker and the smell of blood was getting stronger. He saw something that looked like a teleportation array, but it was blood red in color. It looked like a demon that could devour one's soul. Ku. Ling Xiao swallowed his saliva and finally stepped in. A moment later, Ling Xiao saw his surroundings clearly. His guess was not wrong. This was indeed a small world, and it was incompatible with the outside world. The air was filled with the smell of blood. Even the ground was blood red. Just by standing there, he could feel a terrifying suction force sucking away his blood. Array of reality. Ling Xiao activated his quintessential essence and controlled his qi and blood. Then, he opened his Tai Chi eye. Since Dugu Beijian dared to let him come here, it meant that there must be a trap here. He had to find out first. With one look, he understood. The array of reality could turn all illusions into reality. For example, Ling Xiao's true thoughts and his true identity would be exposed without reservation. What a pity, Dugu Beijian. You can use this method to deal with others, but against me, Ling Xiao, you're still too inexperienced. Ling Xiao sneered but was not in a hurry to move forward. Instead, he sat down in a lotus position. On one hand, he was adapting to the air and gravity here. On the other hand, he was observing and analyzing the array of reality. This array formation obviously could not have been set up by the people of the current era. Ling Xiao observed that the array of reality had existed for at least 90,000 years. The array formation was extremely powerful and perfect. Even though 90,000 years had passed, it was still able to repair itself without any flaws. If he did not have the Tai Chi eye and the guidance of a Yuan Venerate, this array formation would really be difficult to break. After about an hour, Ling Xiao stood up and walked forward. Bloody gales continued to blow, but he had nothing to be afraid of. After all, the array of reality had already been broken. Although it still existed, it would not expose him. However, this was definitely not the array of reality. After analyzing it, Ling Xiao discovered that not only was the heaven and earth spirit qi in this bloodthirsty sword array zero, but he also could not cultivate or recover his internal energy. There was even a terrifying force that was forcibly extracting the quintessential essence from his body. The longer he stayed here, the more troublesome it would be. If Ling Xiao had not possessed a large amount of quintessential essence pills that could recover internal energy, he would really have had a hard time moving forward this time. What exactly is this thing? How could it be so terrifying? Is it even more pressurizing than Dugu Beijian? Ling Xiao frowned. However, no matter how difficult it was, it could not stop him from rescuing people. This place was so dangerous, so Yan Yu and the 18th sword must have already had their quintessential essence sucked dry. The current situation was extremely dangerous. He had to find them as soon as possible. He quickened his pace. The bloodthirsty sword tomb did not seem like a single level. Ling Xiao could sense that the most frightening aura was coming from the deepest part of the bloodthirsty sword tomb. The prisoners imprisoned on the first level were roughly at the Yin-Yang First Revolution and the 18th level of Hell. Many prisoners were locked up in each cell. However, most of them were lying there weakly. The quintessential essence in their bodies was empty and only a little was left to sustain their lives. This doesn't seem like a prison cell. It seems more like a cultivation room. The people here seem to have been raised to provide quintessential essence. Ling Xiao sucked in a cold breath. Who would have thought that the inner city of the Sword Dynasty would have such a terrifying place? From the look of it, the Sword Dynasty was much darker than he had imagined. "Hey, new guy?" A very confident voice came from the prison cell. Ling Xiao looked around, and realized that this prisoner was different from the others. Apparently, his quintessential essence hadn't been sucked dry. In fact, he was in excellent condition. Have you seen 9 Defiance Falling Moon and the Devil Dragon Sword Quartz 18th Sword? Ling Xiao looked at that person and asked. Let me out, and I'll tell you. The man smiled. Ling Xiao didn't respond. Instead, he waved his hand and sent a stream of sword energy toward the cell. Although the cells were sturdy, anyone in the first division of the life-seizing level or higher could easily break them open. Therefore, only life-seizers were imprisoned here. Heh heh. Everyone calls me the Gopher King. What's your name? The man said excitedly. Although he maintained his good condition, he still couldn't break out of the prison cell, which made him very depressed. Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix. Ling Xiao said coldly. I've already done what you asked me to do. Now tell me, where are those 2 people? The Gopher King scratched his head. 9 Defiance Falling Moon and the Devil Dragon Sword Quartz 18th Sword are both in the 2nd division of the life-seizing level. If I'm not mistaken, they should be imprisoned on the 3rd level. How do we get there? Ling Xiao asked. The surroundings were shrouded in a bloody mist, making it impossible to see the path ahead. If I show you the way, they'll kill me. The Gopher King said. If you don't, I'll kill you right now. That's not what I meant, Sir Sword Emperor. Gopher King chuckled. There's only one way out of here, and I'm afraid you'll need my help. Therefore, I only have one request, and that is to trouble your Excellency Sword Emperor to protect me. You know the way out? Ling Xiao was a bit surprised. His original plan had been to rescue Sword 18th and Falling Moon, then figure out a way to leave. He couldn't leave through the same entrance. After all, it was easy to get in, but not easy to get out. He needed Dugubation's permission. Dugubadian wasn't stupid enough to let Sword 18th and Falling Moon out. Deal. Ling Xiao agreed after a moment of thought. With Gopher King leading the way, not only would it be easier to find Sword 18th and Falling Moon, but it would also be easier to get out. You'd better not lie to me, Gopher King said. If you do, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Ling Xiao glanced at the Gopher King and said, Let's go. You lead the way, and I'll follow behind. You don't have to be afraid no matter what trouble you encounter. No one can do anything to you with me around. All right. Gopher King was ready to take a gamble. There was no way he could get out of the bloodthirsty sword mound on his own. Although the entrance wasn't guarded, the exit was guarded by the bloodthirsty sword sage, the boss of the place, the bloodthirsty sword sage. The sword sage had guarded the bloodthirsty sword mound for over 100 years, and had never left. That was why the outside world didn't know how powerful he was. But Gopher King knew. Someone had tried to escape, but the bloodthirsty sword sage had chopped them up and fed them to a dog. That dog was a Bloodfang dog, a 2nd Stratum 1-star life-sizer demonling, and as strong as a Sword Emperor. Although he couldn't guarantee that Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix would be able to escape, at least there was hope. He had to give it a shot. With Gopher King leading the way, Ling Xiao didn't have to take many detours. It didn't take long for them to reach the 3rd floor. After all, the prisoners on the 3rd floor were all 2nd Division life-seizers. Although it was faint, Ling Xiao could sense the auras of Sword 18th and Falling Moon. Stop. Just as he was about to save them, a particularly coquettish woman with a whip in her hand blocked their path. Beside this woman, there were 2 tall and mighty warriors who were more than 3 meters tall. These 2 martial artists were both male. They wore iron headgear on their heads and looked very fierce. But in the profound world, what seemed to be fierce might not necessarily be so. With the Taiji eye, Ling Xiao easily detected the cultivation of these 2 people. Both were in the 2nd division of life-seizing. Just like that woman. Who are you? The woman questioned. Can't Dugubajian allow me to visit the bloodthirsty sword tomb? Ling Xiao said coldly. I've never heard of such an order. If you obediently put on your shackles and come with me to see the bloodthirsty sword saint, I can spare your lives. The woman said coldly. Then I'm sorry, I don't have time for that. Ling Xiao sneered and pulled the Gopher King behind him. Then, he extended his hands forward and released sharp sword chi from his fingertips, attacking the 3 of them at the same time. He was here to save people, so how could he possibly allow himself to be captured? Kill him! The woman shrieked, backing up. As for the two burly men, they pounced on Ling Xiao. Despite their thick skin, it was still difficult for them to resist the cursed sword qi released by Ling Xiao's hands. The blood-red sword energy pierced through their bodies. Ling Xiao didn't stop. He took a step forward and threw an uppercut at the guard, sending her flying into the ceiling. Let's go! The guard fell to the ground and fainted. Ling Xiao called out to the Gopher King, and then he charged forward. The Gopher King was shocked. He had assumed that this self-proclaimed Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix was only in the second division of life seizing. Facing the female guard and her two subordinates would definitely be a tough fight, and he might not even be able to defeat them. However, who would have thought that Ling Xiao would be able to take down the three of them so easily in just a few moves? Maybe it'll work. The Gopher King excitedly chased after him. The third floor was different from what Ling Xiao had imagined. There were prison cells on the first and second floors. But the third floor didn't have anything like that. Along the way, he saw several second division life seizers leaning against the walls. They weren't restrained, but their faces were ashen and filled with despair. It was as if an invisible hand was choking them, making it impossible for them to escape. Seeing them, Ling Xiao couldn't help but think of Falling Moon and Sword 18. Please don't let anything happen to them. Ling Xiao screamed inwardly. It's the aura of Sword 18's master. As the aura grew clearer, Ling Xiao confirmed that his intuition was right. He turned a corner. He finally saw Sword 18. At this moment, Sword 18 was tied high up on a huge rack. He was on the verge of death. Only a small portion of his true energy was left to sustain his life. As for the rest, it had been completely sucked dry. Even so, there were still a few people below who kept whipping Sword 18 with their whips. Damn it! When Ling Xiao saw this scene, he was furious to the extreme. Without even thinking, he used Phoenix Soars through the 9 heavens to appear in the middle of the group. A sword appeared in his hand. It was the celestial demon sword that Madame Golden Phoenix had once used. It was a treasured sword on the same level as the demon dragon sword. It belonged to the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace, so it wouldn't reveal his identity. As soon as the celestial demon sword appeared, blood-red sword light flashed. There were a total of 7 people, and before they could even understand what had happened, all of their heads had already fallen to the ground. Ling Xiao quickly put Sword 18 down and examined him. He was in bad shape. His internal energy had been depleted, and he couldn't heal himself. His injuries were getting worse. With that in mind, he fed Sword 18 a healing pill. Not only could it heal injuries, but it could also restore internal energy. This was the recovery pill. Anyway, he had obtained a lot of materials from the last trip to the Ice Venerable's Forbidden Ground. He had refined a lot of healing pills, so he didn't have to worry about running out. He swallowed a healing pill. In just 3 to 5 minutes, Sword 18 had already woken up. Master! Ling Xiao shouted. You are the Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor? But why do you call me master? Sword 18 was a little confused. I am Ling Xiao. I just changed my appearance. Ling Xiao said through his soul. He didn't know if anyone could see him, so it was better not to expose his true identity. Duke Beijian might not take the Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor's rebellion seriously. After all, the Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor had reached the limit of his martial arts. It wasn't that easy to improve. But Ling Xiao was different. He was so talented that he even defeated Duke Beijian. Wonderful, Sword 18 said. And here I thought I was going to die. As soon as Sword 18 heard Ling Xiao's name, his heart filled with mixed feelings. In the past, he had taken in Ling Xiao and protected Ling Xiao, and had never expected to get anything out of Ling Xiao. Who could ever have guessed that Ling Xiao would save him today? He really hadn't made a mistake in taking in this apprentice. Master, enough chit-chat, Sword 18 said. I came here to save you and 9 Defiance's big sister Lanue. Here are some mid-grade spirit stones, about 10,000 in total. Use them to recover your internal energy. Ling Xiao knew that martial artists in the bloodthirsty sword mound couldn't recover their internal energy on their own. They could only rely on medicinal pills or spirit stones. Healing pills were a bit of a luxury, but mid-grade spirit stones were more than enough. Sword 18th didn't refuse. Taking the spirit stones, he said, "It's best if you don't let anyone else see the spirit stones. From the 3rd floor onward, you'll be surrounded by a bunch of lunatics. They'll kill you to get the spirit stones." "Don't tell me there are more than 3 floors in the bloodthirsty sword mound?" Xianxia said in shock. "Of course there are more than 3. There are 5 floors in total. The 4th floor is where 3rd Division Life Seizers are locked up, and the 5th floor is for 4th Division Life Seizers." Dugabadian used to fight alongside his sworn brothers, but in the end, he locked them up in here and used them as tools for his bloodthirsty devil sword. How cruel. The Gopher Rat King walked over. "The exit we're looking for is on the 5th floor, the bloodthirsty sword mound, that's where the only exit is." "You seem to know a lot about this place," Sword 18th said. "I almost forgot to ask. How come you don't seem affected by the magical laws here?" Xianxia said, looking curiously at the Gopher Rat King. "To tell you the truth, I'm just a rat in the bloodthirsty sword mound. It wasn't easy for me to reach my current level of cultivation." Gopher King replied, "The laws here affect you, but it's not a problem for me. I can absorb spiritual chi from the soil." "No wonder." Xianxia nodded his head, looked at the ground beneath his feet, and said, "I can sense that Elder Sister Yinyua's aura comes from below. Most likely, she was already in the 3rd division of the life-seizing level when she came to Sword God City. There's no time to lose. Let's go find her." Yes. Even Sword 18's life had been saved by Xianxia. Although he had nothing to do with Falling Moon, if Xianxia wanted to save someone, it was impossible for him not to help. As for the Gopher King, he wouldn't be of much help, but the matter of leading the way still depended on him. "Wait, there's something I have to tell you," Gopher King suddenly said. "What's the matter?" "Hurry up and say it. We're in a hurry to save people," Xianxia said anxiously. "When we reach the 4th level, we have to be careful of the Golden Rat Saint." The Gopher King said, "The Golden Rat Sage is the same as me, a spirit born in the bloodthirsty sword tomb. However, after I was captured, it became the lackey of the Heavenly Sword Hall. He established his own faction on the 4th level because there was a spirit stone mine on the 4th level, and it was a bloodthirsty spirit stone. The quality of the bloodthirsty spirit stone is basically mid-grade. After absorbing it, not only can one recover their inner strength, but it can also allow the martial artist to obtain the bloodthirsty ability. For a period of time, their combat strength will skyrocket without any side effects. Therefore, the Golden Rat Emperor has always been helping the Heavenly Sword Hall manage the Spirit Stone Mine on the 4th level. He will take a portion of it as his reward and hand the rest to the Heavenly Sword Hall. I reckon that if the person you're talking about is on the 4th level, then she must be enslaved by him. If you want to save her, you have to defeat this Golden Rat Sage first. Thank you for the reminder. Lead the way. You don't have to worry about the battle. When we reach the next level, I'll hide you and take care of the battle." Xianxia didn't expect the Gopher King to help him fight. With only the strength of a Sword King, the Gopher King was too weak. When they reached the 4th level, Xianxia put the Gopher King into the beast ring to hide. The 18th sword was also placed inside by Xianxia and given a heavenly tribulation pill. With Sword 18's current cultivation, he could no longer help Xianxia much. But if he could break through, it would be different. With Sword 18's heaven-defying experience, once he became a sword saint, even Sword God Dugabadian would have a headache. Therefore, letting him break through was much more worth it than letting him fight. In any case, Xianxia still had Little Gold with him. At the critical moment, he could just call Little Gold out. After hiding the two, Xianxia went straight to the Golden Rat Sage's territory. The 4th level was much larger than the previous levels. And because there were more powerhouses, their auras were chaotic, so Xianxia couldn't capture Falling Moon's aura at this time. He could only search one place at a time. This first area was naturally the Golden Rat Sage's territory. Boom, a series of explosions made many warriors who were working hard couldn't help but look over. They saw dozens of the Golden Rat Sage's subordinates were directly blasted away. After landing on the ground, they couldn't get up. "I've already warned you to get the Golden Rat Sage to come out and see me. You actually dare to stop me?" You're asking for a beating. Ling Xiao's arrogant voice sounded on the fourth level. This attracted everyone's attention. Who is that person? So arrogant? Probably a newcomer who just came. Sigh, speaking of which, when I was captured and brought here, I was also so frivolous and arrogant. It's a pity that I was beaten into submission not long later. Yeah, that golden rat sage isn't afraid of the bloodthirsty sword tomb's special laws at all. Who's his match? Right at this time, a group of people flew over. Their fierce auras made the warriors who were working lower their heads one after another, afraid that those people would misunderstand that they were slacking off. The golden rat sage really came. That guy is in trouble. Of all people to offend, he just had to offend the golden rat sage. In the 4th and 5th levels of the mining area, the golden rat sage is considered a top 5 expert. Probably some genius youth. He's used to being arrogant outside and doesn't know the dangers here. Everyone discussed animatedly, and they all broke out in cold sweat for Ling Xiao. Of course, there was no lack of gloating. If he was unlucky, he also hoped that others would be unlucky with him. Insolent fanatic, how dare you behave atrociously in this sage's territory? Tell me your name. The golden rat sage's appearance was very wretched, and he really did look a little repulsive. He floated in the air and looked down at Ling Xiao from above, asking fiercely. The Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor. Ling Xiao said indifferently, You're the golden rat sage, right? Have you seen 9 Defiance Falling Moon? Ha ha ha, so you're here for that woman. She's already become my wife. TSK, TSK. That's a good feeling. The golden rat sage laughed and said, If you kneel down and beg me, I might let you see her. Ha 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 ha. It's fine if you're joking, but if it's true, just wait to be cut into pieces. Ling Xiao's face suddenly darkened, and a terrifying killing intent filled the air. You're courting death. A person beside the golden rat sage roared. How dare you disrespect our boss? Watch me cut you into pieces. Remember to keep him alive, flying squirrel. The living are far more useful than the dead. He'll be our slave for the rest of his life. Sage Golden Rat chuckled coldly. Yes, sir. With that, Flying Squirrel shot toward Ling Xiao. In the void, his figure suddenly became blurry, turning into dozens of phantoms. All of them looked real, but at the same time, all of them looked fake. It was almost impossible to tell which was which. What an interesting movement technique, Xianxia thought. Ling Xiao looked at Flying Squirrel. Although his cultivation base wasn't very high, his movement technique was something that most people would have a hard time dealing with. It wasn't like Ling Xiao's Golden Phoenix incarnation, which was a true clone that could actually fight. However, the illusory images could still put the enemy in a very difficult position. Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix is a Sword Emperor, Flying Squirrel said. I'm also a Sword Emperor. I even beat a Sword Sage to a pulp. I hope you don't make things too boring for me. A cold, cruel smile tugged at the corners of Flying Squirrel's mouth. Do you want to lie on the list of achievements forever? Cut the crap. Make your move. Ling Xiao wasn't even afraid of the 4th Division life-sizer Dugu Xingjian, so why would he be afraid of a clown like this? In the eyes of most people, illusory images might be difficult to deal with. But to Xianxia, they were meaningless. After all, his taiji I could see through all illusions. How arrogant. Flying Squirrel said. We've been in here for too long. I can't believe the people outside have become so arrogant. It's about time we taught them a lesson. Flying Squirrel's eyes suddenly turned very sharp. Then, dozens of illusory images shot toward Ling Xiao from different angles. That was how he had defeated a 3rd Division life-sizer in the past. That person had been unable to identify his true form, and had been forced to take a beating. Eventually, he had lost interest in fighting, and had turned to flee. Ha ha ha, can you tell which one is real? Dozens of voices rang out in unison. Idiots. Ling Xiao said, looking at one of the illusory figures. Then, he flicked his finger, sending a stream of blood-red sword energy toward the illusory figure. Ah! With a blood-curdling scream, all of the phantoms disappeared. Fei Shu's main body fell to the ground. There was a bright red wound on his body that was bleeding profusely. Defeated? Flying Squirrel actually lost to an outsider? Everyone was stunned. The Golden Rat Saints people were even more dumbfounded. You. How can you tell where my real body is? Flying Squirrel was not dead. He was only injured. Ling Xiao did not want to kill him. Otherwise, that stab wouldn't have hit any other part of his body, but a vital point. At this moment, he could not believe that he had lost. Under such circumstances, Ling Xiao had actually managed to identify him easily. Moreover, the sword chi from his finger had directly struck him backwards, preventing him from continuing to fly. This level of insight, this level of accuracy, it was simply inconceivable. Could it be that he knows some kind of eye technique? The Golden Rat Sage frowned. Fei Shu's strength was not considered to be very strong. What he relied on was his ethereal movement technique. Once this movement technique was seen through, even a martial artist of the same cultivation level would be able to easily defeat Fei Shu. Because of this, the Golden Rat Sage was not afraid. This could only mean that Ling Xiao's technique was outstanding and that he had an eye technique that could restrain Fei Shu. In the face of such a huge gap in strength, what was the point of this little bit of technique and eye technique? Trash. The Golden Rat Sage glared at Fei Shu. Then, he looked at Ling Xiao and said, Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor, I've long heard of your name. If I go to the outside world, the Gold Phoenix Sword Palace and Demon Dragon Sword Court won't be able to do as you please. Today, your good luck ends. As he spoke, his body suddenly shot up. His body was like gold, emitting a dazzling light. Then, he threw a punch at Ling Xiao. This punch was like a huge metal spaceship crashing down. It made people feel like there was no way to avoid it. He's indeed powerful. He's almost at the level of the Poison Great Saint. It seems that the Sword Dynasty is full of hidden talents. But I can't let him live. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Today, since he had met the Golden Rat Sage, he had to kill him. Otherwise, if he started a war with the Sword Dynasty, this guy would cause trouble and become a big problem. Bang! Ling Xiao did not draw his sword. Instead, he threw out a punch. His fist was filled with the yellow power of the Black Tortoise and the blood-red curse power. This punch easily blocked the Golden Rat Sage's fist. Impossible. You're only a sword emperor. The Golden Rat Sage could not accept this result. He roared and started throwing out punches with both fists. Golden Meteor Fist. Like a meteor shower, his fists rained down on Ling Xiao. The number and power of his punches were stronger than the previous one. He did not believe that the Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor could block one of his punches. Could he block hundreds or thousands of his punches? Bang 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 bang. However, what frustrated the Golden Rat Sage was that Ling Xiao's punches were as fast as his punches. All of his attacks were blocked by Ling Xiao. The ground had collapsed from the terrifying force, but Ling Xiao did not move an inch. Have you had enough fun? Ling Xiao's voice was suddenly heard. With a clang, the Sky Demon Sword was unsheathed again. If you have, it's my turn. Cursed Dragon. This was the first move of the Cursed Sword. When the Sky Demon Sword stabbed out, the roar of a divine dragon could be heard. The sword chi was not straight. Instead, it was curved like a blood-red divine dragon. It stabbed at the Golden Rat Sage from a strange angle. Oh no, I can't dodge it. The Golden Rat Sage was shocked. This sword was not only fast, but it was also from a strange angle. No matter how he dodged, it was impossible. Since he could not dodge, he could only defend. Golden Shield. Many polygonal defensive formations appeared on the surface of his body. They were like countless small shields. This is my strongest defense. Even if I can't dodge your attack, you won't be able to hurt me. The Golden Rat Sage roared. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. The cursed dragon had already touched the golden shield. Chi, it was like tearing a piece of paper. It did not even pause for a moment before it pierced through the Golden Rat Sage's body. Pfft, blood spurted out of his mouth. The Golden Rat Sage's body was on the verge of collapse. His face was pale and he looked extremely frightened. What? The Sword Emperor defeated the Sword Sage? Is the Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor that strong? Those martial artists who originally did not believe that Ling Xiao could survive at all were somewhat confused at this time. In the past, there had been people like Ling Xiao. When they first came in, they were very confident that they would defeat the Golden Rat Sage and seize the mine on the 4th level. After all, one could only survive in the bloodthirsty sword tomb if they had spirit stones. However, those people had all been defeated miserably without exception. The Golden Rat Sage did not kill them. Instead, he shackled them and enslaved them forever. However, Ling Xiao's appearance today was like a ray of golden light piercing through the haze in the sky. It gave these people hope. Who knows, maybe I can get out of here. The 4th floor was filled with experts in the 3rd division of life seizing. In the outside world, all of them were famous giants of a region. But now, they were locked up here, and had to endure daily humiliation. It was a fate worse than death. Kill him. Someone shouted. Kill him. Someone else shouted. Everyone here hated the sword god Hall's lackey, the Golden Rat Sage, to the core. Did you hear that? They want me to kill you. Ling Xiao looked at the rat, not because he wanted to kill him, but because he wanted to weaken the sword dynasty. It's not too late to back down, Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix. If you dare to kill me, neither the Crown Prince nor the Sword God will let you off the hook. The Golden Rat Sage looked at Ling Xiao and said coldly. Trying to look tough, huh? How laughable. I came to the bloodthirsty sword sepulchre to save people, so why would I want to offend anyone? You just said that you captured Falling Moon, is that true? Ling Xiao asked coldly as he grabbed the Golden Rat Sage's head and lifted him up. At that moment, the Golden Rat Sage was terrified. He knew that if he said the wrong thing, he would be dead. I was joking. Just joking. Truth be told, after Falling Moon was locked up here, I tried to find her, but couldn't find her. Maybe she's with another sword sage. The Golden Rat Sage was truly scared now. He could feel that as long as Ling Xiao exerted a little more force, his head would be crushed into pieces. At that time, there would be no way for him to survive. Are there any other sword sages here besides you and the bloodthirsty sword sage? Ling Xiao asked with a frown. Yes, of course. There's another on the 4th floor, Sage Inferno, who's just as famous as I am. And the guy on the 5th floor is even more terrifying. He's on the same level as the bloodthirsty sword sage, and supposedly even stronger than the Crown Prince. That's right, the rat replied. Oh. Then you can go die. Ling Xiao didn't hold back, and killed the rat. He knew that raising a tiger would only invite calamity. Besides, if the rat wanted to kill him, why couldn't he kill him? Moreover, this bastard actually dared to use Falling Moon as a joke. He deserved to die. After killing the Golden Rat Sage, Ling Xiao checked his storage ring. This guy actually had over 10 million bloodthirsty spirit stones in his storage ring. These bloodthirsty spirit stones were all mid-grade spirit stones, but they came with the bloodthirsty ability. In a sense, it was even more valuable than ordinary mid-grade spirit stones. I profited. Smiling, he separated the bloodthirsty spirit stone from the ordinary mid-grade spirit stones. Where is the Inferno Saint? He turned around and asked the martial artists who were working hard. If you keep going to the 5th floor, the Raging Flame Saint's territory is close to the 5th floor. A martial artist said. Although they saw the hope of escaping, they didn't dare act rashly as long as the bloodthirsty sword saint wasn't dead. Therefore, they decided to wait and see. Ling Xiao naturally did not care about what they were thinking. Instead, he headed straight for the Flame Saint's territory. If Falling Moon was not in the territory of the Golden Rat Sage, then it was very likely that she was in the territory of the Raging Flame Sage. When he arrived at the Raging Flame Saint's territory, Ling Xiao was too lazy to shout. He directly threw a punch at the Raging Flame Saint's cave abode. Bam! In that instant, the earth quaked and the mountains swayed. The entire cave began to shake. Who are you? How dare you come here to die? The Raging Flame Saint flew out. His body was covered in raging flames. Have you seen Falling Moon? Ling Xiao asked coldly. Ha ha ha, that woman actually colluded with a group of traitors from the 9 Defiance and tried to rebel. I chased her to the 5th floor and she's probably a corpse by now. Die. Hearing the Raging Flame Saint's words, Ling Xiao unsheathed the Sky Demon sword. A sword light flew out and a bloody hole appeared on the Raging Flame Saint's throat. How dare you attack Sister Falling Moon? You deserve to die. After killing the raging flame saint, Ling Xiao asked the Gopher Rat King about the entrance to the 5th floor and then headed there. Who's that guy? He's so strong. I can't believe the raging flame saint couldn't even last one round against him. Who cares? The 4th floor is now without a supervisor. Hurry up and use your spirit stones to recover. Who knows, maybe you'll be able to escape. Who's there? The 5th floor was even larger than the 4th floor. Most of the prisoners were in the 3rd division of the life-seizing level, just like the 4th floor. Most of them were in the 2nd division of the life-seizing level. Regardless of the level of their cultivation bases, they were all laborers here. Ling Xiao was just about to start looking for Falling Moon when someone noticed him. Tell Great Sage Blackwater to get his ass out here. Ling Xiao shouted as he charged toward the Great Sage Blackwater's Immortal's Cave. Great Sage Blackwater was one of the 2 great sages on the 5th floor, and was even stronger than the Dugu Xingjian. According to the rumors, he was actually the incarnation of Blackwater from the Bloodthirsty Sword Mound, and wasn't even human. What gall? Get the hell down here. Ling Xiao's actions had angered one of Great Sage Blackwater's subordinates. This person was also a sword saint. He must be the other sword saint that the Golden Rat Saint had mentioned, aside from the Bloodthirsty Sword Saint and the Black Water Saint. The moment he attacked, he unleashed a murderous sword energy. Bam! Ling Xiao raised his sword to block. Sword chi shot out in all directions, and the sword saint that flew up was once again slashed back. He slammed into the ground, creating a huge crater. Interesting. You're not human either, are you? You're as strong as the Dugu Xingjian. Ling Xiao hovered in midair, smiling coolly. You're strong too, the sword sage said. The man's expression flickered. He was a treasured sword from the Bloodthirsty Sword Mound, and had become sworn brothers with Great Sage Blackwater. Together, they controlled the 5th floor of the Bloodthirsty Sword Mound. He had assumed that, given his strength, he would be able to kill his enemies without a problem. But now, it seemed that his enemies were far stronger than he had imagined. In one move, he had been completely suppressed. Ming Jian, who is this? In the cave in the distance, a cold voice asked, emitting an awe-inspiring aura. When the voice sounded, Ling Xiao felt that the entire 5th floor was shrouded in black gas, as if it had fallen into hell. Big brother, trouble is coming. Ming Jian frowned. This person is very troublesome. Boom, as soon as Ming Jian finished speaking, a terrifying aura burst out from the cave residents. Then, an overwhelming black gas came from afar. In an instant, it had arrived beside Ming Jian. The black gas turned into a human figure. It looked like a human, but more like a ghost. Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor? I know you. Great Sage Blackwater looked at Ling Xiao and said coldly, since your Gold Phoenix Sword Palace is already affiliated with the Heavenly Sword Hall, why are you still causing trouble in the Bloodthirsty Sword Mound? Have you seen 9 Defiance Falling Moon? Ling Xiao did not answer Great Sage Blackwater's question. Instead, he went straight to the point. Oh, that woman. Speaking of which, she's really powerful. She gathered a few defeated soldiers and came to the 5th floor to challenge my authority. Speaking of which, just before you came here, I had just caught all of them in one fell swoop. She's now locked up in the blood prison. Why? Are you here for her? Let her go and you will still be the king here. Ling Xiao looked at the Blackwater Great Sage and said coldly. The other party wasn't weak and had already surpassed Dugu Xingjian in the past. However, he had improved even more and was fearless. Ha 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 ha, what a joke. I, the Blackwater Great Sage, have been the king here for 3,000 years. No one has ever dared to speak to me like this. However, since you can defeat Ming Jian in one move, it means that you have some strength. How about it? Be my subordinate and I can give that woman to you. The Blackwater Great Sage laughed loudly. Of course, he wasn't willing to fight head-on. He knew that Ling Xiao wasn't someone to be trifled with. However, it was impossible for him to admit defeat. Be your subordinate? Do you have the qualifications? Ling Xiao said disdainfully, you are just Dugu Xingjian's lackey. You think too highly of yourself. Since you dare to be so arrogant, it seems like you are very confident in your strength. No matter how good the Blackwater Great Sage's temper was, he probably couldn't tolerate being called a lackey. Therefore, he didn't intend to let Ling Xiao be his subordinate. Anyway, he had many people. Even if he couldn't win, he could join forces with the Bright Sword Great Sage and his other subordinates. He didn't believe that he couldn't kill a mere Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor. You will know after you try. Ling Xiao stood there calmly, as if everything around him was just an illusion and did not exist. There was not a trace of fear in him at all. Big brother, why don't we attack together? The Bright Sword Great Sage looked at the Blackwater Great Sage and asked. He had a deep fear of Ling Xiao. That's right. Listen to him. If you guys attack together, you might have a chance of winning. Ling Xiao mocked. Bright Sword, stand aside and watch. I alone am enough to deal with this guy. The Blackwater Great Sage wanted to save face. Moreover, the battle hadn't started yet. He couldn't admit defeat first. Once he joined forces with others, wouldn't it mean that he was inferior to the other party? Yes, big brother. Bright Sword naturally knew the Blackwater Great Sage's temper and didn't say anything else. You will regret it. Clang, by the time Ling Xiao finished speaking, the Sky Demon Sword had already been drawn. The strange sword released a demonic blood-red light. Even the air became blood-red and distorted because of it. Kill. Ling Xiao raised his sword and pointed it at the Blackwater Grand Sage. Blood-red light exploded in the void. The entire battlefield seemed to have turned blood-red, as if it had been completely enveloped by the Celestial Demon Sword's sword intent. The sword radiance flashed and attacked the Blackwater Sage. Yes. It is indeed powerful. Even though the Blackwater Sage was very angry, he had to admit that Ling Xiao's sword was very powerful. He did not dare to be careless. He raised his hand, and a large sword appeared in his hands. Above the broad blade, there was black smoke. Kill. Blackwater Sage waved his sword and slashed at the blood-red sword light. Boom. The blood-red sword light was knocked away and fell into the crowd. More than a dozen of the Blackwater Sage's subordinates were killed. This attack is really powerful. The Blackwater Sage did not dare to be passive anymore. He wanted to take the initiative to attack so that he could gain the upper hand. Therefore, after knocking away the blood-red sword light, the Blackwater Sage roared and the black smoke on his sword became even more ferocious. Blackwater Torrent. The broadsword turned into black water in the void and rushed towards Ling Xiao. Every single one of these huge waves contained extremely terrifying sword will, and they were about to completely tear Ling Xiao apart. The terrifying power caused cracks to appear in the space. The laws in the bloodthirsty sword tomb seemed to be collapsing. Interesting. Ling Xiao looked at his opponent's sword and put away the Sky Demon Sword. He wanted to take the attack head-on. Bursts of earthy yellow light appeared on his body. The faint shadow of the black tortoise appeared above his head. You are courting death. How dare you take my attack head-on? The Blackwater Sage sneered. The Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor was too arrogant. How dare he ignore his Blackwater Torrent? This was infuriating. Rumble, the terrifying attack finally landed on Ling Xiao's body. At that moment, the golden light surged and forced the black smoke to retreat. Under the terrifying attack, Ling Xiao was safe and sound. He did not even take a step back. This attack of yours is a bit too weak. Ling Xiao sighed. He took the attack head-on because he wanted to stimulate the potential in his body and improve his cultivation. But who would have thought that this attack would only increase his cultivation by 1%, that's just too lousy. Bullshit. Blackwater 9 waves. The Blackwater Sage's anger was completely aroused. Since the Blackwater Torrent could not kill Ling Xiao, then he would use 9 waves. The giant sword slashed down continuously in the void, and then the 9 giant waves, each higher than the last, slammed towards Ling Xiao. Bang bang bang, Ling Xiao remained motionless after 9 consecutive attacks. His body was still wrapped in a golden light. The poor Blackwater Sage's attack could not even break the golden light. Impossible. The Blackwater Sage's face turned ghastly pale. The Blackwater 9 waves was his most powerful attack. However, it could not even hurt his opponent. How could this be? Just how powerful was this Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor? This attack is not bad. Ling Xiao said with a smile. This black water 9 heavy waves had increased his cultivation C's energy by 10%. Although it was still too little, it was 10 times stronger than the previous move. Do you have any more powerful attacks? Use all of them. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Ling Xiao smiled. Damned bastard, I'll make sure you don't even have a corpse left. Black water tsunami. Finally, the black water sage was driven mad by Ling Xiao and used his most powerful attack. Originally, he hadn't wanted to use it on the 5th floor. After all, it was so destructive that it would hurt his own subordinates. But right now, he couldn't care less about that. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao, he didn't care. However many of his subordinates died, he could always replace them later. He was confident that this attack would kill Ling Xiao. After all, it was a move that had killed countless 3rd Division life seizers. Even the former crown prince, the Dugu Xingjian, had been defeated by it. He refused to believe that the Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor could be stronger than the crown prince. Rumble, a terrifying move was finally unleashed in front of him. Even with the protection of Great Sage Brightsword, Great Sage Blackwater still lost nearly 1,000 of his subordinates. After all, they were all life seizers. Ling Xiao was also swallowed up by the terrifying tsunami. You won't even have a corpse left, will you? Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor? You're just a Sword Emperor. You might be strong, but you're not a match for a sword sage like me. Great Sage Blackwater breathed a sigh of relief. He knew full well how terrifying his black water tsunami was. No matter how strong Yan Qi was, there was no way he could take it without being hurt. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. That was a really strong move. Even as Great Sage Blackwater was basking in his self-satisfaction, a burst of laughter rang out. Great Sage Blackwater's attack had been incredibly powerful. But Ling Xiao had the royal class Xuanwu god body, and could ignore it. Even if he had been injured, he would have healed in the blink of an eye. As far as Ling Xiao was concerned, anyone under the 3rd Division of life seizing shouldn't have been able to kill him. The fact that Great Sage Blackwater's attack had injured him and boosted his cultivation base by 10% was already incredible. What? You're not dead? Great Sage Blackwater looked as if he had just seen a ghost. Chuckling, Ling Xiao waved his hand, sending out a burst of energy that pushed back the Blackwater. Then, he stood there as if nothing had happened. How could Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix be so terrifying? I can't believe he survived Big Brother's most powerful attack. No, he didn't die. He wasn't even injured. Great Sage Brightsword frowned. Great Sage Blackwater's attack had killed over 1,000 of his men, but hadn't done anything to Ling Xiao at all. That left him both shocked and terrified. Of course, the laborers hiding in the shadows were equally shocked. They had been imprisoned here for many years, and had never seen anyone who could force Great Sage Blackwater to use his most powerful attack and come out unscathed. All right, Great Sage Blackwater said. Now tell me where Falling Moon is. I don't want to kill anyone, so don't push me. Ling Xiao said coldly. The reason why he fought with the Blackwater Sage was that he thought this guy had some strength. He hoped to use this guy's strength to stimulate the potential in his body and continue to improve his cultivation. As a 2nd Division life sizer, he had no problem dealing with Dugu Xingjian, who had just broken through to the 4th Division. But dealing with Dugu Xingjian would be difficult. Because of that, improving his cultivation base was of paramount importance. Brightsword, Great Sage Blackwater said, join me and kill this bastard. Great Sage Blackwater wasn't backing down. In fact, he was growing more and more violent. Big brother, we're not a match for him. Let's just give up. Where there's life, there's hope. Great Sage Brightsword frowned. You scared? Coward. Blackwater Sage cursed. Supreme Saint Brightsword frowned and sighed. Fine. Since you insist on fighting, I'll help you. It seems that you all are stubborn. Since that's the case, take my sword. Ling Xiao took out the Sky Demon sword again. This time, it was not just a casual swing of the sword. He was going to use the Sword of Damnation. Blood-red light continued to condense on the blade of the sword. A blood-red divine dragon was circling around the blade of the sword. Kill the cursed dragon. As the sword pierced out, Supreme Sage Black Water and Supreme Sage Bright Sword's expressions changed drastically. In their line of sight, space no longer seemed to exist. There was only blood in his eyes. That feeling was like a weak lamb facing a ferocious tiger pouncing on it. It was completely powerless. Boom, the blood-red sword chi completely suppressed the auras of Supreme Saint Black Water and Supreme Saint Radiant Sword. The two of them didn't even have time to react before they felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Then, he felt a piercing pain coming from his throat. Bright red blood kept dripping onto the ground. Ling Zhao's control of his strength was perfect. This strike killed Supreme Saint Black Water and Supreme Saint Bright Sword, but it wouldn't hurt the innocent. This was the difference between him and the Black Water Sage. There was a world of difference between the two in terms of the control of real essence. One strike, and Supreme Saint Black Water and Supreme Saint Radiant Sword were dead. How can this be? At this moment, the subordinates of Supreme Saint Black Water and Supreme Saint Radiant Sword no longer had any fighting spirit. They all knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. "Tell me where Falling Moon is, or I'll kill you all." Ling Zhao's cold voice rang out in the void, and everyone couldn't help but shiver. "In the blood prison, over there." One of them pointed in a direction, trembling. There was a faint, dense blood-type chi coming from there. "It better be there, or I'll massacre the bloodthirsty sword tomb today." Ling Zhao snorted and turned to leave. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, at the exit of the 5th floor, inside a magnificent building, a person whose eyes had been half closed all this time suddenly opened his eyes. "What's going on?" Several people knelt in front of him. Some were subordinates of Golden Rat Saint, while others were subordinates of Inferno Saint. Lord Bloodthirsty Sword Saint, a Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor, came to the Bloodthirsty Sword Tomb and killed our Golden Rat Saint. And Lord Inferno Saint. The people below saw that the person in blood-colored armor had woken up and hurriedly reported. "That's right, this person was Bloodthirsty Sword Saint, the strongest person guarding the exit of the Bloodthirsty Sword Tomb." "What? Golden Rat Saint and Inferno Saint were killed? Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor isn't that strong." Bloodthirsty Sword Saint frowned. He knew that Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor had been put in the Bloodthirsty Sword Tomb. Dugubajian had told him. At first, he had the same thought as Dugubajian. Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor wouldn't be able to do anything and would soon die here. But now, he didn't dare to think that way. "Your Majesty, we might have accidentally let a monster in." He frowned and looked into the distance. Several figures had arrived. They're subordinates of Black Water Supreme Saint and Luminous Sword Supreme Saint. Could it be? No, that's impossible. Those two aren't much weaker than me. No matter how strong Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor is, he can't be their match. The thing that Bloodthirsty Sword Saint didn't want to believe the most had become reality. When those people arrived, they cried out, "Lord Bloodthirsty Sword Saint, you have to help us." Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor killed Black Water Supreme Saint and Luminous Sword Supreme Saint with one strike. He's too terrifying. One strike. Bloodthirsty Sword Saint's expression changed. Even he couldn't kill Black Water Supreme Saint and Luminous Sword Supreme Saint with one strike. Even if he wanted to defeat them, he would need at least 300 to 400 strikes. Since when did Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor become so terrifying? He looked at the giant blood pool in the center of the building. Inside the blood pool, there were many treasured swords. There were at least 10,000 of them. Every single one of them was a bright blood red. Looks like I have to use the bloodthirsty demonic sword this time. Ling Xiao finally saw Yanyu. Beside her, there were a few corpses that had just died. Those were the 9 Defiance people. They were tricked into joining the 9 Defiance. After discovering the truth, they were locked in the bloodthirsty sword tomb. Ling Xiao could tell that they had suffered such a tragic fate in order to protect Falling Moon. And Falling Moon had also confirmed this point to him. She had always been a strong woman, but today, she had become extremely weak and pitiful. She threw herself into Ling Xiao's arms and cried bitterly. "Don't worry, I'll avenge them." Ling Xiao patted Falling Moon on the back. "It doesn't matter if it's Dugubadian or the leader of the 9 Defiance. They're both going to die." Incredible. This Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix is crazy. I can't believe he actually saved the traitors of the Nine Defiance. Not long after Ling Xiao and Falling Moon left the Blood Penitentiary, the bloodthirsty sword sage arrived with a dozen or so people. One of them was a 3rd Division life-sizer who was slightly weaker than the bloodthirsty sword sage. 3 of them were sword sages, and although the other 2 weren't as strong as the bloodthirsty sword sage, they had to admit that the sword dynasty had a very deep foundation. The sheer number of sword sages they had was simply breathtaking. Shockingly, the rest were all peak sword emperors. Humph, the bloodthirsty sword sage snorted coldly. For thousands of years, he wasn't the only one who tried to rebel in the bloodthirsty sword sepulchre. And yet, not a single one succeeded. All of them were crushed. Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix won't be an exception. Exalted bloodthirsty sword sage, another sword sage said. Don't underestimate him. The fact that Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix killed Great Sage Blackwater and Great Sage Brightsword with a single move shows how terrifying he is. That's incredible, another sword sage said. The bloodthirsty sword saint nodded and said, the bloodthirsty sword saint is right. This time, no one should underestimate the enemy. Even a lion will use all its strength to hunt a rabbit. Even if he is a rabbit, we must not hold back. Yes, sir. Everyone shouted. From the look of things, Ling Xiao was putting a lot of pressure on them. After him. They won't get far. The bloodthirsty sword sage gave the order, and they continued their pursuit. Ling Xiao was just in the middle of heading toward the exit when he suddenly stopped. Looking off into the distance, a faint smile appeared on his face. What's coming is coming. That's quite a big lineup. Looks like you've really scared them. Falling Moon looked at the sky and said indifferently. By this point, she was back to normal. After all, Ling Xiao's healing pills weren't given to her for free. They were truly incredible. That's right. They actually only sent top-notch sword emperors and sword saints. I don't even see a single sword sovereign. Off to the side, Sword 18th, who was already in the 3rd Division of Life Seizing, said with a smile. The Sword Emperor is just sending himself to his death. They aren't stupid. Ling Xiao said indifferently, but are Sword Emperors and Sword Saints useful? A mocking look appeared on his face. Now, only warriors above the Sword God level could pose a threat to him. Even if the others came, they wouldn't be enough. More than 10 figures suddenly approached and floated in midair. Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor. Falling Moon. 18th Blade. You guys are really together. The Frozen Blood Sword Saint shouted, Gold Phoenix Sword Monarch, these 2 are felons. Are you trying to rebel by saving them? So what if I do? Nobles, generals, and ministers all have the guts. Dugubajian can sit in this world, so why can't I? Ling Xiao said domineeringly. In response, the bloodthirsty sword saint's expression darkened. Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix, you're getting worse and worse. I can't believe you're thinking of sitting on the golden throne. You're the one who lives like a dog, Xianxia said. You don't see the light of day at all. You're just a guard here, and you think you're so proud of yourself? Ling Xiao said with a mocking tone. How impudent. You've gone too far. The bloodthirsty sword saint shouted. The 3 of you better surrender now. If you don't, you'll be punished 10 times more harshly than before. Ling Xiao laughed. Bring it on if you think you can. Let's see how much stronger you are compared to Great Sage Blackwater and Great Sage Brightsword. You might be strong, but you're stupid. You shouldn't have challenged my authority, and shouldn't have spoken such disgraceful words. Attack. The bloodthirsty sword saint waved his hand, and without further ado, ordered his subordinates to attack. I'll leave the Sword Emperor to you, he said. I'll handle the sword saints. With that, Ling Xiao charged forward. Falling Moon and Sword 18th also attacked. Not only did the 3 of them not retreat, they even took the initiative to attack. The bloodthirsty sword saint had a blood-like glacier martial spirit. Not only was the blood-colored iceberg cold, but it was also bloodthirsty. As he stabbed out with his sword, Ling Xiao immediately felt his blood churn, as if it was about to be pulled out of his body. The ground instantly froze. Another sword saint charged at Ling Xiao with the bloodthirsty sword saint. His martial spirit should be a special martial spirit. After releasing it, his body instantly grew in size. Like a 10-meter-tall giant, he threw a punch at Ling Xiao. Before the fist landed, the force had already caused the ground to cave in. It was simply terrifying. Boring. Ling Xiao pulled out the Sky Demon sword and used the cursed dragon to stab at the bloodthirsty sword saint. They were all blood-red energy, but the cursed dragon was able to move through the cold glacier with ease. This sword directly forced the bloodthirsty sword saint back, cutting off one of his arms. Next, Ling Xiao used the phoenix soars through the 9 heavens to dodge the attack. Then, he kicked the sword saint in the head. It was a kick that contained the god power of the black tortoise god body, as well as the cursed power of the cursed sword. The sword saint was sent tumbling to the ground, his face covered with blood. Off to the side, Falling Moon and Sword 18th were like tigers in a flock of sheep. Both of them had been tortured in this place, and now they wanted to vent their frustrations. How could this guy be so strong? It seems he wasn't bragging when he killed Great Sage Blackwater and Great Sage Brightsword with a single sword strike. The bloodthirsty sword saint managed to stabilize himself, but one of his arms was gone forever. Blood continued to pour out of his shoulder. He had never been in such a miserable state before. No 3rd Division life-sizer could possibly injure him like this. And yet, this so-called Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix was only in the 2nd Division of life-seizing, and yet he had been injured so easily. Most importantly, it was 2 against 1. My head hurts. It hurts so much. The sword saint crawled to his feet, clutching his head as though his bones had been shattered. He looked up in terror at Ling Xiao, who was hovering in midair. Ling Xiao didn't pursue him. If he did, he and the bloodthirsty sword saint wouldn't be able to survive. Both of you, back off. The bloodthirsty sword saint said. Originally, he had wanted to wait for the bloodthirsty sword saint and the giant sword saint to fight, so that he could get a better look at this Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix. Unfortunately, the bloodthirsty sword saint and the giant sword saint weren't even a match for him. In that case, he had no choice but to do it himself. Now, he was starting to regret his decision. He should have joined forces with the bloodthirsty sword saint and the giant sword saint to attack Ling Xiao. If he had, he might have had a chance. He held a blood-red sword in his hand. Then, with a furious roar, the long sword pierced through the air towards Ling Xiao. The sword was like an upside-down river of blood as it shot toward Ling Xiao. Like a blood-red god of death, it revealed its ferocious appearance. A treasured imperial item. Ling Xiao thought. As soon as he saw the sword, he realized how extraordinary it was. Clang, the sound of metal striking metal could be heard. Ling Xiao could sense a terrifying force slamming into him. Shockingly, he was sent flying back dozens of meters. Furthermore, he felt as if his blood and energy had been drained away by the sword energy of the treasured sword. Bloodthirsty demon sword, heaven devour. Since the bloodthirsty sword sage had taken the initiative, there was no way he would show any mercy. Brandishing the bloodthirsty demon sword, he charged toward Ling Xiao. It was as if an enormous, blood-red beast had opened its mouth and was about to swallow Ling Xiao whole. Rumble, Ling Xiao was shoved back dozens of paces, his blood and energy were drained away. So, the bloodthirsty demon sword really is powerful. That Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix won't last much longer. Sword Sage Frostblood said excitedly. That's only natural. The bloodthirsty demon sword was nurtured in the bloodthirsty sword necropolis, and can only be used by people approved by the sword god. Furthermore, Sword Sage Bloodthirsty is one of the top sword sages. Even if Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix were stronger, he wouldn't be a match for him. Sword Sage Giant said excitedly. So, that's the bloodthirsty demon sword? No wonder I sensed the aura of the Duga dominating sword on it. Ling Xiao frowned. The combination of a precious weapon and the power of a top sword sage was not going to be easy to deal with. He's not dead yet? Normally speaking, even a 4th Division life-sizer would have been seriously injured by the bloodthirsty sword sage's 2 sword strikes. But Ling Xiao could tell that all he had done was lose some of his blood and energy. In fact, he didn't seem hurt at all. Keep going. The bloodthirsty sword sage wasn't going to give Ling Xiao any chance to fight back. He was going to keep attacking until Ling Xiao was dead. Devouring blood and energy, huh? Interesting. I'll give you a taste of something interesting, bloodthirsty plague. Chuckling coldly, Ling Xiao unleashed his divine ability. Of course, he wanted to keep his identity a secret. But his poor little life was more important than anything else. If he didn't reveal something now, he really would be killed by the sword. With the release of the bloodthirsty plague, the blood essence that Ling Xiao had lost was directly absorbed by the bloodthirsty sword saint through the bloodthirsty germs. What? The bloodthirsty sword saint turned pale with fright. He hurriedly circulated his Xianyuan to suppress the bloodthirsty rat plague, but he missed the opportunity to continue chasing after Ling Xiao. How do you know such an evil martial art? Bloodthirsty sword saint questioned. Hee, only you are allowed to have the bloodthirsty demon sword, but I am not allowed to have any special abilities? Ling Xiao smiled and said, looks like it's time to end it. After being attacked twice by the bloodthirsty demon sword, although he had lost a lot of vitality, Ling Xiao's potential had been stimulated, and the energy in his cultivation sea had increased by more than 20%. This was enough to show how terrifying this bloodthirsty demon sword was. This attack was much stronger than the Blackwater Grand Sage's. It's time to end this. Take my strongest attack, bloodthirsty demon sword, demon swallows the heavens and earth. The bloodthirsty sword saint knew that ordinary moves were no longer a threat to Ling Xiao. Therefore, he channeled 99% of his Xianyuan into the bloodthirsty demon sword. Then, he stabbed out with the sword. In that instant, the world turned completely blood-red, as if a huge blood-colored demonic beast had swallowed it whole. Revered Ice Sword, Cursed Dragon. Ling Xiao put away the Sky Demon Sword, and at the same time, took out the Revered Ice Sword, which was also a rare quality Emperor weapon. Then, a Cursed Dragon tore through the sky. The cursed dragon released by the Revered Ice Sword was different from ordinary ones. It was actually a blood-red ice dragon. Everywhere it passed, the world froze. The sword chi of the bloodthirsty demon sword was frozen. Rumble, the terrifying cursed dragon pierced through the restraints of the demon swallowing heaven and earth and then crashed into the bloodthirsty sword saint. The sword pierced through the bloodthirsty sword saint's body, and a huge wound appeared on his body. Then, he fell heavily to the ground. Dead. However, the bloodthirsty demon sword turned into a red light and disappeared from everyone's sight. It really is a sword controlled by the Dugubatian. I really want to get it. Ling Xiao had the Revered Ice Sword, but it was not enough. He was skilled in two-handed sword techniques. It would be even better if he had two rare quality Emperor weapons. The bloodthirsty sword saint is dead. All of a sudden, someone shouted. The laborers who had been oppressed all of a sudden went crazy. They directly converted the bloodthirsty spirit stones into Xianyuan. They recovered their strength and gathered around. They chopped the bloodthirsty sword saint's body into meat paste. They also killed the bloodthirsty sword saint, the giant sword saint, and the other sword emperors guarding the bloodthirsty sword mound. Ling Xiao was dumbfounded by this scene. However, after thinking about it carefully, he understood. In the outside world, they were giants and heroes of the world, but they were imprisoned here and forced to work like livestock. They had no freedom at all, and no dignity at all. The anger that had been accumulating for a long time naturally exploded at this moment. Many thanks to the Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor for saving our lives. We will always remember your kindness. They clasped their hands to Ling Xiao, then left. Ling Xiao knew that the bloodthirsty sword mound was in chaos. Of course, this chaos was a good thing for him. The more chaotic it was, the more opportunity he had to escape. Gopher King, where's the exit? Over there. The Gopher King pointed in a direction. Ling Xiao, Falling Moon, and Sword 18 rushed over. What a huge sword mound. There must be at least 10,000 swords here. Before long, they arrived at the building where the bloodthirsty sword saint had been. There was a huge sword mound inside. This is the exit, the Gopher King said. But it's a bit troublesome. From the fresh blood, a terrifying demonic bloodfish was born. They aren't big, much smaller than a mouse, but they're extremely vicious. A second-level life-sizer would be reduced to a pile of bones in just a few seconds. The Gopher King warned. Then what do we do? Ling Xiao asked. Since you said there's a way out, you must know the way, right? It's like this. The bloodthirsty fish have a regular schedule of activity. After each activity, there'll be an hour of rest. If we want to escape, we can only rely on this 1 hour. The Gopher King continued. Based on my many years of experience, the bloodthirsty fish have about 10 minutes before their next rest. Get ready. Ling Xiao, can we trust his words? Falling Moon frowned. Probably because she had been deceived by the leader of the 9 Defiants, Falling Moon was now in a state of distrust. He doesn't want to die, so of course we can trust him. Ling Xiao said. Besides, we don't have any other choice. That's true. Falling Moon sighed and began to wait anxiously. 10 minutes passed very quickly, and Ling Xiao plunged into the sword catacomb. Just as the Gopher King said, the bloodthirsty fish were resting. Although there were many of them, they floated there motionlessly as if they were dead. It's really big down here. Ling Xiao swam down as he observed his surroundings. The blood of the demonic beasts seemed to have formed a lake that stretched as far as the eye could see. Gopher King, are you sure this blood pool is used to nurture the bloodthirsty demon sword? Why do I feel like something's wrong? Although there was no evidence, Ling Xiao had always trusted his intuition. Perhaps things were more complicated than he had imagined. The bloodthirsty demon sword was most likely prepared for the blood pool to absorb the inner energy and blood of the martial artists who were imprisoned here. Actually, I'm not too sure either, but there's an extremely terrifying existence down here. The Gopher King replied, it's also the strongest monster imprisoned by the Sword Dynasty. Rumor has it that before he was imprisoned, his cultivation had already reached the terrifying 5th level of the life-seizing realm. He's an existence that surpasses the Sword God. How did such a strong person get imprisoned here? Ling Xiao was puzzled. I've heard them talk about it before. It seems like they took advantage of that guy's drunken state and threw him in. The Sword God seems to want to use his body to refine a blood devil. The Gopher King continued. Blood devil. Ling Xiao sucked in a breath of cold air. Heavenly devils, earth devils, and blood devils were all strange existences that came from outside the mystic world. But this person actually wanted to refine a blood devil? Was that possible? He didn't know, but at this moment, he could already feel a terrifying aura coming from below. Do we really have to go down? Falling Moon asked. Since we know that the Sword God wants to refine a blood devil here, all the more we have to go down. We definitely can't let him succeed, or we'll be finished. Ling Xiao snorted coldly. Anything that was beneficial to the Sword Dynasty was detrimental to him. He naturally couldn't let it exist. Therefore, not only did he not stop, but he also increased his speed. Finally, they reached the bottom of the blood pool and saw a huge cocoon-like thing. The cocoon was blood red. But it was covered with bloodthirsty demon fish. There are about 400 to 500 of them. Not too many. Ling Xiao used his Tai Chi eye to check the number of blood fiend fish before asking Gopher King, will the rest of the blood fiend fish be alarmed during the battle? That won't happen. When the demonic blood fish is resting, it needs to replenish its demonic blood energy. It won't wake up even if it's killed. That's why they can fight. Gopher King replied. Alright, let's go and see what the hell is inside the blood cocoon. Ling Xiao sped up and rushed towards the blood cocoon. Falling Moon and 18th Blade followed closely behind. Just as they approached the blood cocoon, the demonic blood fish that were lying on top of the blood cocoon suddenly swam up. However, they didn't rush over. They just surrounded the blood cocoon as if they were protecting it. F***ck, Gopher King, didn't you say that those fellows wouldn't wake up? Ling Xiao cursed. Those demonic bloodfish are different from other demonic bloodfish. Their energy comes from the blood cocoon, so they won't rest. Gopher King said. Forget it. Anyway, there are only 400 to 500 of them. Compared to the tens of thousands of demonic bloodfish, the situation is much better. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. The reason why the demonic bloodfish were terrifying was because of their large numbers. Even if you killed a group of them, you would be bitten to death in an instant. However, if there were only 400 to 500 of them, Ling Xiao was sure that the 3 of them could easily kill them all. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already reverted to his original appearance. He didn't know what was inside the blood cocoon. Reverting to his original appearance would make it easier for him to defend and fight. Canopy Beast Soul Transformation. In this liquid, the Canopy Beast Soul Transformation was naturally more suitable. After transforming, he pounced on those demonic blood fish. In an instant, hundreds of demonic blood fish pounced on him at the same time. These fellas didn't have any special attack moves. They were simply biting. It was just that they were extremely fast and impossible to defend against. However, how could their speed be compared to Ling Xiao? Moreover, it was Ling Xiao who had transformed into the Canopy Beast. Evade Sword Light Steps. In an instant, Ling Xiao passed through those hundreds of demonic blood fish. Not a single one of the demonic blood fish touched his clothes. However, he had already launched an attack. The Sky Demon sword in his hand continuously stabbed out hundreds of times. In an instant, a layer of demonic blood fish corpses floated up from the bloody water. When did you get your hands on the Duga family's Evade Sword Light Steps? Yan Yu was dumbstruck with shock. Back then, she had indeed mentioned the Imperial family's Evade Sword Light Steps to Ling Xiao. However, it was merely a passing remark. She didn't expect that after not seeing him for such a short time, Ling Xiao actually learned it. Moreover, he could use it with ease. Not only did I learn the Evade Sword Light Steps, but I also have this. Seeing another school of demonic blood fish pouncing over, Ling Xiao's Sky Demon sword trembled and stabbed out. Monarch Overlord Sword, first move, sword cleaving black tortoise state. The explosive sword chi continuously exploded in the bloody water. Another 100 demonic blood fish were killed until their bellies were open. Monarch Overlord Sword, Evade Sword Light Steps, you're angering the Duga family's people to death. Yan Yu was both surprised and excited. The shock that Ling Xiao brought to her was seriously too great. On the side, Sword 18 also smiled bitterly. The Sword Dynasty's strongest defensive martial technique and movement technique are only mid-general level. Not only did this little guy learn the Evade Sword Light Steps and Monarch Overlord Sword, but he also learned the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace's Phoenix Soars 9 Heavens and Sword of Curse. Coupled with the Golden Phoenix Incarnation and Black Tortoise Divine Physique, this talent, if Dugu Overlord Sword knew, he would go mad with jealousy. In front of this little guy, Dugu Overlord Sword is nothing. Fine, the two of us don't have to make a move. Yan Yu glanced at Sword 18 and could not help shaking her head and smiling bitterly. Because when they were about to make a move, Ling Xiao had already killed those demonic blood fish until only a dozen or so were left. The last sword strike annihilated them all. They wanted to make a move, but there was already no chance. After killing all the demonic blood fish guarding the blood cocoon, Ling Xiao swam to the side of the blood cocoon, but had Sword 18 and Yan Yu stay away. He did not know what strange thing was inside this blood cocoon. If something unexpected happened, he could use the Earth Elemental Golden Light technique to escape. But Sword 18 and Yan Yu might not be able to escape. So he had to be cautious. On the blood cocoon, there were incantations. Clearly, someone used a formation to create it. This blood cocoon should be a kind of seal. There must be something inside. Ling Xiao made a judgment and immediately began to crack the formation. This was child's play to him. The formation on the blood cocoon was not complicated. In less than a minute, he had already understood and cracked it. As the incantations gradually lost their luster, the blood cocoon actually slowly opened. There was a person inside. A person whose entire body was blood red, and whose skin had almost completely transformed into a demon, but this person seemed to be still unconscious and unable to move because he had been sealed for a long time. It's actually him. All of a sudden, Sword 18 became excited. Master, you know this person? Of course I know him. How can I not know him? He is the former Demon Venerable of Demon Dragon Sword Court, he is the husband of Demon Beauty Lan, he is also my brother. Sword 18 sighed with emotion, I always thought that he was dead. I didn't expect him to be trapped here. If he was still here, Demon Dragon Sword Court wouldn't have declined to this. Point. How could Demon Beauty Lan steal the position of Demon Venerable? I remember that before Demon Beauty Lan, the Demon Venerable of Demon Dragon Sword Court should be Jianfu Long, right? Ling Xiao has been in Sword Dynasty for a long time and made many friends. He also learned a lot about Sword Dynasty. Rumor has it that when Jianfu Long was still alive, Demon Dragon Sword Court was on par with Sword God Hall. Even Sword God Dugubajian was not Jian Fulong's opponent. If not for fear of the monster behind Dugubajian, Jian Fulong would have led Demon Dragon Sword Court to destroy Sword God Hall and Sword Dynasty would be his. Unfortunately, Big Brother trusted Dugubajian too much. Dugubajian said that he would rule Sword Dynasty with him and divide the world equally. He invited him to Sword God City to participate in a banquet. But he never came back. He was actually killed. Sword 18 smiled bitterly. He is not dead yet. Ling Xiao checked Jian Fulong's body and found that although Jian Fulong is very weak, he is not dead and has not completely transformed into a blood devil. It's just that his body has turned crimson and looks different from ordinary people. He is much stronger. Not dead? Can he be saved? Sword 18 asked. He can be saved, but Master, I can't guarantee that he won't attack us. Ling Xiao hesitated. Don't worry, as long as he hasn't completely turned into a blood devil, he won't attack me. If I don't die, you will definitely not die. Sword 18 said, I know my big brother's character very well. He is a very straightforward person. It is because he is too straightforward that he was tricked by Demon Beauty Lan and deceived by that bastard Dugubajian. Master, I seem to have killed many of Demon Beauty Lan's children. Your big brother won't take revenge on me, right? Those are not my big brother's children. Not long after my big brother went missing, Devil Orchid found a new lover. Furthermore, she likes both men and women. That's why she has so many children. Perhaps even Lan Mimi herself did not know who the father of those children was. However, I am certain that there is absolutely no descendant of my elder brother. Because my big brother disappeared before he could consummate his marriage with Beauty Lan. Sword 18 explained. Alright, I'll try. Although Sword 18 spoke with certainty, Ling Xiao was still careful. He fed Jian Fulong a recovery pill, but only enough to make Jian Fulong move. This way, even if Jian Fulong woke up, he wouldn't be able to do anything to them, let alone injure them. His healing pill was extremely effective. However, Jian Fulong had truly been trapped here for too long. He had been fed a total of 10 recovery pills. Only then did Jian Fulong gradually wake up and open his eyes. His eyes were normal. His black pupils indicated that only his physical body had been demonized, but his soul still belonged to him. This guy was really powerful. Under such circumstances, he could still maintain his original heart. How strong was his willpower? If it were Ling Xiao, he really didn't know if he could persevere. Just based on this point alone, Ling Xiao really had to give Jian Fulong a thumbs up. Ah! Suddenly, Jian Fulong roared. He waved his palm and slapped toward Ling Xiao who was nearby. Big brother! Sword 18's voice caused the berserk sword subduing dragon to calm down. The faint red color on his eyes quickly disappeared. He turned to look at Sword 18. Tears actually gushed out from his eyes. Although it was hard to see clearly in the blood. Ling Xiao knew that Jian Fulong had too many grievances in his heart. He had been trapped here for more than 10 years. Day after day, he had to resist the blood demon curse. Every day was spent in despair. Today, he suddenly saw the light of day again. Moreover, he saw his younger brother, Sword 18. How could he not be excited? 18. You're little 18. Jian Fulong looked at Sword 18 for a long time and finally shouted. Yes, I'm 18, but I've already grown up. Big brother, it's been 200 years. How did you survive all these years? Sword 18 was incomparably emotional. It's been 200 years. A touch of loneliness appeared on Jian Fulong's face, but it quickly disappeared and was replaced by joy. It's okay. 200 years of pain is nothing. I've been waiting for the day I see the light of day again. I just didn't expect that the one who came to save me would be you, little 18. Where's beautiful Devil Lan? Jian Fulong asked. Don't mention that woman. Since you went missing, that woman has stolen the position of the Demon Lord and made the Demon Dragon Sword Court into a mess. Moreover, she even surrendered to the Sword God Palace and became their lackey. She gave birth to a litter of children, but none of them are your children. Sword 18 was angry when he mentioned beautiful Devil Lan. I should have known. Beautiful Devil Lawn was introduced to me by Dugubajian. Hee, to think that I've been smart all my life, but now I'm stupid. I actually fell into Dugubajian's trap. How did you get in here, 18? Although Jian Fulong's aura wasn't fully recovered, he could speak normally. AI. It's really embarrassing, big brother. Dugubajian captured me and locked me up here. That son of a bitch actually wants to marry your niece, Jian Luoying, off to that bastard of a brother of his, King Carefree. Sword 18 said with a sigh. So that's how it is, Jian Fulong said. So you're saying we can't get out, and here I was hoping to get revenge. But what's the level of Dugubajian's cultivation base now? People say he's in the 4th division of life seizing, but it's hard to say for sure. After all, he's very crafty, and I doubt he'll reveal his true strength. You're right. That bastard is very crafty. Not only did he want to turn me into a blood devil, but he also gathered all of the Sword Dynasty's puppeteers in Sword God City. I have no idea what he's up to. But I'm sure it's nothing good. Gritting his teeth, Jian Fulong said, whatever. Let's not talk about that. Who are these two? Falling Moon. AI. She's also a pitiful person who was conned by Dugubajian. That's Ling Xiao, my apprentice. It's all thanks to him that we were able to get out of here alive. He broke into Sword God City all by himself, then went into the bloodthirsty Sword Mound and killed Sage Gold Rat, Sage Inferno, Sage Blackwater, Great Sage Brightsword, and even Sword Sage Bloodthirsty. When it came to Ling Xiao, Sword 18 couldn't be any more proud. To have an apprentice like this was something that he couldn't be more satisfied with. Your apprentice? Jian Fulong said. Looking closely at Ling Xiao, he couldn't help but praise him. You have sharp eyes, boy. Jian Fulong looked at Ling Xiao with a hint of admiration in his eyes. TSK, those sword saints, some of them have lived for thousands of years. Some of them have lived for hundreds of years. To think that they were killed by a child. Ha, good. Ling Xiao offers greetings, sect uncle. Ling Xiao clasped hands and bowed to Jian Fulong, then pulled out a handful of healing pills. Sect uncle, take these. They'll help you recover, although they won't necessarily bring you back to your peak level. But they'll definitely help you recover about 70 or 80%. Now that he was certain that Jian Fulong wouldn't hurt them, he felt safe enough to let him recover. The stronger Jian Fulong got, the more confident he would be in fighting back against the Sword Dynasty. Those were the healing pills I just ate, right? They're very rare, and you're telling me to eat them like they're beans? Isn't that a waste? Jian Fulong looked at Ling Xiao with a strange expression. Big bro, this apprentice of mine is an apothecary, Sword 17 said. His pill concocting skills are top-notch. Just eat them. The stronger you recover, the better for us. Sword 18 smiled. Alright, I won't hold back. Without another word, Jian Fulong popped the healing pills into his mouth and began to circulate his energy. About half an hour later, he opened his eyes and said, It's too bad I'm only at the peak of the 4th division of life seizing. That said, because I have the body of a blood devil, I wouldn't be afraid of even a 5th division life sizer. You won't be able to get back to your original cultivation base, big bro? Sword 18th asked, frowning. That'll take some time, Jian Fulong replied. But it'll definitely be faster than starting from scratch. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's leave this place quickly. It will be an hour and a few minutes. It would be bad if those demonic blood fish woke up. Ling Xiao said. Yeah, let's get moving. Sword 18th agreed. Although Jian Fulong was a bit confused, he had been trapped in the blood cocoon for years, and knew exactly how terrifying the blood devil fish were. Therefore, he didn't ask any questions. They continued down into the depths of the pool. After diving for another 10 meters or so, he actually came out of the blood water directly. He arrived at a very narrow tunnel underground. This tunnel was created by our Gopher clan. Back then, in order to escape from here, we put in a lot of effort. The Gopher King said excitedly. Where does this thing lead to? Ling Xiao asked. It should lead to the outside of the city. I'm not sure about the specifics. I was still young and weak back then, so I didn't participate in the entire process. Gopher King replied. No matter where it leads to, as long as we can get out, I can guarantee your safety. Jian Fulong said domineeringly. After all, the peak of the 4th division of life seizing was on the same level as the Dugubatian. In the entire Swordmaster city, there was absolutely no one else who could be his match. Of course he had the ability to protect Ling Xiao and the others. Martial uncle, do you have a way to destroy the blood pool? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Of course, why? Jian Fulong asked, perplexed. Hee, in this bloodthirsty sword tomb, there are many people who don't like the Sword Dynasty. What do you think those people will do if we destroy the blood pool and open up the passage? Ling Xiao smiled sinisterly. They'll cause havoc in Swordmaster City, of course. Jian Fulong laughed heartily. You're smart, kid. This way, Swordmaster City will be in chaos, and we can take advantage of the chaos. That's right. Your niece, Jian Luoying, is still in the hands of the carefree king. Let's take advantage of the chaos to save her. Ling Xiao said. Alright, I'll listen to you. Jian Fulong smiled and said, let me borrow your sword. Ling Xiao took out the demon dragon sword and handed it to Jian Fulong. Oh? The demon dragon sword? This is the sword I used before, but its quality seems to have improved. Jian Fulong touched the demon dragon sword, clearly a little sad. This demon dragon sword was obtained by this junior in a remote country. Ling Xiao said. I passed this sword to my disciple back then, hoping that he would be able to make a name for himself. Who would have thought that he would die? Sigh, let's not talk about it anymore. Jian Fulong began to circulate his qi and then stabbed the sword at the blood pool not far away. Demon Sovereign Sword Art, lawless. Following Jian Fulong's roar, a terrifying sword light was released from the tip of the sword. At that moment, the sword light illuminated the surroundings. The entire bloodthirsty sword mound trembled because of it. When the sword light came into contact with the blood pool, it instantly destroyed it. The demonic bloodfishes that had just woken up and were about to move were all killed. When the sword light penetrated the ground and shot out from the building, many experts in the bloodthirsty sword mound saw it. It must be the exit. The Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor is opening a path for us. Guys, let's go. We're free. Following the call of friends, all the prisoners in the bloodthirsty sword mound were released. These were all martial artists who were imprisoned by the Sword Dynasty. Most of them didn't commit any crimes and were only captured because they were dissatisfied with the Sword Dynasty's rule. At this moment, they had a chance to regain their freedom. Even if the road ahead was filled with danger, they had to seize it. Thank you, martial uncle. On the other side, Ling Xiao cupped his hands at Jian Fulong. Of course, he had to thank Jian Fulong. Because he wanted to unify the Sword Dynasty, the Heavenly Sword Hall was definitely a problem. The more people rebelled against the Heavenly Sword Hall, the higher the possibility of him overthrowing the Sword Dynasty. We're all on the same side. There's no need to thank me. Let's hurry up. Jian Fulong smiled and looked at the demonic dragon sword in his hand. Good boy, can I use this sword first? Of course. Ling Xiao knew that Jian Fulong didn't have a weapon now and his combat strength was naturally reduced. But with the demonic dragon sword, it was different. Even if he encountered Dugubatian, he would still have the strength to fight. Alright. After we get out, I'll definitely give you something good. Jian Fulong's character was forthright and straightforward. Therefore, he liked the generous Ling Xiao. Everyone continued to move forward and chatted along the way. Jian Fulong gradually understood the current situation of the Sword Dynasty. Humph. I'm afraid that Dugubatian is going to use the same trick again. He used his brother's wedding to gather all the royals of the vassal states to Sword God City. I'm afraid he's going to catch all of them in one fell swoop. After all, vassal states are just vassal states. They can betray him at any time. That's why he wants to rule them all. Jian Fulong snorted coldly. By the way, 18, did Lan Mimi use the demonic dragon puppet I left behind? Jian Fulong suddenly asked a question. What demonic dragon puppet? Jian Fulong asked, stunned. If you don't know, that means Lan Mimi hasn't discovered the demonic dragon puppet yet. If she knew about it, she wouldn't be afraid of Dugubajian. Dugubajian might be strong, but he's still only a 4th level life-sizer. Of course, the world didn't know that the imperial house only had the monarch hegemon sword. Jian Fulong continued. Only Dugubadian knows this high-level general class martial technique, and it's only passed down to the emperors. But I do know that the martial skill is called Golden Dragon Seal. The Golden Dragon Seal. Xianxia said. I never would have guessed that the rumors really couldn't be taken seriously. Everyone says that the Sword Dynasty doesn't have any mid-general class or higher martial techniques. At most, they only have high-level general class defensive techniques. Now it seems that Dugubadian is hiding some secrets. Ling Xiao sighed. If Dugubadian didn't have the Golden Dragon Seal, he might have been able to put up a fight. But now that Dugubadian had the Golden Dragon Seal, it would be very difficult for him to defeat him with his current cultivation base. Dugubadian isn't satisfied with the Golden Dragon Seal, Jian Fulong said. He knows that the Devil Dragon Sword Court has Devil Dragon puppets. In order to deal with the Devil Dragon puppets, he gathered all of the puppeteers in the Sword Dynasty. Although I don't know what he's up to, I'm sure he's researching puppets. Xianxia nodded. Are Devil Dragon puppets very strong? Ling Xiao asked, looking at Jian Fulong. Of course. Our Devil Dragon puppets can unleash battle prowess comparable to that of a 5th division life-sizer. Of course, that requires a lot of spirit stones, and requires a drop of blood from a 5th division life-sizer to activate them. However, under normal circumstances, they should be able to unleash battle prowess comparable to that of a 4th division life-sizer. What I'm worried about the most right now is that Lan Mei has stolen the Devil Dragon puppets. If that happens, we won't even be able to take back the Devil Dragon Sword Court, let alone defeat Dugubadian. Can just anyone control the Devil Dragon puppets? Ling Xiao asked, frowning. No, Jian Fulong said. But I trusted that woman too much, and gave her the method to control them. Given her intelligence, there's no way she wouldn't use it. There must be another reason why she didn't use it. Jian Fulong sighed and said, that demonic dragon puppet was made from the corpse of a real demonic dragon. Although it was only a baby dragon, it still had the terrifying defensive power and fighting prowess of the dragon folk. Ling Xiao had seen things like puppets back in the Heavenly Dragon continent. That thing was indeed powerful. Even a powerful puppet could turn the tide of a battle. Rumor had it that the puppets on the Shinji continent were the most powerful. Even if an ordinary person was controlling a puppet, they could reach a terrifying level. This demonic dragon puppet could be considered the essence of Sword Dynasty's technology. Wait. Just as everyone was talking and walking, Jian Fulong suddenly shouted. In front of him, there was a blinding and scorching light. Ground Rat King? What is that? Ling Xiao asked. I don't know the details, but I heard from my clansmen that because the underground of the bloodthirsty sword mound is too dark and cold, someone tried to create an artificial sun here many years ago. Gopher King replied. Artificial scarlet sun. Oh my god, your passageway just so happens to be facing this artificial scarlet Sunday. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. AI. Now I finally understand why so many of our clansmen died here. When their corpses were brought back, they were all charred black, as if they had been burned by something. Now it seems that this artificial scarlet sun was the culprit. Even 3rd stage life-seizers couldn't resist that terrifying heat. Gopher King sighed, as if he had suddenly understood something. However, all of this was of no use to them in leaving the city. Ground Rat King, can we make a hole from the side? Ling Xiao asked. No. Our clansmen have already studied it. The other places have tough metal walls that can't be broken through. Even 4th stage life-seizers can't break through. That's why they made so many holes, and in the end, they chose this one. Because this was the only way to get out of here. But the prerequisite is that we have to get rid of this artificial scarlet Sunday. Gopher King shook his head. I'll go check it out first. Jian Fulong suddenly rushed over, using his true energy to protect himself as he tried to break through the artificial scarlet Sunday. However, halfway through, he turned back. Burn marks could be seen on his body. No, Jian Fulong said. This artificial scarlet sun is too hot. It must have been made with the discarnate soul of a true golden crow. Who would have thought that we'd end up like this when we got to the exit? This artificial scarlet sun can't be destroyed, and there's no way to get through. We have to go back and think of another way to leave. There was nothing he could do about it. They had waited bitterly for 200 years, and now they finally had a chance to leave. But now, they realized that their chances were slim. Don't worry, big bro. Maybe Ling Xiao will have a way. Sword 18th looked over at his apprentice. Smiling, he said, "What do you think, Ling Xiao?" By now, he was almost blindly worshipping this apprentice of his. It was almost as if he couldn't do anything to his apprentice. "I'll go take a look." Ling Xiao didn't reply, but instead walked over to the artificial scarlet sundae. "Be careful," Jian Fulong warned. "Don't worry, sect uncle." Ling Xiao smiled as he stepped into the artificial scarlet sun. At the same time, he entered the undying bird-beast soul transformation mode. He immediately unleashed the god fire in his body. Unleashing the god fire consumed a lot of true energy, but for safety, Ling Xiao had no choice but to do so. The god fire completely blocked the temperature of the artificial scarlet sundae. Ling Xiao walked inside as if he was taking a stroll in his own backyard. "Little Gold, your luck is here. I didn't expect to see the remnant soul of the 9 Serenities Yellow Springs Golden Crow here. Looks like it won't be long before you have a complete Golden Crow body." "That's a real Golden Crow." When Ling Xiao came over, he left the Gopher King outside. There were some secrets that he didn't want the Gopher King to know. "Boss, I'll devour this artificial scarlet sundae," Little Gold said excitedly. Although he was already in the 3rd stage of the first cycle life-seizing realm, he was still very strong. But as the enemy grew stronger, he felt that it wasn't enough. In order to help Ling Xiao, he needed to continue evolving. While the two of them were talking in the artificial scarlet sun, Jian Fulong was dumbfounded. 18, your disciple is really something. Even I can't withstand the high temperature, but he can do it so easily? Hee, don't be jealous, big brother. The proudest thing in my life is taking in such a disciple. Jian 18 laughed. How is it, Ling Xiao? Is there a way to solve it? Yan Yu asked. If there's no way, why don't you go out first? You can't be trapped here. Don't worry, Sister Yan Yu. To me, this is just a piece of cake. Ling Xiao smiled. This artificial scarlet sun was not only useful to Little Gold, but also to him. Whether it was the undying bird beast soul or the 3-headed lava hound beast soul, they could all be improved with the help of this artificial scarlet sundae, a piece of cake. Under the watchful eyes of Jian Fulong and the others, Ling Xiao sat down cross-legged. Then, in addition to his undying bird beast soul transformation, the image of a 3-headed lava hound appeared behind him. Shockingly, Xianxia was cultivating under the terrifying heat of the artificial red sun. Little Gold, Jian Fulong said, I can't help you with the artificial red sun. You'll have to deal with it yourself. But don't make a big deal of it. Just keep it in your ring of holding. Although I trust you Yang and Xianxia, we've only just met, and I don't trust you completely. You're my trump card. By the way, there are a lot of martial artists trapped in the bloodthirsty sword sepulchre coming. It wouldn't be good if they saw you. Ling Xiao warned. Don't worry, boss. I know what to do. Smiling, Little Gold used Ling Xiao's spirit beast ring to absorb the heat of the artificial red sun. As Ling Xiao started his cultivation, Jian Fulong and the others discovered to their astonishment that a tremendous amount of light seemed to be engulfed by a black hole, gushing toward Ling Xiao's beast ring. That's a spirit beast ring? Don't tell me that brat has some sort of terrifying demon ling that can absorb the heat and light of the artificial red sun? Jian Fulong was an expert, and although his cultivation base wasn't at its peak, his eyesight wasn't bad. My apprentice really does have a demon ling, Sword 17 replied. But I don't know exactly what it is. I only heard that it's a palm-sized golden bird. That's right. What level is it? Jian Fulong asked. The first time I saw it, I think it was at the level of a 1-star 17 hells. Sword 18 thought for a moment. That was about a month ago. What could a demon ling at the level of a 1-star 17 hells possibly do? Even if he did grow stronger in the past month, he'd probably be a heaven-defying first division life-sizer. There's no way he could resist the heat of the artificial red sun. Jian Fulong frowned, completely unsure of what Ling Xiao was trying to do. Worried, he wondered if Ling Xiao was trying to show off. Senior, please don't worry. Ling Xiao is someone who would never do something that he is not confident in. Since he is doing this, he must have his reasons. Yan Yu smiled and said, moreover, Senior probably doesn't know, right? Over a month ago, when I saved him, his cultivation was merely around the 17th level of hell. But now, he was a 2nd division life-sizer, and not even a 3rd division sword sage was a match for him. Tell me, if he's already so powerful, how can the demonic beasts he raises be weak? Little girl, have you fallen in love with him? Why are you so confident in him? Can he really do something about the artificial qi yang that even I can't fight against? Jian Fulong was a straightforward person. Also, he was very strong. It was one thing to hear Falling Moon praise Ling Xiao, but she actually praised a demonic beast. Didn't this mean that he was inferior to the demonic beast reared by Ling Xiao? Therefore, he sounded a little unhappy. Of course, he was just grumbling. While they were talking, the suction force of the beast ring on Ling Xiao's hand seemed to be getting stronger. The light and heat of the artificial qi yang poured into the ring with terrifying speed. That scene caused Jian Fulong to forget how to speak. His eyes were also stunned. By this point, the other experts who had been trapped in the bloodthirsty sword sepulchre were also surprised to see what was happening. Who's that young man? Where's Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix? Someone asked. That's Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix, Sword 17 replied. He's the Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix. He's just in disguise. His real name is Ling Xiao. Sword 18th replied. Ling Xiao. I've been hearing that name a lot lately. The bloodthirsty sword sage has been talking about a kid named Ling Xiao who defeated the crown prince of the Sword Dynasty. He even caused the Sword Dynasty to lose millions of soldiers. I never would have guessed that it was him. That makes sense. Only a young hero like him could possibly break into the bloodthirsty sword sepulchre and save us from this disaster. He's really too young. 16 or 17 years old, I think. When I was his age, I wasn't even in the Yin-Yang realm. Everyone was discussing and praising Ling Xiao. Jian Fulong didn't say a word. The surprises that Ling Xiao had brought him were simply too many. He could feel that the demonic beast in that kid's beast ring could really swallow that huge artificial scarlet Sunday asterisk whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, asterisk. The artificial scarlet sun was originally over 1,000 meters in diameter. However, as the beast ring continued to absorb its energy, it was shrinking at an accelerated rate. After a few minutes, it was only 200 to 300 meters in diameter. Moreover, the shrinking speed didn't stop. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the artificial scarlet sun completely disappeared. Ling Xiao felt Xiao Jin's aura expanding in the beast ring and a gratified smile appeared on his face. At this point, he had already stopped cultivating. The energy in his cultivation C had increased by 10% after this round of cultivation. It had reached 30%, not only that, the grade of the three-headed lava hound beast soul had also increased to the reincarnation divine state. It had become stronger in all aspects. This is too shocking. I'm very curious now. What kind of monster is in his beast ring? It's so terrifying that it can even absorb heat comparable to an immortal fire? The more Jian Fulong looked, the more shocked he was. He originally thought that Ling Xiao was only talented in cultivation. Now, it seemed that this kid had a lot of secrets. Hee, senior, I'm right. Yan Yu smiled proudly. Yan Yu really felt that she was very lucky to be able to make a friend like Ling Xiao. Back then, when she saved Ling Xiao, it was purely out of sympathy and morality. But now that he thought about it, that operation was really important. Otherwise, she would probably still be enduring the torture in the bloodthirsty sword tomb. She wouldn't be able to escape at all. 18. You've really taken in a good disciple. You must cherish him in the future. Jian Fulong smiled and said, based on my experience, this young man is definitely a person with great luck. Therefore, all the good things would naturally gather around him. There's definitely no harm in following him. There might only be a lot of benefits. I haven't thought about that. It's just that I've taken him in as my disciple, so I feel incomparably close. Xian18 smiled. That's good. It's too deliberate and pretentious. Ha ha ha, this is great. With this kid here, we'll definitely be able to leave this damned bloodthirsty sword tomb. Furthermore, Dugubajian would definitely cry if this artificial scarlet sun was devoured. Back then, his ancestors had spent a lot of effort to build this artificial scarlet sun and set up this inhumane bloodthirsty sword tomb. From today onwards, this bloodthirsty sword tomb and this artificial scarlet sun will completely disappear from this world. When Jian Fulong finished speaking, the artificial scarlet sun in the distance had already become a sphere with a diameter of more than 10 meters. The surrounding temperature had also gradually returned to normal. Get ready to run. That artificial scarlet sun is the key to maintaining the bloodthirsty sword mound. If it's devoured, the entire place will collapse. Jian Fulong rose to his feet and prepared to leave. Boss, I'm going to evolve. I'm afraid I won't be able to help you for a while. Finally, the artificial scarlet sun disappeared. Little Gold said from the beast ring. What are you talking about? The stronger you are, the safer I'll be. Go ahead and evolve. Don't worry about me. Ling Xiao smiled, then turned to the others and said, let's go. The artificial scarlet sun is gone. We can leave now. Ahead of them was a smooth path. Although they were still a dozen or so meters away from the ground, they were still covered in ordinary soil. The Gopher King scurried over, and in no time, it drilled a tunnel out of the 10-meter deep soil layer. Many thanks, young hero Ling. If we meet again in the future, the Gopher King will definitely repay your kindness. Farewell. All right. Goodbye. Ling Xiao had saved the Gopher King, and the Gopher King had brought Ling Xiao to the exit. That was already repaying Ling Xiao for saving his life. Therefore, if he wanted to leave, Ling Xiao wouldn't stop him. Young hero Ling, once we get out, we'll probably have to go our separate ways. Thank you for today. If you need our help in the future, we'll definitely help. There were over 10,000 martial artists, and nearly 2,000 of them were life seizers. They were actually kneeling in a row in the tunnel, thanking Ling Xiao for saving their lives. I was just doing it in passing. Alright, let's go. This place is about to collapse. As the bloodthirsty sword mound shook more and more violently, Ling Xiao hurriedly said. Alright. We'll go ahead and scout the way for young hero Ling. Everyone knew that if they left this place, they would likely encounter danger. After all, they could see the buildings of Sword God City from here. Therefore, the exit of the bloodthirsty sword mound should still be in Sword God City. The sudden tremors would definitely attract the attention of the city defense forces. These people wanted to help Ling Xiao stir up the waters of Sword God City. That way, Ling Xiao could fish in troubled waters and do what he wanted to do. The group of people left in a single file at an extremely fast speed. Before long, Ling Xiao heard battle cries coming from outside. It seemed that they had been discovered. However, he was not worried. These people were so powerful that they would definitely become the biggest headache for the Heavenly Sword Hall. Seeing that most of the people had left, Ling Xiao dashed out. This kid will definitely become someone great in the future. Talent is only one aspect. More importantly, he has an indescribable domineering aura of a king. Many people are willing to gather around him, work for him, and be his friend. Jian Fulong sighed and rushed out as well. And otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible for him to enter the bloodthirsty sword tomb alone to rescue her. For thousands of years, no one had ever heard of anyone who ran into the bloodthirsty sword mound to save someone and made it out alive. With this kind of affection, how could others not risk their lives for him? Yan Yu also smiled and immediately scurried out. Xian18 smiled and also flew out. Thinking about it, he accepted Ling Xiao as his disciple. Wasn't it because of what Jian Fulong and Yan Yu said, rumble? More terrifying rumbling sounds came. Not long after Xian18 left, the bloodthirsty sword mound collapsed. Magma gushed out from the ground and swallowed the dark world. Outside, shouts shook the sky. Ling Xiao and the others took advantage of the chaos and found their way to Lord Carefree's residence in the inner city. To Ling Xiao, this was a very simple matter. However, after arriving at Lord Carefree's residence, they received a very bad news. Lord Carefree and Dugu Xingjian went to the demonic dragon sword court to fetch the bride. Master, wasn't senior sister Luoying captured and brought to Sword God City with you? Why are they still going to fetch the bride? Ling Xiao was dumbfounded. I'm afraid it's fake. They're going for the demonic dragon puppet. Jian Fulong frowned. Let's go. We must return to the demonic dragon sword court immediately. That demonic dragon puppet must not fall into Dugu Xingjian's hands. Otherwise, even I can't stop that guy. Yes. Since Jian Luoying wasn't in Sword God City, there was no need to stay there. They had been delayed in the bloodthirsty sword mound for several days. Lord Carefree and Dugu Xingjian should have arrived at the demonic dragon sword court. There was no time to lose. They must return as soon as possible. At the same time, in the demonic dragon sword court. The 9th floor of the 9th-floor demon tower. This was also the residence of the demon sovereign. In the past, Ling Xiao had to look up to the experts on the 9th floor. He had to use the bloody rat demon sovereign's move, which hurt the enemy but also hurt himself. But today, if Ling Xiao came to the 9th floor again, he wouldn't even put demon sovereign Lan Mei in his eyes. At this moment, the 9th floor was particularly lively. The Sword Empire had sent people over. Moreover, it was the extremely powerful Crown Prince Dugu Xingjian and the equally powerful Lord Carefree. Jian Luoying was also sent back. It was said that she would be brought back to Sword God City along with her dowry. Demon Sovereign Lan, I won't say any more nonsense. These are the betrothal gifts. 2 giant bear puppets made with the swordback giant bear as the foundation. Each of them has the strength of a sword saint. Moreover, they are fearless and have thick skin. Not only do they have the abilities of the swordback giant bear, but they can also be used to make medicine and provide enough spiritual stones. They will fight for you until they are completely destroyed. Dugu Xingjian leaned on the chair and looked at Demon Sovereign Lan indifferently. There was no respect at all. To him, Demon Sovereign Lan Mei was just a servant. He was the master. He didn't make Demon Sovereign Lan Mei kneel in front of everyone. He was already giving her face. After hearing Dugu Xingjian's words, Demon Sovereign Lan Mei was indeed a little moved. Her cultivation was only at the Sword Emperor level. The 2 swordback giant bear puppets had reached the Sword Saint level. With these 2 swordback giant bear puppets, the strength of her demon dragon sword court should be able to reach a higher level. This betrothal gift was indeed extraordinary. However, the problem was that the Sword Empire wanted the demon dragon puppets as a dowry. I dare not deceive your highness. The method to control the demon dragon puppets is indeed with me. However, I really don't know where the demon dragon puppets are. Before the death ghost sword subduing dragon disappeared, he only gave me the method to control them. He didn't give me the demon dragon puppets. Demon Sovereign Lan Mei said helplessly. Is that so? Then it's difficult. Without the demon dragon puppets as a dowry, there seems to be no need for your demon dragon sword court to exist. Dugu Xingjian sneered. Do you think you are worthy of serving my sword empire with your little strength? In today's world, sword emperors are nothing. At the very least, you need to be a sword saint to help us. Your Highness, please calm down. Perhaps there is someone who knows the whereabouts of the demon dragon puppets. Demon Sovereign Lan Mei said hurriedly. Who? The 18th sword is trapped in the bloodthirsty sword mound. Who knows if he's dead or alive? Why didn't you say so earlier? Dugu Xingjian was clearly a little angry. But his daughter is here. If Sword 18 knows he's in danger, he'll definitely tell Jian Luoying about the demonic dragon puppet. Lan Mimi said hurriedly. That better be the case. Otherwise, your devil dragon sword court will cease to exist. Dugu Xingjian coldly snorted and said, Uncle Wang and I will stay in the devil dragon sword court for 3 days. In these 3 days, you'd better figure out the matter of the devil dragon puppet. Your precious son and daughter must die. With that, he got up and left. The demon dragon sword court had specially prepared a VIP courtyard for them. It was a place with beautiful scenery and abundant spiritual energy. No one would disturb them. Seeing Dugu Xingjian leave, Lan Mei helplessly sat down on her seat. Mother, what should we do? Empress Lan Machen asked anxiously. Humph, the demonic dragon puppet will have enough energy in 3 days. So what if it's the Duga's sacred sword? Even if Duga Beijian comes, I'm not afraid. Lan Meima coldly snorted. She had been the sect master of the Devil Dragon Sword Court for over 100 years. How could she not know the whereabouts of the Devil Dragon puppet? She just didn't want to hand it over. The demonic dragon puppet required a lot of energy, so unless it was absolutely necessary, Lan Mimi didn't want to use it. In that case, our Devil Dragon Sword Court can once again rule the Sword Dynasty? Lan Di Machen said excitedly. That's right. However, we still have to put on an act. I'll go and interrogate Jian Luoying right now. With that, she left the 9th floor of the 9-floored tower and headed to where Jian Luoying was being held captive. What are you doing here? Jian Luoying felt nauseous at the sight of Lan Mimi. She had never hated and despised a person so much. Not only did he send her father to the bloodthirsty sword tomb, he also wanted to send her into the fire pit. Hee, you are also the sovereign's niece. Why would this sovereign harm you? Although the unfettered king was a wastrel, in reality, his talent was even more terrifying than Duga Xingjian's. It was just that he was more lazy and unwilling to cultivate. If you marry him, you will have a lot of glory and wealth. Moreover, he was the sword god's most trusted younger brother and the crown prince's uncle. To be able to marry him, you must have accumulated several lifetimes' worth of good fortune. Why are you so persistent? Beautiful Devil Lan smiled as she sat down and looked at Jian Luoying. All of them added together can't even compare to Ling Xiao. Jian Luoying mocked, the news of Ling Xiao defeating Duga Xingjian has already spread like wildfire. Do you really think I don't know? Facing Duga Xingjian, he was incomparably domineering. What about you? You're facing Duga Xingjian, but you're like a pitiful worm. You can't wait to kneel before him. When Jian Luoying said those words, the worry on her face dissipated slightly. He was obviously pleased with himself. When she was trapped here, the person she thought of the most was naturally her father. However, the only person who could give her hope of survival was Ling Xiao. She really enjoyed the time she spent with Ling Xiao. Although they didn't make love, they only addressed each other as martial sister and junior brother. Their feelings for each other were very sincere. She didn't know why, but she felt that she would definitely be able to escape. And if she did, the one who would come to save her would definitely be Ling Xiao. If it weren't for that tiny bit of hope, she would have committed suicide long ago. Rather than live to be humiliated, it was better to die happily. Don't mention him in front of me. Beautiful Devil Lan suddenly roared as if she had gone mad. If it weren't for him, if it weren't for that Ling Xiao, I wouldn't have to grovel and beg Duga Xingjian to help me. My demon dragon sword court wouldn't have fallen to such a state. That's right, he's become stronger. So strong that it's unbelievable. However, he won't come to save you. You should give up on that thought. Why? Jian Luoying asked. Why? To tell you the truth, Ling Xiao actually disguised himself as the Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor and entered the bloodthirsty sword mound. He wanted to save your father and 9 Defiance Falling Moon. Unfortunately, many people have entered the bloodthirsty sword mound to save others, but not a single one has come out alive. Just accept your fate. There's no other way. What? He went to the bloodthirsty sword mound? Jian Luoying wasn't disappointed when she heard the news. Instead, she was pleasantly surprised. What are you laughing at? Beautiful Devil Lan frowned. Beautiful Devil Lan, have you forgotten what happened to you when you underestimated him? In this world, perhaps only one person can save someone from the bloodthirsty sword mound. That person is Ling Xiao. Jian Luoying smiled confidently. In your dreams. Beautiful Devil Lan suddenly slapped Jian Luoying's face and said, do you think he's a god? With that, she turned and opened the door to leave. Coming here was just for show. In reality, neither 18th Sword nor Jian Luoying knew anything about the demonic dragon puppet. She knew this very well. She was just putting on a show for Duga Xingjian. Sword God City. The battle was still ongoing and was getting more and more intense. The cultivators that came out of the bloodthirsty sword mound were each stronger than the last. Ordinary soldiers couldn't stop them at all. The entire outer city of Sword God City was in chaos. And these people actually planned to go all the way and directly attack the inner city to take Dugu Xingjian's head. Charge! Kill Dugu Xingjian and take revenge. Having just come out, everyone was holding back their anger. No one wanted to leave just like that. In addition, when they were in the outer city, it was as if they had entered a no man's land, so they were naturally a little too complacent. Thus, they had the idea of attacking the inner city. At this time, Ling Xiao and the others just came out of Lord Carefree's residence and heard the sound of the inner city's gate being attacked. A large number of cultivators poured into the inner city. These people are too impatient. Ling Xiao shook his head helplessly. Yeah, they just came out of the bloodthirsty sword mound and haven't fully recovered their strength. To be so anxious to take revenge is simply courting death. 18th Sword also said helplessly. What should we do? Ling Xiao, I'll listen to you. Falling Moon looked at Ling Xiao. Although Jian Fulong was the strongest and most experienced among them, Falling Moon was more willing to listen to Ling Xiao. Master, you and Martial Uncle should return to the Devil Dragon Sword Court first. I'm worried about senior sister Luo Ying's safety. Ling Xiao looked at 18th Sword and Jian Fulong and said. All right. 18th Sword nodded. However, Jian Fulong frowned and said, that bastard Dugu Xingjian has trapped me for 200 years. I can't leave so easily. No matter what, I have to exchange a few moves with him to feel better. Otherwise, I'll suffocate to death. Ling Xiao sighed. He knew that Jian Fulong would be like this. For a straightforward person like Jian Fulong who had been sealed for 200 years, it was only natural that he would want to find his enemy the most after he escaped. Sister Falling Moon, go to the Devil Dragon Sword Court with my master. We can take care of each other. Once we're done here, I'll chase after you. No problem. Anyway, I have nothing else to do now. Since Yan Yu knew the true face of Nine Defying's leader, she naturally wouldn't work for Nine Defying anymore. Since Ling Xiao needed her, she was naturally willing to help. Then let's go. Jian 18 glanced at Yan Yu. The two turned around and flew out of the city. They weren't worried about Ling Xiao's safety. Because Ling Xiao had Jian Fulong by his side. Jian Fulong's strength should be stronger than Dugubajian's. In addition, Ling Xiao was cunning enough. He was the only one who could play tricks on others. It was almost impossible for others to play tricks on him. If he could escape from the bloodthirsty sword tomb, how could a mere sword god city trap him? Kid, what's your purpose in saving those people? Jian Fulong suddenly looked at Ling Xiao and asked. They are an important force in resisting Sword Dynasty. I dare not deceive Senior. I want the Sword Dynasty. Ling Xiao said truthfully. You want it? Jian Fulong was stunned. Although he had thought of many reasons for Ling Xiao's purpose, this was the only thing he hadn't thought of and didn't dare to think of. A 16 or 17-year-old youth actually wanted to rule Sword Dynasty? That's right, I want it. Ling Xiao nodded solemnly. After a long time, Jian Fulong suddenly laughed out loud. I found that you are getting more and more interesting. Alright, then let me wait and see how you will overthrow Sword Dynasty and unify this force. His laughter contained an extremely powerful vital essence, which caused the entire Sword God City to shake continuously. The martial artists in Sword God City looked up at the sky and looked at the two people floating in midair. I don't care. I have been holding it in for 200 years. I must make a big fuss. If I don't smash this Sword God City into smithereens, I won't leave. While speaking, Jian Fulong waved the demonic dragon sword in his hand. A terrifying sword chi flew out and destroyed a part of the inner city wall. Quickly look, it's Jian Fulong. That guy also wants to kill Dugubajian. He's our strongest helper. Everyone, let's work harder and attack the Imperial Palace to capture Dugubajian alive. Seeing Jian Fulong make a move, the martial artists that came out of the bloodthirsty sword tomb became even more excited. They had all witnessed how powerful Jian Fulong was. With the help of such a powerful expert, how could he not be happy? However, at this moment, the Sword God City's defense alarm finally sounded. In the inner city, experts kept pouring out. The most shocking thing was a row of about a dozen terrifying swordback bears. These swordback giant bears were 10 meters tall and had thick skin. It was difficult for swords and sabers to injure them. Moreover, they had boundless strength and could spit flames and release sword chi. They could be described as battle maniacs. That's not a swordback bear, that's a swordback bear puppet. Jian Fulong frowned and said, I didn't expect that Dugubajian that guy actually really developed this thing. 18 of them. All of them are peak sword saint level puppets. Furthermore, compared to sword saint level puppets, they are even more fearless and have stronger vitality. A sword saint level demonic beast puppet. Oh my god, this is the true fighting strength of the sword dynasty. If they had sent these guys to the Dragon Elephant Division back then, I'm afraid the Dragon Elephant Division would have been destroyed. Ling Xiao immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. There's no need to worry. Such powerful demonic beast puppets require a lot of energy. In an expedition, it's already not bad to bring 4 or 5 of them. It's basically impossible to bring a dozen of them. Jian Fulong laughed. As they were talking, the battle had already begun. The swordback giant bear puppet had indeed displayed its overwhelming fighting strength. Although the martial artists that came out of the bloodthirsty sword tomb were very strong. However, they had not fully recovered and couldn't block it at all. Everyone, retreat. If you want revenge, it doesn't matter if it's in a short period of time. Go back and recuperate. There will naturally be a chance. I'll block these monsters for you. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already entered the 3-headed lava hound beast soul transformation state. This beast soul transformation was more useful for large-scale attacks. Scorching hell, meteor fall. Looking at the martial artists that came out of the bloodthirsty sword tomb retreating from the inner city, Ling Xiao directly released Scorching hell. Then, a huge meteor fell from the sky, smashing towards the swordback giant bear puppet. Rumble, after a loud explosion. 4 or 5 of the 18 swordback giant bear puppet had been smashed. In front of Ling Xiao, sword saint level existences were nothing. So powerful. Seeing Ling Xiao's attack, everyone couldn't help but sigh. They couldn't block the swordback giant bear puppet at all. However, Ling Xiao could easily destroy 4 or 5 of them. This was a little too abnormal. Still not leaving? Ling Xiao looked back at those people and sternly shouted. Go. Don't waste young hero Ling's good intentions. Finally, some people began to retreat. However, there was still a portion of them who stayed. They were all stubborn people and felt that it wasn't right for them to run away now. Ling Xiao thought about it and simply ignored them. Anyway, with him and Jian Fulong, even if Dugubajian wanted to kill these people, it was almost impossible. By the time Ling Xiao had killed nearly 10 of the giant bear puppets, Ling Xiao was already dead. The big shots of the Sword Dynasty finally appeared. The experts of the 3 provinces and 6 departments, except for the dead great sages of the Ministry of War and Ministry of Works, all of them came out. Among them, there was also Eunuch Gao who served Dugubajian. Eunuch Gao was the #1 expert among them. That young man should be the one who defeated the crown prince, Ling Xiao. How audacious, he actually dared to come to Sword God City. In Sword God City, there were too many people who had seen Ling Xiao's bounty. It wasn't strange that they recognized Ling Xiao. Who was that older guy? Jian Fulong had been trapped for 200 years, so there weren't many people who could recognize him. Jian Fulong, I didn't expect you to come out after 200 years. Sigh, I had a premonition that something was wrong. But I never expected that the Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor was actually Ling Xiao in disguise. I also didn't expect that little Ling Xiao could really destroy the bloodthirsty sword tomb. Eunuch Gao glanced at Jian Fulong. 200 years ago, he was a little eunuch by Dugubajian's side. 200 years later, he became the #1 expert among the eunuchs. Of course, he recognized Jian Fulong. Little eunuch, I didn't expect you to recognize me. Get Dugubajian to come out. It's too boring to kill trash like you. Jian Fulong sneered. Hey, did you hear that? That Ling Xiao actually destroyed the bloodthirsty sword tomb. That's impossible. Ever since the bloodthirsty sword tomb was established, no enemy has ever come out alive. But they did come out alive and well. From what I heard, those people just now were also taken out from the bloodthirsty sword tomb. Noisy! Eunuch Gao shouted coldly, silencing those who were gossiping. Looking at Jian Fulong, eunuch Gao said, "You're not necessarily a match for me right now. There's no need for His Majesty the Sword God to show himself." "Well, you're welcome to try." Jian Fulong chuckled coldly. The truth was that he knew that without Ling Zhao's healing pills, he wouldn't have been able to recover so quickly. "Sect uncle, why don't you let me handle eunuch Gao?" Ling Xiao was in desperate need of a fight. After all, eunuch Gao was a 4th division life-sizer. Although he wasn't as strong as the Dugu Hegemon, he was definitely stronger than the Dugu Xingjian. Fighting him would definitely improve Yang Qi's cultivation base significantly. "Are you really in such a hurry to get yourself killed, boy?" Eunuch Gao said, looking coldly at Ling Xiao. "I have no idea how you destroyed the bloodthirsty sword sepulchre, but since you're here, none of you will leave here alive." "You think you're strong enough to do that?" Ling Xiao sneered. "You saw how I fought the Dugu Xingjian outside the bloodthirsty sword sepulchre. So what if he's a 4th division life-sizer now? I'm not afraid of him. I beat him to a pulp in the Dragon Mammoth tribe, so I can beat him again." "You might be a bit stronger than him, but that doesn't count for much." Dugu Xingjian and eunuch Gao were nothing. Ling Zhao's words caused the experts from the 3 provinces and 6 tribes to be infuriated. Of course, they were infuriated. However, they didn't dare to underestimate this young man. In less than 2 months, this young man had risen to prominence like a comet, creating one miracle after another. In the Dragon Mammoth tribe, he had killed the great sage from the Ministry of Works, defeated the Dugu Xingjian, and destroyed millions of soldiers. Therefore, although he was arrogant and domineering, he had the right to be. Ha 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 ha. Eunuch Gao's laughter was sharp and piercing to the ears. "Tell me where Sword Sage Bloodthirsty, Sword Sage Frostblood, and Sword Sage Giant are, and I'll spare your life. All I'll do is throw you into the heavenly penitentiary." Clearly, eunuch Gao didn't take Ling Zhao's arrogance to heart. Eunuch Gao was a mighty 4th division life-sizer, so how could he be afraid of a 2nd division life-sizer? "Kill him," Ling Xiao said indifferently. "Killed? Was it done by Jian Fulong?" Eunuch Gao looked at Jian Fulong and asked. "Wrong, I did it," Ling Xiao said. "Impossible. How could you possibly kill the bloodthirsty sword saint?" Eunuch Gao exclaimed. "You talk too much. Since you want to fight, then hurry up and make your move." Ling Xiao was too lazy to continue talking nonsense with this old eunuch. However, before eunuch Gao could say anything, the highest-ranking officer of the martial arts department couldn't hold it in any longer. "Eunuch Gao, there's no need for you to personally deal with such a brat. Let me kill him." As the highest-ranking official of the martial arts province, one of the 3 provinces, his strength was naturally not to be underestimated. He was at the peak of the 3rd division of life-seizing, and was roughly on the same level as Sword Sage Bloodthirsty. Unfortunately, he did not have the bloodthirsty demon sword in his hand. The moment he stepped forward, Ling Xiao moved. He coldly took out the sky demon sword and stabbed out. In the blink of an eye, the sword flashed and a bloody gash appeared on the throat of the martial arts department's highest-ranking officer. Then, the corpse fell to the ground. Dead, a single sword strike had slain a peak 3rd division life-sizer. The bloodthirsty sword saint had the bloodthirsty demon sword, and yet he couldn't even withstand a single blow from me. "Who do you think you are? Do you think you qualify to fight me?" Ling Xiao flicked the blood off the sky demon's sword, then looked coldly at the corpse that had fallen to the ground. Looking back at eunuch Gao, he said, "Bring it on. Other than you, anyone who dares to make a move against me is going to die." "What an arrogant brat," eunuch Gao said, frowning. Flicking his horsetail whisk, he blurred into motion like a bolt of lightning toward Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had killed the highest-ranking official of the martial arts department, and eunuch Gao wanted to kill Ling Xiao with a single blow. Unfortunately, he had overestimated himself. He had also underestimated Ling Xiao. He was only a 4th division life-sizer, with only 50% of the power level of the sea. There was still a huge gap between him and the peak Dugubadian. Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't underestimate an enemy like this. Swapping out the sky demon sword for the revered ice sword, he said. First stance of the monarch hegemon sword, sword cleaves black tortoise province. Wrapped in a cold aura, this sword was released fiercely and domineeringly. The entire sword god city could feel the majesty of a ruler. What? Although eunuch Gao had known all along that Ling Xiao knew how to use the monarch hegemon sword, he was still shocked to see Ling Xiao actually use it. Ling Xiao had already cultivated the monarch hegemon sword to such a level that he was even more familiar with it than the Dugubadian sword. Surprised already? Too early. Frost Wyrm Beast Soul Transformation, Frigid Dragon Breath. As soon as the monarch hegemon sword was unleashed, Ling Xiao transformed into a Frost Wyrm Beast Soul Transformation. Then he opened his mouth and spat out a blast of frigid energy. The revered ice sword was already cold enough to cause the air around it to freeze. Now that eunuch Gao had unleashed the frigid dragon breath, he was caught completely off guard and covered in ice. At the same time, the sword Cleave's Black Tortoise province arrived. Terrifying sword energy slammed into eunuch Gao. Eunuch Gao, a mighty 4th Division life-sizer, was sent flying backward by the sword, where he slammed into a nearby building, causing it to crumble into pieces. Ag! A furious roar came from below as eunuch Gao soared into the air hysterically. His hair was disheveled, and he looked even more bedraggled than before. Blood oozed out of the corners of his mouth. Although he wasn't seriously injured, the fact that he had been sent flying by Ling Xiao was a complete loss of face. That Ling Xiao really is strong. It seems the rumors about him defeating the crown prince weren't just empty words. I can't believe he actually sent eunuch Gao flying. All of the martial artists in Sword God City were deeply worried. The martial arts province's most senior officer had been killed, and eunuch Gao, a 4th Division life-sizer, had been sent flying. Other than the sword god, who else could possibly stop this young man, and it was obvious that the person next to him was even stronger. Could it be that the sword dynasty was really going to change? Are you looking to die, you little brat? Eunuch Gao said angrily. This time, he was even more ferocious than before. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Ling Xiao. However, even as he flew up into the air, Ling Xiao had already prepared himself for this attack. Vajra God Ape Transformation, Invulnerable Vajra, 5 Ghost Secret Magic, Rock Devil. Ling Xiao used every defensive measure he could think of. Then, he put his revered ice sword away. Is he trying to get himself killed? Although Ling Xiao had sent eunuch Gao flying, anyone with a discerning eye could see that eunuch Gao was still much stronger than Ling Xiao. It didn't take long for them to realize what Ling Xiao was trying to do. Eunuch Gao's attack was truly terrifying. The fly-whisk attack caused strange rifts to spread out in the air around it. Ling Xiao's defenses began to crumble. First, the rock devil was destroyed. Then, his invulnerable Vajra was destroyed. A terrifying power seeped into Ling Xiao's body. His potential suddenly erupted at that moment. Eunuch Gao's attack slammed into Ling Xiao. Although the rock devils and invulnerable Vajra were blocking the attack, it was still powerful enough to kill any 3rd-level life-sizer. And yet, Ling Xiao didn't even flinch. He stood there in midair, blood oozing out of his mouth. And yet, he had taken the full brunt of the attack. The royal-class Black Tortoise god body was no joke. Although Ling Xiao wasn't strong enough to unleash the full potential of the Black Tortoise god body, it was more than enough. Your attacks aren't all that impressive, old eunuch. Ling Xiao sneered at eunuch Gao. All of a sudden, 9 serpent heads appeared behind him, spitting out a terrifying toxic mist. Shockingly, the mist was blood-red in color. Eunuch Gao immediately retreated. However, even though he had retreated, the 2 sword saints who had been tainted by the blood-red poisonous fog had died in a painful struggle. Just now, I took that attack head-on, causing my internal organs to be injured, but it also caused the energy in my cultivation C to rise to 60%. Chuckling inwardly, Ling Xiao popped a healing pill into his mouth. Healing pills could easily heal internal injuries, so there was nothing to worry about. Your subordinates are all trash, Dugubadian. Don't tell me you want to watch them all die before you show your face? You were despicable before, but you weren't as cowardly as a mouse. Jian Fulong was also shocked by how strong Ling Xiao was. Even a 4th-level life-sizer couldn't send Ling Xiao flying. This young man really did seem like a man of great destiny. He said he wanted to overthrow the Sword Dynasty. Perhaps Jian Fulong really could lend him a helping hand. In the future, he would have a place in the 9 Supremes. That wasn't even what Jian Fulong was thinking. After all, there was no way Dugubadian would stay put after he shouted. Off in the distance, a figure appeared. It looked as if he had crossed 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. He wore a loose black robe embroidered with dragons and phoenixes at the edges. His long black hair floated behind his head. His every movement exuded a domineering aura that no one dared to underestimate. His appearance was rather handsome, but not delicate and pretty. Instead, he had a cold and callous face. Even though he was an enemy, Ling Xiao couldn't help but praise him. He really looked very manly. Dugubajian's appearance caused the entire Sword God city to burst into cheers. They feared Ling Xiao and Jian Fulong. Only Dugubajian could make them feel at ease. As the emperor, Dugubajian lived in seclusion and left all matters to his son and ministers. Therefore, not many people had seen his true appearance. At this time, Long Yan was furious. As for Jian Fulong and Ling Xiao, they didn't show any signs of backing off. They stood in the air, facing off against Dugubajian. Jian Fulong's expression turned serious. He didn't dare to underestimate the man who controlled the Sword Dynasty. After all, he was also at the peak of the 4th division of life seizing. Actually, he didn't have much of a chance of winning. At most, it was 50-50. Old friend, it's been 200 years, but your appearance still hasn't changed. Dugubajian looked at Jian Fulong and laughed. Humph, bullshit. You're the one who gave me this blood-red skin. That said, it's time for you to wake up. You didn't turn me into a blood devil. Shouldn't you be disappointed? Jian Fulong snorted coldly. You're right, Dugubajian said. When I heard that you were released, I was actually terrified. Sadly, you're not the same person you used to be. Eunuch Gao was right about one thing. After 200 years, you're not as strong as you used to be. You're not a match for me. Dugubajian continued to stare at Jian Fulong and Ling Xiao, as if there was nothing in the world that could cause him fear. Looking over at Ling Xiao, he said, come to think of it, as far as I'm concerned, this brat is even more of a threat than you are. Ah, Ling Xiao. Ah, Ling Xiao. I really underestimated you. Actually, when the Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor arrived at the Sword God City, I already suspected your identity. That's why I purposely let you enter the bloodthirsty sword tomb. Initially, I thought that if you dare to rebel, you'll be trapped there forever, just like Jian Fulong. However, I miscalculated. I really didn't expect that you could turn the bloodthirsty sword tomb upside down and release so many troublesome fellows. What do you think? Are you willing to join hands with me and rule the world together? I need a talent like you. Dugubajian's words came from the bottom of his heart. Ling Xiao had indeed surprised him. When he first paid attention to Ling Xiao, it was actually because he heard Demon Supremacy Lan Mei's complaints. However, at that time, he really didn't take Ling Xiao seriously. He thought that Ling Xiao was just a rebellious youth. He could just send a few people to deal with him. However, after that, Ling Xiao killed Tianjue Wang and Dugu Xiong in the Ice Supremacy Forbidden Land. This made him furious. After that, he did those earth-shattering things in the Dragon Elephant tribe. He really had a whole new level of respect for Ling Xiao. And today, Ling Xiao actually destroyed the bloodthirsty sword tomb that the Sword Dynasty had painstakingly built and released so many terrifying existences. He could no longer look down on Ling Xiao. Therefore, in his heart, Ling Xiao was even more terrifying than Jian Fulong. Sorry, I'm not interested. Hearing Dugubajian's words, Ling Xiao gently shook his head and said, what I want is the entire Sword Dynasty, not to share it with a despicable person like you. My senior uncle Jian Fulong's bitter experience is a perfect example. You dare to reject me? Dugubajian's voice suddenly turned cold. So what if I reject you? Sooner or later, this world will be mine. Ling Xiao said loudly. Sooner or later, this world will be mine. Everyone was shocked by his words. In front of Dugubajian, the sword god, Ling Xiao didn't hide his true thoughts. He's crazy. He's completely crazy. Does he really think that just because Eunuch Gao didn't kill him, he can escape the sword god's wrath? Back in Sword God City, the martial artists of the Sword Dynasty were so angry that their faces turned red as they cursed Ling Xiao. However, the martial artists who had just emerged from the bloodthirsty sword tomb were having different thoughts. What a domineering young man. No wonder he destroyed the bloodthirsty sword tomb and saved us. From now on, we'll follow him. That's right. He's only in the 2nd division of the life-seizing level, yet he killed a 3rd division sword sage. And then he fought a 4th division eunuch Gao. He's definitely the most powerful genius in all of history. Dugubajian isn't even fit to carry his shoes. All of them were determined to follow Ling Xiao and conquer the world. Even as the discussion continued, Dugubajian made his move. His target, however, was not Jian Fulong, but Ling Xiao. He moved with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, he was right behind Ling Xiao. Perhaps death will be the end for you, young man. Farewell, your talent will also be buried in the yellow earth. As he spoke, Dugubajian's hands didn't stop moving. He watched as Ling Xiao was crushed by Dugubajian's fist. Jian Fulong wanted to save him, but it was too late. Jian Fulong was a straightforward person, and he never expected Dugubajian to attack Ling Xiao. If it were him, he would never attack a junior. He roared and charged at Dugubajian. He couldn't even protect a junior. He was pissed. Dugubajian calmly turned around to block the attack. The bloodthirsty demon sword appeared in his hand. Without any fancy moves, he clashed with Jian Fulong's sword. Rumble, a terrifying explosion rang out in the sky. Many martial artists fainted, and the entire Sword God City trembled. The two terrifying sword energies clashed in the air. In the end, Dugubajian came out on top. Dugubajian had the bloodthirsty demon sword, a treasure-grade emperor item. Jian Fulong, on the other hand, only had the demon dragon sword, a high-grade emperor item. In terms of cultivation base, the two were almost equal. But in terms of weapons, they were far apart. After 5 or 6 minutes of fighting, the two of them retreated at the same time. Dugubajian retreated 3 steps, while Jian Fulong retreated more than 10. Blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. What a surprise, Dugubajian said. In such a short time, you've recovered to the peak of the 4th level of life-seizing. Who could possibly have such a miraculous ability? Although Dugubajian wasn't injured, he didn't have it easy. He was confident that he could defeat Jian Fulong with the bloodthirsty demon sword, but he would be seriously injured after the fight. That was why he hated the person who had helped Jian Fulong recover. Your Majesty, watch out! At this moment, eunuch Gao suddenly cried out in alarm. When Dugubajian heard the shout, he sensed a scorching aura behind him. He instinctively tried to flee. But he was too slow. The mystical flame scorched one of his arms black. In just a short moment, only the bones were left. He had no choice but to cut off his left arm. He turned to look at the person who had attacked him. Ling Xiao. You're not dead. What a joke. You think you can kill me? His title was quite scary. Sword God? In other words, he was only in the 4th division of the life-seizing level. You haven't reached the point where you can kill me just because you want me dead. Not unless you're a 5th division life-sizer. Ling Xiao stood there unscathed. Just now, his Taiji I had already captured Dugubajian's weak killing intent, so he directly used his Golden Phoenix incarnation. What Dugubajian had destroyed was only the Golden Phoenix incarnation, not him. Despicable. Eunuch Gao roared. I'm despicable? Ha 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 ha, what a joke. Wasn't it your sword god who ambushed me first? Ling Xiao laughed and said, Dugubajian, are you afraid? You were afraid that I would surpass you, so you wanted to kill me. It's a pity that it's too late now. Not to mention that Senior Jian Fulong is here today. Even if he wasn't here, you can forget about killing me. Dugubajian coldly looked at Ling Xiao, his eyes filled with terrifying killing intent. Ling Xiao was truly a fellow that gave him an incomparable headache. As for the martial artists in Sword God City, looks of terror appeared on their faces. What was going on? His Majesty the Sword God had ambushed Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao hadn't been hurt in the slightest. Ling Xiao had ambushed His Majesty the Sword God, but had destroyed one of his arms. They didn't understand what was happening in this world. From the look of things, Ling Xiao hadn't been joking when he said he wanted to overthrow the Sword Dynasty. He really did have what it took to do that. The fact that His Majesty the Sword God wasn't attacking meant that he had run out of options to deal with Ling Xiao. The martial artists from Sword God Hall were all imagining things. After all, Dugubajian was their only hope. He was their backbone. He was the ruler of the Sword Dynasty. If he couldn't do it, then who could? Let's go, sect uncle. Ling Xiao said coolly, looking at Jian Fulong. This time, Jian Fulong didn't refuse. In the battle with Dugubajian just now, he was actually at a disadvantage, so there was no need to continue trying. Only by restoring his former cultivation base could he truly seek revenge on Dugubajian. Moreover, Ling Xiao's performance had greatly shocked him. So much so that when he heard Ling Xiao's words, he was actually subconsciously willing to listen. Dugubajian, you should guard the Sword Dynasty well. Soon, I will come and take it away. A person like you doesn't have the qualifications to rule this land. After saying that, he turned around and left in a carefree manner. Dugubajian didn't stop him, but his face was gloomy. By relying on the bloodthirsty demon sword, he could defeat Jian Fulong. However, with the addition of the cunning Ling Xiao, who was a headache to deal with, there was no way to fight. So what if he didn't let Ling Xiao go? That kind of result would only cause Sword God City to be destroyed and his painstaking efforts to completely fail. I'll be waiting. Gritting his teeth, Dugubajian said, since you look down on the Sword God, then I'll show you how strong I am. He had been in the peak of the 4th division of life seizing for many years now, and had recently begun to show signs of a breakthrough. Therefore, when news of the bloodthirsty Sword Sepulchre's destruction reached the Imperial Palace, he hadn't immediately left. After all, he needed to work on his cultivation and attempt a breakthrough. But Jian Fulong's appearance had forced him to come out. And now, he could sense that his breakthrough was imminent. After all, his most terrifying opponent wasn't Jian Fulong, but rather, Ling Xiao. I can't believe His Majesty Sword God actually let Ling Xiao go. Duh. His arm was burned. Even His Majesty Sword God would be severely weakened. There's no way he could keep Ling Xiao here. Bullshit. How could His Majesty the Sword God possibly lose? It's just an arm. It's not a big deal. If His Majesty were to show his might, forget Ling Xiao, even that guy called Jian Fulong would die. Why don't you tell me why he let Ling Xiao go? Isn't it because he knows he can't beat him? What do you know? His Majesty Sword God is obviously playing a game of chess. He must have his own plans. Don't tell me you think you're more brilliant than His Majesty Sword God. As everyone discussed the matter, Ling Xiao, Jian Fulong, and the other martial artists who had escaped from the bloodthirsty Sword Sepulchre began to leave. Dugubajian turned and headed back to the imperial city. To an emperor, the humiliation he had suffered today was a major blow. Therefore, he desperately wanted to improve his cultivation base. Once he was in the 5th division of life seizing, Ling Xiao and Jian Fulong wouldn't be a problem at all. Young hero Ling, you're truly a valiant warrior, Dugubajian said excitedly. I admire you, and would like to work for you. Please accept my offer. Even before leaving Sword God City, some of the martial artists from the bloodthirsty Sword Sepulchre had already gathered around Ling Xiao. If you really want to help me, why don't you head to the Dragon Mammoth tribe? That's my headquarters. When the day comes, I'll definitely need your help. With so many experts joining him, it would make up for the battle prowess of the 8 Immortals' kingdom. How could Ling Xiao possibly refuse? Many thanks for taking us in, Your Majesty. Jian Fulong smiled bitterly. I thought that 200 years later, it would be this old man's world. I didn't expect that today's glory would be snatched away by you. Even Dugubajian feels that you are more of a threat than this old man. At this time, Jian Fulong really admired Ling Xiao to the point of prostrating himself on the ground. Previously, he more or less had the thought of taking advantage of his seniority. But now, that thought no longer existed. This world can only belong to you. This old man is also willing to contribute to you. Jian Fulong said in a deep voice. He was very serious. Senior uncle is overpraising me. If you weren't here, Dugubajian wouldn't have let me go so easily today. Ling Xiao shook his head. Overbearing, yet humble. This old man really likes your character. Jian Fulong laughed heartily. If senior uncle is really willing to help this junior take down the Sword Dynasty, or even the world of the 9 Supremes, this junior is naturally willing to accept. Ling Xiao also said seriously. The world of the Nine Supremes. Jian Fulong sucked in a breath of cold air. He thought that Ling Xiao was only thinking about the Sword Dynasty. He didn't expect that Ling Xiao was thinking about the entire Nine Supremes. If he knew that Ling Xiao's great ambition was to unify the mystic world, how shocked would he be? Are you sure? The Sword Dynasty is only the weakest among the Nine Supremes. Even if you really take down the Sword Dynasty, it's impossible to contend against the other 8. Your idea is a little bold, Jian Fulong said after being shocked for a long time. So what? When I just stepped foot into the Sword Dynasty, who would have thought that a young man from a remote kingdom like me would possess the formidable strength to look down upon the Sword Dynasty? When Ling Xiao said this, he looked proudly into the distance. The emperor's aura that was naturally released really stunned Jian Fulong. He had the bloodline of the human king in his body. The human king was the founder of the sacred dynasty, the only person who had unified the mystic world. Ling Xiao's emperor's qi was naturally not weak. Good. Since this is the case, I, Jian Fulong, will risk my life to accompany you and work hard together with you. Jian Fulong no longer dared to doubt Ling Xiao's ambition. Just like that, the two of them chatted and laughed as they walked past the thousands of soldiers and horses. They left Sword God City as if no one else was present. In history, no one had ever been able to come out of the bloodthirsty Sword Mound. No one could walk out of Sword God City alive after offending the emperor of the Sword Dynasty. But today, Ling Xiao did it. The people he had rescued from the bloodthirsty Sword Tomb had all walked out of Sword God City alive. The royal family's reputation had been swept to the ground. Eunuch Gao, what do we do now? Are we just going to watch them leave? If news of this were to spread, where would the Sword Dynasty's face go? What about the royal family's face? An elderly sword saint roared angrily. So what? His Majesty didn't say anything, so what can we do? We can't even defeat Ling Xiao, let alone Jian Fulong. We'll only be courting death if we make a move. Eunuch Gao said with a sharp voice, but don't forget, His Majesty is about to break through and that old ancestor is about to see the light of day again. What Ling Xiao, what Jian Fulong, they're all grasshoppers after autumn. They won't be able to jump around for more than a few days. You only need to remember today's humiliation and pay it back double in the future. What secret does Eunuch Gao know? Someone asked. That's right, I know, but I can't say it. It's the Sword Dynasty's biggest secret. Just you wait. In the future, not only will the Sword Dynasty be ours, even the other forces of the Nine Supremes will have to bow down to us. Eunuch Gao was like a defeated rooster, but now, this rooster seemed to have thought of something and became proud again. He turned around and returned to the imperial city to serve Cultivation. However, no matter what he said, what happened in Sword God City was still spread by various scouts. Within a day, it spread thousands of miles away, even tens of thousands of miles away. Jian Fulong's resurrection was bound to be big news. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, would become the center of attention of the world. Dragon Elephant Tribe, 8 Immortals Nation's headquarters. Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix, Emperor Dragon Elephant, and others sat there, discussing the recent military training. Suddenly, Dragon Elephant sighed and said, Ling Xiao has been in Sword God City for a few days now. Why is there no news at all? Will there be any problems? Don't talk nonsense, you jinx. Ling Xiao is a smart guy, what problems can he have? Don't worry, Falling Moon will be rescued. Bai Fong shouted. Haha, I was wrong. Dragon Elephant hurriedly apologized. Dragon Elephant may be a jinx, but that's the bloodthirsty Sword Tomb. No one has ever gone in to rescue someone and come out alive. I'm afraid, sigh. Bah. Dao sighed and said something that no one was willing to mention, but it was incomparably cruel and true. Moreover, even if Falling Moon and the others are rescued, can he escape from Sword God City? Dugubajian will not let him go so easily. Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix said helplessly, disguising himself is only temporary. If he wants to succeed, it depends on his strength. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the command center became abnormally oppressive. Suddenly, a figure rushed in from outside, giving everyone a fright. There's news, big news. The person who came was Wolf Fong, a member of the Sharp Blade Special Forces. Speak quickly. Xianxia urged. Yes, according to the report, the bloodthirsty sword mound was destroyed earlier today, and the 10,000 prisoners inside all escaped. Some people even saw an old man and a young man fighting against Cultivation. That young man is our Emperor Ling Xiao, and that old man is the demon lord Jian Fulong from Devil Dragon Sword Court 200 years ago. Jian Fulong. That old man is still alive. Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix shouted excitedly. Senior, don't interrupt. Xianxia smiled bitterly. Okay, continue. Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix said. Wolf Fang continued. During the battle, Cultivation ambushed the emperor, but the emperor gave him a taste of his own medicine and completely burned his left arm. After that, the emperor and Jian Fulong brought the experts who escaped from the bloodthirsty sword tomb and left Sword God City. Cultivation did not stop them. Ha ha ha, I knew it. That kid is lucky. It's impossible for him to die. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Longxiang finally laughed out loud. Hee, I wonder who said that he was worried that Ling Xiao would die. Bai Fang rolled his eyes at Longxiang. But to be honest, this news is really unexpected. The emperor is indeed someone with the fortune of an emperor. He actually destroyed the bloodthirsty sword tomb and saved so many people. Oh right, is Falling Moon among these people? Bai Fang suddenly asked. Yes, but Falling Moon and Jian 18 went to Devil Dragon Sword Court first. It should be because of Jian Sakura. It's good that we've rescued her. I think the emperor will most likely rush to the Demon Dragon Sword Court. Alright, everyone, let's not sit here and chat. Let's get down to business. I know you guys are worried about the emperor these days, so you don't even have the energy to do things. But now, the emperor is fine. Let's get back to work. The Draco Elephant Emperor nodded and said. The originally oppressive atmosphere instantly became cheerful. Everyone went out to get busy. Compared to before, they were much more motivated. In the village closest to the Demon Dragon Sword Court, 2 people were drinking tea. This was the only way to leave the Demon Dragon Sword Court. Before Ling Xiao joined the Demon Dragon Sword Court, he also met Jin Feng Qiqi here. The ones drinking tea were Jian 18 and Yan Yu. The 2 of them rushed day and night and finally arrived here the next day. However, because they didn't understand the situation of the Demon Dragon Sword Court, they didn't immediately enter. They only caught a disciple of the Demon Dragon Sword Court and found out some information. Dugu Xingjian gave Lan Mei 3 days to hand over the Demon Dragon puppet. It seems that the main purpose of the Sword God Hall setting this marriage contract is not for Luoying, but for the Demon Dragon puppet. Jian 18 analyzed, it's already the 2nd day. Tomorrow is the day Lan Mei will hand over the Demon Dragon puppet. What do you think? Yan Yu thought for a moment and said, in my opinion, the reason why the Sword God dynasty still has the Demon Dragon Sword Court is most likely because of the Demon Dragon puppet. Tomorrow, regardless of whether Lan Mei hands over the Demon Dragon puppet or not, a battle is inevitable. When the time comes, we'll take advantage of the situation and rescue Luoying? Jian 18 suddenly said. That's right. Only tomorrow is the best opportunity. Right now, the Demon Dragon Sword Court is heavily guarded. If we enter, we'll definitely encounter Dugu Xingjian and Unfettered King. Those 2 are very powerful. We can deal with Unfettered King, but we definitely can't deal with Dugu Xingjian. Yan Yu nodded. The next morning. The chaos that Jian 18 and Yan Yu imagined did not happen. The strangest thing was that the wedding procession actually came out of the Demon Dragon Sword Court. As the groom, Unfettered King wore a beautiful red robe and rode on a 7-colored jade horse. This rainbow jade horse didn't have much strength, but it was very beautiful. Moreover, it was extremely rare, so it was deeply loved by the nobles. When the bridegroom fetched the bride, he liked to ride the 7-colored jade horse. Beside him was Dugu Xingjian, who was riding a ferocious demonic beast. Behind them sat the bridal sedan chair of the bride, Sakura Sword. Shockingly, the 8 people carrying the sedan chair were all 1st Division life-seizing sword emperors. Standing around the sedan chair were the red orb guards that Dugu Xingjian had brought with him. The weakest among them was a sword emperor, while the strongest 4 were actually sword saints. One was more handsome than the other, and one was more enchanting than the other. This standard was a little too high. Behind them was the demonic dragon sword court's team. Lan Mimi and Lan Di Machen were both there, as well as a large amount of dowry. Such a team was too eye-catching. All the martial artists along the way turned to look. Logically speaking, with such a strong team, it was impossible for anyone to cause trouble. 1 sword god, 5 sword saints, and more than 10 sword emperors. There were also many sword emperors and sword kings. No matter who came, they would all die. However, at this moment, on the path they had to pass through, in that small village, there were 2 people who were preparing to make a move. It seems that Lan Mimi gave the demonic dragon puppet to Dugu Xingjian, Sword 17 said. That's why Dugu Xingjian didn't kill her. She's already given up on the demonic dragon sword court. She's ready to become a dog for the sword god hall. Sword 18th sighed. Lan Mimi's actions were becoming more and more disappointing. Falling Moon, Sword 17 said, will definitely die trying to save her. But Sakura Sword is my child, and I have to save her. Stay here and wait for my big brother and Ling Xiao to get here. If it's possible, avenge me. As a father, Sword 18th couldn't just stand by and watch as his daughter was thrown into a fiery pit. What are you talking about again? Didn't we already discuss this yesterday? Falling Moon shook her head. Your problems are Ling Xiao's problems, and Ling Xiao's problems are my problems. Jian Luoying is Ling Xiao's elder sister, so there's no way I'm not going to save her. Besides, I picked up this life of mine. Even if I die, it won't be a pity. Sword 18th was about to say something, but Falling Moon cut him off. There's no need to say anything more. I've already made up my mind. You can't stop me. Sword 18th was stunned. But then, he felt incredibly moved. Ling Xiao's friends were truly loyal and affectionate. What right does Jian Luoying have, she said. I'm much prettier than her, and much stronger. What right does she have to marry into the king's mansion, while I'm stuck here in the abandoned demonic dragon sword court? Suddenly, a voice rang out from nearby. It was a female cultivator from the demonic dragon sword court, and she was much stronger than Jian Luoying. Despite Jian Luoying's outstanding performance, she had only reached the late 18 hells of the Yinyang realm. She, on the other hand, was a life-sizer. In terms of strength, she was stronger than Jian Luoying. In terms of looks, she was confident that she surpassed Jian Luoying. The only thing that made her inferior to Jian Luoying was her status. But Jian Luoying was nothing more than the daughter of Sword 18th, a traitor of the demonic dragon sword court. She wasn't convinced. Actually, there were quite a few people who felt the same way. Marrying into the king's mansion was something that countless people dreamed of. And King Carefree was so handsome that he could be described as a jade-faced gentleman. He was handsome, had high status, and was a prince. It was only natural that many women would fall for him. Although, I still prefer His Highness the Crown Prince. It's too bad His Highness the Crown Prince already has a consort. Otherwise, he'd take a liking to me. Stop dreaming. Do you know who His Highness the Crown Prince is? He's even more powerful than King Carefree. He's going to be the successor to the throne. Do you think you're worthy? AI. More sighs could be heard. It seemed that marrying the unfettered king or marrying Dugu Xingjian was an incomparably happy and glorious thing for countless women. And yet, in Jian Luoying's heart, there was one person who couldn't compare to either of them. And that person was none other than Ling Xiao. If she had to marry someone, she would rather marry a peerless genius like Ling Xiao than join the king's mansion. What a bunch of idiots. Do they really think that marrying into the king's mansion is going to be a good thing? If they knew what King Carefree did to those women, they wouldn't be so excited. Listening to the discussions around him, Jian 18 felt deeply anxious for the intelligence of these women. There's no need to get angry, Falling Moon said. They're just frogs at the bottom of a well. How could they possibly know so much? Smiling, Falling Moon said, the troops are getting closer. Should we make a move? Wait a bit longer. Sword 18th said nervously. He knew that it wouldn't be easy to save his daughter. Attack. I'll attack King Carefree and distract them. You help me save Sakura. Sword 18th said, and then he shot forward. All of a sudden, the bridal procession came to a stop. Everyone watched as a figure lunged toward King Carefree. This person's speed was extremely fast, and his impact was extremely powerful. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of King Carefree. "Do you need me to help, Uncle King?" Dugu Xingjian said, looking at Sword 18th with disinterest. "There's no need for that. Today is my wedding day. I can't believe someone would try to assassinate me." King Carefree leaped off his 7-colored jade horse and flew toward Sword 18th. Not only was he not afraid of an assassination attempt, he even took the initiative. Bam, 2 swords slammed into each other in midair. Sword light shot out in all directions, and a series of booms rang out. While everyone was focused on the fight, Falling Moon finally made her move. In the blink of an eye, she was inside the bridal sedan chair. Sword 18th's face lit up with delight. If he could save Xianxia, he could think of a way to escape. All he had to do was hold off the pursuers. "Are you happy? Too bad you're going to be disappointed." King Carefree looked at Sword 18th with a smile. Before Sword 18th could understand what he meant, he saw Falling Moon flying backward, blood spraying out of her mouth. Of all the people who could injure her, at the very least, were sword sages. After all, she was a 3rd division life-sizer. "Sword 18th, run. We've been tricked." It was a trap. Falling Moon shouted as she retreated. "That's not Xianxia in the sedan chair." Even as she spoke, she disappeared into the crowd. By this point, the sedan chair had already been destroyed by the fight between the two. Now, the occupants were revealed. Crown Princess. Shockingly, the Crown Princess was sitting in the sedan chair. "Sword 18th, I knew someone would come to save Xianxia, but I never would have guessed it would be you too. Tell me, what's going on here? How did you escape from the bloodthirsty sword barrow?" Dugu Xingjian laughed heartily, but then his expression turned unsightly. He was laughing because his plan had worked. His expression was ugly because he had seen 2 people he shouldn't have seen. Sword 18 didn't flee. Since his surprise attack had failed, he could only stall for time. He landed on the ground and looked at Dugu Xingjian. "Do you want to know?" It was actually very simple. Someone destroyed the bloodthirsty sword mound and we escaped. Bullshit. No one in this world can destroy the bloodthirsty sword tomb, and no one can escape from Sword God City. Dugu Xingjian shouted. "You've seen the truth, yet you still refuse to believe it? In this world, perhaps most people can't do such a thing, but there is one person who can." Sword 18 sneered. "Who?" "You know him." "Impossible. Could it be him?" Dugu Xingjian immediately thought of Ling Xiao. Of all the people he had met, only Ling Xiao was an opponent that he could not let go of. "It seems you guessed right," Sword 18 sneered. "That's right. It's him, the Emperor of the Kingdom of the 8 Immortals, the future destroyer of the Sword Dynasty." "Ling Xiao, what's interesting is that you fought him at the entrance of the bloodthirsty sword mound, and yet you didn't recognize him?" Sword 18 sneered. "So that Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix was actually Ling Xiao in disguise. How hateful. If I'd known, I would never have let him into the bloodthirsty sword mound alive." Ever since his breakthrough, Dugu Xingjian had always wanted to get revenge on Ling Xiao. And yet, Ling Xiao had walked right in front of him, and he hadn't recognized him. What a failure. "Why are there only you, Falling Moon, and Ling Xiao here?" Dugu Xingjian asked. "Speaking of which, why don't you worry about Sword God City and your imperial father? Ling Xiao and the 10,000 life seizers who were released from the bloodthirsty sword mound are causing havoc in Sword God City." Sword 18 chuckled. In order to buy time, it didn't matter what Dugu Xingjian asked, Sword 18 answered truthfully. He guessed that if Ling Xiao and Jian Fulong left Sword God City, they would definitely rush over here. The more time he could buy, the more hope he had. "Them?" Dugu Xingjian said coldly. "I bet they're all dead by now." Dugu Xingjian sneered. "You don't understand how terrifying my father is." "Oh really? I have a feeling he'll show up soon. Didn't you say you wanted to kill him? Don't lose to him again. If you do, you won't even have a chance to escape. The only thing that awaits you is death." Sword 18 continued. "So, you're waiting for Ling Xiao?" Fine. I won't kill you. I'll capture you alive and beat you half to death. Then I'll wait for Ling Xiao to show up. Dugu Xingjian had never planned to fight Sword 18, considering how boring it was. But right now, he wanted to vent his frustrations. Sorry, Uncle Wang, Sword 18 said. I'll borrow your opponent for a moment. With that, he leaped into the air. Like a god descending to the mortal world, the onlookers burst into cheers. Both men and women were screaming. Men worshipped his strength, his talent, his power, and his status. Women worshipped everything about him. Falling Moon, this is between me and Dugu Xingjian. Don't interfere. Leave quickly. Sword 18 said loudly. He took out his long sword and pointed it at Dugu Xingjian. No matter how powerful his opponent was, he couldn't avoid this battle for his daughter. Among the crowd, Falling Moon had retracted all of her aura. But she didn't run away. Instead, she was searching for Jian Luoying. The crown princess was sitting in the sedan, but Jian Luoying must be in the group. Otherwise, there was no point in sending the bride away. She didn't leave after hearing Sword 18's words. No matter what, she had to rescue Jian Luoying. She couldn't let Sword 18 die in vain. She knew very well that Sword 18 was no match for Dugu Xingjian, so she had to be faster. Everyone's eyes were focused on Dugu Xingjian and Sword 18. That gave Falling Moon the best opportunity. Sword 18 was much older than Dugu Xingjian. Although his cultivation wasn't as high as Dugu Xingjian's, he didn't show the slightest sign of fear. As a veteran of the demonic dragon sword court, he naturally had his own pride. The moment he held his long sword, he was like an unsheathed sword. His aura was sharp to the extreme. Who's that? I've never seen him before. Sword 18 hadn't left his residence for over 100 years, so very few people knew him. I don't know, but he looks very strong. Will His Highness be all right? Nonsense. Who do you think His Highness is? How could he lose to a nobody? The appearance of Sword 18 had piqued everyone's interest. Wasn't it fun to challenge the crown prince? Of course, most of them wanted to see him make a fool of himself, and how he would be defeated by the crown prince. I'll give you a chance, Sword 18. Join the Sword Dynasty. That way, you and your daughter can be reunited. Otherwise, you should know what my royal uncle is capable of. Your daughter, Jian Luoying, is in his hands, and will be begging for death. Heh. Don't expect Ling Xiao to come save you. Even if he does, he's not a match for me. Dugu Xingjian's words were filled with mockery. He loved to see people angry and in pain. It gave him a lot of pleasure. He was already pissed off at Ling Xiao, and now he wanted to start with Sword 18. After all, Sword 18 was Ling Xiao's master. However, Sword 18's expression wasn't as unsightly as Dugu Xingjian had expected. Of course, Sword 18 knew exactly what Dugu Xingjian was talking about. Join the Sword Dynasty? Was that even possible? Compromising with the enemy would only result in one becoming neither a human nor a ghost. His eldest brother, Jian Dragonslayer, was a perfect example of that. Since he had already expected this, how could he lose control of his emotions because of this? Don't tell me you're all talk, Dugu Xingjian? Sword 18 chuckled coldly, unleashing the true energy of a 3rd division life-sizer. Terrifying energy surged out in all directions. Oh? 3rd division life-sizer? You're actually stronger than that piece of trash lawn May Devil. But is that going to work? Dugu Xingjian said disdainfully. I'm not done yet, Sword 18 said. There are some things I never planned to use. But for my daughter, I have to. Sword 18 waved his hand and a pitch-black pill appeared in his hand. The pill emitted a very unpleasant aura, like that of a fiend. A wretch devil possession pill. I can't believe you have something like that. Dugu Xingjian frowned, then chuckled coldly. If you use the wretch devil possession pill, you'll be 10 times as strong as before. But I'm afraid that the price is also huge. As far as I know, this medicine is extremely poisonous. After using it, one's body would be corroded by lethal poison. Even though one wouldn't die, one's cultivation would plummet, and one's body would be paralyzed. In order to save your daughter, you really went all out. But is it worth it? Sword 18th didn't say anything as the wretched devil possession pill entered his body. His skin was gradually turning black. Strange black runes appeared in his eyes. Ugly tattoos also appeared on his face. It looked extremely ferocious and terrifying. But at the same time, his aura also increased tenfold, becoming even more powerful. The effect of this pill was very similar to Ling Zhao's bloody rat demon. Although it wasn't as crazy as the bloody rat demon, the side effects seemed to be even greater and more serious. As long as I can kill you, so what if I, the 18th sword, become a real demon? For the sake of his daughter, he had no choice but to fight. He didn't know if Ling Xiao and Jian Fulong could leave Sword God City alive. Right now, he was the only one who could save his daughter. With that, he did not waste any time. With a flick of his sword, he launched an attack. The wretched devil possession pill only lasted for a limited amount of time, and he couldn't afford to waste it. After all, he had no idea when the side effects of the pill would cause him to collapse. He held nothing back. Sword 18th sword was using nearly 100% of his power. He had already cut off all means of retreat, and had no way out. Unless he died, he wouldn't back down. Sword 18th sword was already incredibly strong, and now that he was 10 times as strong, he was almost as strong as a 4th division life-sizer. He blurred into motion, like a ghost or a devil. The onlookers couldn't even tell if he was real or not. What terrifying speed. Since he dared to challenge His Highness the Crown Prince, he's not completely hopeless. I can't even follow him with my eyes. He's so fast. Not even Devil Paragon Lan Mei Devil can compare to him. Everyone was stupefied. The 18th sword had given them too much of a surprise. Moments ago, they had assumed that Sword 18th sword wouldn't be a match for His Highness the Crown Prince. But now, it seemed that even the Crown Prince wouldn't be able to kill him in a short time. Sword of Gravity. 100,000 times gravity. Sword 18th sword unleashed a martial soul attack as he closed in on Dugu Xingjian. His martial soul was the same as Sword Sakura's, a martial soul of gravity. Instantly, a terrifying gravitational force erupted from the ground, causing streams of black energy to swirl around him. Even the ground beneath him began to sink in. Meanwhile, Dugu Xingjian was falling toward the ground. So, that's your martial soul, huh? Yang Qi said. That said, a person's strength isn't determined by their martial soul. As Dugu Xingjian fell, a cold smile could be seen on his face. A sword martial soul appeared behind him. Then, a sword appeared in his hand. He waved it toward the ground. As the sword energy passed through it, it was as if the gravitational force had been severed, making it completely ineffective against Dugu Xingjian. It doesn't matter how you struggle, Sword 18th, Dugu Xingjian said. It's useless. Let me show you what a true sword god looks like. Now that he was free of the gravitational force, Dugu Xingjian poured his true energy into his sword. Then he stabbed it out. Monarch Hegemon sword, sword cleaves Xuanwu Prefecture. As soon as the sword stabbed out, a huge hole suddenly appeared in the ground. The ground shook continuously. Xiaoyao King's rainbow jade horse was frightened out of its wits and was quickly stored in his beast ring. The cracks on the ground continued to extend as the sword energy soared through the air. The trees on both sides of the road were swept into the sword energy and completely crushed. Boom, Sword 18th swung his sword and blocked Dugu Xingjian's sword energy. However, in that instant, Sword 18th, who had been closing in on Dugu Xingjian, was pushed back several hundred meters. Although he wasn't injured, he was in a very bad situation. He wanted to end the battle quickly, but he couldn't get close to Dugu Xingjian. Dugu Xingjian was clearly toying with him. Damn it! Is the gap between us really that big? I can't even get close to him after using the demonic possession pill. Sword 18th's arm was still trembling violently. Dugu Xingjian's attack was too powerful. Whether it was the power or the accuracy, it was breathtaking. The people in the bridal procession burst into cheers. The onlookers also shouted excitedly. They were all fans of Dugu Xingjian, the crown prince. When they saw Dugu Xingjian push back the demonic Sword 18th, they were naturally excited. Did you see that? That's the crown prince's strength. Who in the world can be his match? That's right. It seems that the rumors are false. Everyone said that the crown prince lost to a guy called Ling Xiao. It's probably just a rumor. What bullshit, Ling Xiao. I don't know where this clown came from. He probably made up such rumors to raise his status. It's not like this hasn't happened before. In the end, the person who spread the rumors was killed in one move by His Highness the Crown Prince. He was of no help at all. Yes, yes, yes. Dugu Xingjian was naturally pleased to hear this discussion. So much so that even he himself felt that his defeat to Ling Xiao was completely fake. He's no match for Ling Xiao, right? Empress Lan looked at Lan Mimi. It has nothing to do with us. Whether it's Ling Xiao or Dugu Xingjian, they must die. The demonic dragon golem has already accumulated 99% of its energy. Furthermore, during these 100 years, I have already turned the demonic dragon puppet into my own possession. Even if Dugu Xingjian is reborn, he won't be able to take it away. With the demonic dragon golem, Dugu Xingjian, Ling Xiao, and even Dugu Beijian won't be my match. Lan Mimi's eyes flickered with madness. Giving the demonic dragon golem to Dugu Xingjian was only a temporary measure. She wasn't stupid enough to follow him to Sword God City. Once she got there, she would have nothing left. At this moment, Sword Sakura, who was hidden somewhere, could clearly see the battle situation in the distance. Looking at her father's current state, which was neither a human nor a ghost, she was very sad. She cried bitterly. Her father was willing to turn into a demon for her, but she couldn't do anything. She couldn't even send a message to him. No one would have expected her to be in this place. Even she herself did not expect that she would be trapped here. Although she could see what was happening outside, she couldn't transmit her voice. Father. Let's go. It's useless, they've already planned everything. It's useless no matter who comes. She kept screaming, but it was still useless. At the same time, Lan Yu's brows were tightly knitted. After searching for a long time, she couldn't detect any trace of Sword Sakura's aura. This didn't make sense. Could it be that Sword Sakura wasn't in the team at all? Capture someone and interrogate them. Lan Yu finally decided to take action. She couldn't wait any longer. On the other side, Sword 18 attacked 7 or 8 times and was repelled 7 or 8 times. Jian 18 was putting his life on the line, but Dugu Xingjian was clearly toying with him. It was to make him completely paralyzed under the effects of the demonic possession pill. Boom, once again, Sword 18 was knocked back several hundred meters. Blood was even dripping from the corner of his mouth. However, he still did not retreat. He gritted his teeth and continued to charge forward. As long as the effects of the pill were not completely gone, he would have to continue attacking. No matter what, he could not give up. After all, his daughter had not been rescued yet. Ah. Dugu Xingjian couldn't help but yawn. How boring. You keep saying you want to save your daughter, but you can't even cross a few hundred meters. TSK, looks like the effects of your medicinal pills seem to be continuously declining. Dugu Xingjian mocked and mocked. As expected, the gap is still too big. It's useless even if I make a breakthrough. Seeing this scene, Lan Mimi secretly shook her head. She was glad that her plan was right. She had placed her hopes on the demonic dragon puppet instead of increasing her cultivation. Otherwise, even if she had made a breakthrough like Sword 18, it would have been pointless. At this moment, she suddenly felt a murderous intent. Just as she was about to do something, she realized that a sharp sword was already pressed against her back. Don't move. Don't shout. If you try anything funny, I'll kill you. Of course, the person holding Lan Mimi hostage was none other than Falling Moon. Since she couldn't find Jian Sakura, she had no choice but to take the risk. Off to the side, Empress Lan Meichen noticed what was happening, but didn't dare to say a word. After all, she knew that doing so would get her mother killed. What are you doing? Lan Mimi asked. Simple. Tell me where Jian Sakura is. Falling Moon said. Why didn't you say so earlier? Lan Meichen laughed. Why did you have to resort to this? Jian Sakura is in the bridal procession. Don't bullshit me. I don't have time to waste on you. One more word of bullshit, and I'll kill you. Yan Yu's sword was sent forward. Lan Meima's body had already been pierced open. As a 3rd division life-sizer, Falling Moon was much stronger than Lan Mimi, who was in the 2nd division. Naturally, she had her reasons for holding Lan Mimi hostage. If I tell you, you won't kill me? Lan Mimi mocked. Suddenly, she moved. At the same time, Falling Moon's sword stabbed into Lan Mimi's heart. A blood-curdling scream rang out. It wasn't Lan Mimi's, but rather a martial artist from the Devil Dragon Sword Court. Lan Mimi's heart was pierced, but she didn't seem affected at all. Puppet substitution. Falling Moon frowned. I didn't think you'd get your hands on a puppet substitution. Jian Fulong really treats you well. Don't mention that old bastard in front of me. He only gave me the secret manual on puppet substitution, but didn't teach me how to use it. I spent over 100 years cultivating it, and only recently succeeded. Most people only have 1 life, but I have 9. Do you really think you can kill all of them? Lan Mimi sneered. All I have to do is call out, and you'll be surrounded. You're just a sword sage, but the Crimson Jewel Guard and the Crown Princess have 5 sword sages. You're not a match for them. What exactly are you trying to do? Falling Moon asked, confused. If Lan Mimi wanted to call for help, she could have done so immediately. Simple. I want Dugu Xingjian dead, Lan Mimi said with a smile. I'll tell you the truth. Dugu Xingjian has Sword Sakura in his possession. If you can kill him, you'll be able to see it. Devil Dragon Puppet. Falling Moon said, shocked. Oh, what a clever woman. She's as smart as I am. You're right. Sword Sakura is trapped in the Devil Dragon Puppet. After all, the blood of Sword 18th flows in her veins, and Sword 18th and Jian Fulong are brothers. Her blood is the only way to activate the Devil Dragon Puppet. Smiling, Lan Mimi said, why aren't you going to save her? If you don't, you won't have another chance. What a vicious woman. Falling Moon glared at Lan Mimi before disappearing into the darkness again. On the other side, the side effects of the demonic possession pill finally erupted. Sword 18th suddenly fell to the ground in the middle of his flight. Dugu Xingjian laughed maniacally and walked toward him. What? Out of strength? You're really boring. I thought you could last for a while longer. His foot landed on Sword 18th's body, his eyes full of contempt and mockery. However, right at that moment, Sword 18 suddenly leaped into the air. His sword pierced through Dugu Xingjian's body. Dugu Xingjian hurriedly retreated in fright. His abdomen was already bleeding. Your Highness! I'm going to kill you, you bastard! King Carefree roared. Sword 18th had faked an injury, and had stabbed Dugu Xingjian with his sword. Howling with rage, he lunged forward. Stay your hand! The one who stopped Unfettered King was Dugu Xingjian. He's mine, Uncle King. Dugu Xingjian's face was as grim as could be. In a moment of carelessness, he had been injured by Sword 18th. It was a complete loss of face. Of course, the injury wasn't a big deal. Now that he was in the 4th division of the life-seizing level, his sage body was even stronger than before. At that moment, his wound was already healing. Soon, the bleeding would stop, and the wound would become smaller and smaller. What's the point of all this scheming, Sword 18th? Dugu Xingjian said. In the end, it's all for naught. Dugu Xingjian walked slowly toward Sword 18th, his face a mask of cold killing intent. You pissed me off, so I don't plan on letting you live. Now, die. Although Sword 18th had been injured by the explosion, he was like an arrow at the end of its flight. The wretched devil possession pill only lasted a bit more than 10 minutes. Now, it was almost time. Although there were no major side effects, his body was clearly getting weaker. So, it's still useless? I can't even protect my own daughter. I, Sword 18th, really am useless. Sword 18th threw his head back and sighed in agony. He had already gone all out. He had used the wretched devil possession pill, and had even faked an injury. But in the end, he had only managed to injure Dugu Xingjian. The gap between them was too big, too big. Whack, Dugu Xingjian slapped Sword 18th across the face, sending him flying backward. If he had killed Sword 18th so easily, it would have been too boring. He wanted to torture him to death, right in front of Jian Luoying. Sword 18th crawled to his feet, blood oozing out of his mouth, but his eyes were as unyielding as ever. I'm useless, Luoying. I can't save you. But I won't admit defeat. Although he knew he was on the verge of death, he still glared at Dugu Xingjian, and didn't even fling his sword away. Can you still stand up? You're quite tenacious. Unfortunately, your tenacity will only lead to a more terrifying end. Whack, Dugu Xingjian sent Sword 18th flying again. At this time even some of the onlooking warriors could not bear to watch. Let's just kill him. He's too pitiful. Humph, he was the one who wanted to challenge the crown prince. He deserves to be tortured. There were those who sympathized with Sword 18, but there were also those who disdained him. Many people liked this kind of scene very much. To them, it was a kind of enjoyment to see their idols take care of those who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Look, he's standing up again. Does that person have an immortal body? By this point, Sword 18th was covered in blood, and swaying back and forth. However, he didn't collapse. Relying on his tenacious will, he once again rose to his feet. Give me back my daughter. Sword 18 bellowed. If he wasn't even afraid of death, what was there to be afraid of? If you have the ability, then come and save me. Ha 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 ha. Dugu Xingjian's injuries had already healed. The recovery ability of a saint physique was not just for show. When he saw Sword 18's expression, he felt indescribably refreshed, and began to laugh maniacally. Father, don't stand up again. Don't. Jian Luoying felt like her heart was about to shatter as she watched her father being struck down again and again, wounded again and again. She had lost her mother when she was young. It was her father who raised her painstakingly. Her father's kindness was greater than the heavens. She knew that her father didn't want to give up on saving her, but if this continued, her father would really die. Unfortunately, her voice could not reach Sword 18's ears no matter how hard she tried. Even if it did, would Sword 18 really give up? Of course not. Dugu Xingjian, unless you kill me, I won't give up, I won't, my daughter, I must save her. Sword 18 roared and rushed toward Dugu Xingjian. His body was already in tatters, and a large amount of blood flowed out along the way. Many people cried out in alarm. Are you crazy? Hurry up and die. Don't dirty the crown prince's clothes. That's right. There's something wrong with his head. He knows he's no match for Dugu Xingjian, yet he insists on charging at him. Even if he wants to die, that's not the way to do it. How disgusting. Your Highness, kill him. Don't let me see someone like him again. He's such a piece of trash. Such voices rose and fell in the crowd. Although many people sympathized with Sword 18's situation, they were helpless. Dugu Xingjian had even more diehard fans. When Yan Yu, who was hiding in the dark, heard those words, her face darkened to the extreme. In her eyes, Sword 18 was a true hero, no one could insult his pride. As a result, many corpses suddenly appeared in the crowd. Those vicious words instantly quieted down. Some people were killed, while others were scared stiff. They knew that Sword 18 should have an accomplice, and that accomplice was very powerful. Inside the demonic dragon puppet, Jian Luoying was already sobbing hysterically. Her voice was about to go hoarse. She would rather die than see her father being tortured like this in order to save her. The warm scenes of the past flashed through her mind. However, the scene in front of her cruelly tore those scenes apart. No. I don't want you to die, let me out. Let me out. Even though her voice was hoarse and she knew that no one outside could hear her, she still screamed with all her might. Only then could she seek a trace of peace. Let me tell you something good. Your daughter is inside the demonic dragon puppet in my storage ring. She could clearly see everything that was happening outside. Including how you're being tortured and how you die. Isn't that interesting? Dugu Xingjian looked at the swaying Sword 18 and didn't even try to dodge. He allowed the sword to stab into his body. Sword 18 didn't even have the strength to stab his sword into Dugu Xingjian. Luoying. A trace of clarity appeared in Sword 18's blood-red eyes. Don't despair, Luoying. Even if your father is dead, Ling Xiao will come to save you. You must hold on and wait for him. Since he knew where his daughter was, there were some things he had to say. Ling Xiao? You're still thinking about him? How laughable, he's probably already been killed by my father and turned into an ice-cold corpse. Dugu Xingjian frowned. He hated hearing Ling Xiao's name the most. Ling Xiao had become his true inner demon. No, he'll definitely come. He definitely will. He can do what you can't do, Dugu Xingjian. You don't deserve to be called a genius, much less an expert. You only know how to bully the weak and fear the strong. You don't have the courage to challenge anyone stronger than you, but my disciple Ling Xiao is different. Even if it's your father, he still dares to fight and can fight. You don't even have the right to clean his shoes. Dugu Xingjian, you're not even fit to clean my disciple Ling Xiao's shoes. You're nothing but a cowardly piece of trash. Strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. Good, very good. I'll tear your mouth off first and see if you can still speak. Dugu Xingjian's gaze turned cold and sinister. He suddenly reached for Sword 18's mouth. At this moment, a cold sword light pierced out from the darkness. It was as bright as the moonlight in the dark night. Dugu Xingjian frowned and hastily retracted his hand. He could sense that the attack had the power to sever his arm. 9 Defying Falling Moon. Dugu Xingjian saw the person who'd saved Sword 18. You shouldn't have intervened. Sword 18 smiled wryly. If I watch you die, Ling Xiao will blame me. Yan Yu smiled, her face also having a resolute expression. Jian Luoying was inside the demonic dragon puppet. If she couldn't kill Dugu Xingjian, she wouldn't be able to save Jian Luoying. Therefore, she decided to save Sword 18 instead. Although she knew she wasn't his match, she couldn't just watch him die. He was Ling Xiao's master. Both of you must die. Dugu Xingjian suddenly swung his sword. A terrifying beam of white light swept out. Falling Moon blocked with all her might, but the two were still blasted away. Falling to the ground, they spat out a mouthful of blood and paled. Run! Sword 18 pushed Falling Moon. It's no use. He's too strong. Even if we work together, we're no match for him. Run? Do you think you can? Dugu Xingjian arrived in front of the two in an instant and stabbed both Falling Moon and Sword 18 at the same time. Blood flowed down the blade. Both of them had bitter smiles on their faces. Seeing this scene, Jian Luoying's heart trembled, and her eyes turned bloodshot. Ling Xiao, come here. Come here. She only had one thought in her mind, and that was to pray for Ling Xiao to appear. Only Ling Xiao could change all of this. At this moment, Dugu Xingjian was slowly pulling his sword out of the two people's bodies. As he did so, he twisted it. It hurts, doesn't it? I know I can't kill you with this strike, but it's fine. This is just the beginning. You've offended the authority of Heavenly Sword Hall, so you should suffer the cruelest punishment in this world. Not only will you die, but your families and relatives will all die as well. You won't be alone. Falling Moon and Sword 18 felt an incomparably terrifying pain in their bodies. But of their minds, they didn't cry. Even if they were to die to Dugu Xingjian. Of their lives. Of their lives. Suddenly, a cold sneer of Moon of Yu's face. You think you have a SUFs? Where of the of this? Of the. Of the Xings of Earth, of the S. If there is retribution in this world, my of the Dugu family would have long entered the 18 levels of hell. Unfortunately, in the entire Heavenly Sword dynasty, no one has the qualifications to contend with my of the Dugu family. Your sneer is but a struggle before death. Do you think I will be angry? I won't be angry with a dead person. Dugu Xingjian said he wasn't angry, but the sword hilt in his hand twisted fiercely. It's not that the time has not come. You said that no one can impose heavenly punishment on your of the Dugu family. Wrong, there is one person who can. Falling Moon said coldly. Who? Dugu Xingjian asked. Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao again. Dugu Xingjian's brows furrowed. Who does he think he is? He merely beat me once by luck. No, he didn't even beat me at all. In that battle, it was actually him who fled first. Therefore, the victor was not decided. Who does he think he is? He is the true powerhouse. From his strength to his heart, he is incomparably powerful. If it were you, would you dare to enter the bloodthirsty sword mound to save your friends? If it were you, would you dare to barge into Sword God City alone? Falling Moon said loudly. What a joke. That is merely the courage of an ignorant fool. It is not worthy of praise. Dugu Xingjian said disdainfully. Since the day the bloodthirsty sword mound was established, no one has ever been able to barge in and come out alive. As for you all, it was probably my imperial father who showed mercy and deliberately let you all come out to die. In Sword God City, no one has ever caused trouble there and still been able to walk out alive. No need to nag about your Ling Xiao. He is already dead. Is that so? Falling Moon said mockingly, do you believe such words yourself? Don't forget, Ling Xiao is always an unexpected existence. So many people barged into the Ice Exalt's forbidden area, but in the end, only he obtained the Ice Exalt catalog. Could this be just a coincidence? You led 1,000,000 mighty troops to attack the Dragon Elephant tribe, but were defeated by him. Could this be just a coincidence, Dugu Xingjian? A so-called proud son of heaven like you has only become arrogant because you have never encountered a true opponent. Today, it doesn't matter if Sword 18 and I die, but don't worry, you will soon go down to accompany us. And this time won't be too long. Even if he doesn't die, you all can forget about seeing him. Dugu Xingjian's eyes became even colder. For some reason, when he heard Ling Xiao's name, he felt uncomfortable all over and even felt a trace of fear. Forget it, I'm not playing anymore. I originally wanted to play a little longer, but now my mood is suddenly bad. Since you all said that Ling Xiao will come, then I will cut off your heads and hang them on the flagpole of the bridal procession, waiting for him to come. Do you really think that I, Dugu Xingjian, am afraid of that Ling Xiao? Simply laughable. As he spoke, he suddenly pulled out his longsword and looked at the dark red blood on the blade. This sword only pierced through your abdomens. The next sword strike will chop off your heads. Are you ready? You don't need to scare us. We came here today with no intention of leaving alive. Sword 18 was already unable to speak, but Falling Moon could still speak. But you'd better remember that if we die, you won't be far from death either. Her eyes were filled with contempt and disdain. This gaze made Dugu Xingjian very uncomfortable. He was the crown prince, the dignified sword divine. What right did a mere person about to die have to look down on him? Your Highness, kill her. Kill that woman. She's the one who ambushed us just now. In the crowd, Dugu Xingjian's diehard fans finally became active again. Those who still had a conscience slowly retreated and separated from the crowd. They didn't want to wallow in the mire with this group of lunatics. Did you hear the crowd's cries? Dugu Xingjian mocked. You flaunt yourselves as righteous, but in the eyes of the majority, House Dugu represents justice. You are all traitors and traitors that everyone has the right to punish. Despair filled Jian Luoying's haggard face. As for Sword 18th and Falling Moon, they looked regretful. Although they weren't afraid of death, there was nothing they could do about it. In the end, there was nothing they could do. Sensing the terrifying sharpness of Dugu Xingjian's sword, the two of them closed their eyes. Despair, helplessness, unwillingness, all sorts of emotions mixed together, creating a complex scene. Die. A roar came out of Dugu Xingjian's mouth. The holy sword's blade was already about to cut Falling Moon's neck. Whoosh, bam, in that moment of imminent peril, a beam of sword light shot out of nowhere, knocking Dugu Xingjian's sword out of his hand. Who's there? Dugu Xingjian cautiously picked up the sword and looked around. However, the sword light was so strange that no one could tell where it came from. He's here. Yet Falling Moon cried out excitedly. He's finally here. Sword 18's voice was hoarse, and although it wasn't clear, it was filled with excitement. Is that Ling Xiao? Jian Luoying stopped crying and stared blankly. She couldn't see anyone. No one can save you. Dugu Xingjian roared, then slashed at Falling Moon and Sword 18th. However, this sword strike was once again blocked and sent flying. Don't you get it? He's here. Ling Xiao is here. Your end is here. Falling Moon looked coldly at Dugu Xingjian, a gratified smile on her face. Although she and Sword 18th were both seriously injured, as long as they weren't dead, they would be fine. In terms of medical skills, there was no one in the Black Tortoise continent who could match up to Ling Xiao. Look over there. Suddenly, someone cried out in surprise. Off in the distance, two figures were speeding in their direction, so fast that it was almost impossible to see them. Dugu Xingjian finally caught sight of the two figures. His expression flickered. Of the auras released by those two people, one was on par with him, while the other was much stronger. He felt as if he were on the same level as his father, the Emperor. How was this possible? How could the Sword Dynasty have such powerful martial artists? As far as he could remember, other than his father, no one else in the Sword Dynasty had ever reached the peak of the 4th division of life seizing. His face was incomparably gloomy, and even a little frightened. Could it be, as Falling Moon said, that his retribution had come? Could it be someone from the Ice Dynasty? The Ice Dynasty was one of the 9 supremes that bordered the Sword Dynasty. However, they were much stronger than the Sword Dynasty. However, this was the center of Sword Dynasty, and it would take at least a month to reach the border. Even a peak 4th division life-sizer wouldn't be able to get there in less than a month. Why did these people come to the Sword Dynasty? Could it be that he had seen through Imperial Father's plan? Or was it because of the ancient divine tombs? He didn't believe that Ling Xiao was one of the two. Although Ling Xiao was not weak, he was definitely not that strong. However, just as he was in a daze, the two black dots rapidly enlarged. Almost at the same time, they arrived in front of him. When he saw the young, handsome, and arrogant young man, he almost couldn't believe his eyes. Ling Xiao. How is this even possible? Dugu Xingjian was thrown into a state of complete confusion. Ling Xiao didn't seem to notice his loss of composure. Instead, he strode toward Sword 18th and Falling Moon. Sorry, I'm late. Ling Xiao looked at the wounds on Falling Moon and Sword 18th, and felt a bit guilty. If they hadn't wasted so much time in Sword God City, they wouldn't have ended up like this. No, you're not late, Falling Moon said. As long as we're alive, that's enough. Falling Moon smiled. Enough talking, Xianxia said. Here's a healing pill. Take it. Ling Xiao produced a healing pill and gave it to Falling Moon and Sword 18th. However, it was at this point that King Carefree, who had no idea what was going on, did something incredibly stupid. Where did this brat come from? How dare he steal food from the tiger's mouth? He didn't even ask who Ling Xiao was. Instead, he leaped into the air and stabbed his sword toward Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't even look back. Instead, he stood with his back to King Carefree, almost as if he didn't see what was happening. That brat must be stupid. He actually dared to save someone that His Highness the Crown Prince wants to kill. He must be another reckless fool. He'll end up like that man and woman. However, before they could finish their words, a person was cleaved into two halves in the sky. It was King Carefree. This vicious man who had once defiled countless young girls finally received his retribution today. What killed him was only Ling Xiao's hand. A hand that was like a divine weapon. With a casual wave of his hand, the terrifying sword Qi tore King Carefree's body apart. King Carefree didn't even have time to scream before he was finished. What? The people who were making a racket all shut their mouths. They didn't expect that youth to be so powerful. Damn that Ling Xiao. He's getting stronger and stronger. Looks like it's absolutely impossible to defeat him without using the demonic dragon puppet. Lan Mimi was incomparably furious. Every time she saw Ling Xiao, she would find that Ling Xiao was stronger than before. He was so strong that it made her despair. Mother, forget it. Let's not be enemies with that monster. He's too scary. Emperor Lan Meichen was also considered a genius in the past. However, after meeting Ling Xiao, he had been unlucky. He was also frightened by Ling Xiao's massacre in the Ice Supremacy's Forbidden Land. He still hadn't recovered from it. When he saw Ling Xiao, his body would involuntarily tremble. Trash. Lan Mimi sent Emperor Lan Meichen flying with a slap. If you spout any more nonsense, I'll kill you too. After experiencing too much unhappiness, Lan Mimi's current state of mind was a little crazy. In the past, she was cruel to others. However, she was still very good to her children. However, it was different now. She had become even more perverted than before. However, at this moment, no one was paying attention to the situation here. Almost everyone was looking at Ling Xiao and that unfamiliar middle-aged man. Although Jian Fulong had been sealed for 200 years, other than his skin turning red, he hadn't aged. Therefore, he still looked like a middle-aged man. Is that really Ling Xiao? Could it be that he really destroyed the bloodthirsty sword tomb? And even escaped from Sword God City? The wedding procession was all frightened by Ling Xiao. The moment he made a move, he easily killed the top sword saint-level carefree king. This kind of strength, probably only a sword god-level expert could do it. What was going on? Jian Luoying, who was inside the demonic dragon puppet, looked at Ling Xiao in a daze. Her originally tear-stained face finally bloomed with a smile. He's here, he really came, although she hadn't seen Ling Xiao since Ling Xiao left the demonic dragon sword court. However, she had always been paying attention to Ling Xiao's deeds in the outside world. Every time Ling Xiao performed a miracle, she would be greatly surprised and overjoyed. She didn't know when it started, but in her heart, Ling Xiao had become an omnipotent miracle child. After killing Carefree King, he gave the recovery pill to Yan Yu and Jian 18. Ling Xiao looked at Dugu Xingjian. Are you the one who left those wounds on their bodies? His voice was so cold that it was as if winter had arrived. Everyone could feel the bone-piercing cold. Those who were not strong enough could not help but tremble. Ling Xiao was furious, the consequences would be severe. The 18th sword was his master, although he had several masters, each of them was like a father to him. Whoever dared to hurt his master touched his reverse scale. He would never let them go. Although they weren't sworn brothers, Lan Yu was a good comrade he recognized. A friend who went through life and death together, this included her, Bai Feng, Dragon Elephant, and Ba Dao. As long as Ling Xiao had the ability, he wouldn't allow anyone to hurt them. Hurting them was also touching his reverse scale. That's right. So what if I did it? Do you think I'm still the Dugu Xingjian you met in the Dragon Elephant tribe? Although Dugu Xingjian was intimidated by Ling Xiao's aura, he was someone who cared about his face. He couldn't lower his head at this moment. Good. Very good. Today, you hurt them so badly that I'll tear you to pieces. Ling Xiao looked coldly at Dugu Xingjian and said fiercely. Hearing this, Dugu Xingjian's diehard fans started clamoring again. Who do you think you are? How dare you threaten His Highness? His Highness, kill him. Kill that guy who dared to offend His Highness. These people were really retarded. They didn't know that Ling Xiao was different from the 18th sword. Ling Xiao couldn't rub sand into his eyes. This group of noisy idiots made him very angry. Shut up. He suddenly struck out with his palm. The terrifying palm wind struck the large group of people. This palm strike caused countless deaths and injuries. The clamor turned into moans, and excitement turned into fear. Devil. He's a devil. Some people shouted in horror and ran away. Some people trembled in fear and didn't dare to move. Ling Xiao wasn't interested in whether those people were dead or not. He looked at Dugu Xingjian again. Disciple, don't be impulsive. With your martial uncle here, that Dugu Xingjian won't be able to reach the heavens. After Sword 18 took the recovery pill, his condition improved rapidly, but because of the excessive blood loss, he was still very weak. However, he still struggled to shout at Ling Xiao. There's no need to trouble martial uncle. Ling Xiao said indifferently. The current you is still not Dugu Xingjian's match. He is too powerful. Even after using the demonic possession pill, I still couldn't injure him. It wasn't easy for him to feign injury and stab him, but now he was safe and sound again. He is not the unfettered king. The 18th blade stopped Ling Xiao purely out of concern. He didn't know what had happened in Sword God City, so he didn't know that Ling Xiao was fearless even when facing a sword god. Ling Xiao, listen to your master. Dugu Xingjian isn't someone you can deal with. His strength is beyond our imagination. Falling Moon also said. You heard it, right? Listen to what your master is saying, what your friend is saying, they are all very clear that you can't possibly be my match at all. Dugu Xingjian's originally somewhat flustered emotions quickly calmed down. Actually, as long as that mysterious middle-aged man didn't make a move, he had nothing to fear. Would Ling Xiao be his nightmare? Would Ling Xiao be the person to end the Sword Dynasty? What a joke. This was nothing more than the fantasy of Falling Moon and Sword 18. Perhaps in the future, Ling Xiao could really do it, but it was absolutely not today. Just right, looking at Ling Xiao's appearance, it was clear that he wanted to have a one-on-one battle with him. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he would kill Ling Xiao to eliminate future troubles. You guys don't need to say any more, let him go. That kid, hee hee. Jian Fulong looked at Sword 18 and Falling Moon and chuckled, but didn't say anything. Sword 18 and Falling Moon were a bit stunned, but since Jian Fulong said so, he must have his reasons. Then let's wait and see. Senior, how should I address you? Dugu Xingjian no longer paid attention to Ling Xiao, but turned his attention to Jian Fulong. Hee hee, this old man is Jian Fulong, the former Devil Dragon Sword Court's Devil Venerable, Beautiful Devil Land's husband. Jian Fulong coldly laughed and revealed a heaven-shaking secret. Because his entire body had turned blood red, even Beautiful Devil Lan couldn't recognize him just now. Hearing this, she couldn't help but be shocked. That old thing is actually not dead yet? Beautiful Devil Lan sucked in a breath of cold air. Back then, as long as one wasn't stupid, they would know that she and Dugu Beijian worked together to trap Jian Fulong. Now that Jian Fulong could see the light of day again, how could he let him go? The battle here had been going on for a long time, and the commotion was very big. Therefore, at this moment, not only were the Devil Dragon Sword Court's martial artists watching here, but there was also a large number of martial artists rushing over from the nearby cities. They all wanted to see who actually dared to rob the Sword God Hall's bridal escort team. And this bridal escort team was personally escorted by Dugu Xingjian, the Crown Prince. Senior, the marriage between our Sword God Hall and the Devil Dragon Sword Court is a good thing. I believe that Senior won't bully us juniors. Dugu Xingjian looked at Jian Fulong and frowned. If Jian Fulong made a move, he would definitely turn around and leave, abandoning everyone. He couldn't die here. This was his nature. Hee hee, you don't have to say so much nonsense. This old man won't interfere in today's matter. You young people can settle it yourselves. Jian Fulong said with a smile. Alright, Senior's words are enough. Dugu Xingjian finally let out a sigh of relief, then looked at Ling Xiao and said, Yan Yu and Jian 18 said that you are their hope, my nightmare, and also the person who will make our Dugu clan suffer retribution. But in my opinion, you just had a fortuitous encounter and are an arrogant person who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Today, I will prove it to them. After killing you, they should shut up. Have you fought with your father before? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Yes, we have. Why? Dugu Xingjian asked. How do you feel? Ling Xiao asked again. Father can't be defeated. His aptitude is 10 times better than mine. The stronger I become, the stronger he will be. Dugu Xingjian said. I've also fought with him before. Ling Xiao suddenly smiled. In my opinion, he's just an outdated old man. In less than a month, I will be able to defeat him. Now, do you know what the biggest difference between us is? Confidence and ambition. In the end, you are just a golden bird in a cage. Although you are powerful, that's all there is to it. Since you said that I am a golden bird in a cage, then do you dare to make a bet with me today? Dugu Xingjian was still afraid of Jian Fulong, so he wanted Ling Xiao to give up on this strong support. Do you think you are qualified to negotiate with me? It is not up to you to decide whether to fight or not. What an idiot, Dugu Swordmaster thought. That's exactly what I wanted. As long as Jian Fulong doesn't make a move, I, Dugu Swordmaster, am a sword god, and can kill you in a matter of minutes. Looking at Ling Xiao, he said, bring it on. Let's see what gives you the right to be so arrogant in front of me. You're the arrogant one, aren't you, idiot? I really don't know where you get your confidence from, loser. Ling Xiao sneered. You'll find out soon enough. Without another word, Dugu Swordmaster unleashed his sage body, causing white sage light to surround him. Standing there, he looked like a god from heaven descending into the mortal world. Countless gasps and sighs could be heard. This sage body is basically cheating. It has super strong defense and super recovery abilities. How is Ling Xiao supposed to fight him? That's right. It's as strong as a peak general class defensive technique. No martial technique in the Sword Dynasty can break through it. In any case, I don't believe that Ling Xiao defeated Dugu Xingjian. Me neither. Let's see how strong this Ling Xiao is. He actually dares to challenge Dugu Swordmaster one-on-one. All of the people who had just spoken were experts from nearby cities, including life seizers. Even they couldn't tell what Ling Xiao was going to rely on to fight Dugu Swordmaster. Facing Dugu Xingjian, who was at the level of a sword, Ling Xiao instantly transformed into the unbounded heavenly rat. Although he had spoken disdainfully, he didn't dare to underestimate his opponent. The sword god Dugu Swordmaster was stronger than before, and more difficult to deal with. Therefore, Xianxia had no choice but to use his most powerful transformation. Ling Xiao's transformation was complete, and black armor covered his body. The black wings on his back made him look even more ferocious. His eyes shone with cold killing intent and a brutal desire to do battle. What a powerful transformation. As of this moment, no one dared to underestimate Ling Xiao. After transforming, Ling Xiao's body emitted a terrifying aura that was almost equivalent to that of a sword god-level warrior. Even Jian Fulong was a little surprised. When he was in Sword God City, he didn't see Ling Xiao's strongest transformation. As expected, this brat still has trump cards that he hasn't used yet. Jian Fulong shook his head and smiled bitterly. There were talents in every generation, and each generation was stronger than the previous one. He had seen it for himself today. Ling Xiao had full confidence in dealing with Dugu Xingjian. Although the other party was indeed very strong, there was no need for him to be afraid of a defeated opponent. This battle with Dugu Xingjian was just a warm-up for Dugu Beijian. Kill! In the name of the holy body! Dugu Xingjian suddenly roared and attacked Ling Xiao. All that was left of that figure was a beam of brilliant white light. It was as if the holy light had descended from the heavens to punish Ling Xiao. In Ling Xiao's eyes, it wasn't a ray of light that rushed towards him, but rather the sky. Dugu Xingjian was indeed worthy of being called a sword god. The pressure it brought was extremely powerful, as if a part of the sky was falling down. There was also a sharp killing intent in the sky. It wanted to completely destroy the enemy in front of it. The white light was so bright that the sword in Dugu Xingjian's hand could no longer be seen. However, Ling Xiao could feel the sharp killing intent. Holy sword art, endless. Judgment. As soon as he attacked, Dugu Xingjian didn't hold back and used his most powerful sword art. He didn't even use the Emperor Overlord sword. Although the Emperor Overlord sword and the Holy Sword art were both mid-level general-level martial skills, the Holy Sword art was more compatible with the holy body, so its power was greater. Even if it was a 10-meter thick city wall, it would be easily pierced through by the sword. Whether it was strength, speed, or accuracy, they were all very close to perfection. Fenghua's sword made the surrounding martial artists cry out in alarm. In fact, in order to avoid being implicated, they had already moved far away. However, they could still feel the piercing pain brought by the sword qi. It was enough to show how terrifying this sword was. As expected, Dugu Xingjian is impossible to defeat at the moment. If he had used this sword to deal with me earlier, my head would have fallen to the ground. Jian 18 frowned. Big brother, are you sure my disciple is fine? He can't die. Don't worry. Although this attack is powerful, it's just child's play compared to Dugu Xingjian's attack. Jian Fulong smiled and said, doesn't Ling Xiao have the golden phoenix incarnation? Even if he is hit, it's nothing. Don't you know his life-saving ability? Hearing this, Jian 18 breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that Ling Xiao not only had the golden phoenix incarnation, but also a very powerful movement technique. As long as he used it properly, avoiding Dugu Xingjian's brazen attack was absolutely no problem. However, at this moment, he saw Ling Xiao take out the Sky Demon sword. He doesn't plan to dodge. 18 swordsmen jumped in fright. This child is too bold. However, at this moment, no matter how worried and nervous he was, it was meaningless. Because it was impossible for him to stop it. Even Jian Fulong couldn't help Ling Xiao. This made Jian Fulong frown slightly. Was Ling Xiao really planning to take this attack head-on? It was very unwise. That's right, Ling Xiao didn't plan to dodge. In a battle, there was always a reward. This Dugu Xingjian was the key to his cultivation to continue improving. What was there to dodge? His black tortoise divine body was much stronger than Dugu Xingjian's saint body. Boom! Dugu Xingjian's attack finally hit Ling Xiao. No, to be precise, it hit the sky demon sword that Ling Xiao swung out. Die! Dugu Xingjian roared, and his power crazily poured out. The light of the saint sword was incomparably bright. Bang! A figure was sent flying out of the sword light and slammed into the ground, creating a large crater. It's over? This Ling Xiao is too useless. He dares to challenge the crown prince like this? You think you can do it? Can you block the crown prince's sword? Hee hee, of course I can't block it, but I'm not stupid enough to challenge the crown prince. Just as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly shot out from the big pit on the ground like a shooting star. Emperor Overlord's sword cleaves the black tortoise state. His speed was even faster than Dugu Xingjian's. Therefore, Dugu Xingjian could only block and not dodge. Dugu Xingjian, who also suffered a heavy blow, was sent flying and slammed into the demonic beast behind him, smashing it into pieces. Oh my god, what's going on? Ling Xiao clearly took that attack head-on. Why does it seem like he's fine? Yeah, he even sent the crown prince flying. Could it be that Ling Xiao really has the strength of a sword body? The onlookers were stunned. The strength that Ling Xiao displayed was too shocking. They all knew that Dugu Xingjian was strong, but how could Ling Xiao be so strong? Maybe the rumors are true. Maybe Ling Xiao really defeated Dugu Xingjian in the Dragon Elephant tribe. Nonsense, let's continue watching. It's useless to talk more. Just like Ling Xiao, Dugu Xingjian also had a special body, and his defense was terrifyingly strong. He looked at Ling Xiao coldly, his brows furrowed. He had used almost 90% of his strength in that attack just now, but he still couldn't hurt Ling Xiao. This opponent really surprised him. Well, it seems that you have also cultivated some special defensive martial arts. In that case, let's see whose defense is stronger. After saying that, Dugu Xingjian attacked again. He bent his legs and suddenly jumped up. In an instant, he was in front of Ling Xiao. Kill! This voice came from Ling Xiao and Dugu Xingjian almost at the same time. The two of them attacked at almost the same time. The Sky Demon Sword and the Holy Sword collided, and neither of them could do anything to the other. Go to hell! Suddenly, Dugu Xingjian waved his left arm and punched Ling Xiao's head. Almost at the same time, Ling Xiao's left hand also hit Dugu Xingjian's head. Boom! With a loud bang, the two of them attacked each other at the same time. Dugu Xingjian felt that he didn't hit a person, but an iron wall. Ling Xiao also felt that he didn't hit a person, but a body of steel. Damn, what kind of battle is this? The people who were watching the show were stunned. It's fine that Dugu Xingjian has a holy body, but what is Ling Xiao's body made of? Is it so hard? Amidst their exclamations, Ling Xiao and Dugu Xingjian had already collided dozens of times in the air. Their fists rained down on each other's bodies. It turned out that they were competing to see whose body was stronger. After dozens of punches, Dugu Xingjian suddenly retreated. He looked at Ling Xiao with a little horror. Impossible, how can your body be stronger than mine? He couldn't handle it, but Ling Xiao still seemed to be fine. This was completely unacceptable to him. Hee hee, the holy body that you are so proud of is just SOSO. Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry to attack. Although his situation was much better than Dugu Xingjian's, he still needed some time to recover from the continuous hammering of Dugu Xingjian. Of course, Dugu Xingjian was in a much worse state than him. At this moment, Dugu Xingjian's body is covered with bruises and his clothes are tattered. His nearly perfect physical body was beaten up as if he had just been abused. The most troublesome thing was that this kind of injury was a hard injury. Even if the divine body had a strong recovery ability, the bruises wouldn't disappear in a short time. This made Dugu Xingjian extremely angry. He still remembered that ever since he could remember, no one had ever been able to leave any scars on his body. His father, Dugu Beijian, was unwilling to do so, but no one else had the ability to do so. Especially among his peers, he had never been afraid of anyone other than the other forces of the Nine Supremes. In every battle, he didn't even need to use any moves. With his divine body alone, he was able to beat his opponents until they couldn't even recognize their own mothers. But today, Ling Xiao had left so many scars on his body. This was even more terrifying than the hateful sword of the 18th sword. The 18th sword was just a sneak attack. But Ling Xiao's attack was caused by his full frontal attack. How could this not make him angry? Anger attacked his heart, his killing intent soared crazily. He couldn't let him live. Ling Xiao couldn't be allowed to live, even if he had to pay a huge price. He had to kill Ling Xiao. Otherwise, if Ling Xiao was given a little more time, Ling Xiao would definitely ride on his head. At that time, he would have no chance of defeating Ling Xiao and could only accept the tragic fate of failure. What's wrong, Your Highness? Weren't you very cocky? Why aren't you cocky now? Ling Xiao landed on the ground and looked at Dugu Xingjian mockingly. His arrogant voice resounded in the surroundings. Everyone was shocked when they heard it. No one dared to laugh at Dugu Xingjian because they were deeply afraid of him. But at this moment, they no longer thought that. Dugu Xingjian was invincible among his peers. Ling Xiao's performance made them realize that the Iron Wall of Sword Dynasty wasn't invincible. Stinking brat, you're stronger than this old man imagined. Jian Fulong laughed. That scared me to death. I almost thought he was crazy. Although she said so, Yan Yu's face revealed an excited smile. The 18th sword was dumbfounded. As his master, he really didn't know when his disciple had become so powerful. Inside the demonic dragon puppet, Jian Luoying had already wiped away her tears. Previously, she was worried that Ling Xiao wouldn't be Dugu Xingjian's opponent. But now, she didn't have that kind of worry. Ling Xiao's performance made people feel relieved. Monster, he's really a monster. Mame Lan muttered to herself. Back then, when this brat shocked everyone in the demonic dragon sword court, he should only be in the first transformation Yin Yang realm's 16th or 17th level of hell. Although she couldn't remember clearly, he definitely hadn't reached the 18th level of hell. But now, he could already compete with Dugu Xingjian, who was in the fitness realm. It was simply infuriating. Mom, did you see that? That Ling Xiao is much stronger than we imagined. Don't make an enemy out of him. Empress Lan was trembling all over as she shouted in a trembling voice. This time, Lan Meichen did not hit Lan Meichen, because what Lan Meichen had said was right. It's okay. We have the demonic dragon puppet. Not to mention Ling Xiao, even that old man Jian Fulong can forget about leaving here alive today. Mame Lan gritted her teeth. Fight fiercely. It's best if both sides are injured. This way, she can use the demonic dragon puppet to reap the harvest. Hearing everyone's discussion and seeing the smug smiles of his enemies, Dugu Xingjian felt a ball of fire burning in his heart. Shame and anger, grief and indignation, intense displeasure. He thought that if Jian Fulong didn't make a move, he could easily defeat Ling Xiao. But reality gave him a heavy slap in the face. Even if Ling Xiao stood there and let him hit him, he couldn't kill him. The sacred physique that he was so proud of had become a joke in front of Ling Xiao. Anger, uncontrollable anger. Angry? Then use your strongest sacred physique. I remember that when you were in the Dragon Elephant tribe, your sacred physique had already evolved to the king-level sacred physique, right? Ling Xiao didn't understand why Dugu Xingjian didn't use the king-level sacred physique. It was obviously stronger. Don't worry, I will use it. Dugu Xingjian actually wanted to use the king-level sacred physique, but the problem was that it consumed too much true origin. If it wasn't for the fact that he had no other choice, he would never use it. But now, he had no choice but to use it. Even if he had to exhaust himself to death, he would never tolerate Ling Xiao riding on his head. Never. He, Dugu Xingjian, was proud. He was the #1 genius of the Sword Dynasty. Even if he died, he would die in glory. Burn, king-level sacred physique. With a king-level saint body, all my attacks and defenses are 10 times stronger. Can you still block it? Dugu Xingjian finally released his strongest combat power, king-level saint body. Because he had no way out. As the white flame burned, the sacred sword in his hand also burned at the same time. Sacred sword art, King's Trial. This move was much stronger than the previous one. Coupled with the king-level saint body, the white flame fell from the sky, but it wasn't hot. Instead, it was incomparably cold. On the path of the flame, there were traces of ice. This terrifying sword strike caused even Jian Fulong to frown. Even he had to consider whether to take this move head-on. Although he could take it, he would definitely consume a lot of true essence. It wasn't worth it. What would Ling Xiao do? Everyone had the same question. Ling Xiao didn't have much time to think. Because the terrifying sword energy instantly arrived in front of Ling Xiao. The sacred sword art was Dugu Xingjian's strongest move. No matter which move it was, the power was extremely terrifying. Coupled with the king-level saint body, the power of this move was even more explosive. People without a saint body couldn't cultivate at all, nor could they release it. This was what Dugu Xingjian was proud of. Ling Xiao will definitely dodge. This move is no joke. It's more than 10 times stronger than the previous move. In the crowd, there were warriors muttering to themselves. If such a terrifying move hit him, he would probably become a pile of blood. No, it should be ice. However, would Ling Xiao dodge? He had fought with Dugu Xingjian before, so he knew Dugu Xingjian's ability like the back of his hand. Right now, Dugu Xingjian's cultivation had only increased. Other than that, nothing else had changed. So, was it necessary for him to dodge such an enemy? Frost Dragon Beast Soul, Frost Dragon Breath. Ling Xiao didn't need to dodge, nor did he want to dodge. What he wanted was the pressure on his body after the opponent's attack was released. It would allow him to continuously release the potential in his body. However, Dugu Xingjian's attack was indeed a little too strong. If he didn't block it and weaken it, he would definitely be seriously injured this time. He couldn't be seriously injured for the sake of increasing his cultivation. That wouldn't be worth it. With the release of the Frost Dragon Breath, Dugu Xingjian's attack clearly paused. However, Ling Xiao hadn't finished releasing his move yet. 9 Snake General, Black Poison of the Dead. The black poisonous fog spread along with the Frost Dragon Breath and rushed towards Dugu Xingjian. The might of Ling Xiao's 9 Snake General Beast Soul had also increased. Even Dugu Xingjian did not dare to carelessly inhale the black poison. He had to release 10% of his power to suppress the poison's power. Sun's divine ability, Bloody Plague. This was Ling Xiao's most frightening and indefensible move. As his cultivation increased, the Bloody Plague became even more powerful than when he was in the Dragon Elephant division. Even though Dugu Xingjian's cultivation had increased, he still had to use 20% of his power to suppress it. Bloody Chi Bloody Saint Body's Body, Black Poison Bloody Bloody Body Body's Bodies. He no longer released any offensive moves. And began to defend. Diamond Ape Beast Soul, Unbreakable Diamond. 5 Ghost Secret Art, Rock Devil. As the defense was completed, Dugu Xingjian's attack had already landed on his body. White flames instantly engulfed Ling Xiao's entire body. Ling Xiao seemed to have turned into a ball of ice crystal. However, a moment later, the ice crystal shattered. Ling Xiao actually escaped as if nothing had happened. This guy is too abnormal. With just a defensive skill, he blocked the killing move of Dugu Xingjian, who has a king-level sacred body, and he's unscathed? Monster. What a monster. Although the surrounding warriors had heard of Ling Xiao's reputation before, most of them thought that it was just an exaggeration. The real Ling Xiao couldn't be so strong. But after seeing it today, they realized that the rumors weren't exaggerated. Instead, they weakened Ling Xiao. Today's Ling Xiao was too strong. King-level sacred body? I don't think it's that great. Your father, Dugu Xingjian, is a coward. He watched me and martial uncle leave Sword God City, but he didn't even dare to stop us. You're even more useless than him. I've already let you attack me, but that's all you've got. You still dare to brag about how strong you are in front of me. You're really a frog at the bottom of a well. Ling Xiao's sarcastic voice spread throughout the space. Everyone heard it loud and clear. If it was before, they might have thought that Ling Xiao was a little too arrogant. But at this moment, none of them said such a thing. Ling Xiao used his strength to teach each of them a lesson. He even gave Dugu Xingjian a fierce slap. From the beginning of the battle until now, Dugu Xingjian didn't have the slightest advantage in front of Ling Xiao. This was simply unbelievable. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Dugu Xingjian was so angry that his mouth was crooked. If Ling Xiao had dodged his attack, it would be fine. It could be said that Ling Xiao was avoiding the battle. But the problem was that Ling Xiao had been facing him head-on for several consecutive attacks, but he still didn't have the slightest advantage. That was too terrifying. Am I really not as good as this guy? I'm not as good as this lowly peasant. Dugu Xingjian had completely lost confidence in his heart. He had serious doubts about his own combat strength. No. Impossible. Dugu Xingjian seemed to have gone mad. He attacked Ling Xiao like a madman. Calm down. Your Highness. Suddenly, the crown princess shouted, "You have a king-level sacred body. Although you can't hurt him, he can't hurt you either. But you have more powerful moves than him, don't you? There's no need to panic. Just treat this person as your biggest enemy on the road of martial arts. Kill him and you will surpass your father." As she said this, a huge battle flag appeared behind the crown princess. That's a martial soul? Ling Xiao frowned. It was an encouragement-type martial soul. It could raise one's fighting spirit, restore one's confidence, and increase one's combat strength. He's too shameless. We agreed to fight one-on-one. What's going on? Yan Yu scolded. It doesn't matter. What's the point of tormenting him? He's just putting up a stubborn resistance. Ling Xiao looked at the crown princess mockingly. I want them to see that in front of powerful strength, all schemes and tricks are in vain. Battle flag martial soul, it's a bit interesting, but it's meaningless in front of me. So what if Dugu Xingjian completely recovers his fighting spirit? That will only make him lose more miserably. F***ck, this guy is too immodest. Jian Fulong smiled bitterly. Yeah, when I first met him, I also thought he was a bit arrogant. But after getting along with him for a long time, I realized that it wasn't arrogance at all. It's because he has the ability to do so. What he thinks is normal is inconceivable to others. While Yan Yu and the others were talking, Dugu Xingjian had already regained his composure. He took a deep breath and swallowed a few pills, which should be pills to replenish his quintessential essence. Then, he stared at Ling Xiao. It seemed that the Crown Prince Consort's battle flag martial soul was working. However, Ling Xiao did not cower because of this. Not only did he not retreat, but he also took the initiative to attack. You're done attacking. It's my turn. Is a king-level sacred physique unbreakable? Then I'll break it for you today. Emperor Overlord's sword cleaves the Black Tortoise State. He held the Sky Demon sword in his hand and executed the Imperial family's sword technique. He had displayed the Emperor Overlord's sword in front of others more than once. But today, only a few people here knew that he knew the Emperor Overlord's sword. Most people had never seen it before. Even Lan Mimi did not know that Ling Xiao actually knew the Imperial family's general-level martial arts. The most terrifying thing was that the Emperor Overlord's sword that Ling Xiao executed was not only more domineering, but also more fierce. It was as if this sword technique was naturally prepared for him. He was the true king, the true overlord. Could this Ling Xiao also be a member of the Imperial family? Don't joke around. Would a member of the Imperial family become enemies with the Imperial family? He must have secretly learned it. But he has only been in the Sword Dynasty for at most 2 months. How could he secretly learn the Imperial family's ultimate move to such a terrifying level? That's true. His Highness the Crown Prince used the same move just now, but it was not as domineering and powerful. While everyone was discussing, Ling Xiao's domineering and arrogant sword had already arrived in front of Dugu Xingjian. Evading sword light steps. Heavens, not only does he know the Emperor Overlord's sword, but even the Imperial family's evading sword light steps has been cultivated to such a level. Relying on the evading sword light steps, Ling Xiao's speed reached the extreme. Dugu Xingjian could not catch up to such a terrifying speed at all. He could only believe in his king-level sacred physique. Then, a crazy sword technique continuously poured down on his body. Dugu Xingjian was like a pitiful small tree in a storm, constantly swaying with the wind. He could only desperately cover his vital parts, hoping that this would lessen the damage. However, a moment later, he realized that he was overthinking things. The defensive power of the king-class saint body was much stronger than he had imagined. No matter how Ling Xiao attacked, it was like scratching an itch. Aside from a slight pain, he did not feel the slightest bit of damage. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. As if he had discovered a new continent, Dugu Xingjian laughed maniacally. Ling Xiao, even if you can use the imperial family's overlord sword to such an exquisite degree, so what, you still can't break through my defense. Are you scratching an itch? How laughable. Your monarch overlord sword only has one move, but mine has 3. Why don't I show you something more interesting? Ling Xiao smiled faintly, not taking it to heart. Although the defense of a king-grade sacred body was a bit of a headache, it wasn't a problem for him. Emperor Hegemon sword annihilation of the 9 heavens. An even stronger move was released from Ling Xiao's hand, not giving Dugu Xingjian any chance to catch his breath. Block it for me. Dugu Xingjian roared. Right now, he only had a king-grade sacred body to fight against Ling Xiao. Once his defense was broken, he would be dead. Boom, the terrifying sword strike sent Dugu Xingjian flying. He crashed into dozens of female martial artists of the Red Orb Guard before he came to a stop. Bah! Dugu Xingjian got up from the ground. Only his gums bled a little. It's effective, but it's too weak. Dugu Xingjian sneered. You've played enough. It's my turn. Since you can't break through my defense, I'll kill you until you're convinced. As he spoke, the white flames on his body suddenly rose. It was as if a barrel of gasoline had been thrown into a fire. It became incomparably dazzling. Everyone could feel that Dugu Xingjian's strength had risen again. A genius was indeed a genius. It wasn't an exaggeration. The situation is not good. Dugu Xingjian can actually surpass himself in a crisis. No wonder he was appointed as the next imperial emperor by Dugu Xingjian and even looked forward to his trip to the immemorial divine tomb. It seems that this is not a simple favor. This kid really has that kind of strength that others are willing to pin their hopes on him. Jian Fulong frowned and said. Senior, what do you mean? Will Ling Xiao be in danger? Yan Yu hurriedly asked. To be honest, I don't know because Ling Xiao has surprised me too much. I don't know if he has other trump cards. Let's wait and see. It's too early to make a conclusion. Jian Fulong frowned and said. Although he was worried about Ling Xiao, when he thought of Ling Xiao's performance in Sword God City, he suddenly felt that Ling Xiao might have a way. Big brother, what if Dugu Xingjian learned the Golden Dragon Seal? That's a high-level general-grade martial technique. Jian 18 said worriedly. Yes, in fact, I'm also worried about this. If Dugu Xingjian learned the Golden Dragon Seal, then I'm afraid Ling Xiao will be in danger in this battle. However, I haven't seen Dugu Xingjian use the Golden Dragon Seal. I guess he didn't learn it. Jian Fulong analyzed. I hope so. Jian 18 frowned. Although he was very confident in Ling Xiao, he couldn't help but feel worried. Jian Luoying, who was in the demonic dragon puppet, was also very nervous. She didn't want Ling Xiao to be killed by anyone because of her. Junior brother, you can do it. You can definitely do it. Just when everyone was extremely nervous, Dugu Xingjian's attack had already landed on Ling Xiao's body. This time, Ling Xiao didn't make any defensive movements, which puzzled many people. Has he given up? Has he given up on himself? Or does he want to die because he knows he can't win? Or did Dugu Xingjian use some kind of secret technique to trap him? Such questions were finally answered in the next moment. Dugu Xingjian's sword pierced Ling Xiao's heart, but it stopped there and couldn't pierce through. What? Dugu Xingjian looked at Ling Xiao in disbelief. This sword was an attack from his sacred sword art. But it couldn't even pierce through Ling Xiao's skin? You have a king-level sacred body, and I have a king-level black tortoise divine body. As he spoke, the shadow of a black tortoise wrapped around Ling Xiao's body, protecting his entire body. In terms of defense, I'm not inferior to you. Ling Xiao sneered. You think you're the strongest trump card, but in my eyes, it's just a turtle shell to avoid battle. Then why did you use it? Dugu Xingjian questioned. I just wanted to show you that in terms of defense, I'm not inferior to you. In fact, I'm even stronger than you. Now that you've seen it, let me completely tear apart your ignorant arrogance. Ling Xiao smiled. Suddenly, he extended his leg and kicked Dugu Xingjian flying. After kicking Dugu Xingjian away, Ling Xiao finally decided to attack seriously. Dugu Xingjian's attack on him had caused the energy in his cultivation C to soar to 80%. However, it stopped rising after that. Therefore, he knew that it was time to determine the winner. There was no need to waste any more time. I said that I would tear you into pieces. Next, it's time to fulfill this promise. As he spoke, Ling Xiao shouted at Jian Subduing Long, "Uncle, give me the demon dragon sword." Although Jian Subduing Long didn't know why he wanted the demon dragon sword, he still threw it over. Ling Xiao held the demon dragon sword in his left hand and the sky devil sword in his right. Finally, he was going to use the dual-wielding combat skill that made him famous in the past. The third move of the Emperor Overlord Sword, Ghost King Overlord Sword. Ling Xiao began to condense the Ghost King Overlord Sword in his right hand. As his vital essence continued to pour in, a terrifying Ghost King seemed to be standing next to his right hand, holding a huge Overlord Sword and releasing an extremely powerful pressure. The third move of the Sword of Curse, 9 Dragons Poison Curse. Ling Xiao's left hand condensed the 9 Dragons Poison Curse at the same time. 9 pitch-black poisonous dragons circled around the demon dragon sword. A blood-red light wrapped around their bodies. These 2 moves were the most powerful moves of the mid-level general-level martial skills. Now that Ling Xiao was using them at the same time, the scene was incomparably shocking. In the Sword Dynasty, Ling Xiao had never used a sword like this. Today, many people's horizons were broadened. No wonder that kid needs 2 swords of the same level. He can actually release 2 different moves at the same time, and they are both equally powerful. This is something that even Dugu Xingjian and I can't do. Jian Subduing Long was convinced. He was completely convinced. He had no choice but to be convinced. What's the point of having 2 swords? It's ridiculous. You still can't break my defense. If you take out the Ice Supreme Sword or use your Bloodthirsty Plague, you might be able to defeat me. But the 2 swords together will only disperse your strength, idiot. Dugu Xingjian mocked. You don't know anything. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, you know how to use a sword, but you don't understand it. Do you know what sword momentum is? Do you know how to take advantage of the situation, the power of mountains and rivers, force of heaven and earth? As he spoke, Ling Xiao's entire being seemed to merge with the world. Those 2 swords seemed to have been personally pierced by the heavens. Dugu Xingjian was stunned. He simply couldn't believe that a 2nd division life-sizer could wield a sword to such an extent. Sword force was an ethereal thing, and it was even more difficult to capture than sword intent. How could Ling Xiao master it? Of course, he didn't know that Ling Xiao had already reached the terrifying realm of controlling heaven and earth when he was still in the Divine Phoenix continent. That was because his powerful soul energy could even allow him to control a part of the world. To him, borrowing power was just child's play. Only now did Dugu Xingjian truly feel fear. He desperately circulated his true essence, and the white flame on the Saint Sword in his hand rose to a height of 3 meters. Holy Sword Art's strongest move, Heavenly Punishment. He was going to put his life on the line. This was because, at this moment, he had doubts about his own king-grade saint body. By this point, the Crown Princess' encouragement was wearing off. It couldn't be helped. Ling Xiao was too powerful. Moreover, the moves that he released each time were incomparably astonishing. Force of heaven and earth. Now that Ling Xiao had fused with the profundities of the Heaven Tyrant martial soul, he could finally unleash the profundities of the Heaven Tyrant martial soul. Although it was only the most basic force of heaven and earth, and not the force of the universe, it was more than enough. Rumble, 2 proud sons of heaven, one was the crown prince, who had lived a life of luxury, and had received the attention of countless people. From the moment he was born, he was the strongest of his generation. Even after completing his first cycle of reincarnation, he was still the strongest of his generation. One of them was a little beggar who begged on the streets. He was ridiculed and looked down upon by countless people. Even after completing his first cycle of reincarnation, he had been born in a remote town. The difference in status between the 2 was like the difference between heaven and earth. But as of this moment, status didn't mean anything. The only thing that could determine victory and defeat was power. Everyone was nervously watching the final showdown between the two on the battlefield. Crack, the sword shattered, the sacred sword cracked, Du Xingjian's heavenly punishment and earthly annihilation collapsed under Ling Xiao's double attack. Borrowing the force of heaven and earth, Ling Xiao unleashed his most powerful attack since he started practicing martial arts. The sword momentum shattered the heavenly punishment and earthly annihilation attack, and then heavily bombarded Du Xingjian's sacred body. The king's sacred body released a pure white luster, blocking the sword from going any deeper. Du Xingjian laughed crazily. Ha ha ha, it's useless. It's still useless. You can't break my defense after all. Isn't it a bit too early for you to be happy? Ling Xiao said sarcastically. Crack, a crack appeared on Du Xingjian's sacred body. No, how is this possible? Du Xingjian finally panicked. His sacred body should have an invincible defense. How could this happen? Is it impossible? You still can't see the situation clearly? That's it for you. Ling Xiao said sarcastically. You are indeed a genius, but you are just a genius of the Sword Dynasty. I am different from you. My goal is the entire mystic world, even the Black Tortoise continent can't stop me. This is the gap between you and me. Pucci. Ah. One of Du Xingjian's arms flew up. Ling Xiao's sword finally broke the king's sacred bodies. Defense. Then, the crazy sword light flickered on Du Xingjian's body. After the sword light, Du Xingjian's miserable screams could be heard. Everyone was stunned. Is that still Du Xingjian? Is he still the invincible crown prince? In the face of Ling Xiao's attack, Du Xingjian had no power to resist and could only be attacked continuously. Blood continued to splatter, dyeing the ground red. Who would have thought that the battle between Ling Xiao and Du Xingjian would be so one-sided? Ling Xiao was basically unharmed from the beginning to the end. However, Du Xingjian was on the verge of death. Bang! Du Xingjian's body finally smashed on the ground, splashing up a cloud of dust. People could finally see his appearance clearly. Many women were so scared that they hurriedly closed their eyes. It was too tragic. Is this still the insufferably arrogant Du Xingjian who was like a god descending to the mortal world? He was simply a pile of rotten meat. They could only vaguely see his human appearance. Ling Xiao, it's about time. Let's give him a quick death. Jian 18 couldn't stand it anymore. Since Master said so, I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, you won't be able to see anyone in the future. Ling Xiao also felt that it was about time. In the end, he was still a little soft-hearted. If he had fallen into this situation, he believed that Du Xingjian would never have shown him the slightest mercy. His ending would only be worse. Perhaps this was the difference between him and Du Xingjian. Who was the real genius? Who was the strongest youth in the Sword Dynasty? Actually, these two questions didn't need to be asked. Everyone present had already seen through it. The dignified Du Xingjian, the crown prince, couldn't even fight back against Ling Xiao. He could only live under Ling Xiao's pity. But from the looks of it, he was basically on his last breath. Even if he was saved, he would still be a cripple. Where's my senior sister Luoying? Ling Xiao looked coldly at Du Xingjian, who was already a pile of mud, and asked coldly. He, kill me if you can. Anyway, Du Xingjian, am already a cripple. What difference does it make whether I die or not? Du Xingjian was a prideful person. Even at this point, he wasn't willing to beg for mercy. This made Ling Xiao somewhat impressed. It wasn't a coincidence that the Duga clan could lead the Sword Dynasty and control the Overlord Sword Dynasty. Whether it was Du Xingjian or Du Xingjian, they weren't simple. But at this moment, Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered with him. Instead, he looked at Lan Mame and asked, Old Witch, where's senior sister Luoying? Ling Xiao, don't ask her. Jian Luoying is trapped in the demonic dragon puppet. Du Xingjian put the puppet in his storage ring. Lan Yu hurriedly said. Ling Xiao glanced at Du Xingjian's arm that was thrown away. There was indeed a storage ring on his finger. He took the storage ring and opened it to take a look. His brows suddenly furrowed tightly. This is a fake. What a joke. Du Xingjian was actually deceived by Lan Mame. Ling Xiao looked at Lan Mame and said, "Tell me, where's the real demonic dragon puppet?" The puppets in the mystic world were all made with layers of arrays. If it was real, Ling Xiao could naturally tell. "Hee, you better not show such a vicious look in front of me. Otherwise, I'll kill Jian Luoying right now." Lan Mimi sneered. "Madam, it's been 200 years, why are you still so insensible? Dugu Xingjian is already crippled, and Dugu Beijian is no match for Ling Xiao. The destruction of the Sword Dynasty will soon be realized. Why do you continue to be enemies with Ling Xiao?" In the end, Jian Fulong still had some feelings for Lan Mimi. He wasn't willing to see Lan Mimi walk down the wrong path. "Don't call me madam, I'm not worthy." Lan Mimi shook her head and said, "From the moment I set you up, I didn't want to become a vassal of you men, so what if Dugu Xingjian couldn't do it? So what if Dugu Beijian wasn't Ling Xiao's match? With your understanding of me, don't you understand? I, beautiful devil Lan, will never rely on any man." "What are you trying to do?" Jian Fulong frowned. "I'm afraid that she has already obtained the real demonic dragon puppet and can control it." Ling Xiao said coldly, "Martial uncle, this madam of yours is really a formidable woman. She has never sincerely planned to rely on the Sword God Hall. She has only been biding her time, preparing to use the power of the demonic dragon puppet to take down the entire Sword Dynasty." "Is what he said true?" Jian Fulong looked at Lan Mimi and said. Ha, I really didn't expect that the person who understands me the most is the person I hate the most." Lan Mimi suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. "What a pity, if we knew each other earlier, we might have really become a good pair of partners, or even husband and wife." "Bah! Who wants to become husband and wife with an old witch like you?" Ling Xiao spat and scolded, "I've spared you more than once. I don't care if you want to seize the Sword Dynasty, but now, hand over senior sister Luoying. Otherwise, I'll completely shatter your dreams today." "You're too arrogant." Lan Mimi said coldly, "From the battle between you and Dugu Xingjian, I saw the depth of your ability. You're very strong, you're fully deserving of the title of number 1 under Dugu Xingjian, but unfortunately, my demonic dragon puppet is even more terrifying than Dugu Xingjian. You're definitely not its match. Don't even think about Jian Luoying. Her blood is the key to activating the demonic dragon puppet. I'll replace her." Jian 18 stood up and said, "My blood flows in her body. I can replace her." "No, your bloodline is far less powerful than hers. Do you think I don't know? Her mother is the ruler of myriad countries, Dragon Mother. After inheriting your bloodline and fusing with the bloodline of Dragon Mother, it's more suitable for the demonic dragon puppet." Lan Mimi shook her head. "Master, there's no need to talk nonsense with her. It's impossible for her to be obedient. The strength of the demonic dragon puppet has already confused her mind, making her think that she can defeat all the experts." Ling Xiao sighed and said, "There's only one way to go now, and that is to destroy the demonic dragon puppet." "Ling Xiao, go to hell." Suddenly, Dugu Xingjian, who was originally paralyzed on the ground, bounced up from the ground with unknown strength and pounced towards Ling Xiao. "Even if I die, I'll pull you into hell with me." Dugu Xingjian knew that he was finished, but even if he died, he didn't want to see Ling Xiao live well. Therefore, he wanted to drag Ling Xiao down with him. "It seems that I really shouldn't have the slightest bit of pity for you." Ling Xiao coldly glanced at Dugu Xingjian who was pouncing towards him. "You want to die with me? Ridiculous." He slowly extended his right hand, and a terrifying wave of true essence condensed on his right hand. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Suddenly, a strange crack appeared in the void. From that crack, a huge dragon claw stretched out. Then, Dugu Xingjian was caught by the dragon claw. What? Even Ling Xiao was taken aback by this scene, and his figure retreated rapidly. The moment he retreated, a similar crack appeared beside him, and a huge dragon claw stretched out to grab him. However, he escaped relatively quickly, and the dragon claw didn't catch anything. What's going on? Ling Xiao retreated back to his own camp, and then he saw a shocking scene. The team that was supposed to send the bride was all grabbed by the dragon claw that stretched out from the crack. Then, behind Lan Mimi, the 9-story demon pagoda appeared out of thin air. However, at this moment, the 9-story Demon Pagoda released waves of incomparably terrifying aura. The earth was shaking. The sky was also covered with dark clouds. Everyone fell into a state of panic and unease. Lan Mimi, you're crazy. How dare you kill me? Father won't let you off. Dugu Xingjian's miserable voice came from the crack, filled with unwillingness and humiliation. Hee, you were killed by Ling Xiao. What does it have to do with me? If your father wants to kill someone, he'll only kill Ling Xiao. Lan Mimi mocked. She really has the demonic dragon puppet. I can't feel the slightest bit of familiarity. She didn't hesitate to spend 200 years of energy and even gave up on breaking through her cultivation to focus on controlling the demonic dragon puppet. This woman's scheming is really terrifying. Jian Fulong said loudly, Ling Xiao, you're right. She's a formidable woman. Today's winner might really be her. Everyone, get ready to retreat. Of course, Jian Fulong knew what the tremors meant, and what Lan Mei Devil had obtained. He said helplessly. Hearing Jian Fulong's words, Ling Xiao realized that the terrifying devil dragon puppet had awoken. They hadn't even seen the true devil dragon puppet, but it was already terrifying enough. If it really did appear, how terrifying would it be? Run? You can't run. Ling Xiao shook his head. Even if it's the devil dragon puppet, we can't run. Senior sister Luoying hasn't been rescued yet. But Ling Xiao, it's not that I want to belittle myself. The demonic dragon puppet was created by me and a few of my good friends back then. I know best how terrifying it is. Even Dugu Badian wouldn't be a match for the devil dragon puppet, let alone you. Jian Fulong smiled bitterly. You can't run. Ling Xiao shook his head. I know there's a tiger in the mountain, but I still want to go there. Senior sister Luoying has done me a great favor. If I abandon her, what right do I have to talk about saving the world? If I can't even save a woman, what kind of man am I? Most of the Sword God Hall's bridal party had been wiped out. Only the Crown Princess managed to escape the clutches of the Red Gem Guard's sword saints. Of course, that was only temporary. But for now, no one was paying attention to them. Everyone's attention was on Lan Mei Devil and the 9-story demon pagoda that had been moved out of the Devil Dragon Sword Court. Ling Xiao rushed toward Lan Mei Devil, but Jian Fulong stopped him. Don't be rash, Jian Fulong said. That devil dragon puppet has the power of a 5th stratum life-sizer. It's not something you or I can deal with. Jian Fulong roared. Get out of my way. Or I'll beat you up too. Ling Xiao coldly looked at Jian Fulong and said, I know you're doing this for my own good, but you should understand that the demonic dragon puppet has yet to fully awaken. Once it fully awakens, my senior sister Luo Ying's life would be in danger. Now is the best chance to save her. In your current state, not only will you not be able to save anyone, you will also be killed. If you want to fight, then fight. No matter what, I can't watch you throw your life away. Jian Fulong steeled his heart. Even if Ling Xiao viewed him as an enemy, he wouldn't step aside. Get out of my way. Ling Xiao roared. He couldn't bring himself to kill Jian Fulong. However, in order to save Jian Luoying, he had to force his way through. Ha, you don't have to fight anymore. Do you think that the demonic dragon puppet has only just begun to awaken? 200 years. A whole 200 years, even if he was a martial artist, how many 200 years could he have in his life? I poured all my heart and soul into this demonic dragon puppet. Speaking of which, I still have to thank Lord Dragon Mother of Myriad Countries. That person is obviously an extremely powerful existence, but she likes our Sword Dynasty's egg-fried rice that only mortals eat. I racked my brains to gather the best chefs in Sword Dynasty and specially prepared the most delicious egg-fried rice for Lord Dragon Mother. She was overjoyed and bestowed me with a dragon soul. Demonic dragon beast soul, this allowed me to have the most crucial control over the demonic dragon puppet. I'm afraid Jian Fulong didn't expect this. Lan Mimi laughed crazily. The 9-floored demon pagoda behind her actually began to change. It can't be, could it be that the demonic dragon puppet is the 9-floored demon pagoda itself? Ling Xiao asked in shock. Jian Fulong sighed and said, You're right. This demonic dragon's corpse came from tens of thousands of years ago. After being modified by the puppet masters of Divine Secrets Continent, they actually created a 9-floored space inside its body. The demonic beasts inside were all captured and raised by us from the outside. When the demonic beasts are killed, most of their power will be absorbed by the demonic dragon puppet. It's the same when a martial artist is killed. F*ck, does that mean that when we were cultivating inside the 9-floored demon pagoda, we were actually inside the demonic dragon puppet's stomach? Ling Xiao simply wanted to curse. This fact was really too shocking. However, Jian Fulong would definitely not lie to him. Moreover, the 9-floored demon pagoda was constantly changing, as if it was going to return to its original appearance. Earth Vertical Golden Light Technique. Finally, Ling Xiao took advantage of Jian Fulong's inattention to use the Earth Vertical Golden Light Technique from Zixin's divine ability and rushed toward Lan Mimi. Not good. Jian Fulong did not expect that Ling Xiao actually had such a trick up his sleeve. He wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. Lan Mimi also did not expect this. However, the current her was already protected by the demonic dragon puppet's power. Ling Xiao wanted to kill her, but he was blocked outside by a terrifying power. He was actually unable to get close. Since I can't kill you, then I'll go in and save her. With a thought, Ling Xiao turned and headed toward the 9-floored demon pagoda. Idiot, she said. You know the 9-floored demon pagoda is the demonic dragon puppet, and yet you still dare to go in. Are you looking to die? Lan Mimi sneered. As of this moment, she couldn't help but feel wonderful. The demonic dragon puppet's immense power was perfectly fused with her body. In that moment, she felt as if she were a 5th division life-sizer. Look at how strong I am. Lan Mimi said. I've been planning for 200 years, and now my efforts haven't been wasted. Sword God Hall, Dragon Mammoth Tribe, Dugubadian, Ling Xiao, compared to the demonic dragon puppet, you're nothing. She wasn't worried at all about Ling Xiao entering the 9-floored demon pagoda. The core of the demonic dragon puppet was located on the 9th floor. The path to the 9th floor was fraught with danger. If Ling Xiao entered from the outside without a teleportation portal, he would only be able to get to the 1st floor. Not to mention Ling Xiao, even Dugubadian wouldn't be able to survive from the 1st floor to the 9th floor. At this moment, the Devil Dragon Sword Court martial artists standing behind Lan Mimi were finally excited. They could finally hold their heads high. For so many years, they had been suppressed by the Sword God Hall. Not long ago, a puny Ling Xiao had turned the Devil Dragon Sword Court into a mess. But from today onwards, they didn't have to fear anyone. Their Devil Dragon Sword Court was the most powerful existence on this continent. Devil Dragon Sword Court, long live, Her Majesty the Devil Sovereign, #1 under heaven. A loud voice echoed in the sky. Everyone from the Devil Dragon Sword Court was overjoyed. Ha ha ha, good, very good. Lan Mimi laughed. From now on, with the demonic dragon puppet, the Sword God Hall will no longer be able to monopolize the Sword Dynasty. As for your cultivation, it will also rise with the tide, becoming stronger and stronger. The Sword Dynasty will definitely be ours. Congratulations, Devil Sovereign. Congratulations, Devil Sovereign. Long live, long live, long live. The flattery was even louder than before. But Lan Mimi liked to hear it. Sigh, how did the current Devil Dragon Sword Court become like this? Just a demonic dragon puppet made them seem like they've gone crazy? Jian Fulong sighed helplessly. Back then, although the Devil Dragon Sword Court already had the demonic dragon puppet, martial artists were proud of their own strength. The 9-floored demon pagoda continued to release a terrifying black aura as it gradually transformed into the appearance of a demonic dragon. Everyone outside could feel the dangerous and terrifying aura. It was like a fierce beast that had been sleeping for many years was gradually awakening. Some timid martial artists had already started to flee. Although they didn't know what would happen next, they didn't want to wait for death here. Slaughter, destruction, evil, berserk, almost all the terrifying aura was absorbed by the demonic dragon puppet. Even Lan Mei, who was controlling the demonic dragon puppet, felt a strong sense of fear in her heart. If she didn't have the soul of the demonic dragon bestowed to her by the Myriad Kingdom Dragon Mother, she wouldn't be able to control such a powerful puppet. It was like a peerless weapon. A demonic blade. If she wasn't careful, she would be killed. Will Ling Xiao be alright? Jian 18 looked worriedly at the demonic dragon puppet that was gradually taking shape in the distance and couldn't help but ask. If he doesn't come out before the demonic dragon puppet completes its transformation, then it will be troublesome. Not only will your daughter die, but Ling Xiao will also be trapped in that monster's body forever and become its nourishment. Although Jian Fulong knew that this would make people more nervous, he had to speak the truth. Pray that he can save your daughter. At this moment, Jian Fulong didn't have a better idea. Even he wasn't a match for the demonic dragon puppet. He even regretted creating such a terrifying monster back then. Now, it had become the biggest problem. Big brother, isn't there a demon suppressor? Jian 18 asked. Demon suppressor? Hee, 200 years ago, I did create a demon suppressor family. They knew how to suppress the demonic dragon puppet, but the demonic dragon puppet now is different from the past. Moreover, I've been trapped in the bloodthirsty sword tomb for 200 years. Whether or not the demon suppressors still exist is a problem. Jian Fulong shook his head and smiled bitterly. Ling Xiao didn't expect that when he stepped into the 9th-floored demon pagoda, there would be someone who entered before him. These people claimed to be the demon suppressor family. They actually said that they had been living in the 9th-floored demon pagoda all this time and didn't just enter. They had sealed themselves, and only when the demonic dragon puppet awoke would the seal be automatically released. The devil suppressors all had the surname Jian. They told Ling Xiao that this was the surname Jian Fulong gave to their clan. The demon suppressors were having a meeting to discuss the plan to enter the 9th level. Although there were many clansmen, there weren't many who were qualified to enter the 9th floor. Most of them were in the Yin-Yang realm, with only a few in the life-seizing level. Ling Xiao had no idea how to get to the 9th floor, so these demon suppressors could help him. Everyone, let's cut the crap. We're going to the 9th floor to destroy the core of the demonic dragon puppet. If you're not strong enough, then don't go. Run away first and protect the demon suppressor's roots. Wait until you're strong enough. The person who spoke was the clan leader of the demon suppressors, Jian Tianying, the former junior brother of Jian Fulong. Apparently, this man's cultivation base wasn't weak. He was in the 3rd division of life-seizing, so he should be able to help. Now, anyone under the life-seizing level can flee for their lives. Anyone above that level will only need 5 elite warriors. Time is of the essence, so let's start fighting. The circle will be 100 meters in diameter. The remaining 5 will follow me to the 9th floor. Remember, don't try any tricks. This time, we're going to see how strong you are. Therefore, you have to fight one-on-one. You can't gang up or gang up. Understand? Understood. The demon suppressors had chosen the best of the best, and would never cower in fear of the demonic dragon puppet. Can I participate in this? Ling Xiao asked. Although he was anxious to save Jian Luoying, he didn't know the way to the 9th floor. He needed the demon suppressors to lead the way. Although the competition would take some time, it shouldn't be a problem. 2nd division life-seizing, huh? Not bad. But we demon suppressors have 15 3rd division life-seizers, all of whom were elites from the demon dragon sword court. If you want to participate, that's fine. But I'm afraid it'll just be a waste of time. Although Jian Tianying didn't know who Ling Xiao was, he knew that anyone who was an enemy of the demonic dragon puppet would be useful. A waste of time? Not necessarily. Ling Xiao smiled. Well, if you want me to participate, then I won't stand on ceremony. With that, he leaped into the circle. There were at least 100 people in the circle, although there were only about 50 life-seizers present. That said, it was still quite impressive. 200 years ago, the Demon Dragon Sword Court was truly powerful. And yet, there were already 15 3rd Division life-seizers here. And that was just the demon suppressors. Clan Chief, we don't know where this guy is from. Who knows what kind of evil intentions he has. Besides, he's so weak. What's the point of participating? 5 spots weren't a lot to begin with, and the fact that an outsider had come in was obviously not going to sit well with some of the demon suppressors. The one who spoke was a burly man who was more than 2 meters tall, almost like an iron tower. His voice was filled with power and strength. Forget it, Jian Xiong, another person said. He's going to be eliminated soon anyway, so it doesn't matter. Let's start the selection process. It was a white-robed young man who appeared to be in his 30s, holding a folding fan in his hand. You have a point, Xianxia said. Forget it. Let's not bicker about it. Let's start, clan chief. Xianxia glanced at Ling Xiao, his eyes filled with disdain. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. It didn't matter how many years had passed, the principle of the mystic world hadn't changed. The weak were prey to the strong. All he had to do was show them how strong he was, and they would shut their mouths. Let the selection begin. Jian said. Time was of the essence, and he had to get this over with quickly. Bang! 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 As soon as the words left his mouth, several people were sent flying out of the circle. So, it's them. My eyes aren't bad. Jian looked around the circle, and saw that there were 5 seated contestants, all of whom he had already chosen. However, for the sake of fairness, he had decided to go through the selection process. Xianxia was fierce, but not intelligent. Jianbai was intelligent, but had too many ideas, and was a bit naive. Jianfeng's offense and defense were balanced. Jian Xiaoxua might be a woman, but she might be the strongest among the 5 seated contestants. Her movement technique was excellent. The heavenly sword Condor was good at spying, which was crucial. As Jian watched the selection process, he made his own judgment. In fact, he had a bad premonition that he might not be able to suppress the demonic dragon puppet this time. In that case, he had to choose a few outstanding fellows and let them train before sending them out, even if he had to sacrifice himself. As long as the demon suppressors weren't dead, the demonic dragon puppet had to be suppressed. Boom! All of a sudden, Xianxia unleashed a fist strike that sent 4 or 5 people flying out of the ring. Jian gaze suddenly came to rest on Ling Xiao. He's not eliminated? He had assumed that Ling Xiao would be knocked out of the ring as soon as the fight began. Who could have guessed that he would be safe and sound? Just as Xianxia noticed Ling Xiao, he also noticed Ling Xiao. Chuckling, he casually sent a second life-sizer flying, then walked over to Ling Xiao and said, "You're pretty good, kid. I can't believe you were able to dodge my palm wind. However, to suppress a devil dragon puppet, you have to rely on strength, not movement techniques. You can't just rely on fleeing. So, be a good boy and get out of here." Even as the words left his mouth, Xianxia's true energy surged, and a terrifying aura shot toward Ling Xiao with the force of a thunderbolt. Both of his fists were filled with the energy of explosive lightning. Triple explosive lightning fist. Shockingly, the explosive lightning fist of a third life-sizer contained 3 levels of internal energy, each level stronger than the last. In that moment, Ling Xiao felt as if he were being struck by 3 levels of demon lightning tribulation. When this thunderstorm fist was used, many of the surrounding martial artists suffered. At least 7 or 8 of them were touched by the fist force and flew out without any suspense. By now, the only person left on the field was Ling Xiao, a 2nd division life-sizer. The others were all 3rd division life-seizers. In response to Jianxia's attack, Ling Xiao calmly raised his right hand. Although Jianxia's fist strike was fierce, it was clear that he had been holding back. He had only intended to send Yangqi flying, not injure him. Therefore, Yangqi wasn't going to hurt him. Besides, he had a favor to ask of the devil suppressors, so he wasn't going to use his sword just yet. It was as if a thunderstorm had suddenly stopped. Jianxia's fists were easily caught by Ling Xiao, and even the explosive lightning was extinguished. Ling Xiao hadn't used any martial techniques, and had only used ordinary attacks. As far as he was concerned, 3rd division life-seizers weren't even worth mentioning. What? Jianxia was shocked. He wanted to break free from his fists, but it was to no avail. Ling Xiao smiled and pushed Jianxia aside. "Thank you for letting me win." Jianxia was not the kind of person who did not know what was good for him. He had mocked Ling Xiao at the beginning purely because he felt that Ling Xiao was not strong enough and was wasting their time. But now, he definitely didn't dare to think that way. The middle-level general realm martial art, the violent thunder fist, was blocked so easily by the other party. It was like a dream. Everyone was dumbfounded at this moment. Jian murmured to himself. 3rd Division Life-Sizer Xianxia is said to be the most destructive of all the devil suppressors. I can't believe he was subdued so easily. He's too powerful. I didn't expect that after 200 years, such a monster would still appear. Jianbai also shook his head and smiled bitterly. In the beginning, he had also underestimated Ling Xiao. In the following selection, no one went to find trouble with Ling Xiao. In the end, there were only 6 contestants left. Alright, 6 it is, Jian Tianying said. There's no need to continue. The reason Jian Tianying had picked 5 was because he had never guessed that Ling Xiao, an outsider, would be joining them. Furthermore, he had never guessed that Ling Xiao would be this strong. Let's go. There's no time to lose. Jian Tianying was anxious because he could sense that the devil dragon puppet was on the verge of awakening. There was no time to waste. Under Jian Tianying's lead, the 7 of them headed towards the 9th level. Along the way, they encountered many dangers, including several waves of demonlings. The first wave was 6 bloodthirsty grasshoppers, all of whom were in the 1st division of life-seizing. The second wave was 10 blackwater vipers, all of whom were in the 1st division of life-seizing. The third wave was comprised of 9 swordback bears, all of whom were in the 3rd division of life-seizing. The fourth wave was even more terrifying. Although there was only 1 demon ling, it was a 4th division life-seizing swordback bear king. By the 5th wave, there were 2 4th division life-seizers. Although they were only as strong as Unit Gao in terms of fighting prowess, they were still quite a headache to deal with. Thankfully, the 7 of them were all top experts, and the first 3 waves were easily dealt with. Ling Xiao didn't even have a chance to make a move. By the 4th wave, Ling Xiao was finally able to show off his terrifying fighting prowess. In order to save time, he didn't hold back at all. After transforming, he destroyed the 4th division life-sizer demon ling, which was as strong as Unit Gao. The other 6 contestants were completely speechless. Freak was the name they used to refer to Ling Xiao, so much so that they didn't even mention Ling Xiao's real name. By the 5th wave, Ling Xiao was even more monstrous than a freak in terms of fighting prowess. Using 2 swords at the same time, he destroyed 2 4th division life-seizing demonlings. It was simply too awesome. Before, some of them had doubted Ling Xiao's fighting prowess. But after these 2 battles, Ling Xiao's reputation as a leader grew. The other 6 didn't dare to disobey his orders. Even Jian Tianying had gradually retreated to the 2nd line, with Ling Xiao as the core. Without Ling Xiao, they would never have been able to reach the 9th floor. But now, the door to the 9th floor was open for them. As soon as Ling Xiao entered the 9th floor, he caught sight of Jian Sakura, floating there in midair. Jian Luoying's 4 limbs were bound by black threads. Her blood and energy flowed through the threads into the devil dragon puppet. By this point, Jian Sakura was extremely weak. "You bastard," Ling Xiao said coldly. Sword light flickered in his hand, and the 4 black threads were severed. At the same time, Jian Sakura flew into his arms. However, even as he wrapped his arms around her, 4 black-garbed figures suddenly appeared from 4 different directions. All of the black-garbed men were at the peak of the 3rd division of life-seizing. And they had chosen the perfect moment to attack. It was the exact moment when Ling Xiao caught Jian Sakura, making it seem as if he couldn't attack. Die. The 4 of them simultaneously thrust out with their palms, sending a blast of black wind toward Ling Xiao. Whoosh, what they didn't expect was that Ling Xiao's figure would just disappear without a trace. He was completely out of their range of attack. Ling Xiao knelt down and popped a healing pill into Jian Sakura's mouth, then put her back into his beast ring. Slowly, he rose to his feet. Now that he had saved Jian Sakura, the next step was to destroy the devil dragon puppet. "Who are these black-garbed figures?" Ling Xiao asked Jian Tianying. "I'm not sure. I've never heard of them on the 9th floor before." Jian Tianying shook his head. "Could they be martial artists from the myriad kingdoms?" Ling Xiao thought. Perhaps these black-garbed figures were the martial artists from the myriad kingdoms who had been sent here to protect the soul of the devil dragon. They had been sent here by Dragon Mother. There was even a possibility that Lan Mimi had already joined Tato Land's Dragon Mother and became Dragon Mother's puppet to rule the Sword Dynasty. And here I thought she was ambitious, Jian Tianying said. Turns out. She's just a puppet. How laughable. Oh? I never would have guessed that someone like you would be among the Devil Guardians. A fifth black-garbed figure appeared. Unlike the other four, he was much stronger. Although he was gaunt and didn't seem powerful at all, his eyes shone with incomparably sharp light. 4th Division Life-Sizer? Ling Xiao frowned. The demonlings from before were on the same level as Eunuch Gao, so he had no problems dealing with them. But this black-garbed figure was almost as strong as Dugu Xingjian. He was just a bit older. From this, he could basically determine that these people were from Wangua. With the current strength of Demon Dragon Sword Court, it was impossible for them to have such powerful warriors. You know, I'm a 4th Division Life-Sizer, the black-garbed figure said coldly. The leader of the men in black revealed a cold smile and said, "Put down that woman, break your own arms, and get out of here." That's right, one of the black-garbed figures said. You heard the leader, right? You dared to ruin our plans? You should be grateful that we let you live. Hurry up and hand over that little girl, then break your own arms. One of the black-garbed figures who had just attacked Ling Xiao chuckled darkly. Are you martial artists from the myriad kingdoms? Ling Xiao asked. Oh? You guessed that? Well, it seems we won't be letting you leave alive today. The black-garbed leader frowned. There's nothing we can do other than kill you. I see. Ling Xiao took a deep breath, then turned to Jian Tianying. The 6 of you, figure out a way to deal with the 4 black-garbed figures. At the same time, find the core of the Devil Dragon puppet and destroy it. Remember, we don't have much time. If you can't deal with the Devil Dragon puppet before it completes its transformation, run. Understood. Jian Tianying didn't question Ling Xiao's words at all. As far as he was concerned, Ling Xiao was the savior of the Devil Guardians. Although saving Jian Luoying didn't seem like much help to them, that wasn't the case. Jian Luoying's blood could accelerate the transformation of the Devil Dragon puppet. Saving Jian Luoying was equivalent to buying time for the demon suppressors to escape. After all, they were not the only ones in the demon suppressor clan. Jian Xiong, Jian Bai, Jian Xiaoxue, the 3 of you will deal with the 4 black-clothed men with me. Heavenly Sword Condor, Jian Feng, the 2 of you will be responsible for finding the core of the demonic dragon puppet and destroying it. With a command, Jian Tianying charged towards one of the black-robed men. Both were 3rd Division Life-Seizers, so it didn't take long for the fight to reach a stalemate. The battle between the other 3 was the same. It was almost impossible to determine the victor in a short period of time. Brat, looking around, do you want to die? Suddenly, the black-robed leader's figure flashed, turning into dozens of afterimages in an instant as he charged at Ling Xiao. Each of the afterimages exuded an incomparably powerful aura. Secret technique, multiple shadow strike. As the black-clothed leader launched his attack, Ling Xiao was completely surrounded by dozens of black silhouettes. There was no way for him to escape. In the face of such a powerful attack, Ling Xiao's face did not show the slightest trace of panic. Instead, there was a hint of anger in his eyes. When he saw what had happened to Jian Tianying earlier, he had been filled with a desire to kill. Since this man wanted to keep them here, he might as well kill them all. Rumble, dozens of afterimages slammed into Ling Xiao at the same time. However, to the black-clothed leader's shock, Ling Xiao wasn't hurt in the slightest. Instead, he was surrounded by a golden glow. As it turned out, Ling Xiao had already transformed into the Vajra God Ape. Ling Xiao wouldn't even bother to transform into the unbounded heavenly rat if he were weaker than Dugu Xingjian. Furthermore, he was now many times stronger than he had been when he had fought Dugu Xingjian. Although his cultivation base hadn't increased, his fighting prowess had increased dramatically. What the hell? The black-clothed leader's face turned very unsightly. His attack just now had not been weak, and yet Ling Xiao hadn't been hurt in the slightest. That made things difficult for him. But since he had already attacked, how could he possibly stop now? Besides, his opponent was only a 2nd Division Life-Sizer. What did he have to fear? Enraged, he began to emit black smoke that filled the air. Be careful, it's poisonous. Ling Xiao warned, summoning his 9 snake General Martial Soul behind him. Of course, the Nine-Snake General Marshal's soul was special when it came to dealing with toxic substances. One could see that wherever the black gas passed, even the hardest rocks would be completely corroded. It was no less effective than the great sage of poison's red venom. However, if that was all there was to it, it would not be able to hurt Ling Xiao. Consume. The Nine-Snake General Martial spirit behind Ling Xiao's back suddenly enlarged. The 9 snake heads opened their mouths at the same time and sucked the poisonous fog away. The black-clothed leader was so frightened that he began to tremble in fear. Not good. This kid is the bane of all poisons. Just like the great sage of poison, the black-clothed leader had a weakness for poisons. However, although his cultivation base was higher than the great sage of poisons, his skill with poisons was far inferior. After suffering a loss this time, he immediately lost his confidence and turned around to flee. You think you can escape? 5 Ghosts Mystic Art, Een Ghost. Ling Xiao snorted coldly, his hand forming a secret seal. A cloud of ghostly aura appeared in the darkness. Sharp claws instantly dug into the black-clothed leader's back. Crack. No. The black-clothed leader was quite powerful, but unfortunately, he had met his bane in Ling Xiao. As he fled, the Een Ghost ambushed him and crushed his heart. His body trembled a few times in the air before crashing to the ground. He couldn't be any more dead. Leader. The other 4 black-clothed men were in the middle of a killing spree when their leader was suddenly killed by the most inconspicuous Ling Xiao. Losing control of their emotions, they began to panic. Jian Tianying and the others didn't let go of this golden opportunity. They took advantage of the situation to attack. They killed all 4 black-clothed men. It's too late. Have your men retreat. Go. Although saving Jian Luoying had slowed down the awakening of the demonic dragon puppet, Ling Xiao could sense that it was still recovering. However, the general trend was already irresistible. Helpless, he could only shout at Jian Tianying. Young master, follow us. Jian Tianying knew the way out. Ling Xiao nodded and followed the 6 of them out of the demonic dragon puppet. At this moment, the demonic dragon puppet outside had already taken shape. Its huge body was dozens of meters tall. The demonic dragon's body was pitch black and covered in sharp barbed scales. It was obvious that it wasn't someone to be trifled with. Hurry! Jian Fulong looked at the demonic dragon puppet nervously. Just a little bit more and the demonic dragon puppet would be fully formed. If Ling Xiao was still unable to escape at that moment, then it would really be over. Jian Fulong, don't look forward to it. The place where Jian Luoying was imprisoned has 4 sword saints and 1 sword god. No matter how powerful Ling Xiao is, it will take a lot of time. He won't be able to escape. Who said I can't get out? Just as Lan Ming proudly announced that Ling Xiao had completely disappeared from this world, Ling Xiao's expression changed drastically. However, a familiar voice rang out. Ling Xiao. Everyone looked at the demonic dragon puppet that was gradually taking shape. Ling Xiao's group of 7 flew out of the demonic dragon puppet's mouth at almost the same time. This is impossible. What did you do to them? Lan Mimi was extremely shocked. She couldn't believe it. Killed them. Ling Xiao only said a simple sentence, then flew back to his own team with the other 6 people. Master, I'll leave senior sister Luoying in your care. Stay away. He let Jian Luoying out of the beast ring and handed her to Jian 18. Although the beast ring could hide people, the martial artist in the beast ring would be shaken as long as there was a battle. Back in the Ice Reverend's forbidden land, there was no other way. But now, he naturally had to create the best environment for Jian Luoying to rest. You really managed to save her. Jian Fulong was extremely shocked once again. It's all thanks to these people. Ling Xiao pointed at the 6 people behind him. Jian Tianying and the demon suppressor pay our respects to the demon lord. Because Jian Fulong's appearance had changed greatly, Jian Tianying took a long time to recognize him. He hurriedly knelt down and paid his respects. I didn't expect that after 200 years, you guys would still hold on to your posts. Jian Fulong sighed. Now isn't the time to talk. That demonic dragon puppet is about to take shape. Ling Xiao suddenly turned his head and looked at the demonic dragon puppet. The terrifying demonic dragon had already taken shape. Roar. Suddenly, the demonic dragon puppet let out a furious roar. The roar was like a shockwave that struck the ground. It wasn't just the spectators who suffered. Even the martial artists of the demonic dragon sword court were sent flying by the shockwave. In an instant, there were countless casualties. On Ling Xiao's side, he, Jian Fulong, the demon suppressor, and the other experts released their qi to form a powerful barrier that protected everyone behind them from the shockwave. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Sword 18 led Jian Luoying away from the fray. Once they were out of range of the demonic dragon golem's reach, they continued to observe the battle. Jian Fulong frowned and said, "I didn't expect that after 200 years, this demonic dragon puppet would actually become so terrifying after being modified by Lan Mimi. He's as strong as a 5th division life-sizer. I'm afraid we won't be able to escape this calamity. All of you, retreat. I'll hold her off alone." The demon suppressors pledged their lives to suppress the demonic dragon puppet. Jian Tianying and the others said in unison. Now is not the time to act on impulse. Preserve your lives and increase your strength. If you don't leave, even I will be implicated. Jian Fulong roared. All right then. Jian Tianying and the others glanced at each other before turning around to search for the other demon suppressors. Falling Moon also flew toward Sword 18. However, Ling Xiao stood there motionless. Jian Fulong looked at him but didn't say anything. He had seen how strong Ling Xiao was, and knew that he was stronger than him. Therefore, there was nothing to be worried about. Ling Xiao had his reasons for not leaving. He wasn't the type to flaunt his superiority, but he really wanted to see how strong this demonic dragon puppet was. If he got lucky, he might even be able to achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation base. Sect Uncle, Jian Tianying said, Lan Mimi is backed by the power of the myriad kingdoms. This demonic dragon puppet must have some special technology from that power. Let's not get too close. Ling Xiao said. No wonder, Jian Fulong said. So, Dragon Mother from the myriad kingdoms helped her. She's so strong that even Dugabadian is like a child compared to her. Jian Fulong frowned. Ling Xiao, she said. Today, you'll be the first victim of this demonic dragon puppet. Lan Mimi's voice rang out. At that moment, she had actually disappeared. Only the demonic dragon puppet remained in the distance. Are you an idiot? Didn't it kill so many people just now? Ling Xiao saw a shocking scene with his Taiji eye. Lan Mimi had entered the body of the demonic dragon puppet. She was controlling the demonic dragon puppet. If that was the case, the only way to kill Lan Mimi was to destroy the demonic dragon puppet. Otherwise, it was useless to do anything. Hee, you can say whatever you want. Today, you will definitely die. Lan Mimi's voice was filled with madness and brutality. The surviving warriors of the demonic dragon sword court were all sucked into the demonic dragon puppet for protection. Dugabadian also wanted to kill me, but you should have seen what happened to him. Ling Xiao stood against the wind. Even though his black hair was fluttering in the wind caused by the demonic dragon puppet's breath, he didn't show the slightest sign of fear. Dugabadian? How can that trash Dugabadian be compared to my demonic dragon puppet? Lan Mimi was really arrogant now. Previously, she was like a grandson in front of Dugabadian. Now, even Dugabadian had become trash. It seemed that the demonic dragon puppet had given her an incomparable amount of confidence. In my opinion, this demonic dragon puppet of yours is merely made of scrap metal. How far can you go with this toy? Ling Xiao mocked. That's none of your business. In any case, you must die today. At this point, the huge demonic dragon puppet opened its bloody mouth and spat out a ball of pitch-black flames. Demonic dragon breath. The black flame destroyed everything in front of it and crazily swept toward Ling Xiao and Jian Fulong. Demonic killing fist. At this moment, Jian Fulong let out an enraged bellow and blocked in front of Ling Xiao, sending a punch blasting out. The huge black fist forced the black flame back and sent it flying. Jian Fulong, are you trying to stop me? What does that Ling Xiao have to do with you? Lan Mimi's voice sounded again. A life-saving grace is more important than heaven and earth. Jian Fulong said coldly, today, no matter what, I won't let you hurt him at all. Alright, since that's the case, I'll kill you too. After killing you, I'll go and destroy Dugabadian. This world will belong to me, Lan Mimi. Lan Mimi had gone completely crazy. With the demonic dragon puppet, she seemed to feel that she was invincible and had no scruples. As she spoke, the huge demonic dragon puppet suddenly flapped its huge wings and soared into the sky. Every time its wings flapped, it would set off a terrifying gale. It was like a storm that even swept up the surrounding boulders. The martial artists who were watching the show had already retreated far away and were watching from afar. I'm afraid the Sword Dynasty is going to change. With this thing, even Dugabadian won't be a match for it. That's right. It's too powerful. How was this monster created? You'll have to ask those puppet masters in Xianxia continent. They are known as divine craftsmen. Their abilities are so powerful that it's suffocating. It shouldn't be a problem for Ling Xiao to leave alive. After all, the demonic dragon puppet might be strong, but it shouldn't be as fast as Ling Xiao. But it's impossible for him to win. The demonic dragon puppet is going to wipe out the Sword Dynasty. As everyone was discussing, the huge demonic dragon puppet had already flown above Ling Xiao and Jian Fulong's heads. An extremely terrifying aura was released from the steel body. It's so strong. Just standing here makes it hard to breathe. Is a 5th-tier life-sizer really that strong? Ling Xiao's face brimmed with an excited smile. Lunatic. When people saw Ling Xiao's expression, they couldn't help but think of this nickname. It was as if this guy wasn't afraid of anything. He was always so calm. Devil Beauty, are you really going to fight me? In the end, Jian Fulong was still thinking about their past relationship as husband and wife. He wasn't willing to kill Lan Meima. That's right. Since you want to protect Ling Xiao, I have to kill you. Devil Beauty's voice came from the demonic dragon puppet. There's no room for negotiation at all? There is. Unless you're willing to join forces with me to deal with Sword God Hall and kill Ling Xiao. Hearing this, Jian Fulong sighed. I can consider joining forces with you to deal with Sword God Hall, but killing Ling Xiao is out of the question. Then you can go to hell. Devil Beauty roared as she controlled the demonic dragon puppet to dive down. Before the puppet's terrifying body landed, the ground beneath it caved in. Boom! A terrifying gust of wind blew as the demonic dragon puppet swung its tail at Ling Xiao and Jian Fulong. Ling Xiao didn't dare to fight force with force. The puppet's attack power was too strong. It was at least 100 times stronger than the Duga Sage sword. If he did, even a king-class black tortoise divine body would be destroyed. Phoenix soars the 9 heavens. In that instant, Ling Xiao rose straight up into the air. He didn't look like he was asking for a beating at all. He just flew up like that. Golden Phoenix Sword Palace's Phoenix soars the 9 skies? Has the Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor joined your side? He even taught you such a technique. Lan Mei's main target was still Ling Xiao. Sword-subduing dragon was only brought along in passing. Hence, it was relatively easy for Jian Fulong to dodge the attack. Boom, the demonic dragon puppet's tail smashed into the ground, creating a huge fissure that was over 10 meters long. The scene was extremely shocking. The attack is very powerful, but it's a pity that it can't hit the target, so it's useless. Ling Xiao floated in the air and said indifferently. Don't run if you have the ability. You're like an annoying fly. Lan Meima roared. What a joke. If you can use the demonic dragon puppet to increase your combat strength, why can't I escape? Ling Xiao mocked. His figure flickered in the air as he attempted to attack the demonic dragon puppet. The demonic dragon puppet's body was too big, so it was like a target for him to attack. However, none of the attacks were effective. Not only was the demonic dragon puppet incomparably tough, but it was also covered with a protective membrane that Ling Xiao couldn't pierce. At the same time, Jian Fulong also tried to attack it, but to no avail. In the face of such a terrifying entity, 2 peak 4th Division Life Seizers couldn't even break through its defenses. Sect Uncle, you should leave. Ling Xiao suddenly said. Why? Jian Fulong asked, frowning. Given your current strength, Sect Uncle, you can't possibly be a match for the demonic dragon puppet. But your true cultivation base is much stronger than it is now. Once you're back in the 5th division, you'll be able to fight it. Ling Xiao explained. But you. Although Jian Fulong felt that Ling Xiao's words made sense, he really couldn't do it if he wanted to escape now. I'm fine. The demonic dragon puppet is strong, but it's just a puppet. It can't hurt me. Don't worry. In terms of strength, Ling Xiao wasn't a match for Jian Fulong. But in terms of survivability, Ling Xiao could say that he was number 1 in the Black Tortoise continent. Fine. I'll back up. But if you get into trouble, I can't just stand by and watch. Finally agreeing, Jian Fulong turned and flew toward Sword 18th. Where do you think you're going? Lan Mei Devil wasn't going to let Jian Fulong leave. If he didn't want to work with her, he would become her enemy. And if he recovered his cultivation base, she would be in deep trouble. Suddenly, an enormous fireball appeared in the demonic dragon puppet's mouth. It was black, more than 10 meters wide, and looked like a miniature sun. Then, it shot out from the demonic dragon puppet's mouth, igniting the air around it and filling the air with a charred odor. Your opponent is me. Ling Xiao said, transforming into his undying bird-beast soul form and taking the initiative to stand in the path of the fireball. Boom, a terrifying rumbling sound rang out. Ling Xiao was like an ant being pushed back by a huge fruit, continuously sliding backwards. After a few hundred meters, he finally stopped. The enormous black fireball had lost its temperature. On Ling Xiao's body, the flames burned even more fiercely. Cultivation C energy 100%. Ling Xiao was ecstatic. Finally, his energy had reached the peak. Next, he only needed a suitable opportunity to break through. Flames are ineffective? Seeing Ling Xiao safe and sound, Lan Mei Devil finally thought of something special about Ling Xiao. Flames were ineffective, poison was ineffective. Since that was the case, she would use physical attacks. Lan Mei Devil didn't waste any more spiritual stones. She controlled the enormous demonic dragon puppet to pounce on Ling Xiao. It opened its bloody mouth and bit down. Just as Lan Mei Devil had expected, Ling Xiao didn't dare to take the physical attack head-on. He could only try his best to avoid it. At the same time, he transformed into his King Kong ape beast soul form and released the rock devil protection. The opponent was too strong. If he was touched even slightly, he would be seriously injured. You little fly, do you only know how to dodge? In the control room, Lan Mei Devil threw a large number of spiritual stones into the energy furnace. The demonic dragon puppet's speed was getting faster and faster. Its huge body was gradually catching up to Ling Xiao. Oh no, that demonic dragon puppet is getting faster and faster. Ling Xiao might be in danger. In the distance, Jian Fulong frowned and said, Ling Xiao relies on speed. Once it catches up to him, with his strength, he won't be able to withstand 1 or 2 moves from the demonic dragon puppet. Don't worry, that shouldn't be Ling Xiao's peak speed. Jian 18 said in a deep voice, Big brother, keep watching. Ling Xiao will bring you a bigger surprise. Ha ha ha, go to hell, go to hell. In 200 years, I've collected countless spiritual stones. It's enough to keep the demonic dragon puppet active for more than 10 years. It's enough to kill you, aren't you very fast? Why can't you do it now? Lan Mei Devil's crazy laughter came out of the demonic dragon puppet's mouth, which made people frown. She was now more and more grateful for the decision she made. If she hadn't cooperated with Wan's dragon mother, she was afraid that this demonic dragon puppet wouldn't have such powerful power. In the past, Lan Mei Devil had been a bit skeptical about spending so much time and effort on the Tao of puppetry. But now, she no longer doubted herself. He was too strong. She couldn't be more excited. If she had focused on cultivation, she wouldn't have been able to catch up to Dugubajian even if she had 200 years. But now, she could easily crush Dugubajian. This feeling was very pleasurable. Dugubajian was only in the 4th division of life seizing, but she could use the power of a 5th division life sizer. Just the thought of it was exciting. But despite her excitement, she was also worried. Of course, she was worried about Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's talent was terrifying, and he was definitely 100 times stronger than Dugubajian. If she allowed him to live, she would be in trouble. Therefore, Ling Xiao had to die. She would end his path of martial arts on this day. She wasn't afraid of wasting time. After all, she had accumulated a lot of spirit stones over the years to control the devil dragon puppet. She had enough spirit stones to power the puppet for over 10 years. In that time, she would be able to destroy all of the enemies in the Sword Dynasty. When she stood at the top of the Sword Dynasty, she would be able to obtain even more spirit stones to continue the devil dragon puppet's valiant fighting strength. Speed? Do you really think you can outrun me? Just as the devil dragon puppet was about to catch up, Ling Xiao suddenly sped up. His entire body was like a beam of light. He had already entered the everlasting heavenly rat beast soul transformation state. The cosmic tiger beast soul appeared behind him as he entered the cosmic body state. Combined with the evasive sword light steps and the phoenix soars through 9 heavens, he was even faster than the devil dragon puppet. Damn it! How can this guy be so fast? Lan Mei Devil had assumed that she would be able to catch up to Ling Xiao after spending so many spirit stones to increase the puppet's speed. But who could have guessed that Ling Xiao could still increase his speed? It was simply bad luck. Of course, Ling Xiao was having a headache. No matter how fast he couldn't hurt the puppet. All he could do was dodge. What was the point? It was just a waste of energy. At this moment, the situation of the battle suddenly changed. Seeing that the demonic dragon puppet was unable to catch up to Ling Xiao, Lan Meima controlled the demonic dragon puppet to pounce towards Jian Fulong and the others. Let's see if you can save them. Lan Meima sneered in her heart. She couldn't catch up to Ling Xiao, but could it be that she couldn't catch up to Jian Fulong, Jian 18, and Falling Moon? You've angered me. The expression in Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly changed, and an empty sky suddenly appeared behind him. Not only was his speed faster, but his strength had also soared in an instant. For a friend, for master, he did not hesitate to reveal his tyrannical martial spirit. Boom! Finally, Ling Xiao stood in front of the terrifying demonic dragon puppet. The sky demon sword and demonic dragon sword in his hands had been replaced by the ice-revered sword. At this moment, he no longer thought about anything else. He only wanted to destroy this demonic dragon puppet. Rumble, the ice-revered sword and the demonic dragon puppet clashed directly. Lan Meima was overjoyed. He thought to himself that his diversion tactic had succeeded. Although Ling Xiao's speed was very fast, compared to the demonic dragon puppet, the difference in attack power was like heaven and earth. Ling Xiao was dead for sure if he dared to meet force with force. However, what happened next shocked Lan Meima to the core. In this collision, Ling Xiao was indeed forced to retreat more than 10 meters. However, the huge demonic dragon puppet was also beaten to the point that it fell from the sky and fell to the ground. The tremors caused Lan Mei to feel dizzy. This scene had already made Jian Fulong and the others dumbfounded. That guy is still getting stronger? Lan Meima was even more terrified. For a moment, she was so scared that she rolled and crawled on the ground. However, before the demonic dragon puppet could rise from the ground again, Ling Xiao had already launched another attack. The supreme ice sword in his hand condensed a terrifying slaughter sword essence. Behind him, a pitch-black universe appeared. This universe occupied the space between heaven and earth. Tyrannical 9 Dragons Poison Curse. 9 poisonous dragons came from the boundless universe, bringing with them an ancient aura as they pounced on the demonic dragon puppet. With the huge body of the demonic dragon puppet, it was impossible to dodge. This was because Lan Meima, who was in charge of controlling the demonic dragon puppet, had not recovered yet. The terrifying tyrannical poison dragons all hit the huge body of the demonic dragon puppet. Bang! 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 9 poisonous dragons in a row, each hit the same spot. The protective membrane on the demonic dragon puppet's body was torn apart by the 7th poisonous dragon. The remaining 2 poisonous dragons hit the steel body directly. Ka, the demonic dragon puppet's body made a strange rubbing sound, and cracks appeared on its steel-like body. Its huge body was once again sent flying dozens of meters away, rolling on the ground. However, even so, Ling Xiao's brows were still tightly knitted together. Even though he had used the tyrannical martial soul, he was still unable to deal a fatal blow to the demonic dragon puppet. Those cracks were actually healing at an accelerated rate. Buzz! Suddenly, the demonic dragon puppet's eyes turned blood red. Lan Meima gave up on controlling it and went into automatic combat mode. The demonic dragon puppet had originally been designed with two modes in mind. It was easier to control with human power. Automatic combat mode was likely to cause it to go berserk, but it would allow the demonic dragon puppet to explode with power. Whoosh, in the blink of an eye, the demonic dragon puppet was right in front of Ling Xiao, its huge tail swinging toward Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao hastily used the revered ice sword to block. However, he was still sent flying. Bah, he spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. He had sustained internal injuries, and his face was pale. However, the injuries weren't very serious. The moment he unleashed the tyrannical martial soul, he was already strong enough to fight a fifth-stage life-sizer. However, it would be difficult for him to win. Crack! Crack, crack! The cracks on the demonic dragon puppet's body, which had been on the verge of healing, opened up again. The demonic dragon puppet, which had been going berserk, suddenly stopped moving. How could my sword wounds heal so easily? Ling Xiao stood there proudly, the revered ice sword in hand. He looked as mighty as a god of war. Just now, he had used the sword of Hex's strongest attack. Hex didn't just affect people, it affected puppets as well. Ling Xiao is so strong. I'm afraid he's already surpassed the Dugubadian. Falling Moon looked at Jian Fulong. Maybe it's some sort of divine ability. I can't say for sure. However, it seems that he still can't take down the demonic dragon puppet. It's too strong. Its defense, recovery, speed, and strength are all top tier. Impossible. 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 Lan Mei Devil looked at Ling Xiao, who had only spat out a mouthful of blood. She looked as if she had seen a ghost. She had already unleashed the full power of the devil dragon puppet. She had allowed it to fight on its own. And yet, Ling Xiao had managed to block it. Impossible? Today, I'll make the impossible possible. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. Everyone assumed that he would grow weaker as the battle went on. But that wasn't the case. He had plenty of healing pills at his disposal. At the very least, he was confident that he would be able to use enough to destroy the devil dragon puppet. Wait! Lan Mei Devil suddenly shouted. What's wrong? Ling Xiao asked, his eyes cold as he looked at the devil dragon puppet. We can work together. Lan Mei Devil knew that her devil dragon puppet couldn't kill Ling Xiao, and knew that it was impossible for her to kill Ling Xiao. That was why she wanted to work together with Ling Xiao. Don't you hate the Sword God Hall as well? Why don't we work together and divide the world? Wouldn't that be great? Lan Mei Devil looked at Ling Xiao, convinced that her proposal was very attractive. Divide the world? You think you're worthy? Ling Xiao sneered, the revered ice sword in his hand rising with terrifying power. If a few 9 dragon poison curses weren't enough, then he would use 10. He refused to believe that he couldn't defeat a soulless puppet. Currently, he was in excellent condition. The devil dragon puppet could only use devil dragon's breath, and the rest were just ordinary attacks. A 5th stratum life-sizer like this wasn't much stronger than the peak 4th stratum life-sizer, Dugubajian. In fact, Ling Xiao had the feeling that Dugubajian would be able to defeat the puppet as well. Puppets were just puppets, after all. They fought instinctively, and had no brains at all. And if someone were to control them, they wouldn't be able to unleash their full power. With such a huge weakness, Ling Xiao felt that if he didn't try to defeat the puppet, what would he do if he faced an even stronger Dugu Beijian in the future? He had a feeling that if he saw Dugu Beijian again, that guy would probably be even stronger than before. Don't go overboard. You should already know about my relationship with the Myriad Kingdom Dragon Mother. If you kill me and destroy the demonic dragon puppet, Mother Dragon will never let you off. Lan Meima said coldly, moreover, it won't be that easy for you to destroy this demonic dragon puppet. Could it be that you want to see both of us suffer and let the people of Heavenly Sword Hall benefit from it? Are you done talking nonsense? Ling Xiao sneered and finally launched an attack. This time, he still used the 9 dragons poison curse. However, it was the 10-layered 9 dragons poison curse. Frenzied attacks were unleashed, and the entire world was taken over by the gigantic poison dragon. Everyone watched this scene in horror. At this moment, in their hearts, Ling Xiao was no longer the first person under Cultivation. Instead, he was the strongest person in the Sword Dynasty. They even felt that Ling Xiao was stronger than Cultivation. No. Lan Meima watched helplessly as the poison dragons rushed towards the demonic dragon puppet. The only thing she could do was to throw a large number of spirit stones into the energy furnace and let the demonic dragon puppet block Ling Xiao's attack. However, doing so was futile. The energy furnace could only hold a limited number of mid-grade spirit stones. A large number of spirit stones could not be completely converted into energy in an instant. However, Ling Xiao's attack had already arrived. Once again, it penetrated the protective membrane and hit the cracks on the demonic dragon puppet's body. Then, it continued to bombard it. Bombardment again, wrapped in a tyrannical power, it pierced through the demonic dragon puppet. Undying bird beast soul, undying bird immortal fire. An undying bird flew out from the tyrannical universe. It perfectly fused with Ling Xiao's body and charged towards the demonic dragon puppet. Within the crack, Ling Xiao's body ignited, releasing a resplendent immortal fire. The terrifying immortal fire continued to burn as the demonic dragon puppet madly twisted its body. However, even if it went up to the sky or down to the ground, the immortal fire continued to burn. After tossing and turning for half an hour, the demonic dragon puppet finally fell to the ground and turned into a pile of scrap metal. Lan Meima and the people of the demonic dragon sword court had no chance to escape as they were burned alive within the demonic dragon puppet. Looking at the huge fire that filled the sky, Jian Wushuang softly sighed. Jian Fulong let out a soft sigh. Puppets are ultimately puppets. External powers are ultimately unable to replace the martial artist's own powers. Meima, oh, Meima, sigh. You reap what you sow. Actually, he only had a little obsession with Lan Meima. As for true feelings, they were long gone. Seeing Lan Meima being burned to death by the immortal fire, his heart relaxed a lot. That trace of obsession finally disappeared completely. Ling Xiao walked out of the fire like an Asura, like a demon god. This scene was seen by countless people. Although the Tyrant Sky martial spirit has long been kept by Ling Xiao, countless people knew that Ling Xiao has a very terrifying martial spirit. However, the difference between the Tyrant Sky martial spirit and the Mountain River martial spirit is too great. Therefore, among the people present, no one thought of the Mountain River martial spirit. It is said that the Mountain River martial spirit once appeared in the Heavenly Dragon continent. However, since then, no one has ever seen it. After such a long time, the madness brought about by the Mountain River martial spirit has gradually subsided. Ling Xiao sometimes thinks too much. Actually, as long as he is careful, there are not many people who can see through the Mountain River martial spirit from the Tyrant Sky martial spirit. The Sword Dynasty is going to change, everyone said. Countless people sent the information to their organizations, sects, forces and countries. If Ling Xiao defeated Dugu Xingjian and confirmed his identity as the #1 genius of the Sword Dynasty. Since Ling Xiao had destroyed the demonic dragon puppet, Ling Xiao's status had once again risen to another level. It made him an existence above Dugu Xingjian. Can the Sword Dynasty continue to exist? Perhaps the end of the Sword God Hall has arrived. Regardless of which side they supported, after watching the battle today, they all had the same thought. However, just as they were about to take a few more glances at the peerless youth, they realized that he and his companions had disappeared without a trace. Ling Xiao lay on top of Jian Fulong. He was very tired, and the demonic dragon puppet had injured him. It was time for a good rest. Jian Fulong carried Sword Sakura on his back. Falling Moon led the way. The Demon Suppressor clan also followed behind. Naturally, they were heading to the Dragon Elephant tribe. The Dragon Elephant tribe had become the stronghold of the 8 Immortals Kingdom in the Sword Dynasty. A few days later, Ling Xiao and the others arrived at the Dragon Elephant tribe. By then, the events outside the Devil Dragon Sword Court had already spread throughout the world. Ling Xiao's image in the eyes of the Dragon Elephant tribe and the 8 Immortals Kingdom became even more mysterious. Not only did he defeat Dugu Xingjian, but he also destroyed a 5th-stage life-sizer demonic dragon puppet. It was a miracle among miracles. In the blink of an eye, the situation in the Sword Dynasty had changed. The Devil Dragon Sword Court, which had been in place for 200 years, had collapsed in a single night. Xianxia had completely destroyed their hopes of conquering the world. The Sword Dynasty had lost a 4th division life-seizing crown prince, a heavy loss. Only the 8 Immortals' kingdom hadn't suffered any losses, and had even received help from an expert like Jian Fulong. It was as if the world had become a two-man show between the Sword God Hall and the 8 Immortals' kingdom. However, no one in the Dragon Mammoth tribe dared to relax. The Sword God Hall had ruled the Sword Dynasty for tens of thousands of years, and naturally had their own strengths. Furthermore, the patriarch of the Dugu family, who had been hiding behind the scenes all this time, had yet to show himself. No one knew if he was dead or alive. If he was dead, that would be for the best. But if he was still alive, he would be a huge problem. Therefore, after returning to the Dragon Mammoth tribe, Jian Fulong began trying to recover his cultivation base. As long as he could recover his cultivation base, and with Xianxia in full power, they might be able to take on the Sword God Hall. That was the Dragon Mammoth tribe's current state of affairs. Of course, there would be no lack of celebratory banquets. After all, they couldn't afford to be nervous just because they were worried about their enemies. Xiao's trip to Sword God City and the Devil Dragon Sword Court had been a complete success. It would be unforgivable if they didn't celebrate. At the same time, the 8 Immortals' Kingdom's intelligence network was in full operation. Whether it was news from Sword God City or other places, it was being sent to the Dragon Mammoth tribe's command center every day. Latest news: the various royals who were waiting in Sword God City to attend King Carefree's wedding have mysteriously disappeared. Latest news: the God Devil Medallion has appeared. With the exception of the Sword Dynasty, the other dynasties have begun to fight for it. When Xianxia heard the first piece of news, he only frowned. He didn't know what Dugu Beijian wanted to do with the disappearance of the royal families of the various countries. But the second piece of news was more interesting. The God Devil Medallion had appeared. Didn't that mean the God Devil emissaries had appeared? Xianxia couldn't sit still when he heard the news. Although it was important to unify the 9 paragons, it was impossible without power. Therefore, he had to get his hands on one of the God Devil medallions. Just look at the countless people fighting for the Fiend God token. Although the Archean Divine Tomb was dangerous, it was also full of opportunities. Countless people were tirelessly fighting for it. They even killed each other. Of the God Devil medallions. You. Jian Fulong said with a frown. Anyone who yearns for the path of the strongest martial arts will want to go. Xianxia replied. If you want to go to the primeval god necropolis and come back alive, you'll need to get stronger. At the very least, you'll need to be a 5th division life-sizer. I know, but time waits for no man. If I miss the opening of the immemorial divine tomb this time, I might have to wait for a long time. Xiao's attitude was firm. He would do his best to improve his cultivation base, but he had to go to the God Devil Emperor. Well, you're stubborn, so I won't say anything unnecessary. 200 years ago, the God Devil medallions were sent to the Sword God Hall, the Devil Dragon Sword Court, and the Gold Phoenix Sword Palace. But now, the Devil Dragon Sword Court is essentially destroyed, and the Gold Phoenix Sword Palace is part of the 8 Immortal Kingdoms. So I suspect that the 3 Divine Devil tokens this time will very likely be sent to the Sword God Hall. Jian Fulong analyzed the situation. The Sword God Hall? Is it possible that the God Devil emissaries have already arrived in the Sword Dynasty, and left the medallions there? Is it possible that the God Devil medallions haven't appeared in the Sword Dynasty because Dugu Bingjian doesn't want to announce it? Xianxia thought about it for a moment. That's definitely a possibility. Dugu Bingjian's greatest strength isn't his strength, but rather his brains. He definitely has other plans. Jian Fulong said. Maybe I have to make another trip to the Sword God City. Xianxia said with a frown. It seemed that this final battle was unavoidable no matter what. Not only did Dugu Bingjian have the remaining 9 Supremes catalog, but he also had the God Devil medallion. The battle between him and Xianxia was definitely going to happen. If you want the God Devil medallion, I will definitely help you with all my strength. It's said that the other side of the immemorial divine tomb nurtures the strongest forces of the 4 regions. Our 9 Supremes is just a barren land used by the 4 regions to exile prisoners. I really want to know what the 4 regions are like. Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, I hope that you can not only open the gates to the four regions, but also open up this demonic passage. Jian Fulong said with gritted teeth. In fact, many of the Nine Supremes' ancestors came from the four regions. The many stories they left behind recorded the beauty and strength of the four regions. This made their descendants yearn for such a place even more. Many of them even left their last wishes for their descendants to return to the four regions. For tens of thousands of years, many experts of the Nine Supremes had stepped into the immemorial divine tomb, but no one knew if anyone had really returned to the four regions. What was certain was that no one could open up this demonic passage and connect the Nine Supremes to the four regions. Jian Fulong really hoped that Ling Xiao could do it. This was because Ling Xiao had a special aura that could make people believe him. If I can do it, I will do it. Ling Xiao nodded. He wanted to unify the mystic world. If he couldn't even open up the passage between the four regions and the Nine Supremes, how could he rule the Black Tortoise continent? It was even more impossible for him to rule the mystic world. Although he was only an ant compared to the powerhouses of the four regions, he was still a powerhouse. His woman was in the most powerful palace of immortality. He had to go, he was never afraid. Experts also started as weaklings and climbed up step by step. He always believed that he, who had the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, also had the talent to become the strongest. Wait for it, Sister Yuanu. Soon, I will come to find you. Ling Zhao's heart surged with passion and battle intent. Getting the Fiend God token was the first step. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao stood up and said, Martial Uncle, you stay here. Xiao Jin and I will go to Sword God City. This time, we don't have to fight. Moreover, the 3 Fiend God tokens might not be in Dugu Beijian's hands. You can also wait here for news. Once there is news of the Fiend God token, we can split up. Alright, but you must be careful when you go to Sword God City. Although you didn't kill Dugu Beijian, he died because of you. Dugu Beijian won't let you go. You used the transformation technique last time, so he will definitely be on guard this time. Jian Fulong reminded. I know. Ling Xiao had considered all the difficulties, but knowing that there was a tiger in the mountain, he still went to the mountain. This was his character. Reporting. Even as Ling Xiao was preparing to leave for Sword God City, an urgent voice rang out from outside. What's going on? Ling Xiao asked. Your Majesty, something has happened to Junior Chieftain Dragon Mammoth of the Dragon Mammoth tribe. Big Brother Dragon Mammoth? What happened to him? Ling Xiao said with a frown. Junior Chieftain Dragon Mammoth was just patrolling the area with a group of people when they were attacked by a mysterious person. Almost all of them were wiped out, and Junior Chieftain Dragon Mammoth was kidnapped. Xianxia was also taken away with him. Take me to the scene. Ling Xiao said, his brow furrowed. To be able to kidnap a 2nd division life-sizer like Dragon Mammoth in the Dragon Mammoth tribe without leaving a trace indicated that this person was at least a 4th division life-sizer. Could it be Dugu Beijian, or Eunuch Gao? With that in mind, Ling Xiao led the group to the scene of the crime. It was a complete mess, and the Dragon Mammoth tribe members were in the middle of sorting through the corpses. There were over 1,000 corpses, all of them killed in the blink of an eye. All of the injuries were the same, as if they had been trampled by some enormous beast. It wasn't Dugu Beijian. And it wasn't Eunuch Gao. Who could it be? Frowning, Ling Xiao opened his Taiji eye and began to investigate the scene. Although the person was being very careful, Yang Qi was still able to pick up some clues. Meanwhile, in a small city not too far away from the Dragon Mammoth tribe, you never would have guessed, did you, Dragon Mammoth? Standing in front of the bound Dragon Mammoth was none other than Xianxia. Are you crazy, Xianxia? He asked. You and I are brothers. How could you collude with outsiders over and over again? What exactly are you doing? Dragon Mammoth glared at Xianxia, his heart burning with rage. Back when he had let Xianxia go, he had assumed that he would turn over a new leaf. Who could have guessed that he would refuse to change, and now, he had betrayed him, telling someone about the route and time of his patrol, which had led to his capture. Otherwise, even a 4th division life-sizer would have had enough time to send out a distress signal. Dragon Mammoth. Oh, Dragon Mammoth. Do you know what your biggest weakness? It was just that he was too sentimental. It's my luck that I survived. It has nothing to do with you. Xianxia sneered. Just you wait. This time, with the support of the Myriad Kingdom Dragon Mother and the Myriad Kingdom Dragonesque Elephant Tribe, I, Xianxia, will definitely ascend to the throne of the Dragonesque Elephant Tribe. Idiot, if you want to be the clan leader, I can give you the position, but how can you listen to the words of those crazy and vicious people? Don't forget, how did the Dragon Elephant clan of Tado Land treat us back then? How did our mother die? Long Xiang roared. Pa. Xianxia raised his whip and lashed it on Longxiang's body. How dare you be so arrogant when you're about to die? The Longxiang clan of Wangua is the master. We're just rebels. Now that the main family is willing to take us in again, what's wrong with that? Lord Xiangshan has arrived. Suddenly, a voice came from outside. Xianxia hurriedly put down his whip and knelt on the ground. The door opened. To be exact, it was the cell door that was opened. A young man entered, looking to be in his 20s. As he approached, Xianxia didn't even dare to raise his head. In fact, he looked like a dog that couldn't breathe. When did you learn to be as obedient as Xianxia, Dragonesque? Xiangshan said, looking coldly at Dragonesque Elephant. Then he smiled. You know how strong I am. If you don't stop me, the consequences will be dire. Bah! Dragonesque Elephant spat. I'm not a coward like Xianxia. You want to kill me? You want me dead? You want me dead, spitting out a mouthful of bloody spit, Dragon Mammoth said, you're only in the 5th division of life-seizing, right? My brother, Ling Xiao, just killed a 5th division life-sizer devil dragon golem. If you don't want to die, then get the hell out of the Sword Dynasty. Humph. You're still so stubborn. Xiangshan said disdainfully. You think a piece of trash puppet can compare to me? If you weren't afraid, why did you run away? According to you, destroying the Dragonesque Elephant tribe would be as easy as lifting a hand. Dragonesque Elephant sneered. In response to Dragonesque Elephant's words, Xiangshan's expression darkened. Dragonesque Elephant had hit the nail on the head. Xiangshan really was afraid of the legendary Ling Xiao. After all, he couldn't afford to lose. Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for what happens next. I heard that you have the most outstanding martial soul of the Dragonesque Elephant tribe, the king of Dragonesque Mammoths. It just so happens that I'm not very satisfied with my martial soul. It's simply a waste to leave such a good martial soul in your body. Xianxia, get ready to take him to Sword God City. They have the best doctors there who can perform the most perfect martial soul transplant. Oh, right. Once you take this Dragonesque Elephant's martial soul, you can turn him into a puppet. It'll be fun to see brothers fighting each other on the battlefield. Xiangshan laughed heartily, feeling proud and excited at his brilliant idea. Sword God City. News of the battle outside the Devil Dragon Sword Court spread far and wide. Sword God Hall was in a gloomy mood. Ling Xiao had just wreaked havoc in Sword God City, destroyed the bloodthirsty Sword Sepulchre, and rescued countless experts right in front of Dugubadian. Who would have thought that after leaving Sword God City, he would go straight to the Devil Dragon Sword Court and cripple Dugubadian in front of so many people? Dugubadian had been killed by the Dragonesque puppet. Of course, that wasn't shocking enough. Even more shocking was the fact that Ling Xiao had actually killed the Dragonesque puppet, which was as strong as a 5th division life-sizer. They had once believed that Dugubadian was invincible. They had once believed that Dugubadian was the most talented, but Ling Xiao's appearance completely changed all of this. Not only had he destroyed Dugubation's reputation as the #1 genius, but he had also used his terrifying strength to suppress Dugubation's reputation. Compared to Ling Xiao's dazzling halo, everything seemed dim and dull. Sword God Hall was no longer as impressive as before. Rebellions had broken out everywhere, and the flames of war were spreading. However, it wasn't the army of the Sword Dynasty that went to suppress them, but rather, the joint army of the 8 Immortals Kingdom and the Dragonesque Mammoth tribe. Sword God Hall's territory was being invaded, but Dugubadian didn't do anything. This caused many people to be extremely puzzled. Meanwhile, outside the Imperial Palace, a figure slowly approached. Greetings, Crown Princess. Eunuch Gao looked at the beautiful woman in front of him and bowed. Where is His Majesty? The Crown Princess asked. After the battle outside the Devil Dragon Sword Court, Dugubadian had died, but she had escaped and returned to Sword God City. However, she didn't look sad at all. Instead, she looked excited. It was almost as if something good was about to happen. His Majesty is waiting for you in the main hall. Please follow me, Crown Princess. Eunuch Gao opened the door and walked in. The door to the main hall was closed again. Eunuch Gao looked inside and then closed his eyes. See no evil, hear no evil. That was the principle he had lived by for many years. It was the only way he could live longer. You still have the face to come back? Dugubadian sat there on his throne, looking as domineering as ever, as if the death of his son, Dugu Xingjian, hadn't changed at all. He looked coldly at the crown princess below and asked coldly. Why can't I come back? She said with a smile. Back when the Ice Dynasty was in chaos, the imperial family was slaughtered, and you fled to the Sword Dynasty, where I took you in. In fact, I married you to Dugu Xingjian. You would have been the mother of all under heaven, and might even have had a chance to take back the position of empress. But you just watched as the crown prince was killed, and did nothing. Dugubation's voice was filled with viciousness. Tell me, Morongqi. What exactly are you thinking? The Morong clan had once been the imperial family of the Ice Dynasty, but had been usurped, and the Morong clan had been virtually wiped out. Morongqi was probably the only member of the Morong imperial clan who had managed to survive. I like you, not Dugu Xingjian, Morongqi said coolly. As far as I'm concerned, Dugu Xingjian is a piece of trash. But you're different. You're the only one who can help me restore my dynasty. What's the point of saying all that now? Dugubadian said with a sigh. You're his wife. How could I possibly take away his future wife? You still haven't explained why you didn't do anything. Even if he's a piece of trash, you shouldn't have just watched him die. That's where you're wrong, Morongqi said. Everything happened too quickly, and I did try to help him. Sadly, I didn't succeed. By the time the dragon devil puppet pulled him into the void, it was too late. Morongqi also sighed. Considering how strong you are, you could definitely kill Ling Xiao and get revenge for my son. Morongqi nodded. Do you really think that's possible? That Ling Xiao killed a 5th division life-seizing devil dragon puppet. I've been working hard all this time, and am now at the peak of the 5th division. He didn't want to fight a battle that he had no confidence in. What's more, the people of Totoland are there. If they find out and tell the people of Ice Dynasty, do you think I can still live? Although my talent is outstanding, the Ice Dynasty is filled with experts, unlike the Sword Dynasty which is trash. I don't want to be killed before I've grown up. Dugubajian fell silent. Although Morongqi's words were unreasonable, it was very reasonable. His son had already died, and he didn't want to lose Morongqi. Helplessly shaking his head, he said, What do you plan to do next? Get the Fiend God token and go to the immemorial divine tomb. Only there can I surpass them and become stronger, even surpassing the warriors of the Ice Dynasty. Otherwise, if I continue to stay in the Sword Dynasty, I will definitely have no hope of turning things around. Morongqi replied. You know how dangerous that place is. There are countless treasures, resources, and opportunities. However, the people who went there usually had a slim chance of survival. Only a handful of them actually made it back alive. Dugubajian frowned. However, those that survived were all exceptional talents. The reason why the Ice Dynasty had such a change back then was because there were people that returned alive from the immemorial divine tomb and became incomparably powerful. Morongqi's eyes flashed with determination. It seems there's no point in trying to persuade you. However, you should know that other than the Sword Dynasty, none of the 9 paragons are weak. They're all terrifying giants. Peak 5th stage life-seizing, in the eyes of others, they're nothing but trash. Dugubajian chuckled coldly. But if you're determined to go, then come with me. The Sword Dynasty only has 3 Fiend God tokens, but that should be enough for the 2 of us. You have the Fiend God tokens? Morongqi asked. How could that be? Dugubajian said with a wry smile. Why do you think I haven't sent troops to the Dragon Mammoth tribe? Is it really because I'm afraid of Ling Xiao? No. That's not it. The Fiend God and Fiend God envoys showed up, and told me that the situation in the Sword Dynasty has changed. Therefore, they've set up a fighting ring for the 3 Fiend God tokens. When? Morongchi asked. In a month, the Fiend God and Fiend God envoys will release the energy of the Fiend God envoys. When that happens, the Sword Dynasty will have a location with a Taiji symbol. Dugubajian added. Alright. Got it. Morongchi nodded, then turned and left. After all these years of lying low, she had finally reached the 5th stage of life seizing. No matter what, she had to get the Fiend God tokens and enter the Primeval God Necropolis. The Dragon Mammoth Tribe. How's the investigation going? Ling Xiao asked, looking at Wolf Head, the captain of the Sharp Blade Special Forces. Reporting to the Emperor, there are already clues. Just 3 days ago, a group of strangers appeared in a small city about 10 miles away from the Dragon Elephant Tribe. They were very domineering, and as soon as they arrived, they occupied the city magistrate's mansion and killed the city magistrate. Someone saw that one of them had left the small town today and returned later, but there seemed to be 2 more people with him. Wolfhead reported. Map. Ling Xiao said coldly. As far as he was concerned, the Dragon Mammoth Tribe was like a brother to him. Therefore, if someone dared to kidnap him, then that meant they had something to do with Ling Xiao. He didn't care who they were, or where they came from. He had to save them. This is the place. Wolfhead pointed at a small town on the map. Sect Uncle, I'll leave this place to you for now. I'll be right back. Now that he knew where the Dragon Mammoth Tribe was being held, he had no choice but to fly there. Why don't we just surround the town? It's our territory now. Hai Miankeo suggested. No. That would alert the enemy. Ling Xiao shook his head. I'll go alone. If I run into any trouble, I'll contact you. When it comes to staying alive, no one in the world can compare to me. All right. You must be careful, Emperor. Ling Xiao nodded and stepped out of the command center. He rose into the air like a phoenix soaring through the 9 heavens, flying in the direction of the small city. Brother Dragon Mammoth, wait for me. No matter who it is, I'll let him taste the price of death this time. Ling Xiao's eyes were full of killing intent. The person who kidnapped the Dragon Mammoth Tribe was extremely ruthless. He only hoped that the Dragon Mammoth Tribe hadn't been killed yet. Otherwise, even if he killed all of them, it would be of no use. For Ling Xiao, the distance of 5 kilometers was covered in an instant. When he arrived near the small town, he landed and walked towards the small town. At this moment, the town had become a ghost town. Stop. Who are you? How dare you trespass into my Wanhua territory? The moment Ling Xiao stepped into the small city, more than a dozen martial artists suddenly appeared. These people were clearly the garrison of the Sword Dynasty in the small city. Later, they surrendered to the 8 Immortals' kingdom. Who would have thought that they would surrender to the Wanhua today? The people of the Wanhua were really arrogant. They came to the Sword Dynasty and casually occupied a city and said that it was the territory of the Wanhua. They were powerful and didn't need to be reasoned with. 8 Immortals' Kingdom's Emperor Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't hide his identity. He was here to save people. The sooner the other party knew, the sooner he could see the person in question. Ling Xiao. Hearing that the person who came was actually Ling Xiao, those martial artists threw down their weapons and turned to run. They were originally a group of good-for-nothings. Today they surrendered to this and tomorrow they would surrender to that. There was no loyalty to speak of. Ling Xiao sneered and blasted out a palm. The monstrous poison spread among the crowd. In the blink of an eye, those people were all poisoned to death. If these people were just people who surrendered to the Wanhua, he wouldn't be so ruthless. But the hundreds of thousands of people in this small city were all gone. Although they might not necessarily be dead, they definitely encountered something terrible. These martial artists actually helped the people of the Wanhua to harm their own people. Ling Xiao couldn't tolerate it. After killing those martial artists, he walked straight to the city lord's mansion. In front of the city lord's mansion, there were still sentries. Except here, the other places were lifeless. Ling Xiao didn't even bother to talk nonsense. He directly blasted open the gate of the city lord's mansion and killed the sentries. Not to mention that he was in a very bad mood now. Even if he was in a good mood, it was absolutely impossible to let go of these fickle trash who harmed his own people. In the city lord's mansion, the security was even stricter. As soon as Ling Xiao entered, he was surrounded. Xianxia walked out triumphantly and looked at Ling Xiao indifferently. Lord Xiangshan had long expected that you would come to save people, so he set up a heavy ambush here early in the morning. You can come today, but don't think about going back alive. With just you and this trash? Ling Xiao looked at Xianxia mockingly. Of course not. Xianxia opened up a path and a person walked out from inside. This person held a broadsword in his hand, and the skin on his face was like the bark of a withered tree. A 5th division life-sizer? It seems weaker than the demonic dragon puppet. Ling Xiao frowned. What was going on these days? 5th division life-sizers were worthless, the demonic dragon puppet was still acceptable, but this fellow was clearly a martial artist. Wangwu Chen Didao. That person said coldly, report your name. Chen Didao? You're not Xiangshan? Ling Xiao was even more shocked. The myriad kingdoms definitely deserved to be called a major power. They were far more powerful than the Sword Dynasty, with 5th division life-seizers everywhere they went. Lord Xiangshan is not someone a nobody like you can meet. He has already brought Long Xiang to Sword God City. Chen Didao said coldly. Why are they going to Sword God City? Ling Xiao asked. You know about martial soul transplants, right? Lord Xiangshan is interested in Long Xiang's king of Dracomammoth's martial soul, so he's going to Sword God City for a transplant. Xianxia chuckled. So that's how it is. Ling Xiao was starting to get nervous. It seemed he had to get this over with as quickly as possible. He didn't have time to dawdle. With Long Xiang in imminent danger, he unleashed his martial soul of tyrants. At the same time, he transformed into his unbounded heavenly rat beast soul and charged toward Chen Didao with lightning speed. Chen Didao could never have guessed that Ling Xiao would be so direct. Although he was in a hurry, he didn't panic much. He retreated a few meters and then slashed down with the saber in his hand. The revered ice sword slammed into Chen Didao's broadsword, sending shockwaves out in all directions. Everyone in the area was in for a bad time. Only Xianxia was smart enough to hide behind Chen Didao and avoid the shockwaves. Everyone else was instantly reduced to nothing but ash. Whoosh! Suddenly, a beam of golden light shot out from Ling Xiao's spirit ring, piercing through Chen Didao's body. The intense heat caused a gaping hole to appear in Chen Didao's body. It was Little Gold. When Ling Xiao saw Little Gold, he couldn't have been happier. Little Gold glowed with golden light, and was clearly much stronger than before. Ever since he had devoured the artificial red sun in the bloodthirsty sword mound, he had been in a state of cultivation. Now that he was awake, his battle prowess was at the peak of the 5th division of the life-seizing level. How could Chen Didao possibly have dodged his sneak attack? No. How could trash from the Sword Dynasty be so strong? Chen Didao couldn't believe that he had died so easily at the hands of trash from the Sword Dynasty. Didn't they say that the Sword Dynasty didn't have any powerful experts? Didn't they say that they could act like tyrants here? So, it was all a lie. A majestic 5th division life-sizer, slumped to the ground, never to rise again. Seeing this scene, Xianxia immediately knelt on the ground. Ling Xiao. Don't kill me. I'm trash. I'm scum. I beg of you. Nobody feared death, and Xianxia was no exception. His arrogance stemmed from the fact that he was backed by a powerful expert. But if Little Gold could kill a 5th division life-sizer with a single move, then what did he have to rely on? Ling Xiao wasn't in the mood to waste words with him. Without any hesitation, he unleashed his 4-leaf devil eyes. Who's Xiangshan? Is he really from the myriad kingdoms? Ling Xiao asked coldly. The exalted Xiangshan is from the Dracomammoth tribe, and is at the peak of the 5th division of the life-seizing level. Although, to the Dracomammoth tribe, that doesn't count for much. The Dragon Mother of the Myriad Kingdoms is the chief of the Dracomammoth tribe, and the Empress of the Myriad Kingdoms. Xianxia's response was very detailed. Once Ling Xiao used a soul search on him, all he had to do was give Ling Xiao a lead, and Xianxia would tell him everything he knew. You can go die now. Ling Xiao said coldly. Last time, the Draco Mammoth had begged for mercy, and Xianxia had been spared. But this time, no matter what, Xianxia had to die. Even as the words left his mouth, Xianxia grabbed a sword off the ground and slit his own throat. Even still, Ling Xiao couldn't vent his anger. Burning Xianxia to ash, he hopped onto Little Gold's back and sped off in the direction of Sword God City. If the Draco Mammoths had their martial souls extracted, they would either die or become mentally disabled. Therefore, no matter what, Xianxia had to get them out before that happened. If gods got in his way, he would kill gods. If Buddhas got in his way, he would kill Buddhas. Xiao Jin's speed was extremely fast, but even though the two of them hurried, they still didn't manage to catch up to that so-called Elephant Mountain. Now that they were in Sword God City, Ling Xiao didn't need to sneak around like last time. Instead, he went straight to the chief of the city guard and asked about the situation. "Don't tell me you're talking about that expert over there?" All of a sudden, a terrifying aura filled the air, and a shadowy figure appeared off in the distance. "That's him," Ling Xiao said. Although he didn't recognize Mammoth Mountain, he recognized Dragon Mammoth. Now that Dragon Mammoth was being held hostage, there was no need to ask who he was. Ling Xiao was just about to make a move when he sensed a powerful aura from the Imperial Palace. Dugubajian had appeared. Ling Xiao frowned, then reined in his aura and waited for the right moment to strike. Most likely, Dugubajian was a 5th Division life-sizer. And Mammoth Mountain was also in the 5th Division. If Ling Xiao were to charge out now, he would be caught in a pincer attack from both of them. That wouldn't be worth it. Since Dragon Mammoth wasn't in any immediate danger, Xianxia decided to observe the situation. If things went south, then he would make his move. "So you're Emperor Dugubajian of the Sword Dynasty?" Mammoth Mountain said, looking down at Dugubajian with complete disdain. Dugubajian hovered there in midair, his face cold and emotionless. His eyes were filled with cunning and intelligence. He had ruled the Sword Dynasty for hundreds of years, and no one had ever succeeded in wresting control from him. Whether it was in terms of strength or scheming, he was terrifying. "Who are you, sire?" Dugubajian asked coolly. "You don't need to know," Mammoth Mountain said coolly. "Just give up your position and submit to me." Mammoth Mountain's arrogance was beyond imagination. The experts in Sword God City were all discussing the situation, and were convinced that this man was even more arrogant than Ling Xiao had been in the past. He actually dared to make Dugubajian hand over the position of emperor? "You must be joking, sire," Mammoth Mountain said. "The Sword Dynasty has existed for 10,000 years. There's a reason why it exists. Not even Dragon Mother of the Myriad Kingdoms would dare to force me to abdicate. You're far too arrogant." Dugubajian looked disdainfully at Mammoth Mountain. Truth be told, he could tell that Mammoth Mountain was from the Draco Mammoth clan. "Bullshit like that might work on a kid, but it won't work on me, Mammoth Mountain." Mammoth Mountain laughed heartily. For generations, the Myriad Kingdoms had told their descendants that the Sword Dynasty was weak enough to be bullied and humiliated. But that didn't mean they shouldn't try to take it for themselves. Unless there was a change in their own ranks. However, Xianxia did not believe such a warning at all. He felt that those old fellows were too stubborn and useless. "I still have to believe the words of the elderly." Dugubajian said indifferently, "We will definitely not give the throne to you. However, if you want something else, we might be able to give it to you on account of the Myriad Kingdom Dragon Mother." Even if he knelt down and begged for mercy now, he wasn't afraid of being laughed at. Because the people of Sword Dynasty knew how terrifying the other 8 great powers were, their emperor was nothing in the eyes of others. If the other party only wanted something, he wouldn't mind giving it to the other party. After all, it was better to make a friend than to have more enemies. After all, the immemorial divine tomb was about to open soon, and he had to focus on that. "I want everything else, but I need the throne even more." Xianxia did not back down. Xianxia was really overbearing. He thought that he could disregard the martial artists of Sword Dynasty just because he came from one country. Even if he asked Dugubajian to kneel, Dugubajian would probably agree. However, giving up the throne was out of the question. That was Dugubajian's bottom line. "So you're saying you're going to take it by force?" Dugubajian said, his eyes flickering with terrifying killing intent. After all, Ling Xiao and Jian Fulong had caused a huge ruckus in Sword God City. Dugubajian's reputation had been severely damaged. That day, he had been on the verge of a breakthrough, and hadn't wanted to interrupt his cultivation. But now that he had, and Xianxia didn't know what was good for him, he had no choice but to play along. So what if I take it by force? I'd advise you not to refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. If you give up the throne, I'll let you serve me, and you'll still be rich and powerful. But if you insist on making an enemy of me, then don't blame me for being vicious and merciless. Xianxia chuckled coldly. Vicious and merciless? Go ahead and try, you're just a 5th division life-sizer. Do you really think you can cause trouble in Sword Dynasty? If Xianxia had been a 6th division life-sizer, Dugubajian wouldn't have dared to fight him head-on. But he was only a 5th division life-sizer. What did he have to fear? Dugubajian's dragon robes fluttered even though there was no wind. His bloodthirsty demon sword glowed with blood-red light. A terrifying killing intent filled the air. Good. Very good. I never would have guessed that the Emperor of Sword Dynasty would be such a tough nut to crack. How dare you challenge the might of the sacred dynasty of all kingdoms? Since that's the case, I guess I'll just have to kill you and take your throne. Maybe you want to take the God-Devil Medallion and head to the primeval god necropolis. But let me tell you, you have no chance. Those 3 medallions are only for those who are loyal to me. Xianxia casually tossed the Dracomamoth out of the way. Someone jumped out of the crowd and caught it. Ling Xiao saw what was happening, and realized that the person who caught the Dracomamoth was an expert on the same level as Chen Dedeo. He was also a 5th division life-sizer, although he was only in the early 5th division. Someone like that could be easily killed by Xiao Jin. And yet, Ling Xiao didn't make a move. He wanted to wait for the two of them to begin fighting, and then make his move. Finally, Dugubajian made the first move. He waved his bloodthirsty demon sword, sending out a terrifying beam of sword energy. It was none other than the monarch hegemon sword. The sword chi filled the air, but Dugubajian did not stop there. At the same time, he also pounced out, moving side by side with the sword chi towards Xianxia. Do it, Xiao Jin. Ling Xiao knew that his chance had come, so he summoned Xiao Jin. In that moment, no one realized what the dazzling golden light represented. Mammoth Mountain didn't know. Only now did he realize that Dugubajian wasn't someone to be trifled with. Therefore, he had no choice but to throw himself into the fight. Boss, he's back. Xiao Jin said, flying back with Dracomamoth in hand. Ling Xiao placed him in his spirit ring, but didn't leave. Mammoth Mountain versus Dugubajian. This was a rare fight between 2 experts, and both were his enemies. Therefore, he wanted to see how strong they were. Mammoth Mountain easily dodged Dugubajian's attack. Following that, the battle between the two quickly entered a stalemate. Up in the air, 2 figures, one yellow and one blue, could be seen flickering. Cultivators under the life-seizing level didn't have enough eyesight to see what was going on. And yet, Ling Xiao could easily see them. Of course, he had to admit that, even if he used his heaven-dominating martial soul, he still wouldn't be a match for them. Unless he made a breakthrough, but that was exactly the kind of opponent he liked. They couldn't kill him easily, but he could always make breakthroughs as he fought them. I really can't wait to give this a try. Ling Xiao didn't feel the slightest bit of fear in the face of such powerful opponents. In fact, he was excited. Do you understand now, Mammoth Mountain? Considering how strong you are, there's no way you can surpass the Sword Dynasty. If we keep fighting, we'll both end up injured, and neither of us will have the upper hand. But this is my Sword Dynasty, and you'll end up worse off than me. The more Dugubajian fought, the fiercer he got. After all, he was much older than Mammoth Mountain, and was a wily old fox. The longer this went on, the worse off Mammoth Mountain would be. Of course, Dugubajian knew that if he wanted to defeat Mammoth Mountain, he would have to be seriously injured. He didn't want Ling Xiao and the others to take advantage of the situation. So what do you want? Mammoth Mountain asked, frowning. He had assumed that the strongest person in the Sword Dynasty was only in the 4th division of life-seizing. But now, he realized that Dugubajian was in the 5th division of life-seizing. Furthermore, his fighting prowess was no weaker than Mammoth Mountain's. I've said it before. Whatever you want, we can discuss. Other than the throne, anything else is fine. Dugubadian said. Can I have the God Devil medallion? Mammoth Mountain asked. Of course, Dugubadian replied. The Sword Dynasty has 3 God Devil medallions. One for me, one for you, and one for my daughter-in-law. Look, Mammoth Mountain. Boss, Little Gold said, it looks like those 2 bastards are going to join forces. Don't worry. An alliance like that is built for the sake of profit. It'll only take a moment for it to fall apart. Besides, so what if they join forces? With you and me here, they can't do anything. Besides, they're focused on the God Devil medallion, and won't be interested in attacking the Dragon Mammoth tribe. Ling Xiao shook his head, his eyes still fixed on the 2 figures. Apparently, Mammoth Mountain was convinced by Dugubation's words. Fine, he said. Give me the God Devil medallion, and help me get a martial soul transplant. Then I'll leave. That won't do. I don't have the God Devil medallion, Dugubadian explained. The God Devil emissaries haven't given it out yet. Instead, they're planning to hold a competition in the Sword Dynasty. Whoever is strong enough will take the medallion. Dugubadian. After all this time, you were King lying to me? Xianxia was completely infuriated. He felt that he had been fooled by Dugubajian and was instantly enraged. Dragon Elephant Transformation, Dragon Elephant Divine Fist. With a thunderous roar, Xianxia transformed into his draconic elephant battle form. His body abruptly enlarged as he blasted out a punch. It was as though an ancient draconic elephant had collided with each other. The might of his punch was extremely shocking. The terrifying fist print had already covered half of the sky. Bloodthirsty swordsmanship, kill. The bloodthirsty swordsmanship, a medium general realm martial art, was a unique skill that Dugubajian had spent hundreds of years on. Together with the bloodthirsty demonic sword, its power was even comparable to a high-level general-level martial technique. When he executed it, half of the sky turned blood red. A huge blood sword pierced towards Elephant Mountain. A roar exploded in the sky. The buildings in Sword God City continued to collapse. This terrifying attack really seemed like the end of the world. Countless civilians began to flee the city. This Dugubajian doesn't care about the civilians at all. I can't believe he's starting a fight in Sword God City. He really isn't fit to be an emperor. Ling Xiao frowned as he followed the fleeing crowd. After all, he could clearly see what was going on from the outside. He had to admit that Dugubajian was far stronger than that piece of trash Dugu Xingjian. Dugu Xingjian had a sage body, but no heart of a powerful expert. It was truly lamentable. Dugubajian was different. After all, he had only just broken through to the 5th division of life seizing. And yet, he was able to go toe-to-toe with Elephant Mountain, who was at the peak of the 5th division. That alone was worthy of admiration. Unfortunately, Dugubajian was an enemy. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would have liked to be friends with him. The clash between the two didn't result in a clear victor. Both of them were injured, but not seriously. I'm warning you one last time. Get the hell out of Sword God City, otherwise I won't show any mercy. Dugubajian said, clearly starting to get impatient. You're just the emperor of a puny little Sword Dynasty. What can you possibly do to me? If we keep fighting, you won't have as much true energy left as I do. You'll be the one to lose. Of course, Elephant Mountain wasn't going to back down. He had come from all the kingdoms for the God Devil Medallion and the throne of the Sword Dynasty. Dragon Mother had given him orders to do so. If he couldn't accomplish them, how could he possibly have the face to report back to her? Since you're so stubborn, I guess you can just die. Dugubajian took a deep breath, causing terrifying power to erupt from his bloodthirsty devil sword. It was filled with an aura of death and resentment. Even from 1,000 meters away, the terrifying aura was enough to cause anyone to tremble in fear. By this point, Sword God City was virtually empty. Everyone, including the imperial family, had already left. The city was on the verge of collapsing at any moment. In a battle between 2 5th Division life seizers, not even sword gods or sword sages would be able to put up much of a fight. Now I understand why Dugubajian killed so many people, and why he built the bloodthirsty sword mound. Ling Xiao's brow was furrowed. Although the terrifying battlefield didn't strike fear into him, it did strike fear into his heart. "What's going on, boss?" Little Jean asked. "That bloodthirsty devil sword is filled with the vengeful souls and resentment of countless people," Dugubajian explained. "I can't believe Dugubajian is using the power of death. That guy is crazy." Ling Xiao explained. "He's using the dead to get stronger," Little Jean said, shocked. "That's right," Dugubajian said. "That bloodthirsty devil sword is different from when it was in the bloodthirsty sword mound. Not only is it filled with blood energy, but it's also filled with an aura of death." Ling Xiao nodded. "I'm afraid Mammoth Mountain is going to die beyond the shadow of a doubt. Dugubajian is strong enough to fight Mammoth Mountain to a standstill. If he uses the power of death in his bloodthirsty devil sword, he'll surpass Mammoth Mountain in battle prowess, and be close to the 6th division of life seizing." It didn't take long for his speculations to become reality. By this point, Dugubajian's skin had turned completely red. He looked like a monster. "Don't tell me he's turned himself into a blood devil?" Little Jean could sense the terrifying aura radiating off of Dugubajian. "That should be the case," Dugubajian said. "He's a human, and he's been absorbing the power of death for hundreds of years. His body wouldn't be able to handle it. He'd have to turn himself into a monster." Ling Xiao gritted his teeth as he realized that Dugubajian really was willing to do anything to get stronger. "Prepare to die, Mammoth Mountain from the myriad kingdoms." Dugubajian's voice became strange. It was thick and filled with a terrifying and gloomy aura. "I can only use a tiny bit of the power of the bloodthirsty devil sword. But it's more than enough to kill you." "Are you really that confident? Do you think you can kill me like this?" Xianxia was not afraid of Dugubajian, who had used the power of the dead. Instead, he transformed into a huge dracophant, emitting an ancient aura. "Of course, I originally planned to use these things in the immemorial divine tomb. Now that I've used them on you, it can be considered as testing their power." Dugubajian sneered. As they spoke, the battle erupted again. After using the power of the dead, Dugubajian's strength skyrocketed, and he began to suppress Xianxia in all aspects. Although Xianxia's dracophant's combat strength had increased, it was still lacking compared to the power of the dead. Originally, the two of them were evenly matched, but now, Dugubajian had the upper hand. Xianxia's situation was getting worse and worse. If not for the dracophant's thick skin, he would have been seriously injured. "Is this considered cheating?" Xiao Jin smiled bitterly and said, "It's impossible for this power to have no side effects. Otherwise, it would be too abnormal. Indeed, there are no side effects." Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "If there is one, it's because Dugubajian has refined his body into a blood demon body. He can't use many human martial skills. Moreover, the power of the dead consumes a lot of physical strength. He won't be able to maintain this crazy state for long. So that's how it is." Xiao Jin looked at the battle again. Just as Ling Xiao had analyzed, Dugubajian was eager to end the battle because the power of the dead consumed too much of his body. "Die! Die! Die!" Dugubajian roared, his originally calm face became incomparably serious. Blood-red light constantly flashed on his body, and there were even black dead souls trying to escape from his body. It could be seen that his strength had skyrocketed, but he had to spend a lot of energy to suppress those dead souls. "Damn it! Let's see how long you can last." Xianxia was not a weakling. At this point, he could only go all out. It was impossible to escape. Once he did, he would give his back to his opponent and become a target. He could only fight now. Ling Xiao watched the battle excitedly. Suddenly, he frowned. "Golden Dragon Seal. Dugubajian is going to use the Golden Dragon Seal." Back then, he had only learned of the existence of the Golden Dragon Seal, a high-level general martial technique, from Jian Fulong. Unlike the bloodthirsty swordsmanship, whose power was close to that of a high-level general realm martial technique, this was a genuine high-level general realm martial technique. If Xianxia is hit by this move, he will definitely die. Ling Xiao could feel how terrifying the Golden Dragon Seal was. At this moment, a large amount of true yuan gushed out of Dugubajian's body. It turned into a dazzling golden light. The golden light gradually condensed into the shape of a golden dragon in the sky. Die, Xianxia, let this golden dragon seal end your life. Roar! The golden dragon let out a resonant dragon roar and pounced towards Xianxia. In that instant, the weather changed. The entire Swordmaster city was enveloped in golden light. Ling Xiao knew very well that he couldn't block such a powerful attack. Even if he activated all of his defensive skills, it would still be useless. Unless he used Life Rewind, he would definitely die. This move was too powerful. Not only did it use all of Dugubajian's strength, but it also used the power of the dead. How could Xianxia block it? Damn it, how can this guy be so powerful? Xianxia's expression changed drastically when he saw the huge golden dragon pouncing towards him. He really regretted it now. It was unwise to make an enemy out of Dugubajian without understanding him. However, he couldn't admit defeat just like that. He was a martial artist of the 10,000 Countries Dragonesque Elephant clan. How could he lose to a useless emperor of the Sword Dynasty? Dragonesque Elephant Divine Fist, 800 Dragonesque Elephants. As he roared, Dragonesque Elephant also used all of his true yuan in this attack. A terrifying gale whistled violently around his body. He punched out with both fists. Between heaven and earth, 800 huge Dragonesque Elephant phantoms appeared and pounced towards Dugubajian's golden dragon. No matter what, he had to tear this golden dragon apart. Otherwise, if that terrifying power bombarded his body, he would definitely die. Dugubajian's martial technique was a high-level general realm martial technique. Xianxia's martial technique was also a high-level general realm martial technique. From this, one could see the decline of the Sword Dynasty. In the entire Sword Dynasty, only the emperor knew a high-level general realm martial technique. And in the 10,000 countries, any martial artist with a little talent could cultivate a high-level general realm martial technique. 800 Dragonesque elephants collided with the golden dragon seal in the sky. A stalemate, golden light and white light constantly devoured each other and cancelled each other out. But one had to admit that Dugubajian, who had the power of the dead, was still too powerful. Even though their martial technique levels were the same, his golden dragon was still constantly devouring those dragonesque elephants. However, the power of a high-level general realm martial technique could not be underestimated. Xianxia crazily attacked, wanting to see who would exhaust who to death first. What Dugubajian was most afraid of was the consumption of the power of the dead. And Xianxia's continuous dragonesque elephant divine fist was constantly consuming his true yuan. Whichever side couldn't withstand it first would be the side that would be defeated. Boss, who do you think will lose? Xiao Jin asked. If this goes on, the first one to lose will definitely be Dugubajian. His consumption is too great. Ling Xiao said, but if I were Dugubajian, I would absorb more power of the dead at all costs and strive to take down Xianxia in one fell swoop. Before his voice fell, Dugubajian seemed to be connected with his mind. Sure enough, he absorbed more power of the dead from the bloodthirsty demonic sword. At that moment, black threads appeared on the golden dragon's body. The power of the golden dragon also soared several times in an instant. Boom, Xianxia finally couldn't resist and was sent flying by the terrifying power. And this was because of the 800 dragonesque elephants. If he had been hit directly, even he would have been beaten half to death at this moment. The older the ginger, the spicier it is. If there are no accidents, Dugubajian will definitely win. Ling Xiao sighed. On the path of martial arts, to reach the peak, one's lifespan was indispensable. Generally speaking, most martial artists who had not reincarnated had a lifespan of less than 200 years, unless they had consumed special pills or treasures. And after that, every time they reincarnated, their lifespan would increase by 200 years. In other words, a first transition martial artist actually had a lifespan of about 400 years. A martial artist who had gone through 10 reincarnations could live up to more than 2,000 years. Dugubajian had already lived for more than 300 years, and his lifespan was basically coming to an end. So there was nothing he could be afraid of. He wanted to go to the immemorial divine tomb to break through his strength as soon as possible and then strive to live longer. Rumor had it that once a martial artist cultivated to the reincarnation divine realm, their life would stop aging until the next reincarnation. Dugubajian wanted to break through to the reincarnation god realm as soon as possible, so that he could have an ageless body. Of course, there were conditions. If a martial artist couldn't break through to the next level, not only would they begin to age, but they would also age faster. It was as if the magical laws of heaven and earth were there to push a martial artist to become stronger, rather than being stuck in the same old rut. Mammoth Mountain was still struggling, but he was clearly an arrow at the end of its flight. Stubbornly resisting is useless. You came all the way to the Sword Dynasty. Do you think the people here are easy to bully? Unfortunately, you're wrong. Very wrong. Dugubajian's cold voice echoed through the air. The golden dragon smashed through all of the Dracomamoth projections, then slammed into Mammoth Mountain. Ling Xiao chuckled at the sight of Mammoth Mountain. All of a sudden, he thought of Wang Quan. Back then, Wang Quan Tianming had gone to the Eight Immortals' kingdom and even destroyed the Eight Immortals' city, wanting to kill him. But in the end, Ling Xiao had killed him with the Black Devil. Sometimes, in the mystic world, even a lion might not be able to defeat a rabbit. After all, the rabbit might have some secret magic that could turn itself into a ferocious monster. Mammoth Mountain was pitiful, but Ling Xiao didn't think he deserved to die. He was a complete idiot. He didn't even know Dugubajian's background, yet he was so aggressive that he wanted to steal the throne. Now he was an idiot. Dragon Mother, save me. Xianxia let out a mournful cry before he died. If he had known things would turn out like this, he wouldn't have come here to die. Rumble, the golden dragon tore through Mammoth Mountain's body, and he transformed into a rain of blood that rained down on Sword God City. 3/5 stage life seizers from the myriad kingdoms had thought they could control the Sword Dynasty. In the end, 2 of them were killed by Little Gold, and 1 by Dugubajian. They didn't even cause a ripple before they were gone. The sight of Mammoth Mountain's death caused everyone in Sword God City to cheer. The only reason they could live in Sword God City was because they were related to the imperial family. If they didn't support Dugubajian, who would they support? Dugubajian slowly withdrew the power of the dead. At this moment, his complexion was deathly pale. Clearly, he had overexerted himself. If it had been any later, the one who would have died would not have been Xianxia, but him. Boss, should we take this opportunity to kill this old thing? Xiao Jin asked. You hide, and I'll take action. Because I don't know who's behind Dugubajian, I'll choose to run if there's any danger. It's best if you don't come out. The legendary ancestor doesn't exist at all. Let's work together to kill Dugubajian. Ling Xiao was very cautious, especially when he saw Xianxia being killed by Dugubajian. He understood one thing. When it came to forces that he didn't understand, it was best not to expose himself if he could. Since the other party has a trump card, you have to have even more trump cards. Otherwise, the odds are against you. After the 2 of them came to an agreement, Ling Xiao suddenly soared into the sky. Without another word, he took out the ice-revered sword and charged over. Dugubajian was recuperating when he suddenly felt a powerful aura break through the air. Startled, he assumed that Xianxia wasn't dead. But then, he realized that it was Ling Xiao. It's you. Dugubajian said, breathing a sigh of relief. Although Ling Xiao was incredibly talented, and had even destroyed a devil dragon puppet, rumors were just rumors. How could he possibly compare to a true 5th division life-sizer like Xianxia? That's right, it's me. Ling Xiao immediately entered the everlasting heavenly mouse beast soul transformation state and released all of his other beast souls. He used his strongest state aside from the Sky Tyrant martial soul to fight Dugubajian. Do you want to follow in Xianxia's footsteps? Dugubajian asked angrily. At the moment, he was very weak, and Ling Xiao had chosen to attack him at the wrong time. All he could do was threaten Dugubajian with words. But how could Ling Xiao possibly be scared? Dugubajian had no choice but to dodge, and his body was already riddled with wounds. Your Majesty, we're here to help you. Eunuch Gao and the other ministers of the Sword Dynasty flew up into the air, hoping to stop Ling Xiao and give Dugubajian a chance to recover. You pieces of trash, Dugubajian said. Other than Eunuch Gao, none of you are even close to being my match. Ling Xiao blurred into motion. Not bothering to fight, he used the evading sword light steps to evade them, then stabbed his sword into Dugubajian's abdomen. Blood sprayed out. Dugubajian held in agony. He couldn't control the bloodthirsty demon sword in his hand. A large amount of undead power surged out of the bloodthirsty demon sword and poured into Dugubajian's body. In that moment, Dugubajian's body grew larger, and his previously blood-red skin turned a greenish-black. He seemed to have lost consciousness, and yet, he was terrifyingly strong. Suddenly, a palm slapped toward him. It moved so quickly that not even Ling Zhao's evading sword-light steps could evade it. He had no choice but to block with his sword. Bam! The palm slapped Dugubajian, sending him crashing into the ground of the Imperial City. The martial artists in Sword God City applauded. However, before the experts up in the air could even mock Ling Zhao, they sensed that something was wrong. The terrifying slap was like swatting a mosquito, swatting towards them. Among the crowd, only Eunuch Gao managed to escape. The rest were all smashed into meat patties. "Are you alright, boss?" "Something's wrong with Dugubajian." Little Gold asked from within the spirit ring. "Something's wrong." Before, he was the one controlling the bloodthirsty demon sword. But now, it's the sword that's controlling him. He's completely lost his mind. He's turned into a monster. Ling Zhao crawled to his feet, feeling as if several of his ribs had been broken. However, he didn't seem to be in the least bit of a bad mood. Because with this slap, he actually broke through. He was now in the third stage of the life-seizing level. Earlier, he had been accumulating power in his sea of cultivation, and had been missing an opportunity like this. Who could have guessed that he would break through like this? He really had to thank Dugubajian. "Do you still want to fight, boss?" Little Gold asked. "Of course I do." This guy might have lost his mind, but his fighting prowess has skyrocketed. He's perfect for a sparring partner. Ling Zhao looked excitedly at the monster that was 7 to 8 meters tall. It was clearly a human, but it was shaped like a sphere. Let's see what a first-cycle life-sizer can do. Ling Zhao took a step forward, and once again flew up into the air. Earlier, when the monster had slapped him, he hadn't been able to evade. But now that he had broken through, things were different. He could sense that his speed, strength, and perception had all improved. Now, when the monster's palm slapped him, he could react in the blink of an eye. "You've turned yourself into an idiot by trying to use forbidden power, haven't you?" After reaching the third stage of the life-seizing level, Ling Zhao's fighting prowess had skyrocketed. Even if he had to face the monster that had sent him flying with a single slap, he would be able to handle it with ease. The revered ice sword in his hand was like a scalpel, constantly slicing the monster in front of him. However, the monster seemed to be affected by the power of the revenants. Even when it was sliced open, the wounds would heal in an instant. It was practically immortal. However, Ling Zhao noticed one thing. Every time he attacked, a bit of revenant power would escape from the wound, but instead of returning to the bloodthirsty demon sword, it would disappear into the sky. Most likely, it would go to paradise. Rumor had it that when evil people died, they would go to the underworld. When ordinary people and good people died, they would go to paradise. When devils became devils, they would go to the devil world. When immortals became immortals, they would go to the immortal world. Of course, Ling Zhao didn't know if the rumor was true or not. All he knew was that the souls had transformed into white light and disappeared. The revenant power had also disappeared. Ling Zhao was certain that if this continued, the monster Dugubajian had transformed into would soon collapse. However, at that very moment, something strange happened. Ling Zhao suddenly retreated a few hundred meters, looking in the direction of the Imperial Palace in horror. There, a huge shadow crawled out from the ground. Its entire body seemed to be flowing with boiling lava. It was a bizarre sight. It looked very human, but it was so huge that it was at least a dozen meters tall. His eyes were burning with magma-like flames. "You disappoint me, Dugubajian." The monster spoke in the human tongue. Then it opened its mouth and inhaled. Large amounts of revenant power flew into its mouth. Dugubajian quickly returned to normal, but he was clearly weak. "Patriarch, you've finally awakened," Dugubajian said excitedly. "It took me hundreds of years to awaken you. Our sword dynasty is saved. So, are you going to make a final contribution to me?" The huge monster absorbed almost all of Dugubajian's undead energy and said coldly. Ling Xiao originally thought that he was going to face an attack, but he didn't expect things to develop in a strange direction. Thus, he retreated to the side and observed the situation. Old ancestor, feel free to instruct me. As long as it's something you need, I'll definitely do it. Dugubajian said. Ha 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 ha, that's for the best. I want your body. Are you willing to give it to me? The giant monster laughed maniacally. Hearing this, Dugubajian's expression changed greatly. Ancestor, are you joking? If it weren't for me, you would have died hundreds of years ago. You wouldn't have been able to wake up. So what? Are you asking me to be grateful to you? The monster sneered. As a junior of the Sword Dynasty, you should give everything you have. What's more, once this old man has taken over your body, I can use your body to rule the entire Sword Empire, even the forces of the 9 Supremes, which are much stronger than you. You should be able to rest in peace. No. I don't want to die. I don't want it. Dugubajian's expression changed greatly. He had always thought that he had taken every conceivable possibility into account. However, he had never expected that the old ancestor whom he had always carefully protected and whom he thought to be his greatest backer would instead become his most terrifying enemy. That's not up to you. The monster sneered. Then, the giant body turned into a black smoke and pounced at Dugubajian. Dugubajian was already very weak, so he couldn't resist the black smoke at all. No. Even if I have to self-destruct, I won't give my body to you. Dugubajian roared furiously as he resisted. But it was to no avail. The black smoke continued to pour into his body. At this moment, another person flew over from the sky. It was the crown princess, Morongqi. Morongqi, save me. This old thing is just a soul now. As long as we work together, we can kill him. Dugubajian roared as if he had seen his savior. Work together with you? Why? With your strength, when will you be able to help my Morong clan restore the country? Morongqi looked coldly at Dugubajian and said, thank you for taking care of me for so many years. Therefore, I won't kill you, but it's impossible for me to save you. You ungrateful bitch. If it wasn't for me, you would have died under the Ice Dynasty's pursuit. You actually betrayed me now. Dugubajian's heart turned cold. He didn't know what he had done wrong. The old ancestor that he had carefully protected wanted to take over his body. The crown princess Morongqi that he had protected and nurtured actually watched him die without saving him. He was truly in despair. Your Majesty, this old servant will save you. Most of the cultivators who were originally loyal to Dugubajian looked at this scene in horror, not daring to do anything. Only the castrated eunuch Gao turned out to be a loyal and righteous person. He knew that he was no match for the monster, but he wasn't willing to stand by and watch. Ling Xiao really admired this old eunuch. No one would hate such a loyal person. Are you looking to die? Crown Princess Morongqi blurred into motion, appearing directly in front of eunuch Gao. Glaring coldly at him, she said, get the hell out of here, or die. As of this moment, Ling Xiao realized that the Crown Princess Morongqi had been putting on an act outside of the Devil Dragon Sword Court. Her true strength was most likely in the 5th division of the life-seizing level. In other words, she was far more terrifying than Dugubajian. Ignoring Morongqi's threat, eunuch Gao swung his horsetail whisk and attacked. In the end, he was like a moth drawn to a flame. Morongqi was far stronger than he was. With a single palm strike, she sent him flying. Most likely, he wasn't going to survive. Ling Xiao couldn't bear to see such a loyal person die. Blurring into motion, he appeared behind eunuch Gao and supported him. Eunuch Gao had assumed that Ling Xiao was going to take advantage of the situation to kill him. But to his surprise, not only did Ling Xiao not kill him, he even gave him a healing pill. Why? Your loyalty is admirable, Xianxia said coolly. Ling Xiao said indifferently, moreover, there isn't much enmity between you and me. We're just enemies. Please, I beg of you. Save His Majesty. You're the only one who can save him. Eunuch Gao cried. That's impossible. Ling Xiao said, shaking his head. I can save you, but don't even think about saving Dugubajian. Xianxia wasn't the type of person to be overly compassionate. He knew exactly what kind of person Dugubajian was. Although he was pitiful, he knew that it was just a dog-eat-dog situation. It didn't matter who died, it would only benefit Xianxia. Ling Xiao, eunuch Gao said, if you save me, I'll give you all of this country. Jiangshan? There's no need for you to send me, I'll come and get it myself. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Idiot, you're not a match for Morongqi. Once this old monster obtains my body, your dragon elephant tribe will be finished. Dugubajian roared. Won't my dragon elephant tribe be finished if I save you? You're just about the same. Ling Xiao said sarcastically, don't waste your energy. You can continue messing around. I'll be leaving first. Wait. Dugubajian suddenly shouted and threw the bloodthirsty demon sword at Ling Xiao, since you're not willing to save me, then avenge me. Ling Xiao caught the bloodthirsty demon sword and said with a smile, avenge you? I'm not that kind. However, I'll definitely kill this old monster. He's so ungrateful that he won't even let his own family off. This kind of person is a scourge to keep. That's enough. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, Duga Kanjing. I'll be leaving first. However, so what if you have my body? You'll die sooner or later. I'll wait for that day. Dugubajian knew that he was finished, but even so, he didn't want Duga Kanjing to have an easy time. However, it was ironic that he had to place all his hopes on Ling Xiao. It was truly laughable. Don't worry, after taking your body, this old man will naturally kill him as well. Duga Kanjing suddenly sped up the process of possession. The terrifying black smoke made Dugubajian unable to speak anymore. Ling Xiao glanced at eunuch Gao, let's go together, or you'll die. No, take this with you. It's something that His Majesty asked me to keep. Since His Majesty is counting on you to take revenge, it's fine to give it to you. I've followed His Majesty for hundreds of years. If His Majesty dies, I'll go with him. Eunuch Gao shook his head and said with a firm tone. All right. Although it was a pity, Ling Xiao knew that he couldn't stay here. Once Duga Kanjing took over Dugubajian's body, no one knew how powerful he would become. Therefore, Ling Xiao really had to leave. Can you leave? Morongqi blocked Ling Xiao's way. You? You can't stop me. Ling Xiao put away the bloodthirsty demon sword. It was better not to use that thing for the time being, because no one knew what side effects it would have. As for what eunuch Gao had given him, it was the 9 Supremes catalog from Dugubajian and the advanced general-level martial art technique, Golden Dragon Seal. He glanced at it and was pleasantly surprised. Who would have thought that he would be able to obtain all these things at the same time by chance today? He was content. After putting away the items, he stabbed out with his sword. His target was Morongqi. At first, Morongqi didn't put Ling Xiao in his eyes. However, only when Ling Xiao's sword was right in front of her did she realize to her horror that she was unable to block this sword and had no choice but to dodge. Ling Xiao did not continue fighting. He executed sword light steps and instantly disappeared into the distance. Not long after he left, the black smoke finally disappeared completely. Dugubajian had his hands behind his back as he looked down coldly. From today onwards, I, Duga Kanjing, am the Emperor of the Sword Dynasty. It wasn't until this voice sounded that everyone finally understood that Dugubajian was dead. Or rather, only a shell was left. His soul had been destroyed. Although the person standing there looked exactly the same as Dugubajian, it was another person. The entire Sword God City was dead silent. Countless people hated the ungrateful Duga Kanjing. They hated the ungrateful Morongqi. However, at this moment, they only felt fear. Emperor? Bah! Suddenly, a discordant voice sounded. It was eunuch Gao. I didn't expect that the only man in Sword God City who looks like a man is actually a man who isn't a man. Duga Kanjing looked at eunuch Gao and smiled. You are very loyal. I like it very much. You will follow me and serve me in the future. I have served the Hegemon Sword Emperor for hundreds of years. How can I submit to the person who killed him? Eunuch Gao said coldly. Even in the face of the powerful Duga Kanjing, he was still fearless. Haha. I know you are loyal, but Dugubajian is already dead. Why are you so stubborn? Follow me and you might have a chance to take revenge. Duga Kanjing smiled. Revenge? No. I have already handed the matter of revenge to the Emperor of the Eight Immortals nation, Ling Xiao. Although he is an enemy, he is more trustworthy than you. Although he is an enemy, I have to admit that he is talented. It won't be long before you and that woman are dead. Eunuch Gao said coldly. Is that Ling Xiao? Humph, men, lock this old eunuch up. I want him to witness the extinguishment of hope with his own eyes. I want him to see Ling Xiao being killed with his own eyes. Duga Kanjing sneered and shouted sternly. Morongqi took action to restrain Eunuch Gao. The group of experts who were originally loyal to Dugu Beijian swarmed forward and held Eunuch Gao down. Throw him into the prison. Don't let him commit suicide. I want him to be in complete despair. Duga Kanjing said indifferently. Your Majesty is wise. Countless people knelt down and swore allegiance to Duga Kanjing. In the distance, Ling Xiao, who had restrained his aura, sighed and said, It's a pity that there is only one man in Sword God City. This Duga Kanjing is even more inhumane than Dugu Beijian. If he becomes the emperor, the Sword Dynasty will be done for. Looks like we have to speed up the process. Boss, what should we do next? Xiao Jin asked. Next, I have to tame the bloodthirsty demon sword and cultivate the golden dragon seal. Although I have obtained the 9 Supremes catalog, I still lack the key to the myriad countries' earthen path, so I still can't cultivate the 9 Supreme sword technique. However, the golden dragon seal is enough for now. Ling Xiao thought for a while and said. Dugu Beijian said that the 2 envoys are going to hold a Fiend God tea party for the experts of the Sword Dynasty to compete for the Fiend God token. Boss, are you going? Xiao Jin asked again. Of course, there are only 3 Fiend God tokens in the Sword Dynasty. We can't let those guys take them away. Ling Xiao nodded. The 2 of you, don't even think about going anywhere. You will die here today. Suddenly, Dugu Beijian's voice sounded. Ling Xiao knew that trouble was coming. The one who had occupied Dugu Beijian's body was Duga Kanjing. How could that old thing be so fast, and how did he find out about him? These questions were difficult to answer, but Ling Xiao knew that they were in trouble. However, he still maintained his calm. With Xiao Jin as his trump card and the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, he might not be afraid of Duga Kanjing. Haha, isn't this the new emperor, Duga Kanjing? Why are you not staying in your palace? What are you doing here? Ling Xiao smiled and instantly entered the peerless heavenly mouse beast spirit transformation state. However, he still did not let Xiao Jin show himself. Kid, stop playing dumb. Hand over the bloodthirsty demon sword and the golden dragon seal, as well as the 9 Supremes catalog on Dugu Beijian. This old man can spare your life. You think you can bite me to death if I don't hand over the bloodthirsty demon sword? Ling Xiao looked at Duga Kanjing. Duga Kanjing was so powerful that even he was a little wary. However, there was no way he would hand over the bloodthirsty demon sword, the 9 Supremes catalog, and the golden dragon seal. At most, he could use the earth elemental golden light art and life rewind to escape. It was not like he had never done such a thing before. Young man, it's not easy for you to get to where you are today. Don't cut off your own path of retreat. Duga Kanjing frowned. If you could kill me that easily, you would have done so long ago. In my opinion, you have just succeeded in possessing Duga Kanjing's body and have yet to adapt to it. Ling Xiao said coldly, am I right? Good boy, you have good eyesight, but so what? This old man is just too lazy to waste energy. Since you don't want to listen, I can only kill you. With that, Duga Kanjing suddenly attacked. Emperor Hegemon's sword. The same move, when used by Duga Kanjing, was more than 10 times stronger than Duga Kanjing's. Ling Xiao really did not dare to meet force with force. However, that did not mean that he could not dodge it. Earth Elemental Golden Light Art. Ling Xiao did not use the sword light steps. Instead, he used his fastest divine ability. In that instant, he got close to Duga Kanjing's body. This greatly surprised Duga Kanjing. He was surprised by Ling Xiao's terrifying speed. He was even more surprised that Ling Xiao did not escape, but attacked instead. Alright, since you want to die, this old man will fulfill your wish. Duke Kanjing once again waved the sword in his hand and stabbed at Ling Xiao. However, because it was a hasty attack this time and he did not use any martial technique, the power was not as strong as before. Ling Xiao saw the opportunity and summoned the rock devil that he had prepared. At the same time, he used invincible Vajra. Crack, despite the many defenses, Duke Kanjing's sword still stabbed Ling Xiao. This old man was really terrifyingly powerful. However, it was merely a stab. Ling Xiao instantly transformed into his golden phoenix form, and his main body launched a brazen attack. Ghost King Overlord Sword. Duke Kanjing didn't dare to not block this attack, as he had condensed almost all of his strength into it. Brat, you have such a powerful attack. No wonder you dare to behave atrociously in Sword God City. However, this is the end for you. Duke Kanjing waved his hand as a blob of black gas lingered, forming a gigantic black claw that easily blocked the Ghost King Overlord sword. Hey, old thing, you've been tricked. Ling Zhao's lips curled into a mocking smile. However, Duke Kanjing still didn't know what he was planning. At this moment, a resplendent golden light shot out from Ling Zhao's beast ring, instantly striking Duke Kanjing. No matter how much the old man calculated, he would never have thought that there was such a powerful demon beast hiding in Ling Zhao's beast ring. Xiao Jin attacked without the slightest intention of holding back. The terrifying 9 nether yellow springs golden light exploded. It left behind a huge hole in Duke Kanjing's body. It even emitted a charred smell. Go to hell, old man. Ling Xiao was unforgiving after gaining the upper hand. He suddenly blasted a fist out, smashing it towards Duke Kanjing's head. However, right at this time, a terrifying black fog was released from Duke Kanjing's body, instantly forming a black monster that was over a dozen meters tall. That monster's arm swept across the sky, forcing Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin to have no choice but to dodge. Tisk, just a little bit more. It'll be hard to kill this old fellow again. Ling Xiao was very clear that the reason why he was able to heavily injure Duke Kanjing this time was entirely because of Xiao Jin, this explosive point. Now that Xiao Jin was exposed, it would be difficult to ambush again. What a cunning brat. Just you wait. The giant monster behind Duke Kanjing spewed out a cloud of black smoke. The smoke was mixed with sparks, actually forcing Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin to have no choice but to turn around and dodge. They could only watch as Duke Kanjing fled toward Sword God City. Should we chase him? Boss? Xiao Jin asked. Chase him, my ass. Didn't you see that monster just now? We can't beat him right now. If I'm not mistaken, that old bastard's fighting prowess is probably close to the 6th level of life seizing. He just hasn't recovered his old cultivation base. If Morongqi joins the fray, we won't be able to take advantage of him. Ling Xiao also wanted to kill Duke Kanjing, but the fight had made him realize that he wasn't strong enough to do so. In any case, he wasn't in a hurry. He believed that with his talent, the longer he delayed, the greater his advantage would be. Right now, the one who should be anxious wasn't him, but Duke Kanjing. I'll do as you say, boss. Xiao Jin knew that Ling Zhao's judgment wasn't wrong. It had always been that way. So what do we do next? Xiao Jin asked. Let's go back to the Dragon Mammoth tribe. Ling Xiao thought for a moment, then jumped onto Xiao Jin's back and sped toward the Dragon Mammoth tribe. After returning to the Dragon Mammoth tribe, Ling Xiao left them in the care of Emperor Dragon Mammoth and the others, then went into seclusion. He wanted to use this time to master the bloodthirsty demon sword and the golden dragon seal. Remember, if there's any news about the God Devil Medallion, regardless of whether I'm out or not, you have to notify me immediately. That was the last command Ling Xiao gave before he went into seclusion. For 10 days, Ling Xiao remained in seclusion. The Dragon Mammoth tribe didn't encounter any trouble, and everything was peaceful. If there were any changes, it would be that many of the smaller nations and powers that had been subordinate to the Sword God Hall had come to the Dragon Mammoth tribe. Presumably, news of what had happened in Sword God City had already spread. Duke Kanjing had possessed Dugubadian, and many of his loyalists had chosen to join the 8 Immortals' kingdom. Those who were already dissatisfied with the Sword God Hall were now willing to cheer for the 8 Immortals' kingdom. In just 10 days, the 8 Immortals' kingdom had occupied half of the entire Sword dynasty. Your Majesty, there's important news. A voice suddenly came from outside. Ling Xiao's eyes slowly opened, revealing a deathly gray color. If his opponents saw this kind of expression, they would probably be shocked. He had already grasped the bloodthirsty demon sword's mysteries. However, he wasn't that proficient in the control of the power of the dead. He actually had over 100 million power of the dead. What he could control now was only about 1,000 power of the 100 million power of the dead. Even so, it could increase his combat strength by about 10 times without any side effects. It was obviously more useful than the bloodthirsty demon rat. However, the power of the dead in the bloodthirsty demon's sword would disappear. Every time he used it, he would lose the same amount of power of the dead. If he wanted to replenish it, he could only keep killing. Although Ling Xiao couldn't kill the innocent like Dugu Badian and Dugu Kanjing, this was the mystic world, a world of martial artists. It was still possible to replenish some power of the dead. He didn't feel that there was anything evil about it. In addition to the bloodthirsty demon swords, Ling Xiao also had the golden dragon seal at the level of mastery. If he wanted to improve his mastery, he would have to rely on actual combat. With that, he stepped out of seclusion. What's the big news? The God Devil emissaries have appeared in the Sun Sea, and announced that they're holding a God Devil tea party. They've invited all 3rd Division Life Seizers from the Sword Dynasty, as well as all 6th Division Life Seizers. Ling Xiao couldn't help but frown. What are the God Devil emissaries up to? I can understand why they want the Sword Dynasty to compete, but why are the other 8 divisions allowed to compete as well? Although there's a limit to how strong they can compete, based on Mammoth Mountain's performance, 5th Division Life Seizers don't count for much. I'm afraid only a handful of people from the Sword Dynasty are qualified to compete. As far as he was concerned, the God Devil emissaries were simply looking down on the Sword Dynasty, and were worried that the God Devil medallions would go to waste. Got it. Off you go. Ling Xiao waved his hand dismissively, then headed to the command center to inform his superiors that he was going to the Sun Sea. This time around, Jian Fulong and Xiao Jin were going with him. Ling Xiao knew very well that the others would only be spectators if they went, and their lives might even be in danger. 5 days later, the 3 of them arrived at the Sun Sea. There were only 2 days left until the tea party began. According to the God Devil emissaries, if they didn't show up on time, they would be considered to have given up on competing for the God Devil medallions. In a way, they were helping the Sword Dynasty. With so many advantages, if the Sword Dynasty couldn't get 1 or 2 God Devil medallions, it would be a huge loss of face. So, this is the Sun Sea? The water is golden. How strange. Ling Xiao looked down at the sea below. He had never seen anything like it before. According to the rumors, this place is home to a 5th Division Life Sizer, a sunbird. Jian Fulong said. That's why the water here is so golden. Jian Fulong explained with a smile. Oh? So that's how it is. I wonder if the sunbird is stronger, or little gold. Ling Xiao smiled. I'm not too sure about that. However, after the tea party is over, we can go and take a look. Perhaps it will be of great help to Little Gold in improving his strength. Jian Fulong added. As they spoke, the 3 of them landed on a small island in the Sun Ocean. This island was where the tea party of gods and devils would be held. In the middle of the island, there was a huge arena. The arena was made of special materials, and it was obviously built temporarily. However, he had set up layers upon layers of formations. It was almost impossible for ordinary attacks to destroy them. There were many spectator stands around the arena, and many martial artists had already gathered there. The 3 of them observed the situation in the arena for a while, then turned and left. There were still 2 days before the Tea of Gods and Devils. There was no need to waste time. He could take advantage of this opportunity to take a look around the Sun Ocean. When Ling Xiao had first arrived at the Sword Dynasty, he had heard about the Sun Ocean. It was said that the sunbird might be even stronger than Dugubajian. However, it was unclear whether the rumors were true or not. In the Sun Ocean, not only was the ocean golden, even the forest was golden. It gave off an incomparably holy and mysterious aura. Ling Xiao walked alone in the forest, and the atmosphere was a little tense. Jian Fulong needed to recover his cultivation and fight for a godfiend token. Hence, he was currently cultivating on the island. Little Gold returned to the beast ring. Along the way, Ling Xiao encountered many beasts, but he did not launch an attack. Instead, he used the sword light step to avoid them. Those beasts were too weak, and there was no need to fight them. Instead, it would be a waste of energy. What he wanted to see the most now was the sunbird. Within the golden light, there was a blazing heat. Ling Xiao had no choice but to transform into the undying bird-beast soul. As the transformation was completed, his body also released the aura of a beast. As it was more powerful, no other beast dared to take the initiative to attack him. Could this be the ruins of the Sun City? Before he came here, he had heard about it from Jian Fulong. In the past, the Sun Ocean had a very majestic city known as the Sun City. At that time, even the ancestors of the Sword Dynasty were very wary of the strength of the Sun City. But later on, for some unknown reason, the Sun City was destroyed overnight and completely disappeared from the surface of the earth. Some people said that the Sun City sank into the sea. Some people said that the Sun City was destroyed by a battle between martial artists. In short, the Sun City was now left with some dilapidated walls. One could not tell that it was once a glorious city. Halt! This is the residence of the Sun Emperor. Insignificant humans are not allowed to enter. Just as Ling Xiao was advancing towards the ruins of the Sun City, a martial artist wearing golden armor suddenly appeared in front of him. Although the appearance was human, Ling Xiao could feel the aura of a beast from his body. Insignificant human? Haha, this Sun City was once built by humans, I'm just going in to take a look. Move aside, you're not my match. Ling Xiao did not make a move. In his eyes, beasts with intelligence were no different from humans. As long as they did not offend him, he generally would not take the initiative to attack. That's impossible. The golden-armored martial artist shook his head and instantly changed back to his original form. It turned out that it was actually a huge golden battle wolf. This fellow's body actually contained a small amount of the power of the sun. It was probably bestowed to him by the sun bird. Not stopping, die. Since there's no way to reason, then we can only fight. Although Ling Xiao was not willing to be enemies with the beasts here, he only wanted to find the Sun Emperor to have a chat. But since the other party did not give him face, then the only way was to fight. These demonic beasts were able to occupy human territories because they were strong enough. And if Ling Xiao wanted to go to the ruins to search, he had to first defeat these beasts. There was really no reason to talk. The only thing that could be used to talk was only fists. Awoo! The golden battle wolf let out a loud cry. Then, its claws slammed on the ground and pounced towards Ling Xiao with the speed of wind and thunder, wanting to kill this insignificant and arrogant human. The golden battle wolf that was covered in golden light released terrifying heat, making Xiao Jin extremely excited. Clearly, it wanted to devour Xianxia. I'll practice my martial arts, Xianxia said. I'll leave the rest to you. Smiling, Ling Xiao didn't back up. Facing the sudden attack of the golden battle wolf, he performed an incantation gesture with both hands, causing a golden dragon to appear above his head. Golden Dragon Seal. Following Ling Xiao's furious roar, the golden dragon broke through the sky and collided with the golden battle wolf in the blink of an eye. Clearly, Ling Xiao's attack was incredibly powerful. The golden battle wolf was only a first-star life-sizer. How could it possibly block the golden dragon seal? In the moment that the golden dragon seal swallowed up the battle wolf, the ruins of Sun City began to shine with dazzling golden light. That golden light was filled with rage and killing intent. A sunbird? So, it really is in the 5th division of life seizing. Ling Xiao looked off into the distance, breathing a sigh of relief. He had been worried that the sunbird would be too strong for him to handle. After all, the demonlings here didn't care about reason, and only respected strength. If he were weaker than the sunbird, he wouldn't be able to enter Sun City. Picking up his pace, he headed in the direction of the ruins, where he smelled something that made him excited. It was almost as if he were looking for some treasure that had been buried here for tens of thousands of years. As he approached the ruins, Ling Xiao realized that the temperature here had become even hotter, as though he was close to the sun. His entire body felt like it was about to melt. No wonder the sunbird stayed here for so long, and no one dared to come here to search for treasure. Only I, who have beast souls of the undying bird and the Cerberus, would be able to withstand such heat. Only demonlings like Little Gold would be able to come here. Ling Xiao thought to himself as he sensed the heat. Of course, that was good. The fewer people who came, the better it would be for him. After all, it would prove that Sun City had never been explored before. He refused to believe that Sun City, which had once been so prosperous that even the Sword God Hall outshone it, would be completely empty. Inside the beast ring, Little Gold seemed very excited. In fact, he seemed even more excited than Ling Xiao. To him, the sunbird was like a huge bag of experience. Although Little Gold was already at the peak of the 5th division of life seizing, there was no limit to how strong he could get. He wasn't even a match for Duga Kanjing, much less a 6th division life sizer. Therefore, Little Gold wanted to get stronger as quickly as possible. Eventually, Ling Xiao arrived at Sun City. Above the ruins, there was a huge sculpture. The sculpture was in the shape of the sun. Although everything else had been melted by the heat, the statue of the sun was still in perfect condition. Despite the passage of time, it hadn't deteriorated. At this moment, a small bird the size of a palm was standing on top of the sun sculpture. The sun sculpture was more than 10 meters tall. If one didn't pay attention, they wouldn't even notice the golden bird standing on top of it. His appearance is quite similar to Xiao Jin's, and his aura is also very similar. It seems that his strength is about the same. Ling Xiao looked at the little golden bird and was quite surprised that the sunbird was so small. However, he was still certain that it was the overlord of this place, the Sun Emperor. You won't stop me from excavating the treasure, will you? Ling Xiao looked at the sunbird and said, I have no intention of being your enemy, but don't fail to appreciate my kindness. That golden battle wolf didn't reason with me, but talked about strength with me, so I killed it. Do you want to follow in its footsteps? The sunbird coldly stared at Ling Xiao. Suddenly, it let out a loud cry. The entire island began to shake. A large number of demonic beasts rushed over from the sky and on the ground. There were more than 100,000 of them densely packed together. Ling Xiao frowned. Speaking of which, the beast tide was only SOSO. There weren't even that many demonic beasts. The sunbird was quite smart. Obviously, it realized that Ling Xiao was an expert, so it planned to use the beast tide tactic. A giant elephant that was more than 10 meters tall, a giant firebird with wings that stretched dozens of meters, a giant crab that was 7 to 8 meters wide crawled out of the sea. In addition, there were countless terrifying demonic beasts that Ling Xiao didn't even know the names of. At this moment, they were all quietly waiting near the palm-sized bird, surrounding it. As expected, you can't judge a bird by its appearance. Ling Xiao sighed. The bird didn't look like much, but it had the ability to control almost all the demonic beasts in the Sun Sea. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was strong enough. Otherwise, he could only turn around and run. The sunbird released a shocking killing intent and locked onto Ling Xiao. At that moment, it was like the king of all beasts. Speaking of which, there's no need to make such a big scene. I'm just here to take a look at the ruins, not to be your enemy. Do I really have to do this? Ling Xiao looked at the sunbird, not caring about the other party's killing intent. If he was still in the Sky Dragon continent and encountered such a beast tide, his resistance would have been destroyed. But here, he really had nothing to be afraid of. Whether it was fighting or running, he had a way. Puny human, you killed my people. You deserve to die. The sunbird gave the order. The beasts were boiling and all charged at Ling Xiao, wanting to drown Ling Xiao in the beast tide. You'll definitely regret this decision of yours. Since there was no way to negotiate peacefully, he could only fight. Ling Xiao sneered and instantly entered the unbounded heavenly rat beast soul transformation state. Then, many beast souls appeared behind him. Three-headed lava hound, scorching hell. As his voice sounded, the entire space that was wrapped in golden light suddenly turned dark red. An endless scorching hell was born. Lava surged and flames rolled. It turned into a scorching world. Meteor fall. As the scorching hell took shape, Ling Xiao immediately released the meteor. A huge meteor with a diameter of more than 10 meters fell from the sky, wreaking havoc in the scorching hell. Those beasts that charged at Ling Xiao were smashed to death by the terrifying meteor and burned to death by the terrifying flames. Purple lightning, thunder, bull, beast, soul, earthquake. In the scorching hell, the earth suddenly shook, and those agile beasts were all dizzy. In an instant, they were swallowed by the lava and fire dragons. Do you still want to continue? Ling Xiao looked at the sunbird coldly. He was just giving the other party a show of strength. His real combat power had not burst out yet. The sunbird let out a sharp cry. Then, it grew bigger with the wind and instantly turned into a huge golden bird. Its body, when stretched out, was more than 10 meters long. This should be the sunbird's original form. Looks like you're stubborn. Ling Xiao sneered and did not talk nonsense. 9 snake poison region, black poison of death. The terrifying lava and meteors were already enough to frighten the beast horde. At this time, the black poison began to spread in the scorching hell. Everywhere it passed, not a single blade of grass was left alive. Countless beasts fell to the ground and melted into a pile of black blood. This was war, whether it was a war between humans or a war between humans and beasts. Finally, the beasts began to realize that the human in front of them had terrifying strength that was not inferior to the sunbird. They began to fear and began to flee. Ling Xiao did not chase after those beasts that fled. There was no need, he only killed those beasts that attacked him. It was easy to understand why those beasts fled. They were willing to fight for the sunbird because the sunbird was strong enough to pressure them to fight. Die, fugitives! The sunbird was far more domineering and merciless than anyone could have imagined. Under the blazing golden light, those fleeing demonic beasts were completely melted in an instant. What's the point? If you want to fight, how about one-on-one? They won't be able to help you. Ling Xiao looked at the sunbird. Shut up, human. By this point, the sunbird hated Ling Xiao to the bone. It had been the overlord of the Sun Sea for many years, and no human had ever dared to challenge it. But Ling Xiao was here. Furthermore, this human had an aura that even the sunbird feared. It was an aura that only the king of beast gods from the Black Tortoise continent could possess. The sunbird was very irritated, and wanted to kill this human as quickly as possible. And yet, a horde of 100,000 demonlings was completely powerless against this human. The sunbird grew even more restless. Shut up, huh? Seems like there's no room for negotiation. Fine, let's fight. Ling Xiao wasn't in the mood to kill demonlings who posed no threat to him. He spread the wings on his back, broke through the air, and flew towards the sunbird. Whether it was fighting on the ground or in the air, he wasn't afraid of this opponent. With the sword light steps and the body of cosmic light, he moved with terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of the sunbird, completely evading the demonlings. Ever since he had broken through to the 3rd stratum of the life-seizing level, he was 10 times as fast as before. The sunbird could never have guessed that Ling Xiao would be so fast. However, it was still a demonling in the 5th stratum of the life-seizing level. As it faced Ling Xiao, its body erupted with dazzling golden light, which transformed into a blazing shield. Ling Xiao pulled out the revered ice sword and stabbed it forward. In order to increase his speed, he didn't use any martial techniques. Even so, his ordinary attack was equivalent to a medium general realm martial arts technique at the advanced level. Combined with the revered ice sword, he had reached the great circle of a mid-general class martial technique. Swish! The terrifying sword tore through the scorching space and stabbed directly into the sunbird's protective membrane. Break! With a furious roar, the Ice Supreme Sword released an eerie cold air that froze a part of the protective barrier. In an instant, cracks appeared on the barrier. What? The sunbird was shocked to see that its defense was in danger. Its defense had once been flawless against the strongest expert of the Sword Dynasty, Dugubajian. Dugubajian spent 2 hours but was still unable to break through its defense. After that, he never came to the Sun Ocean again. But what was going on with this young man? Why was his attack so terrifying? Moreover, it was just an ordinary sword strike. Boom! The sunbird was sent flying, or rather, it had deliberately retreated on its own accord. Because he realized that the defensive barrier could not withstand Ling Zhao's attack, he was prepared to retreat in order to advance. The moment it retreated, the golden light on the sunbird's body became even more intense. It let out a loud and clear cry. The dignity of the Sun Emperor is inviolable. No matter who you are, you must die. Wrapped in terrifying power, the sunbird no longer retreated, but took the initiative to attack. Demonic beasts were demonic beasts after all. They were born with superior physical conditions compared to humans. Of course, that was only relative to ordinary people. Xianxia possessed the king-tier divine body of the black tortoise and had many defensive skills. How could he possibly fear a mere demonling? 5 Ghosts Secret Magic, Rock Devil. The rock devil appeared, but the sunbird smashed it with its claws. Because of that, the sunbird's attack power was significantly reduced. Xianxia stabbed out with his sword, forcing the sunbird to retreat again. The surrounding demonlings didn't move, and simply watched the terrifying battle play out. The fact that 2 5th Division Life Seizers were fighting each other was simply too shocking for their beastly hearts to handle. Not bad, Xianxia thought. You live up to your reputation as a 5th Division Life Sizer. Looks like you're a lot stronger than that devil dragon puppet. But if you want to kill me, you won't be able to do it so easily. A look of disdain appeared on Xiao's face. The sunbird had transformed into a monster that was more than 10 meters tall. And Xianxia himself was only about 180 centimeters tall. In comparison, for him to block the sunbird's attack was like a mantis blocking a horse carriage. That kind of feeling was extremely frightening. Because of that, both the sunbird and the other demonlings realized how terrifying Xianxia was. The sunbird was furious. Gradually, its body began to change. It turned into a young man in a golden robe. He had a full head of golden hair, and even his eyes were golden. You transformed into a human to fight? Xianxia said, frowning. As far as he knew, demonlings who transformed into human form would have their fighting prowess greatly reduced. What was this sunbird doing? Was there something wrong with its head? You must be confused, the sunbird said. Why am I in human form? Well, you'll find out soon enough. Staring coldly at Xianxia, the sunbird continued, You're the first human to force me to use my human form. From the sound of it, it seemed that, in human form, not only would its fighting prowess not decrease, it would actually increase. Xianxia didn't quite understand, but he was still on guard. Whoosh, all of a sudden, the golden-robed young man pounced on Xianxia. In an instant, he caught up with Xiao's sword light steps and cosmic light body. A movement technique? Xiao had his Tai Chi eye open, so he immediately understood what was going on. After the sunbird transformed into human form, not only did it maintain the tough body of a demonling, but it also learned how to use martial arts. It was no wonder that its speed would soar. But at this moment, he didn't have time to think. He hurriedly used sword light steps to dodge and brandished the Ice Supreme Sword to block the opponent's attack. In terms of speed, he no longer had an advantage, so he could only fight head-on. Solar Fist. The golden-robed young man roared and suddenly threw a punch at Xiao. The glaring golden light made it impossible for Xiao to see anything clearly. And the most terrifying thing was that the Solar Fist not only had this special ability, but it could also attack with blazing heat. Xiao had no choice but to put away the Ice Supreme Sword. Vajra Ape, Invincible Vajra. Since he couldn't see his opponent clearly, he could only rely on his invincible Vajra to take the blow. Xiao was sent flying backward, where he slammed into the ground, creating a huge crater. Bam! Before the golden-robed young man could follow up with another attack, a rumbling sound could be heard from the crater. Xiao had been sent flying out of the crater. Blood oozed out of the corners of his mouth, but an excited smile could be seen on his face. Ever since he had reached the 3rd division of life seizing, very few people in the Sword Dynasty had been able to increase his cultivation base. Although the blow he had just taken had only increased his cultivation base by 10%, it was still enough. All he needed to do was move. That meant that the sunbird had been of great help to his cultivation base. Interesting. I never would have guessed that demonlings in human form would be so strong. This is going to be fun. Xiao looked at the golden young man in front of him with incomparable excitement. Are you stupid? You won't be so happy soon, puny human. The golden young man looked coldly at Xiao, then once again charged at Xiao. Once again, he used the solar fist. However, the same move was naturally meaningless in front of Ling Xiao. One man and one beast fought fiercely in midair. They fought back and forth, and the situation of the battle was extremely intense. They fought to the point the heavens and the earth were practically cast into darkness, and the sun and moon were cast into a shadow. Ling Xiao felt a bit lucky. If he hadn't broken through to the third stratum of the life-seizing level, he probably wouldn't have been able to stand up to this golden young man. If that had happened, he would have had to trouble Little Gold to fight. Unfortunately, Little Gold's fighting prowess was only on par with the golden young man's. Even if he didn't lose, it wouldn't be easy for him to win. In the end, both sides would be seriously injured. Golden Dragon Seal. Although it was fun to keep fighting, Ling Xiao knew that if things went on like this, he wouldn't be able to defeat his opponent. He didn't want to waste any more time here. Therefore, he decided to use his most powerful move. The golden dragon roared, and in the blink of an eye, it was directly in front of the golden young man. As soon as the golden dragon seal appeared, the golden young man began to panic. The battle had been evenly matched, but now, the balance was tipping. However, the golden young man's panic wasn't enough to completely defeat him. Apparently, he hadn't used all of his power yet. Light of extermination! The golden young man roared. Suddenly, a dazzling beam of golden light shot out from his forehead. The destructive power of the light was so terrifying that it seemed even more terrifying than the golden dragon seal. RUUUUUMBLE, the light of extermination and the golden dragon seal slammed into each other. After a moment of deadlock, the golden dragon seal finally collapsed. However, the light of extermination hadn't completely disappeared. Instead, it focused on Ling Xiao, leaving a wound on Ling Xiao's body. Good heavens! Although this injury is nothing serious, I'm afraid this light of extinction is equivalent to a high-level general realm martial technique at the consummation level. My golden dragon seal is only at the mastery level. Ling Xiao touched the charred wound. This guy's light of extinction was really similar to Xiao Jin's 9 Nether Yellow Springs golden light. Although it was much weaker, its power was definitely not to be underestimated. At this moment, Ling Xiao no longer dared to underestimate this golden youth. However, just because he didn't dare to underestimate them didn't mean he was afraid. After all, the golden boy was a demon Ling in human form. Although he was a 5th stratum demon Ling, he wasn't as intelligent as a human. Even the light of extinction was unable to take down Ling Xiao. This caused his originally strong confidence to be damaged, and he finally began to feel some fear. Die, human! His voice suddenly became hoarse. It actually transformed back into the form of a sunbird. Golden light continued to gather around his body. Ling Xiao could tell that the golden light was the same as the golden light of extinction that the golden youth had used before. However, it was much stronger in terms of both scale and power. Most likely, it was close to the level of a high-level general class martial technique. Boss, let me deal with this golden light. It seems to taste pretty good. Xiao Jin seemed eager to try it out. You might be able to consume light and heat, but this thing is too strong. Even if you do, you'll still get hurt. Let me help you weaken it first. Ling Xiao chuckled. But boss, Xiao Jin said, you just want to use this light of extinction to improve your cultivation base, right? After spending so much time with Ling Xiao, Xiao Jin naturally understood what Ling Xiao was really thinking. So, you figured it out? Don't worry. The golden light of extinction is yours. Although it's not as strong as the 9 Nether Yellow Springs golden light, it's not weak either. Most importantly, it has more. Your 9 Nether Yellow Springs golden light isn't even strong enough to deal with an expert. As he spoke, Ling Xiao began to prepare his attack. It was the same golden dragon seal, but this time, it was in the Great Circle. After fighting the golden youth, the golden dragon seal had reached a higher level. It just so happened that it came in handy. The golden light of extinction continued to condense on the sunbird's body. The air was filled with a terrifying pressure. This pressure made the monsters in the surroundings begin to flee. They could feel the horror of the golden light most directly. They knew that if they stayed here, they would probably die. Ling Xiao naturally had this feeling as well, but he was not afraid at all. Boom, finally, the golden light gushed out from the sunbird's body. It turned into a blazing sun in the void. The golden sun radiated light in all directions. A terrifying power was brewing in the blazing sun. Is this the full version of the golden light of extinction? It's so strong. But my golden dragon seal isn't weak either. Xiao sneered and released his golden dragon seal at the same time. The golden dragon soared into the sky, full of the majesty of a divine beast. Half the sky was dyed golden. The monsters were even more terrified. They could understand that the Sun Emperor had such a powerful attack, but they could not understand why a human could have such a powerful attack. Regardless of whether or not they understood, the terrifying golden dragon and the blazing sun had already collided. Both were golden, and both were incomparably hot. Both were incredibly powerful. As of this moment, the entire Sun Sea was much brighter than before. A huge mushroom cloud rose up from the island, causing the martial artists in the distance to tremble in fear. I wonder which lunatic provoked the sunbird. Is he looking to die? Humph. There are always people in this world who don't know what's good for them. Considering the battle prowess of that sunbird, even a 6th stratum life-sizer would have to be careful. It's good that he's dead. At least we'll have one less competitor when it comes to fighting for the God-Devil medallions. No one wanted to see what was happening in Sun City. Everyone knew that the sunbird had a bad temper. It was better to just stay on the island and wait for the tea party of gods and devils to begin. Meanwhile, back on Sun Island, the golden dragon and the blazing sun were fighting each other. Moments ago, they had been evenly matched. But now, Little Gold couldn't hold back any longer. He flew out of the spirit beast ring, opened his mouth, and sucked in all of the golden light. It wasn't just the golden light of extinction, but also the golden dragon seal. A moment later, the sky was clear again. The sunbird was completely flabbergasted. Not only had his most powerful attack failed to kill that human, it had actually been devoured by a bird that looked very much like him. What exactly was going on? The sunbird couldn't wrap its head around what was happening. As for the fleeing demonlings, they were so frightened that they didn't dare to move. What had just happened was simply too shocking. As one of the combatants, the sunbird was the most shocked of all. In that moment, it was completely flabbergasted. It was this momentary daze that gave Xiao an opportunity. Flying up into the air, he stabbed out with the revered ice sword, sending the Ghost King Hegemon sword stabbing into the sunbird's throat. At this point in the battle, Xiao wasn't going to take pity on a demonling. At the beginning, he probably wouldn't have tried to kill the sunbird. But the two of them had been locked in a deadly battle for most of the day. If he didn't kill the sunbird, would he just be waiting to be killed? Unfortunately, the sunbird had a tenacious life force. Despite having its throat pierced by the revered ice sword, it didn't die. Pulling its neck out of the sword, it turned and fled. Unfortunately for it, Xiao wasn't going to give it that chance. Ice Frost Wyrm Beast Soul, Frigid Ice Dragon Breath. In midair, Xiao opened his mouth and spat out a dense ice dragon breath. Although it couldn't freeze the sunbird, it instantly slowed down the sunbird's speed. Bloodthirsty Plague. Xiao didn't feel at ease, so he unleashed another divine ability, the Bloodthirsty Plague. As his cultivation base increased, the power of the Bloodthirsty Plague increased. Even powerful demonlings in the 5th stratum of the life-seizing level were terrified by the Bloodthirsty Plague. They were already injured, and the Bloodthirsty Plague was causing their fighting prowess to drop. By this point, Xiao couldn't be bothered to bully opponents who couldn't get his blood pumping. He gave orders to Little Gold. Of course, Little Gold didn't hold back. Instead, it leapt forward, its sharp claws tearing into the sunbird's body. Blood and feathers rained down from the sky. After killing the sunbird, Little Gold retrieved the demonling's core and swallowed it. Flying back into the beast ring, it said, "Boss, I'm afraid nobody in the Sword Dynasty is a match for you. I need to go work on my cultivation. The primeval god Necropolis is the key. Are you okay with that?" "Of course not." Xiao nodded. After all, the only person in the Sword Dynasty who could pose a threat to him was Duga Kanjiing. However, even if it was Duga Kanjiing, with his current strength, there was no need for him to fear him. He was merely unable to defeat him for the time being. At this moment, countless demonic beasts were crawling around Ling Xiao. Although the sunbird was killed by Xiao Jin, it was defeated by Ling Xiao. Therefore, in the hearts of these demon beasts, Ling Xiao was naturally the strongest existence. They had once regarded the sunbird as the emperor of the sun. Now that the sunbird had been killed, they were naturally willing to submit to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao naturally would not let go of such a powerful force. Now that he wanted to unify the Sword Dynasty, he needed a lot of combat power. These demonic beasts would definitely be of great help. Alright, all of you go and cultivate. When I need you, I'll naturally come and find you. He waved his hand, indicating for the demonic beasts to leave, while he entered the Sun City ruins alone. His goal for coming here was to enter the ruins, but since the sunbird insisted on fighting him to the death, he had no choice but to fight. After killing the sunbird, no one would come and disturb him, right? After activating his Taiji eye, Ling Xiao scanned his surroundings, including the underground. There were no ruins underground. It seemed like the Sun City had really sunk to the bottom of the sea. Or perhaps it had been completely destroyed. However, although he did not find any ruins, Ling Xiao could not help but pay attention to the sun sculpture. The reason he paid attention to it was because his Taiji eye was actually unable to see through the sun sculpture. Furthermore, the other buildings had been destroyed, but the sun sculpture still existed here. It had not been destroyed by the sunbird, so there had to be some secret. He approached the sun sculpture and indeed discovered that there were special inscriptions on the sculpture. Furthermore, the inscriptions were very tightly integrated. This is completely a work of art. No wonder it has stood tall for thousands of years. What exactly is this thing for, master? Ling Xiao still lacked some knowledge after all. Most importantly, he was still too young. However, there was nothing to be afraid of with a Yuan Venerate around. It should be a martial technique library. A place similar to a library. The Yuan Venerate answered. Martial technique library? Library? But this thing is not considered big. How many things can it hide? Ling Xiao asked. Have you forgotten about the small realm? There should be a small realm inside this sun sculpture. The number of martial techniques stored inside is probably not much less than the sacred sword hall. The Yuan Venerate chuckled. That's right. Master, do you have a way to open it? Of course. Who am I? I am the most powerful array formation master in the entire mystic realm. Although the Yuan Venerate's strength could not be compared to his past self, he was very confident when it came to array formations. There was no array formation in this world that he could not break. Then I'll have to trouble you, master. Ling Xiao smiled and released the Yuan Venerate's spiritual body while he wandered around nearby to see if there was anything else. After wandering around for a while, he actually found the place where the sunbird had hidden its treasures. The treasures hidden there were at least hundreds of millions of spirit stones. Furthermore, most of them were middle-grade spirit stones. Ling Xiao really needed money if he wanted to unify the Sword Dynasty or even the Nine Supremes. Spirit stones were not only a universal currency, but they were also crucial for cultivation, array formation, and alchemy. Naturally, he would not miss out on these things. He directly put them away in the Mountain River realm, as the capacity of his storage ring was not big enough to hold them all. By the time he put these treasures away, the Yuan Venerate had already deciphered the martial technique library of the Sun City. Ling Xiao could not wait to open the martial technique library. Indeed, as the Yuan Venerate had said, there was a small realm inside. The martial technique library could be described as a massive volume. However, after using his Taiji eye to check, he found that most of the martial techniques here were below the high-level general level. These things could be used to enrich the martial technique library of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire in the future. Ling Xiao put all of them away in the Mountain River realm. However, there was one martial technique that he had kept for himself. Although it was called a martial technique, it was actually a piece of memory metal. There were no words on it. This thing required one to have a strong comprehension ability to comprehend the martial technique within. However, according to the Yuan Venerate, this kind of memory metal usually sealed peak general level martial techniques. A peak general level martial technique that was even more powerful than a high-level general level martial technique like the Golden Dragon Mark. What exactly will it be? Ling Xiao was looking forward to it. Then, he took the memory medal and sat down beside the sun sculpture to comprehend it. There were still 2 days before the Divine Demon Tea Party, so he was not in a hurry. He just needed to comprehend this martial technique in these 2 days. Then, his strength would increase by another level. After all, a peak general level martial technique was much more powerful than a high-level general level martial technique. Even if it was only at the small success stage, its power was comparable to a high-level general level martial technique at the great perfection stage. He did not have to worry about being disturbed here, as he had already become the new Sun Emperor. The Sun Emperor that was feared and obeyed by those demonic beasts. Time passed the easiest when comprehending martial arts. Ling Xiao's comprehension ability was extremely high to begin with. With the existence of the Tai Chi Eye, he could comprehend almost all the martial arts in the world. Although the things in this memory medal were brilliant, they were only peak general level martial arts. Naturally, there was no exception. About an hour later, Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly opened. There seemed to be a figure flashing in those eyes. Ling Xiao's eyes did not move, but his mind kept replaying the movements of that figure. Over and over again, the cycle repeated. Ling Xiao read it once and had basically memorized it all. The second time, he had already comprehended the essence of this set of martial arts. On the third time, he finally comprehended it. Annihilation Divine Sword. This was the martial arts technique that Ling Xiao had comprehended. Presumably, the Sunbird's Annihilation Divine Light should have been influenced by this sun sculpture. Although the martial arts techniques were different, the source of comprehension was the same. However, Ling Xiao's comprehension ability was higher. In addition, he had directly come into contact with the memory medal, so the sword technique he comprehended was a level higher than the Sunbird's. Of course, comprehension was only the beginning. After comprehending it successfully, he still needed to cultivate and verify it. He needed to continue perfecting the Annihilation Divine Sword in actual combat. He closed his eyes again. A space was opened up in the mountain river world. His primordial spirit flew in and began to hone his sword technique. As the Annihilation Divine Sword was used, the entire space became incomparably hot, and not a single blade of grass grew. The originally ordinary environment seemed to have turned into the surface of the sun. Terrifying heat continued to seep out from the ground, and the solar storm blew wildly. This was even more terrifying than hell. The soil under his feet was almost all boiling magma, but the temperature of the magma was even higher than the scorching hell. Any creature that was born here would die in an instant. Annihilation Divine Sword, as expected of the Annihilation Divine Sword. This was a terrifying sword technique that could annihilate everything. Coupled with the Annihilation Sword intent, it was simply terrifying. It's about time. Ling Xiao opened his eyes again. The training in the mountain river world was just an illusion after all. He soared into the air and found a deserted island in the Sun Sea. The scenery on the island was beautiful. There were plants everywhere, but there were very few demonic beasts. There were no humans at all. Listen to my command. All demonic beasts, retreat from this island. At his command, the few demonic beasts on the island fled and migrated to other islands. Ling Xiao then took out the Sky Demon Sword. Taking a deep breath, the sword in Xianxia's mind flickered, and the sword in his hand glowed brightly. Then, he stabbed down with his sword. At that moment, the light of extermination flickered. The huge sword shadow fell directly onto the deserted island. When the smoke and dust had completely dissipated, Ling Xiao was shocked. All the demonic beasts were trembling. They saw that the barren island that was originally full of life had turned into hell. Although the island was not destroyed, all the vegetation on the island had died. Boiling lava was constantly spewing out from the ground. The entire island was like a land of extinction. So this is the Annihilation Sword? The power was actually so terrifying. And this was only at the small success level. Annihilate everything, destroy everything. Such a tyrannical sword technique. I wonder how strong the warriors of Sun City were in the past. Ling Xiao was extremely emotional. Under the sword, all life was completely wiped out and replaced by a terrifying land that was like the surface of the sun. It was absolutely impossible for any living creature to survive there. Even the fire element would be torn apart by this terrifying destructive sword intent. A peak-level general realm martial arts technique is indeed powerful. And if I'm not wrong, if I use this annihilation sword in my hands, combined with the destructive sword intent and the power of the powerful heavenly fire, it's probably close to the power of a beginner king realm martial arts technique. Ling Xiao was secretly delighted. Fortunately, he had come to this place out of boredom. Otherwise, how could he have obtained such a divine skill? Although the golden dragon seal was powerful, it was only an advanced general realm martial arts technique. Now that he had failed to obtain the 9 supremacy sword technique, for Ling Xiao, the annihilation sword had become his most powerful martial arts technique in the Archean divine tomb. In the near future, the tea of fiend gods and demons was about to begin, and he had to compete for the fiend gods token. The annihilation sword could also greatly increase his combat power and create opportunities for him to obtain the fiend gods token. After all, he would not only have to face Duga Kanjing and Murong Qi at the tea of fiend gods and demons, but also experts from other forces. Duga Kanjing, your attempt to kill me and Xiao Jin outside Sword God City failed. That was your biggest failure. Now that I've obtained the annihilation sword, I'm not inferior to you in terms of martial arts techniques. Can you still kill me? Ling Xiao sneered. When Duga Kanjing used the golden dragon seal to kill Xianxia, Ling Xiao thought that the golden dragon seal was the most powerful martial arts technique in the Sword Dynasty. Therefore, after obtaining the golden dragon seal from eunuch Gao, he hurriedly cultivated it. But today, he saw that the annihilation sword was much more powerful than the golden dragon seal. It could definitely become one of his trump cards. There's still time, continue to cultivate. Since Ling Xiao had obtained the annihilation sword, he wanted to cultivate it to become even more powerful. Therefore, in the next 2 days, he almost traversed the entire Sun Ocean and used those demonic beasts that dared to disobey him to practice his sword. The annihilation sword's power became even more ferocious as it was upgraded from the initial stage to the phenomenal stage. Little Gold was still cultivating. Clearly, the power of the sunbird wasn't the least bit inferior to that of the artificial sun. Ling Xiao estimated that by the end of this cultivation session, Little Gold would be a 6th stage 1-star life-sizer. At that time, he would be able to go to the primeval god necropolis to help him even more. And once Little Gold broke through, Duga Kanjing wouldn't be able to do anything. Therefore, Ling Xiao would definitely not disturb Xiao Jin if he could. Otherwise, it would be a waste of the sunbird's demonic beast core. An hour before the tea of gods and devils, Ling Xiao headed toward the island where the tea party would be held. Master, I'm not the only beast god on the Black Tortoise continent, right? Ling Xiao asked curiously. After his recent cultivation session, he understood how powerful beast god martial artists were. Right now, he only had the sun god beast soul, the ox god beast soul, and the incomplete Yu god beast soul. That didn't rule out the possibility that other martial artists had the souls of other beast gods. After all, the Black Tortoise continent was huge and there were many geniuses. Indeed, you're not the only one. In fact, when I passed by the Black Tortoise continent, I encountered beast god martial artists. However, there are only 12 beast god souls in total, so the number of beast god martial artists is naturally not many. The Yuan Venerate thought for a moment before saying, your top priority now is to explore the potential of the beast god soul and search for other beast god souls. This will not only reduce the number of competitors, but also make you stronger. There shouldn't be any beast god souls in the western region. If there were, I should be able to sense them. However, the Yu god beast soul has been very active recently, so I suspect that its remnant soul might be in the primeval god necropolis. Your judgment should be correct. It is said that beast god martialists can sense the existence of other beast god souls, unless the beast god soul has already been obtained by another martialist. This should be correct, and it will be of great help to you in searching for other beast god souls in the future. The Yuan Venerate nodded. It seems like you have to go to the immemorial divine tomb this time. The undying soul represents the time nomological laws of the Black Tortoise continent. If you obtain the complete undying soul, I'm afraid you will have a more terrifying ability than life reversal. However, I feel that the remnant soul of the undying soul is only a part. It's not complete. Ling Xiao sighed. Don't be greedy. It's already very difficult to obtain the Sun God Beast Soul and the Ox God Beast Soul. You have to know that very few people in this world have been able to obtain them. The Yuan Venerate smiled bitterly. What's the matter? Let's take it step by step. I suspect that the reason the Undying Soul is incomplete is very likely because it is too powerful and has been deliberately divided into many parts. What kind of person would have such a terrifying ability that even the Undying Soul is no match for him? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. You are wrong. The Undying Soul is considered a top martialist in the Black Tortoise continent, second only to the Sun God. However, don't forget that the Black Tortoise continent isn't the only continent in the mystic world. I have been to the Black Tortoise continent before, so I can't rule out the possibility that martialists from other continents have also come to the Black Tortoise continent. The Yuan Venerate reminded him. Therefore, even if you obtain all the beast god souls, you must not be arrogant. Your greatest reliance is still the terrifying tyrannical Sky Martial Soul, that is your foundation. The tyrannical Sky Martial Soul is the most powerful martial soul in any continent in the mystic world. I know. Ling Xiao nodded. It's good that you know. Therefore, you should not expose your tyrannical Sky Martial Soul easily. Possessing the Beast God Soul is enough for now. In the Black Tortoise continent, the Beast God controlled 12 types of divine laws, although they were still affected by the King of Sovereigns. However, at least in the Black Tortoise continent, they were really powerful. Even foreign martialists would be affected by their laws if they came here, unless they were so strong that they could ignore the divine laws. I have a general understanding of the laws. It is a kind of rule set by the strong. Within a certain range, everything has to follow this rule. But what exactly are the laws controlled by the 12 beast gods? Ling Xiao asked. I can't answer you, but based on my recent observations, it's very likely that you're in control of the laws of combat. The child god abilities you've awakened include the earth-shaking golden light technique, the bloodthirsty plague, and the bloodthirsty rat demon. All of them are meant for battle. They can make you stronger and your enemies weaker. As for the divine ox beast soul, it hasn't awakened any supernatural powers yet, so I can't tell. As for the Yu god beast soul, it's very likely to be the time law. Yuan Venerate analyzed. Law of combat. The laws of time. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. Although these two laws were only effective within the Black Tortoise continent, they were already very powerful. For Ling Xiao, this was definitely a very exciting thing. We've arrived. I'll go and rest first. At that moment, Yuan Venerate's voice rang out again. Ling Xiao looked down and saw that they had indeed arrived at the island from before. Compared to 2 days ago, this place was clearly livelier. Ling Xiao didn't waste any more time. When he landed on the island, he actually discovered that a lively market had been set up temporarily. These people really knew how to do business. They knew that some tea party was going to be held here and brought their business to this place. Smiling, Luo Yunyang was about to head over to the venue when he saw Jian Fulong haggling with someone. He seemed to be in a good mood. Congratulations, Uncle Master. You've finally recovered to the 5th level of the life-seizing realm. Ling Xiao smiled as he walked over to Jian Fulong. Your strength seems to have improved as well. I really don't know how you cultivate. Jian Fulong was originally quite pleased with himself. However, when he saw Ling Xiao, he was immediately discouraged. This kid was simply a monster. Every time they met, he seemed to see his strength improve. Although he hadn't broken through this time, he felt that his combat strength had increased by a lot. I'm fine. However, it seems like many martialists from other factions have come this time. Ling Xiao looked around. That's right. They're all in the 5th level of life seizing. Even the weakest are in the 4th level. It's a good thing that the god and devil emissaries put some restrictions on them. Otherwise, considering the strength of the other 8, we wouldn't even be able to compete for the god-devil medallion. We might as well admit defeat. Jian Fulong sighed helplessly. To put it bluntly, the martialists from the other 8 factions who had come to the tea party of gods and devils were all trash. The truly strong ones had already obtained god-devil medallions from their own factions, so there was no need for them to come to the tea party of gods and devils. In other words, the people who came here weren't very impressive. Even as they were speaking, they heard a group of people talking nearby. The god and devil emissaries are really something else. Why do they have to hold this tea party of gods and devils? They know that the trash from the Sword Dynasty can't get their hands on it. Why do they have us come all the way here? We might not be the strongest in our own factions, but in the Sword Dynasty, which one of us isn't a top expert? How can this crappy place be called one of the 9 Supremes? It's so cheap. That's right, that's right. Any ordinary expert from the 8 Supremes could wipe out the Sword Dynasty with ease. Why don't we try to sit on the Emperor's throne and see how comfortable that is? Humph. You talk big. You're all trash from your own factions. You think you can throw your weight around in the Sword Dynasty, haven't you heard? Mount Mammoth of the Myriad Kingdoms was destroyed by our new emperor. You people are just shooting your mouths off. Don't get yourselves in trouble. Perhaps it was because the words of these people were so offensive that some of the Sword Dynasty cultivators couldn't hold back any longer. Ling Xiao looked over at the person who had just spoken. His cultivation base wasn't weak, he was at the peak of the 3rd level of life seizing. Unfortunately, compared to the cultivators of the other 8 forces, they were truly inferior. Whoa! Someone actually dares to talk back to us? I'm Black Snake from the Black Snake sect. What's your name? One of the people who had been mocking the Sword Dynasty stepped forward, looking coldly at the 3rd level life sizer. Xiaoyan from the Sword Dynasty. Black Snake sneered. So, you're a pussy. I never would have guessed. But then again, you people from the Sword Dynasty really don't have any men. I can't believe you let a woman take the lead. What a joke. Black Snake chuckled coldly. Since you want to take the lead, fine. Let's have a little competition. If you can take 3 of my moves, I'll admit that I was talking big. Are you sure? Of course I'm sure. To deal with trash like you, 3 moves is already overestimating you. 1 move is enough. Heishi looked at Xiaoyan with ridicule, with a proud look on his face. Sword Dynasty, other than the new emperor, the rest are all trash. You'll know after we fight. Xiaoyan stood there and drew her sword. She circulated her true essence and prepared to block Black Snake's attack. Looking at your posture, you really don't need 1 move. Black Snake sneered. Without using a weapon, he took a step forward and reached out to grab Xiaoyan's neck. Xiaoyan waved her sword to block. However, Black Snake's hand was like a strange tentacle. It easily bypassed the long sword in Xiaoyan's hand and grabbed Xiaoyan's neck. Then, he threw Xiaoyan out. Xiaoyan fell to the ground and vomited blood. She was clearly seriously injured. Trash, 3 moves is indeed overestimating you. You don't even need 1 move. Black Snake sneered. Hearing this and seeing Xiaoyan's appearance, many Sword Dynasty martial artists who were originally unconvinced immediately lowered their heads. What a joke, was face more important than life? Among the experts of the Sword Dynasty, Xiaoyan's strength should be ranked in the top 20. Just like that, she was easily defeated. She didn't even use a martial technique. What could they do if they went up? They would just make a fool of themselves. However, the cowardice of the Sword Dynasty martial artists made the people from the Mystic Snake Demon sect even more proud. Other than Duga Kanjing, the rest of the Sword Dynasty are a bunch of good-for-nothings. Black Snake repeated his words again. One of his companions laughed. Black Snake, I didn't expect that people like us who can't stand up in the Mystic Snake Demon sect can actually be in the limelight here. Just how much trash is the Sword Dynasty? Looks like we have the ability to fight for the Fiend God token. Ha ha ha, that's right. Compared to our Mystic Snake Demon sect, the Sword Dynasty martial artists shouldn't have come to the Fiend God tea party. It's simply a disgrace. I really don't know if they have any sense of shame. When Black Snake spoke, he deliberately raised his voice so that everyone here could hear. The Sword Dynasty martial artists were simply dealt a huge blow. They originally thought that since the tea party of the gods and devils was being held in the Sword Dynasty, they might be qualified to compete for the gods and devils token. But the official competition hadn't even started yet, and they were already making a fool of themselves here. It was really stifling in their hearts. Martial uncle, are you going to do it, or should I? Ling Xiao was also a member of the Sword Dynasty, and so was Jian Fulong. Given his character, he would definitely not be able to take it lying down after being scolded as a piece of trash and being continuously provoked by others. I'll do it. Jian Fulong sneered, this old man has disappeared for over 200 years. To think that this group of grandsons would be so arrogant to this extent. All right then. Ling Xiao nodded. To deal with trash like the black snake, Jian Fulong was more than enough. And now that Jian Fulong was back in the 5th division of life seizing, he could easily crush the black snake. Hee, an old man? The Sword Dynasty has really declined, they actually need the old man to stand up for them. Thinking about it, the new emperor of the Sword Dynasty is also an old man. How boring. The black snake glanced at Jian Fulong, clearly not taking him seriously at all. I say, old man, that kid is with you, right? Don't say I didn't warn you. You guys should come at me together. If anyone else wants to fight back, they can all attack together. That way, we won't have to waste time at the tea party of gods and devils. The black snake's voice was filled with arrogance and arrogance. You think you have what it takes? Jian Fulong sneered. You haven't even grown out your hair yet. Today, I'll show you what it means to be strong. Are you looking to die, you old bastard? Black Snake was enraged. He extended his body and pounced out like an eagle, aiming for Jian Fulong. His hands were like venomous snakes, stabbing toward Jian Fulong's throat. It was obvious that he hadn't killed Xiaoyan earlier. But now, he was trying to kill Jian Fulong. After all, Jian Fulong's attitude had pissed him off. Chuckling coldly, Jian Fulong didn't even bother using his sword. Instead, he reached out with his right hand to block. Bam! Both of them had focused their true energy on their attacks, so they hadn't thought much of it. But when they collided, a huge boom rang out, and a shockwave spread out. Many people dodged out of fear. Black Snake was sent flying by the impact. You keep saying that our Sword Dynasty's martial artists are trash. But I don't think you're anything special. Jian Fulong said in disdain. Old man, you do have some skills. But I didn't use my true strength just now to save you some face. It's not too late to admit defeat now. The black snake was shocked, but he refused to admit defeat. Moreover, he was looking forward to Jian Fulong using his full strength. If that was the case, he might have a chance to win. Black Snake, you can't even defeat an old man. Do you want us to help you? The Black Snake demon sex companions mocked. They knew that the Black Snake had held back his strength and was preparing to unleash his full strength at the tea party of gods and devils. But now, facing this old man, if the Black Snake didn't use his full strength, it would be hard to take him down. Don't worry. He's just an old man with one foot in the grave. The Black Snake laughed coldly. He knew that if he couldn't defeat Jian Fulong today, he would lose all face. Earlier, he had proudly declared that the Sword Dynasty's martial artists were trash. If he lost, wouldn't that mean he was worse than trash? Your mouth stinks. You can go die now. Jian Fulong had planned to play with the Black Snake a bit longer, but the Black Snake's mouth was full of obscenities. Jian Fulong couldn't take it anymore. He leaned forward, appearing in front of the Black Snake in the blink of an eye. Then, he struck the Black Snake's abdomen with his palm. The Black Snake flew back several hundred meters before coming to a stop. However, he couldn't get up. This scene caused the chattering disciples of the Mystic Snake sect to instantly shut their mouths. They had said that the Sword Dynasty was weak, but this strange old man had taught them a harsh lesson. That piece of trash Black Snake can't even defeat a martial artist of the same level. After a long moment, one of them cursed. No, he's not of the same level. This old man is a life-sizer. Let me do it. Another person stepped forward from the Black Snake demon sect. He wasn't very old, only in his early 20s. He was far stronger than the Black Snake. From what Ling Xiao could tell, he was stronger than Mammoth Mountain, although he was weaker than the Sunbird. He was weaker than Duga Kanjiing. Young Master Silverscale, let me do it. You came to the tea party of gods and devils to have fun. You're different from us. You're a genius, and will definitely get stronger in the future. There's no need to squabble with an old man. Another person from the Black Snake demon sect said. Shut up. I said I'll do it. If you don't hear me, cut off your ears. They're useless anyway. Are you going to take turns fighting me? Forget it. The tea of gods and devils is about to begin. Why don't we all conserve some energy? Ling Xiao walked out and said to Yin Lin with a smile. Who are you? Yin Lin asked, frowning. He was convinced that anyone who dared to step forward at a time like this was no weakling. Ling Xiao from the Sword Dynasty. Ling Xiao said coolly. That's Ling Xiao. He's really famous these days. Many of the martial artists from the Sword Dynasty were looking at Ling Xiao with reverence. Obviously, they knew that Ling Xiao had killed Dugu Xingjian and destroyed the devil dragon puppet. You're a famous guy, Yin Lin said. Unfortunately, your cultivation base is too weak. I'm not interested in fighting you. You old bastard, come on. Yin Lin seemed to look down on Ling Xiao as he said to Jian Fulong. If you can beat him, then you can come find me. Jian Fulong chuckled evilly. He had already defeated Black Snake and had vented his anger. There was no need to waste his true energy here. Ling Xiao was different. After all, Ling Xiao had so much true energy that he couldn't possibly use it all up. You guys, kill him. Yin Lin said to the martial artists from the Mystic Snake sect, not even bothering to look at Ling Xiao. Yes sir. In addition to Yin Lin and Black Snake, there were 5 other people from the Mystic Snake sect, all of whom were in the 4th stage of life seizing. They were strong, but sadly, Ling Xiao didn't care about them at all. In the face of their attacks, Ling Xiao simply smiled coldly. He didn't even bother to draw his sword or swing his fist. All he did was wave his hand casually. A terrifying beam of sword light tore through the ground and shot toward the 5 martial artists. A moment later, a meter-wide gash appeared in the ground. Even more terrifying was that the sword energy hit all 5 of them at the same time, sending them flying backward with blood pouring out of their bodies. Shockingly, the wounds were all on their mouths. At this moment, none of them could open their mouths to speak. So strong. Was this young man really a warrior from the Sword Dynasty? He didn't even use a sword. He defeated 5 4th Division Life Seizers with a wave of his hand. There were quite a number of martial artists from the other 8 forces in the temporary market. Although they had all failed in the fight for the God and Devil token in their respective forces, there was no doubt that each and every one of them was one of the top experts in the Sword Dynasty. But even so, Ling Xiao's attack still stunned them. Those 5 people's strength were all not weaker than Black Snake, but they were actually defeated so thoroughly. Yin Lin's expression was a little ugly, but he was also a little surprised. Those 5 people were all his subordinates, including Black Snake. Even if it was him, it would be impossible for him to defeat 5 of them at the same time. What was going on with this young man? When did such a terrifying genius appear in the Sword Dynasty? Yin Lin's expression turned ugly. Only now did he understand what was going on. Compared to Jian Fulong, this young man was even more terrifying. Apologize. Ling Xiao's voice suddenly rang out, then you can scram. Apologize? In response, Yin Lin's expression changed from one of panic to one of determination. He couldn't apologize. Although his cultivation base was only in the 5th division of life seizing, he had a very high status in the Profound Snake sect. How could he possibly apologize to a lowly commoner from the Sword Dynasty? How could he possibly have the face to go back? Therefore, despite his fear, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and endure. He had planted the bitter fruit, and he had to eat it himself. He had put on a show, and he had to see it through, even if he had to cry. You can't apologize, Yin Lin said loudly. However, I have to admit that my subordinates were being unfair. Not everyone in the Sword Dynasty is trash. At the very least, there are a few people who are worthy of respect. If you don't want to apologize, fine. But if you can even touch the hem of my robe, I'll take back my words and let you leave. Ling Xiao chuckled coldly. There was no point in simply defeating them. He wanted them to fall into complete despair. Then, they would scram back to the Profound Snake sect in despair. He already had a feud with the Profound Snake sect. Now that they dared to insult him, he would settle old and new grudges with them. There was no way he would show them any mercy. You said it yourself. Don't look down on me. Yin Lin felt insulted. Although he knew he wasn't a match for Ling Xiao, he couldn't even touch the hem of his robe. If that wasn't an insult, then what was? Whoosh, Yin Lin's body flickered. A three-headed snake martial soul appeared behind him. After that, his body and his martial soul split apart at the same time, turning into three real figures that approached Ling Xiao from three different directions. This was a special ability of his three-headed snake martial soul. Since he was using it today, he wanted to make sure he could injure Ling Xiao. That way, he would be able to regain some face. In fact, he might even be able to take advantage of this opportunity to injure or even kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stood there, then plucked 3 strands of hair from his head. After the 3 strands of hair were in his hand, they suddenly became stiff and straight, like 3 black iron needles. These 3 strands of hair are more than enough to deal with you. With that, he tossed the strands of hair out. The hair transformed into sharp sword energy that was no less powerful than the sword energy of a 5th division life-sizer. Yin Lin's face darkened. He couldn't believe his opponent was toying with him and looking down on him. He was instantly enraged. The 3 figures regrouped, and a terrifying power gushed out from his body. Then he thrust his hands out. This palm strike was definitely as powerful as a mid-general class martial technique. His intention was very clear. He wanted to destroy the 3 strands of hair and injure Ling Xiao while he was at it. However, Ling Xiao's hair wasn't that easy to deal with. Although they looked like mere strands of hair, they contained the will of the extermination god's word that Ling Xiao had just gained enlightenment of. How could Yin Lin possibly be a match for it? Shockingly, the 3 strands of hair pierced right through Yin Lin's palm, and then slammed into him with unstoppable force, sending him flying backward. It was almost like... Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This Ling Xiao was simply too strong. How could he defeat a 5th division life-sizer so easily? That was a bit too domineering. So, that idiot Yin Lin is just SOSO. And here I thought he was going to be my biggest competitor. Who would have thought he'd be defeated by a martial artist from the Sword Dynasty? Said a man in a bright red robe embroidered with the image of a phoenix. With that, he turned and left. Isn't that Hu Yuanzi from the Fire Dynasty? I can't believe he's here. Don't tell me he didn't get a God Devil medallion from his faction. I wonder how strong the Fire Dynasty martial artists are. I have no idea. From what I can tell, Hu Yuanzi doesn't care about Yin Lin and Ling Xiao at all. Apologize. Ling Xiao stepped on Yin Lin's body and said coldly, otherwise, I'll kill you. Silver Scale gritted his teeth, clearly not willing to accept the outcome. After all, he had been defeated by Ling Xiao, and hadn't been able to fight back at all. What else could he do other than apologize? Blood still dripping from his mouth, he said helplessly, I was blind as a dog. I never would have guessed that the Sword Dynasty would have a genius like you. Ling Xiao. I'll remember you. So what? Xianxia said. You still want to cause trouble for me? Ling Xiao stomped his foot down again. Remember this. Get the hell out of the Sword Dynasty. If I see you again, I'll kill you. You. Don't go too far. I don't care who you are. Get the hell out of here. Ling Xiao sent Yin Lin flying with a kick. He didn't care if Yin Lin was dead or alive as he walked towards the venue. Do you guys think that Ling Xiao can compete with the other competitors? Seeing Ling Xiao leave, people couldn't help but discuss the matter. It depends on who he's competing with. He's strong, but he can't compare to Duga Kanjing from the Sword Dynasty, Mammoth Mafe from the 10,000 Kingdoms, Ice Mountain from the Ice Dynasty, and Flame Sourcechild from the Fire Dynasty. That's true. Those people you mentioned are the ones who have the best chance of winning the God Devil medallion. Let's get to the venue. It's almost time. They're probably screening people. What screening? Do you even need to ask? There are a lot of people here this time. If everyone is qualified to participate in the official tea party, it will take a few days and nights. It is simply impossible. Therefore, before the official tea party begins, there will be a small test. I am afraid that 90% of the warriors will be eliminated. Most of the people who knew about the tea party were martial artists who had arrived a few days earlier, and had done their own research. At the entrance to the venue, the God Devil emissaries had called in reinforcements from the 9 paragons. Just because they were temporary reinforcements didn't mean they weren't important. After all, they were sixth-stage life seizers. In other words, all the warriors who came to participate in the tea party of gods and devils were no match for them. If even a few helpers were so terrifying, it was easy to imagine how powerful the god and devil envoys were. There was a bronze pillar at the entrance. The copper pillar was 100 meters tall, and every meter had a node. It was said that only martial artists with an attack power of 80 and above had the qualifications to become an official participant of the tea party. What does it mean to be above 80 meters? Someone asked. That means he's at least in the 5th division of life seizing. The 6th division life sizer standing next to the pillar laughed coldly. What? Hearing this, many people immediately broke down. 5th division life seizing, what kind of joke was this? They hadn't said that before. If they had known earlier, they wouldn't have come and wasted their time. If you're a coward, then get lost. If you're willing to try, hurry up. Many people have already entered. The best result is even 90 meters. That expert mocked. Alright, let me try, said a 4th division life sizer. He had come all the way here from another organization, and obviously couldn't accept going back. Therefore, he had to give it a try. Drawing on his true energy, he punched out. What he used was his most powerful martial skill. Rumbling sounds could be heard as a red line appeared on the pillar. 65 meters. The guardian said coldly. Impossible. I'll try again. Clearly, the man wasn't convinced. Screw off. You only get one chance. If you don't agree, you'll be killed. The guardian's cold gaze caused the man to jump in fright. Scrambling to his feet, the man fled. Next? The guardian said coldly. In the following test, more than 100 people had tried it, but the best result was only 79 meters. They had almost passed, but if they didn't pass, they didn't pass. The guardian didn't give them any face at all and directly chased them away. No way, the guardian said. Is there really no one who can pass? The guardian also found it strange. Previously, many people had passed, but until now, none of the later ones had passed. It was only natural that the guardian would find it strange. Before long, it was Jian Fulong's turn. A martial artist from the Sword Dynasty? There's no need to try, is there? Other than Duga Kanjing and Murongqi, who else from the Sword Dynasty is qualified to participate? Ignoring the guardian, Jian Fulong casually stabbed out with his sword. He didn't use his most powerful attack. 87 meters. The guardian looked at Jian Fulong and was slightly shocked. Even those who were considered the strongest seated contestants in the tea party only had a best result of 90 meters. This person was actually very close. Finally, someone passed. It seems there really is nothing wrong with the pillar. The other martial artists in line breathed sighs of relief. If the pillar had a problem, it would have been very depressing. Next? The guardian said, feeling a bit embarrassed. However, Jian Fulong didn't say anything. After passing the test, he went to the other side to wait for Ling Xiao. 3rd division life sizer? Are you trying to be funny? When the guardian saw Ling Xiao, his expression turned unsightly. I can't take the test? Ling Xiao said, looking at the guardian calmly. You can take the test, but if you can pass, I'll call you grandpa in front of everyone. The guardian laughed. That's not necessary. Just remember, don't look down on others. Ling Xiao sneered and pointed out casually. 80 meters? It was neither high nor low, exactly 80 meters. However, the guardian could sense that Ling Xiao wasn't using his full strength. He was just toying with him. However, he was the one who had caused this embarrassment, so he couldn't say anything. Besides, Ling Xiao had already given him a lot of face. If he didn't change the conditions, and Ling Xiao passed, how could he call him grandpa? Ling Xiao sneered, turned around, and stepped into the venue with Jian Fulong. At this moment, there were hundreds of people who had already taken their seats in the venue. This number was much more than he had imagined. Of those people, Ling Xiao only recognized Duga Kanjing and Murongqi. The two of them were sitting together, and it seemed they were trying to get the God Devil medallion. Seeing that it was almost time for the tea party, two figures flew over from the distance. One of them was a woman in white, and emanated a holy aura. The other was a man in black, and emanated an aura of death. The appearance of the two of them caused a huge stir in the venue. They didn't try to hide their strength, and their terrifying auras caused the entire island to tremble. Many people were already frightened by the auras of the god-devil emissaries. The tea party competition will be divided into 4 groups, which will be held simultaneously. Each group will determine the top 3, the final 12 will step onto the stage. Whoever emerges victorious will receive 3 god-devil medallions. The white-robed emissary's voice was cold. The rules were simple and clear, and everyone could hear them clearly. However, there were many who didn't understand. Aren't there 3 god-devil medallions? Why give them to one person? Isn't it good to be in the top 3? Someone asked directly. If you don't accept, then scram. The black-robed emissary said coldly. His attitude was very domineering. What the fuck? You really think I'm afraid of you bullshit emissaries? Well, I'm going to rip off your masks and see what you're made of. This man was a 5th division life-sizer, so it was only natural for him to be arrogant. Although everyone had heard that the emissaries were powerful, no one had ever seen them in action. Whether or not that was true was hard to say. Today, he was going to be the first to eat the crab. With that, he flew up into the air, arms outstretched, and shot toward the emissaries like an eagle. As he neared, a long spear appeared in his hand, which was infused with true energy and filled with the rumbling of thunder. This guy isn't weak. He's a lot stronger than the devil dragon puppet. Xianxia chuckled. Yeah. Even I wouldn't be able to beat him easily. I'd probably need 300 or 400 moves. Xianxia nodded. Even as the words left their mouths, the black-garbed devil emissary shot to his feet and grabbed the spear of the 5th division life-sizer. Then, he took a step forward, and the ordinary grade emperor armament was instantly crushed by his palm. At the same time, the emissary's hand grabbed the man's throat. Crack! Without the slightest hesitation, the man's neck was snapped, and he died. Who else wants to try? The black-robed emissary said, chuckling coldly as he looked down at the crowd. No one said a word. His strength was truly too strong. With just his bare hands, he was actually able to destroy a common grade emperor weapon. That was already frightening enough. Even more terrifying was the fact that he could kill a 5th division life-sizer with a casual attack. What do you think? Xianxia asked Xianxia. Strong. Very strong. Unfathomable. Xianxia sighed and said, These 2 fellows are the most terrifying existences I have ever seen. But didn't you also defeat Silver Scale easily? Xianxia added. That's different. I suspect that even a 6th division life-sizer would be easily killed by him. Those 2 are terrifying. No wonder they're martial artists from the other 4 domains. Xianxia frowned. The pressure in his heart instantly increased. Originally, he had been a little excited about the rapid breakthroughs in his cultivation and the rapid increase in his strength. He felt that he might be able to see Xianxia soon and take her back. However, the appearance of these 2 people was like a bucket of cold water poured over his head. He still had a long way to go. There were still many things to be done. Don't be discouraged. One day, you will be stronger than them. Xianxia clenched his fists and told himself. If he wanted to get stronger, he had to get the God-Devil medallion. Otherwise, how could he enter the primeval god necropolis? The primeval god necropolis was his opportunity to get stronger. Since there's no one else, we'll split you into groups according to the number plates you received when you entered. Duga Kanjiing, Huiyuanzi, Mammoth Mafe, Ice Mountain. You 4 are clearly stronger than the others. To avoid encountering each other early, we'll split you into 4 groups. Do you have any objections? The black-robed emissary asked. Of course, no one dared to say anything. Even if they did, they could only hold it in. The strength displayed by the black-clothed emissaries was truly too terrifying. No matter who it was, no one would be foolish enough to resist them at this moment. In order to make the competition even more exciting, we've decided to take out our savings as rewards. The top 3 in each group will receive a reward of 1 million, 5 million, and 10 million mid-grade spirit stones. As for the top 3 martial artists in the finals, they would be able to obtain a high-quality Emperor artifact as a reward. In addition to the God Devil Medallion and high-quality Imperial item, the champion will also receive 100 Heavenly Tribulation pills. The white-robed emissary said coolly. I didn't expect there to be such benefits. Looks like we'll have to go all out. In the 9 Supremes, high-quality Imperial items are the best treasures. But let's not hope for that. As long as we can get into the top 3 and get some mid-grade spirit stones, we'll be satisfied. Amidst the excited discussions, the 200 people participating in the tea party competition were divided into 4 groups. There were 4 arenas set up in the venue, and the 4 battles would begin at the same time. In the first arena, Duga Kanjing, the Emperor of Sword Dynasty, was the seeded contestant. In the second arena, Huiyuanzi was the seeded contestant. In the third arena, Mammoth Mafe was the seeded contestant. In the fourth arena, Ice Mountain was the seeded contestant. These 4 were considered the strongest by the 2 emissaries. Although many people were not convinced, no one dared to question them. Ling Xiao was one of those who were not convinced, but he wouldn't say anything. As for who was stronger, it would be clear after the battle. He was assigned to the second arena. Similarly, Jian Fulong was also assigned to the second arena. Perhaps it was because their numbers were connected. Although there were 4 arenas, it was possible to watch the battles from the spectators' seats. After all, the arenas weren't very far from each other, they were all in the middle of the venue. It almost seemed as if the 4 arenas had been split into 4 sections. How did the 2 emissaries manage to do that in such a short time? Among the 50 over martial artists in the second arena, the one with the lowest cultivation was naturally Ling Xiao. Most of the people present were in the 5th level of life seizing, and any one of them would be a major figure in the Sword Dynasty. In fact, without Duga Kanjing, the Sword Dynasty might very well have been the hegemon Sword Dynasty. Although the Blacksnake Devil sect had looked down on the Sword Dynasty, they had to admit that the Sword Dynasty was weak. It was a fact that the Sword Dynasty was weak. Huiyuanzi was the pinnacle of the second arena. He had an arrogant expression on his face, and wore a bright red robe that made him look domineering and mighty. As he stood there, he looked like an emperor. Most of the people present didn't even dare to look him in the eye. However, there were a few people who were just a bit weaker than Huiyuanzi, and were definitely in the top 3 of the second arena. In addition to Ling Xiao and Jian Fulong, there were at least 3 other people who were as strong as Huiyuanzi. Anyone who faced them would have a hard time. Of course, they didn't care about anyone else. Their goal was to challenge Huiyuanzi and the other so-called strongest experts. Let the competition begin. In the first arena, Duga Kanjing wore a yellow robe with a crown on his head. However, the gloomy death aura around him made him seem unapproachable. It was very terrifying. In the second arena, Huiyuanzi wore a red robe. His aura exploded and raging flames rolled around his body. He did not even bother to hide his aura. He was even more domineering and powerful than before. In the third arena, Xiang Mafe released a terrifying aura that only ancient beasts could possess. He was not as domineering as Huiyuanzi, but his aura was not any weaker than Huiyuanzi's. The fourth arena was named Bingshan. Just like his name, he was as cold as a mountain. On the arena he was on, the cold air permeated the air. Even the ground of the arena was frozen. He didn't speak much, but he exuded a gloomy and cold aura. Below the arena, Morongqi looked at Bingshan. He seemed very nervous, but he could not hide his excitement. To him, all the martial artists from the imperial family of the Ice Dynasty were usurpers. Soon, the opponents of the 4 strongest contestants had also entered the arena. Duga Kanjing sneered. He looked at his opponent and released a terrifying black aura. It turned into a black specter and instantly took over his opponent's body. In a short moment, his opponent's essence was sucked dry and he died on the spot. At the same time, the battles in the other 3 arenas also ended. Huiyuanzi's opponent was burned into a pile of charcoal. He had died a miserable death. Huiyuanzi is only using demonic fire. However, he seems to have cultivated some kind of secret technique that allows his demonic fire to erupt with power close to that of an exotic flame. Ling Xiao observed Hui Yuanzi more, mainly because he was also in the second arena. In the third arena, Xiang Mafei did not even use his dragonesque elephant martial soul. He used his physical strength alone to send his opponent flying out of the arena. His opponent fell to the ground and could not get up. As expected of a martial artist from the dragonesque elephant clan. His physical strength is simply amazing. This guy should be much stronger than Xiangshan. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. The rest of the audience also exclaimed. In the fourth arena, Bing Shan's opponent could not climb up the arena at all. Because the arena had completely turned into ice, he could only give up gloomily. However, at least he managed to keep his life. He was much luckier than the other strongest contestants. Many people who originally had objections to the black-clothed demon envoy's judgment shut their mouths at this moment. The four most powerful experts really are the most powerful. They're terrifying. They're all in the 5th division of life seizing, but their opponents don't even stand a chance. That's right. I'm afraid these 4 people will become the contenders for the Fiend God token in the end. Others can forget about it. Hearing such discussions, Ling Xiao snorted disdainfully. He knew very well that in the first battle, the 4 of them had not used their full strength at all. They had merely defeated their opponents as if they were completing a mission. Of course, the 5th division of life seizing had its limits. Ling Xiao believed that Duga Kanjing was at his limit. No matter how strong the other 3 were, they would not surpass this limit, so there was no need for him to be afraid. After the end of the first battle, the enthusiasm of the audience was completely ignited. Although the following battle didn't end so quickly, the scene wasn't weak at all. It was just as exciting. After all, most of the people on the stage were 5th division life seizers, and their cultivation bases were roughly equal. When they fought, it was naturally very exciting. Compared to the 4 most powerful experts, it was a completely different story. Before long, it was Jian Fulong's turn to fight. His performance was in no way inferior to that of the 4 most powerful experts. With a single kick, he sent his opponent flying. Jian Fulong's true strength was only slightly inferior to Duga Kanjing's. After all, he was an old freak who had lived for hundreds of years. Now that he was back in the 5th division of life seizing, and had been nourished by Ling Xiao's medicine, his battle prowess was even greater than before. Jian Fulong's appearance caused the audience to erupt into cheers. After all, he was a martial artist from the Sword Dynasty. After all, other than Duga Kanjing, all of the other Sword Dynasty martial artists who had appeared before him had been defeated in a single blow. After using the dragon subduing sword, Ling Xiao immediately left the stage. His opponent was a bewitching young woman. She had a bewitching look to her face. Not only did she have an excellent figure, but she also had a unique, enchanting air about her. As soon as she stepped onto the stage, the audience erupted into cheers, and even the martial artists from the other groups looked over. Hui Yuanzi's eyes lit up, as if he were very interested in this young woman. As Ling Xiao looked at her, what he saw wasn't her beauty or her bewitching charm, but rather, her power. She was second only to the 4 most powerful experts, and was on the same level as Murong Qi. In fact, if Jian Fulong were to fight her, he would probably only have a 50% chance of winning. Did you see that? That chick from the dazzling palace is really hot. Shoo! Keep your voice down. That's fox talk, the kind that consumes the quintessence energy of men. She's definitely in the top 10 of this year's Tea of Gods and Devils. Most terrifying of all is that she has a secret magic that makes it so that people can't move at all. If you're not careful, you'll fall for it. Heh heh. That kid isn't going to put on a classic action scene with her, is he? Jealous? Why don't you go? I don't have that kind of luck. If I get played to death, my girlfriend will be sad. No matter what, that kid is out of luck. Encountering Fox Talk might be even more of a headache than encountering Hui Yuanzi. The martial artists discussed animatedly. They all felt sad for Ling Xiao's fate, or were they gloating? Ling Xiao, be careful. That woman isn't simple. As an old monster who had lived for hundreds of years, Jian Fulong's eyesight wasn't bad. He could tell that Fox Talk wasn't simple. Moreover, none of the women from the dazzling palace were easy to deal with. But even so, he was still full of confidence in Ling Xiao. Although he didn't know what had happened on Sun Island, Jian Fulong believed that what had happened on Sun Island 2 days ago had been done by Ling Xiao. If he wasn't even afraid of the sunbird, how could a mere woman from the dazzling palace be his match? His only worry was that Ling Xiao would underestimate his opponent. At this moment, some of the martial artists from the dazzling palace were also chattering away. Heh. I've heard of this Ling Xiao. When he first came to the Sword Dynasty, everyone said that he was an absolute genius. If he can be considered a genius, then wouldn't our dazzling palace be filled with geniuses? That's right. Big Sister Fox talk, finish him off in one move. Kid, why aren't you kowtowing and admitting defeat when you see our senior Sister Fox talk? This couldn't be considered teasing anymore. It was simply humiliation. Kowtow and admit defeat? Alright. Then I'll get your big Sister Fox talk to kowtow and admit defeat. Ling Xiao hadn't forgotten what had happened on the White Tiger continent. On the sidelines, the crowd was still mocking Ling Xiao for being unlucky enough to encounter Hu Yan. In the arena, Ling Xiao had already launched an attack. He took the initiative and punched out, forcing Hu Yan to dodge with all her might. However, she still suffered a blow to her arm. At this moment, Hu Yan felt her entire arm go numb, as if she couldn't feel anything. However, she was still a martial artist from the Linglong Palace, second only to the 4 chosen by the black-robed devil emissary. She wasn't defeated in an instant. Although her arm was numb, she wasn't someone who was good at close combat. Being further away was more suitable for her to fight. A fox with 9 tails appeared behind her. It seemed that her martial soul was a 9-tailed fox. The moment she released her martial soul, Hu Yan began to counterattack. Her 9 tails attacked Ling Xiao like 9 tentacles. The two of them exchanged more than 10 rounds in an instant on the second arena. From the beginning to the end, Ling Xiao didn't draw his sword. He fought with his bare hands. No matter what kind of attack Hu Yan launched, he could shatter it with a single punch. So strong. Seeing this scene, many people immediately shut their mouths. Ling Xiao's strength was far beyond their imagination. How could this kid, who was only in the 3rd level of life seizing, be so terrifying? Hu Yan also wanted to ask this question. As a disciple of the Linglong Palace, Hu Yan was actually very proud. Even in the Linglong Palace, she was nothing. However, in the Sword Dynasty, she was a proud child of the heavens. How could a stinky man from the Sword Dynasty compare to her? She didn't even bother to look at him. However, it was such a person who made her suffer. Although this person was young, his attacks were extremely domineering and ferocious. It made her feel like she was fighting against the fire origin. It was as if no matter what she did, he could shatter it with a single punch. It made her feel like she couldn't win at all. Bang, once again, the attack that she had painstakingly condensed was easily defeated. The terrifying fist energy penetrated her attack and attacked her fragrant body. Hu Yan hurriedly used her nimble movement technique to dodge, darting around the arena. Many people were dumbfounded by this scene. That seductive Hu Yan actually wanted to flee from this young man from the Sword Dynasty. The chattering girls from Linglong Palace had long shut their mouths, and their faces were extremely gloomy. In the current situation, Hu Yan seemed to have a slight advantage in terms of speed. He did not even have the courage to fight the other party head-on. How could they not be nervous and worried? Is this all you've got? Ling Xiao suddenly stopped his attacks. He looked at Hu Yan mockingly and said, "If that's all you've got, then this battle should be over. You can't be from the Sword Dynasty. Who are you?" Hu Yan appeared to be in a somewhat sorry state. Her seductive aura from before was now replaced by a feeling of desolation. Is it impossible? Haha, you say it's impossible just because you can't beat him? I am me, Sword Dynasty Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao mocked. Ling Xiao. This name sounds very familiar. In the past, the White Tiger continent had an absolute genius called Ling Xiao. What's your relationship with him? Hu Yan asked. You already have the answer in your heart. Why ask again? Ling Xiao laughed. You are indeed him, the person that my Linglong Palace is chasing. Hu Yan's face turned cold and said, "Alright, since that's the case, I'll capture you today and hand you over to the sect." With just you? How are you going to capture me? Kneel down and capture me? Ling Xiao mocked. Arrogant. Hu Yan was simply unable to restrain her anger. Her originally beautiful face had become ferocious at this moment. After Hu Yan came to the Sword Dynasty, she was pursued by various forces. She was like a beautiful fairy that had descended to the mortal world. Who dared to look down on her, ignore her? However, this young man, this Ling Xiao, actually dared to tease her and not take her seriously? Nine-tailed demon region. Hu Yan roared hysterically. Her body had already merged with the nine-tailed martial soul. The nine tails suddenly stood up and released a ghostly aura. In an instant, the entire arena fell into a pink world. I never imagined that for the sake of dealing with an unknown kid from the Sword Dynasty, Hu Yan would actually utilize his trump card. Yeah, but once the nine-tailed demon region is released, that kid is finished. What's his name again? I think it's Ling something. Anyway, he's just a pitiful cameo. Why remember him? Up until this point, the spectators naturally did not feel as strongly as Hu Yan, who bore the brunt of it. They still treated Ling Xiao as a passerby and a cameo. Once the nine-tailed demon region is released, the entire arena will be filled with demonic aura. The opponent will definitely hallucinate and fall into an uncontrollable state. Sister Hu Yan will be able to win without shedding a drop of blood. The female disciples of Ling Long Palace regained their confidence once again. In front of their sister Hu Yan's trump card, what was that kid called Ling Xiao? Using an illusion to deal with me? You've really got the wrong person. Ling Xiao shook his head gently. This nine-tailed demon region might have a miraculous effect on other martial artists. But he, Ling Xiao's soul force, was incomparably powerful. The Tai Chi I could even see through all nothingness. This thing was simply like juggling to him. Better end this boring battle as soon as possible. Ling Xiao did not waste any more time and finally displayed his movement technique, escaping to Jiang Guang's side. On the arena, because of the appearance of the pink fog, no one noticed what Ling Xiao did. Only hearing a muffled groan, a figure fell from the arena, landing on the ground. Clearly, she was already seriously injured. Hu Yan lost, and lost so miserably, the current Hu Yan did not even have the ability to get up by herself. Saying that she was miserable was not nonsense. F***ck, that guy is really too terrifying. The nine-tailed demon region actually had no effect on him at all? What kind of person is this? Devil, simply a devil. Such a delicate girl, he can also bear to do it? But he's really very strong. When this battle ended, the audience was in an uproar. Hu Yan lay on the ground, looking at Ling Xiao in horror. You'll definitely die a horrible death. Is that so? It's a pity that you'll never see it. Originally, Ling Xiao did not intend to be ruthless. But this Hu Yan did not know what was good for her and insisted on provoking him. How could he hold back? With a casual flick, a sword light pierced through the air, directly piercing Hu Yan's throat. Hu Yan's vicious expression was completely frozen. She never dreamed that she would be killed like this, and that she would die so dejectedly. Ling Xiao wins. The black-clothed demon envoy said coldly. This tea party of gods and demons had no bottom line to begin with. Killing was a very normal thing. In the first round, apart from Bing Shan who did not kill anyone, the other three had all killed their respective opponents. However, Ling Xiao had already beaten his opponent off the stage, yet he still went to deal the finishing blow. This made many people unable to continue watching. Therefore, in the audience, many of the participating martial artists were unhappy with him. Brat. Hu Yan is my woman. You dare kill her? Just as Ling Xiao walked down the stage, the strongest of the second stage, Hui Yuanzi, spoke. So what if I did? Ling Xiao looked at Hui Yuanzi and said indifferently. That brat is simply a madman. He even dares to provoke Hui Yuanzi? He killed Hu Yan and offended Hui Yuanzi. He's dead for sure. This is called karma. That's right. The trash of Sword Dynasty should all be eliminated. As a member of Sword Dynasty, Ling Xiao wasn't an old monster that had lived for hundreds or even tens of thousands of years. Therefore, his strength was a sin in itself. Only when he died would those people be happy. How could the cultivators of the Eight Supremes allow a brat from Sword Dynasty to ride on their heads? In their opinion, Ling Xiao had no chance of winning against Hui Yuanzi. Since the black-cloaked demon envoy said that the four of them were the strongest, it couldn't be wrong. No one thought that Ling Xiao could win. So what if I killed him? Hee, good. Hui Yuanzi, haven't seen such an arrogant guy in a long time. Just you wait, don't let me see you again. Hui Yuanzi sneered and sat down again. Idiot, aren't you one of those arrogant people? You can't even see each other's strength clearly and you still dare to be so arrogant. Ling Xiao replied indifferently, but Hui Yuanzi, who had already sat down, stood up angrily. Good, very good. I will let you know the consequences of offending me, Hui Yuanzi. I'll wait. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. As they spoke, Ling Xiao had already returned to his seat. Hee, are you going to become enemies with the Eight Supremes? Jian Fulong laughed. It's only a matter of time. Ling Xiao said indifferently, the people who came to the tea party of gods and devils this time are just trash from various factions. If even they are afraid, then I don't need to say anything about unifying the Nine Supremes. To be honest, when you said this before, I only took it as a joke. Now, it seems like you're serious. Jian Fulong said. Of course I'm serious. Not only do I want to unify the Nine Supremes, I want to unify the four regions, and even the entire Black Tortoise continent. Ling Xiao said indifferently, knowing my past, martial uncle, you should understand that I have never boasted. And all of this is going according to plan. It's my fortune to have met you. Jian Fulong sighed emotionally. Ling Xiao was the most domineering and pragmatic young man he had ever met. He had a grand wish, but he was able to restrain himself and advance step by step towards his goal. The most frightening thing was that everyone could talk big, but there were very few who would actually do it. Ling Xiao was the kind of person who dared to do what he said. This kind of person was actually the most terrifying. While the two of them were talking, the first round of matches in the second arena had already ended. The second round began. The first to go up was naturally Hui Yuanzi. His opponent was also a 5th division life-sizer. And yet, despite being in the same cultivation base, the difference in strength was enormous. Hui Yuanzi used only one move to burn his opponent, causing him to jump off the arena and concede. If he still didn't admit defeat, then only death would await him. Considering how vicious Hui Yuanzi was, he didn't want to die. When it was Jian Fulong's turn, he used only one sword move to defeat his opponent. Not only was he stronger than he had been in the same cultivation base, but he also had the body of a blood devil. Combined with his years of experience, it was almost impossible to defeat him. After Jian Fulong, Ling Xiao took the stage. Perhaps it was because he had defeated Hu Yan, but Ling Xiao's notoriety had spread far and wide. Many people had come to watch him fight. They just wanted to see how he would be killed. Ling Xiao's opponent wasn't weak, and was even stronger than Hu Yan. Hu Yan was terrifying because of her charm arts, and the nine-tailed demon domain. As for this new opponent, it was purely because of his terrifying fighting prowess. Therefore, many people were looking forward to Ling Xiao being defeated here. Xiong Ben of Wangua. That man was like a giant beast, standing opposite Ling Xiao. He was 4 meters tall. The muscles on his body were like lumps of iron. This Ling Xiao's luck is really bad. He just defeated Hu Yan, and now he meets Xiong Ben. He is second only to Xiong Mafei among the martial artists from Wangua. I guess even God can't stand it anymore and wants to bury this Ling Xiao with Hu Yan. The people below the stage were naturally happy to mock and make sarcastic remarks. However, Xiong Ben on the stage was not. Idle. Get off the stage, and I won't kill you. Xiong Ben's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. You're planning to kill me after I get off the stage, right? Ling Xiao looked at Xiong Ben and sneered. Ha, you saw through it, but so what? Your thin arms and legs can't withstand a beating at all. Xiong Ben laughed wildly and then suddenly jumped up. When his 4-meter-tall body jumped up, even the stage shook 3 times. Then, he waved a huge iron hammer in the air and smashed it at Ling Xiao. The iron hammer was probably tens of thousands of pounds. Not to mention smashing, even if it pressed down on people, it could probably crush people into meat paste. However, Ling Xiao stood there motionless, as if he did not see Xiong Ben's attack at all. It was as if he was scared silly. Boom, the terrible heavy blow finally fell. However, what surprised countless people was that Ling Xiao was actually able to stop this terrifying hammer with just one hand. His waist did not even bend in the slightest. How was this possible? What Xiong Ben relied on the most was his own strength. When fighting with others, he basically won with strength. Under the same cultivation, there was basically no martial artist who could resist his terrifying attack. However, Ling Xiao, the Sword Dynasty youth that they looked down on, used one hand to announce the failure of Xiong Ben's strength. I don't believe it. Giant Bear Beast Soul, Possession. With a roar, Xiong Ben finally called out his beast soul, and his body instantly changed. After the transformation, his strength increased by at least 10 times. Ling Xiao's body was finally pressed down, and the stage under his feet seemed to have begun to crack. Ha ha ha, that kid is really finished. Although being able to force Xiong Ben to use beast soul possession is already very strong, it's useless. Excited shouts came from the crowd. Go to hell, demon. Useless Sword Dynasty trash. However, Ling Xiao, who was on the stage, said something that sounded like a bluff even though he was obviously at a disadvantage. With this kind of strength, you dare to show off in front of me? Vajra Ape Beast Soul Transformation. At that moment, Ling Xiao transformed into the Vajra Ape. Not only did his defense increase greatly, but his strength also skyrocketed. His body, which was originally bent, straightened once again. Not only that, but he also directly threw out the huge monster Xiong Ben. That guy. Does he have beast soul transformation? Is this the end of your power? Facing Xiong Ben, Ling Xiao, who had transformed into King Kong Ape, showed a sneer. In the face of Xiong Ben's terrifying power, there were only a few people in the entire arena who could still maintain such a smile. Humph, you must have some magic weapon on you, right? But it doesn't matter. I can't suppress you in strength, but I can crush you in martial arts. Xiong Ben coldly snorted. He didn't feel that he had lost in strength, but he thought that Ling Xiao had some magic weapon on him, which offset his power. Otherwise, even if King Kong Ape transformed, it would be impossible to stop him. Since his power was offset, then he would use martial arts to defeat his opponent. Martial arts? Hee, I've already said that's it for you. I'll let you be defeated by the power you're most proud of. Ling Xiao suddenly sneered, and a terrifying force gushed out of his arms, directly sending Xiong Ben flying. Then he soared into the air. A Qianjun rod condensed from true essence appeared in his hand, and he smashed it down heavily. Kneel down for me. Terrifying power was unleashed on the Qianjun rod. Ling Xiao was like a golden monkey god of war. He raised the Qianjun rod and smashed it down fiercely. Xiong Ben desperately resisted. How could he kneel down? He was a martial artist of Myriad Kingdom. He absolutely could not kneel down. Boom, a terrifying force smashed down. Xiong Ben suddenly felt that his arms were about to break, and his legs instantly bent. Crack, unable to withstand that terrifying power, his kneecaps finally shattered, and his huge body fell down with a loud bang. He knelt in front of Ling Xiao. This scene shocked the audience. My goodness, how can this kid's power be so terrifying? Is it the power of magic weapon? It shouldn't be. Magic weapon can offset power and increase power? What level is this magic weapon? He's just a little Sword King Dynasty martial artist. It's impossible for him to have it. Everyone talked about it, and they had a new understanding of Ling Xiao. Not afraid of charm. Not afraid of power. What weakness does this guy have? The moment Xiong Ben knelt down, Xiong Mafei's face suddenly became gloomy. Xiong Ben actually lost to this kid in terms of strength? He frowned and sneered. Ling Xiao, is it? I'll remember your name. I hope we don't meet each other. Otherwise, if you dare to humiliate the martial artists of my Wangua, I'll let you die. Impossible. How could I lose to this trash? Xiong Pai shouted hysterically, venting the unwillingness and anger in his heart. However, what Ling Xiao gave him was a kick. That stupid body flew out and smashed into the ground. Ling Xiao wins. The black-clothed demon envoy announced in a cold voice. looks like that guy defeating Hu Yan really wasn't an accident. That's right. His strength is even more terrifying than Xiong Ben's. This kid is definitely a troublesome fellow. But that's probably the strongest he can get. After all, he's only in the 3rd division of life seizing. Even if he went all out, he would only be able to defeat Xiong Ben. Ling Xiao's fight with Xiong Ben made him the center of attention, and many people began to view him as someone who was just below the 4 most powerful experts. Now, no one dared to underestimate this young man from the Sword Dynasty. Ling Xiao transformed back into his true form and walked off of the arena, looking as relaxed as ever, not leaving a single speck of dust behind him. Although he wasn't exactly imposing, many people felt like they were suffocating from the pressure. That was especially true of the martial artists in Arena Number 2. Many of them had never fought Ling Xiao before, and were even more afraid of him than before. The people from the dazzling palace had been hoping that Xiong Ben would avenge Hu Yan, but now, none of them dared to say a word. Ling Xiao's performance had been domineering, and he had defeated his opponents in the areas they were most adept at. He was far too mysterious, and far too terrifying. What's there to be afraid of? He's not afraid of the 9-tailed demon domain, which means his soul power is strong enough. He's not afraid of power, which means he's strong enough. Unfortunately, a martial artist's energy is limited. He's going all out in terms of soul power and power, but he's only slightly stronger than Hu Yan and Xiong Pai. He's definitely a mess in other areas. What an idiot. Doesn't he know that cultivation requires specialization? Hui Yuanzi said loudly just as the people in Arena Number 2 were in a state of panic. His words weren't wrong to most people. But to Ling Xiao, it was meaningless. Hui Yuanzi thought that he had grasped the truth, but he was just a frog at the bottom of a well who had never seen a true genius. Along the way, he had only focused on the fire elemental gathering as his main cultivation direction. He had already defeated many opponents, so he believed in his judgment. He said that I'm not good in other areas. What do you think, martial uncle? After sitting down, Ling Xiao looked at Jian Fulong and smiled. Just a frog at the bottom of a well. Jian Fulong deliberately said loudly. Good. Very good. The two of you, don't think that you'll have an easy time today. According to the rules, martial artists in the same arena would meet sooner or later. Therefore, Hui Yuanzi knew that he would fight with Ling Xiao and Jian Fulong. He wanted to teach these two how to behave. We'll wait. Jian Fulong sneered. Then, the two of them stopped looking at Hui Yuanzi and began to pay attention to the situation in the 4 arenas. A fight between experts always made people feel that it was very interesting. The 4 strongest experts selected by the black-robed demon envoy had basically defeated their opponents within 3 moves. Not a single martial artist had been able to escape this nightmare. The people believed in the black-robed demon envoy's judgment more and more. Although Ling Xiao and Jian Fulong's performance was outstanding, they still felt that the two of them were far inferior to the 4 strongest experts. Of course, the dark horses weren't only Ling Xiao and Jian Fulong. There were 2 other people who weren't favored at the beginning who also displayed terrifying strength. One of them was Murong Qi. Ling Xiao had seen this woman's battle and felt that she was a little small. Her strength was probably much more powerful than he had imagined. The other one was called Yu Fei, from Soul Hall. This guy specialized in soul secret techniques. His enemies were often defeated before they knew what had happened. Perhaps because Ling Xiao defeated Hu Yan, Yu Fei seemed to have paid too much attention to him. They were clearly not in the same arena, but this Yu Fei threatened to let Ling Xiao have a taste of how terrifying soul secret techniques were after smoothly defeating his opponent. Regarding this, Ling Xiao laughed it off. This kind of person thought that he had grasped the trick of soul secret techniques, but he didn't know how terrifying Ling Xiao was. Ling Xiao didn't pay attention to him at all. Instead, his gaze landed on Du Gekanjing. Speaking of which, the peak of the 4 strongest experts was probably this old monster. His 2 opponents were directly sucked dry of their blood essence and died. Facing him, they didn't have the strength to fight back. Therefore, when it came to the 3rd round, his opponent directly refused to go on stage and simply admitted defeat. Xianxia Mo Fei's performance in the 3rd round was still domineering. His opponent was intimidated by his aura and knelt down to surrender before he even made a move. This guy looked at Ling Xiao as if he was provoking him, directly raising his middle finger. In the face of Xianxia Fei's provocation, Ling Xiao only gave him 3 words, "You're courting death." Although his words sounded simple, they gave many people a fright. In the entire venue, except for the mysterious god and devil envoys and Duga Kanjing. Who would dare to say such words to Xianxia Fei? Even Hui Yuanzi and Bing Shan were somewhat afraid of Xianxia Fei. This kid, he thinks he's great just because he's a dark horse. Ling Xiao's arrogance once again aroused the dissatisfaction of many people. It seemed that they were more willing to see Xianxia Fei act cool than Ling Xiao's arrogance. To put it bluntly, there was only one reason, and that was that they thought Ling Xiao wasn't as strong as Xianxia Fei. Ling Xiao didn't care about this. Strength was something that could only be known after a competition. It wasn't like he was really inferior to Xianxia Fei just because others said so. Bing Shan was still as cold as ever. In the 3rd round, he simply turned the entire stage into a huge ice block and wrapped himself inside. If the opponent couldn't break the ice, they couldn't go on stage and could only admit defeat. At the referee's table, the black-clothed and white-clothed envoys were also discussing the battle situation. It seemed that the two of them weren't particularly interested in this tea party of the gods and devils. "They're all trash, boring battles," the black-clothed envoys said coldly. "Hey, why bother? This tea party of the gods and demons is just a competition between trash. What we need to do is to give the 3 god fiend tokens to the strongest trash." The white-clothed envoys laughed. "That won't do. I've already agreed with Dragon Mother of Wangua to give these 3 tokens to Xianxia Fei," the black-clothed envoys said. "I know. With Xianxia Fei's strength, winning the top 3 shouldn't be a problem, but he might not be a match for Duga Kanjing. He's an old monster," the white-clothed envoys said again. "If I knew this would happen, I would have just given it to Dragon Mother," the black-clothed demon envoy said unhappily. "Don't ever do that. Have you forgotten how our god and devil envoys died? They didn't follow Master's orders, and the end result was death." The white-robed messenger of God suddenly appeared very frightened. "That Master is an omniscient and omnipotent existence. It's best if we don't act recklessly." "You're right, but it shouldn't be a problem to give Xianxia Fei some benefits in private, right?" the black-clothed demon envoy said again. "As long as it doesn't affect the rules of the tea party of gods and devils, it's fine." The white-robed divine envoy nodded. While they were talking, a few more rounds of the competition had passed. The 4 strongest cultivators were still undefeated. There were still 4 dark horses that remained undefeated: Ling Xiao, Jian Fulong, Morong Qi, and Yu Fei. At this moment, the crowd suddenly cheered. This was because the battle between the dark horse and the strongest had finally begun. The 2 sides fighting were Huanzi and Jian Fulong. Everyone was cheering for Hui Yuanzi. This domineering and handsome young man was naturally more popular than that old man Jian Fulong. Other than the few voices from the Sword Dynasty that were supporting Jian Fulong, almost everyone present was Huanzi's fan. "I'll go and defeat him. Is there a problem?" Jian Fulong turned around and glanced at Ling Xiao. "Of course there's no problem. Among the 4 strongest cultivators, only Duga Kanjing and Xianxia Fei are a threat to me. This Huanzi is nothing." Ling Xiao smiled. "All right." Jian Fulong stepped onto the stage, but what he got in return was a wave of curses. Because his voice was too loud when he spoke to Ling Xiao, everyone present heard it. They were simply too arrogant. They actually didn't put Huanzi in their eyes. Wasn't this dark horse too arrogant? "Go to hell, old man. Get lost, useless trash from the Sword Dynasty." Waves of curses came from the cultivators of the 8 supreme forces. However, Jian Fulong didn't say anything. The instant the referee shouted the start of the battle, he attacked. He was so fast that he didn't hesitate. When the battle started, the curses stopped. This was because everyone saw the strange battle situation on the battlefield. Jian Fulong was actually suppressing Huanzi. The 2 of them fought for a total of 100 rounds. Huanzi could only retaliate and was finally blasted off the stage by Jian Fulong. Jian Fulong wins. The black-robed demon envoy was stunned for a long time before he finally announced the result. He was too shocked. Jian Fulong, this dark horse, actually broke his judgment. You've underestimated Jian Fulong. He's the demon lord of the Devil Dragon Sword Court from hundreds of years ago. The white-robed demon envoy smiled. I've indeed underestimated him. However, the young man beside him is definitely not a match for Huanzi. The black-robed demon envoy said coldly. He believed that he didn't make a mistake this time. At this moment, Huanzi, who was lying on the ground, suddenly burst into flames as he roared in pain. Oh? This kid actually profited from a disaster and made a breakthrough in his cultivation technique. The black-robed demon envoy smiled with interest. Originally, his Inferno Divine Art should only be at the Great Perfection stage. But now, it has entered the transformation stage. This way, his flames will become even more terrifying. His strength will also become stronger. If he fights with Jian Fulong again in this state, he will definitely win. That kid called Ling Xiao is unlucky. Huanzi finally returned to normal as he looked coldly at Jian Fulong and Ling Xiao. If I don't take revenge, I'm not a gentleman. Ling Xiao, you should apologize on behalf of your companion. He roared. His mentality, which was on the verge of collapse, became incomparably confident again. The silent audience cheered once again. Huanzi's failure was an accident. However, the breakthrough in his cultivation technique was also an accident. Perhaps, this was a blessing in disguise. The next one to face Huanzi should be Ling Xiao. He's finished. This was the view that almost everyone agreed with. Even the Sword King Dynasty martial artists who supported Ling Xiao felt that Ling Xiao was in trouble. Jian Fulong also furrowed his brows and said, the transformation stage and the Great Perfection stage are two completely different concepts. You have to be careful. Martial uncle, don't you believe me? Ling Xiao smiled and asked. It's not that I don't believe you. I just want to remind you to be careful. Your opponent is obviously much stronger than before. Don't underestimate him. Jian Fulong said with a serious face. Don't worry, martial uncle. I won't underestimate him. Ling Xiao smiled and went on to defeat his opponent. Soon, the next round began. Huanzi versus Ling Xiao. The strengthened version of Huanzi against another dark horse in the second arena immediately attracted the attention of the audience. As the saying goes, an army filled with indignation is bound to win. Many people believed that Huanzi would win after his defeat against Jian Fulong. The dark horse had encountered the strengthened version of Huanzi. Even the black-clothed and white-clothed emissaries were paying close attention to this battle. Ling Xiao, you're too pitiful. If you had met me before, you might have won. However, after evolving my cultivation method, I'm 10 times stronger than before. If you want to blame someone, blame that martial uncle of yours. He should have killed me, not defeated me. Huanzi looked at Ling Xiao. The flames on his body burned and rose. His voice had returned to its former domineering and cold tone. Many people agreed with his words. That Ling Xiao is really unlucky. That's right. If his uncle master had killed Huanzi, he wouldn't be in such trouble. It's a pity that he didn't. Huanzi, kill that Ling Xiao. Kill that devil. The disciples of Ling Long Palace also placed their hopes on Huanzi. None of them were a match for Ling Xiao, so they could not avenge Hu Yan. Now, they could only place their hopes on Huanzi. Of course, these people only dared to hide behind Ling Xiao's back and boast. If they were really allowed to fight Ling Xiao, all of them would probably be scared witless. However, with Huanzi, no, the strengthened version of Huanzi standing there, blocking Ling Xiao's killing intent for them, they still had the guts to clamor. In an instant, Ling Xiao became the target of public criticism. If there was a ranking of the person that everyone wanted to eliminate the most, it would probably be him. Ling Xiao, if you kneel down and apologize to me now and become my follower, I won't listen to those people and let you live. Huanzi smiled and looked at Ling Xiao proudly. It was as if he was invincible with so many people supporting him. Is that all you want to say? Ling Xiao put his hands behind his back and looked at Huanzi mockingly. A piece of trash who can't even defeat my uncle master dares to be so arrogant in front of me? Do you believe that I can beat you up without using my hands and without leaving the ground? Arrogant, domineering, how arrogant. Ling Xiao was still as arrogant as ever. Hui Yuanzi's smug expression instantly darkened. You're courting death. Boom. 3 crimson flames gathered above Hui Yuanzi's head like 3 suns. Then, one of the balls of flames that contained unparalleled heat and power blasted toward Ling Xiao, who dared to look down on his strengthened version of the seed of origin. The fireball had a diameter of about 1 meter. Whether it was its speed or power, everyone could feel how powerful and tyrannical it was. That was clearly what Hui Yuanzi was thinking right now. That was clearly his fiercest anger. Ling Xiao stared coldly at the incoming fireball, which could easily kill an ordinary 4th division life-sizer. This was enough to show how terrifying its power was. And yet, he was Ling Xiao, despite the fact that his cultivation base was only in the 3rd division of life-seizing. However, when it came to playing with fire, Hui Yuanzi could only kneel down and wipe his shoes. Rumble, the terrifying fireball slammed into Ling Xiao, and a huge explosion ensued. All the onlookers could see was raging flames, and Ling Xiao's figure was nowhere to be seen. The crowd erupted into cheers. Perhaps they were convinced that Ling Xiao had already been destroyed by the fireball. However, a moment later, they saw a figure appear behind Hui Yuanzi. What a terrifying movement technique. Watch out, Hui Yuanzi. Most shocking of all was that Ling Xiao had actually dodged Hui Yuanzi's attack. After all, no one had ever been able to do so in any of their previous battles. Not even Jian Fulong had been able to. All Jian Fulong had done was use more power to repel the attack. Back then, the attack hadn't been this powerful. But Ling Xiao had dodged it, and he had done it so casually. If Ling Xiao had struck Hui Yuanzi in the back, he would have been seriously injured, if not killed. However, Hui Yuanzi's expression was one of ruthlessness and cunning. A cold smile appeared on his face. Rumble, amidst the exploding flames, the fireball seemed to have locked onto Ling Xiao's position. It quickly bypassed Hui Yuanzi and charged toward Ling Xiao, who was behind him. However, Ling Xiao had disappeared once again. The evading sword gleam steps was executed under his feet, and it was like a strange sword gleam that couldn't be captured. Didn't you say that you wouldn't leave this place? Hui Yuanzi couldn't help but roar with an ugly expression after seeing that his attack had failed. That's right, a guy who doesn't keep his word. Someone from the crowd shouted. Are you an idiot? Do you believe everything I say? Would you believe me if I said that I'm your grandfather? Ling Xiao curled his lips and mocked disdainfully. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Naturally, it came from the Sword Dynasty's martial artists. You. What about me? Alright, I won't bully you with my movement technique anymore. You can't catch up to me anyway. I don't want others to say that I had an unfair advantage. Come on, I won't leave this place this time. Whoever lies is a dog. Ling Xiao hooked his finger at Hui Yuanzi as if he was calling a dog. Hui Yuanzi was about to explode from anger. He had never seen an opponent like Ling Xiao, who was so infuriating. Don't just stand there. I'm going to attack. Ling Xiao suddenly shouted coldly, and 9 demon dragon's sun swords appeared around his body. The 9 demon dragon's sun swords that had been tempered thousands of times to become high-quality emperor artifacts were finally summoned. He couldn't remember how long it had been since he last used the demon dragon's sun swords. Due to their poor quality, they couldn't be used. However, the 9 demon dragon's sun swords that Ling Xiao had modified with a large amount of precious materials now had the same quality as the demon dragon's sun swords. It was time to take them out and play with them. Kill. Ling Xiao's feet didn't leave the ground, and his hands were still behind his back. The 9 demon dragon's sun swords flew toward Hui Yuanzi under the control of his soul power. This time, he really didn't leave the ground and didn't use his hands. At that moment, everyone was shocked. In all of Ling Xiao's previous battles, he had used the most basic of fists to send his opponents flying. Even when he transformed into the King Kong ape beast soul, he had used his fists to defeat Xiong Ben. They didn't understand Ling Xiao's true fighting style at all. They only knew that he could transform into a beast soul. At this moment, when they saw Ling Xiao controlling the 9 swords to attack, they realized that this guy actually knew the rumored Imperial Sword technique. The Imperial Sword technique was also divided into different levels. Using objects to control the sword, such as the Skyworm silk, to grab the sword's tail and control it. Using chi to control the sword was much more advanced. Using inner strength to control the sword to attack was more flexible, the range was longer, and the power was greater. Using the soul to control the sword meant that using the soul power to control the sword, one's thoughts would be completely synchronized with the sword, allowing for the most flexible battle. The best was the coexistence of chi and soul. Not only was it more flexible, but it was also more powerful. Most people who had mastered the imperial sword technique had only reached the second stage. This was because the third stage required one's soul power to be incomparably powerful. There were very few people in the world who could use the imperial sword technique to combine soul power and inner strength. Those from the Soul clan had enough soul power, but they didn't have inner strength, so they couldn't do it. However, Ling Xiao could do it. As his opponent, Hui Yuanzi didn't dare to show any arrogance. He knew that Ling Xiao wasn't as easy to deal with as he thought. Ling Xiao's 9 demon dragon swords each contained 9 terrifying sword intents. No matter which one it was, they were all extremely terrifying. One was filled with a destructive aura, which was the destructive sword intent. One was filled with a murderous aura, which was the murderous sword intent. One was filled with a domineering aura, which was the domineering sword intent. One was filled with an undying aura, which was the undying sword intent. One was filled with a blazing aura, which was the fire sword intent. One was filled with the fury of thunder, which was the lightning sword intent. One was filled with the aura of death, which was the death sword intent. One was filled with the aura of the earth, which was the earth sword intent. The last was filled with the might of the heavens, which was the firmament sword intent. Hui Yuanzi's face turned ugly in the face of these 9 terrifying sword intents. However, he wasn't afraid because of this. This was because he was confident that his flames were equally powerful. There were 3 balls of flames above his head, which also contained 3 different intents. The most blazing battle intent, the coldest battle intent, the most tenacious battle intent. The 3 balls of flames represented attack, and defense respectively. Hui Yuanzi was quite capable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been listed as one of the 4 strongest people by the black-robed demon envoy. Although he lost to Jian Fulong, he had an epiphany and leveled up his cultivation technique, which made him even stronger than before. This was enough to show that his comprehension was extremely good. Facing Ling Xiao's attack, the 3 balls of flames above Hui Yuanzi's head blasted out at the same time. They formed a perfect defense around his body, blocking the attacks of Ling Xiao's 9 demon dragon swords. A loud boom sounded. The 9 demon dragon swords' attacks were ineffective and retreated. The Hui Yuanzi seemed to have the upper hand in this clash. Striking while the iron was hot, Hui Yuanzi only left the ball of yellow flames. Then, he released 2 balls of scarlet red and blue flames, attacking Ling Xiao at the same time. However, Ling Xiao still had a faint smile on his face. His body quickly entered the universal light tiger beast soul transformation state. In this beast soul transformation state, Ling Xiao's speed increased the most. It wasn't just his speed, but also his attack speed. The 9 demon dragon's sun swords once again condensed their attacks, with 5 of them blocking the red and blue balls of flames. These 2 balls of flames were very strange. One was incomparably hot, while the other was incomparably cold. Furthermore, he had condensed nearly 70% of Hui Yuanzi's battle prowess, so it wasn't that easy to block. Therefore, Ling Xiao did not dare to underestimate his opponent. The remaining 4 demon dragon swords continued to attack Hui Yuanzi. However, it was blocked by the yellow flames. The flames were like a yellow barrier, providing Hui Yuanzi with the perfect defense. However, at that moment, Hui Yuanzi's expression was extremely ugly. Truth be told, he was currently at a disadvantage. He could only defend passively, and couldn't even unleash an attack. His attacks would be intercepted midway, making it impossible for him to harm Ling Xiao. Anyone with normal eyesight would be able to see what was happening. Ling Xiao stood there motionless, attacking and defending within a 5-meter radius of Hui Yuanzi. How could this Ling Xiao be so strong? Logically speaking, this shouldn't be happening. The black-robed devil emissary frowned as he began to question his own judgment. He must have some sort of hidden power. Perhaps his true battle prowess is even more terrifying than this. The white-robed divine emissary frowned. That's impossible. He's only in the third stratum of the life-seizing level, yet he's still able to suppress Hui Yuanzi. Hui Yuanzi might be the weakest of the four, but I don't believe you when you say that Ling Xiao is hiding his true strength. The black-robed devil emissary didn't dare to believe it, nor did he want to believe it. After all, if that was the case, then Ling Xiao's potential was simply too terrifying. That guy's gotten even stronger. Duga Kanjing's brow furrowed. Apparently, Ling Xiao had only been gone for a few days, and yet he had already grown stronger. If he didn't get rid of Xianxia soon, he would become a huge problem in the future. Interesting. No wonder Mammoth Mountain got killed in the Sword Dynasty. So, the Sword Dynasty has geniuses like him. Mammoth Mountain chuckled, as if he didn't care at all. Hui Yuanzi is in trouble, Iceberg Mountain said coolly. He's in trouble. Of course, Hui Yuanzi had no idea what these people were thinking. However, he was in a bit of a dilemma. It didn't matter how terrifying his attacks were, they would be blocked by the 5 swords. Under the attacks of the 4 Mo Longzi swords, his own defense was in imminent danger. Hui Yuanzi finally understood why Ling Xiao was so arrogant. Xianxia's strength was truly terrifying. Is that all you've got? Xianxia said. It seems I overestimated you. Now, I'll show you what I'm really capable of. To put it bluntly, the Devil Dragon Sun swords were just ordinary attacks. Although Ling Xiao's ordinary attacks could reach the level of greater mastery of a medium general level martial technique. But that was the limit after all. However, there were more possibilities for martial technique attacks. Xianxia didn't even need to perform any hand seals. A Ghost King appeared in front of Ling Xiao. That was the terrifying thing about the 5 Ghosts' secret technique. It could attack at any time. The Ghost King leaped into the air, disregarding the distance of tens of meters. He descended from the sky and grabbed at Hui Yuanzi with his terrifying ghost claws. Humph. No matter how strong your attacks are, my defense is not to be trifled with. Hui Yuanzi snorted. Although he was surprised by Ling Xiao's attack, he gritted his teeth. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao could break through his defense. Defense? I'm just kidding. Do you really think your defense is that strong? Ling Xiao sneered. The Ghost King's claws landed. Crack, a crack finally appeared. On Hui Yuanzi's defense. That crack was enough to kill him. The 4 Devil Dragon Sun swords, which had been attacking non-stop, drilled into the crack and widened it even more. The Ghost King waved its claws in anger. Hui Yuanzi, who had lost his defense, was blasted out of the arena. So what if you've leveled up your martial technique? In my eyes, you're just an insignificant passerby. Ling Xiao looked coldly at Hui Yuanzi, who was sent flying out of the arena, and walked down the arena. Ling Xiao wins. Wow, as soon as the result was announced, the entire arena was in an uproar. Almost everyone's gaze was on the arrogant Ling Xiao. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Their faces were filled with fear. Their faces were filled with shock. On the judges' seats, the black-robed demon envoy was silent for a long time after the result was announced. First, Jian Fulong defeated Hui Yuanzi, which made his judgment wrong. After all, Jian Fulong was an old monster who had lived for hundreds of years. I'm afraid this kid will be this year's surprise. The divine envoy in white laughed. You're still laughing? If he gets the 3 Fiend God tokens, won't I go back on my word? The divine envoy in black said coldly. Are you stupid? If he gets the 3 Fiend God tokens, won't he become the target of public criticism? When the time comes, let the people of Myriad Land snatch them back. You just need to help secretly. As long as you don't attack directly, it won't be considered breaking the rules. The divine envoy in white shook his head. That's right. The divine envoy in black's gloomy expression suddenly became cheerful. He laughed and said, although this kid is powerful, he might not be able to get first place. After all, whether it's Duga Kanjing, Xiang Mafei, or Bing Shan, they're all much stronger than Hui Yuanzi. But he hasn't exposed his true martial soul yet. He's hidden it well. The divine envoy in white laughed. That universal tiger and Vajra ape aren't his martial souls? I thought he had a rare dual martial soul. The divine envoy in black was obviously not as perceptive as the divine envoy in white, so he was a little surprised. Dual martial souls? I guess his martial soul is probably much more powerful than a dual martial soul. It's very likely that he has inherited some kind of beast god soul. Only beast god soul can be compatible with other beast gods. The divine envoy in white speculated. Beast god soul? Don't joke around. If he really has a beast god soul, I'd like to see it. But how can such a thing appear in a desolate place like the Western region? The divine envoy in black obviously didn't believe it. Let's see. If it's true, we have to report it to Master. The divine envoy in white pondered for a moment. While the two of them were discussing Xianxia, the people below the stage were also discussing. At this moment, Xianxia was no longer just a dark horse. He had become one of the 4 strongest cultivators. Because he defeated the strengthened version of Hui Yuanzi, he should be stronger than Jian Fulong in terms of strength. In the following battles, the martial artists who faced Xianxia chose to admit defeat because they didn't want to exhaust their strength in a battle that they had no chance of winning. After all, the top 3 contestants were to be born in each arena, not just one. In this way, all the battles in the second arena came to an end. The top 3 rankings were decided. First place, Xianxia. Rank 2, Sword Subduing Dragon. Rank 3, Hui Yuanzi. Hui Yuanzi might have been injured by Xianxia, but a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. No one else could beat him. Naturally, Xianxia, who had defeated the strengthened Hui Yuanzi, became the undisputed number 1 and attracted the attention of countless people. No one dared to look down on him or laugh at him anymore. One after another, the battles in the other 3 arenas also ended. There were 9 people in total. Including the 3 people in the second arena, there were 12 people in total. These people had all received the spirit stones promised by the black-clothed demon envoy. Next, they would advance to the finals. He would become the final contender for the 3 Godfiend tokens. The 3 people in the first arena were first place, Duga Kanjing second place, Foxfire third place, Lei Dalong. What people couldn't help but notice was that the second and third place both chose to admit defeat when fighting against Duga Kanjing. This was enough to show how terrifying Duga Kanjing was. Arena 3 rankings: first place, Xiang Mafei, second place, Morongqi, third place, Yufei. Yufei and Morongqi were dark horses like Xianxia. Some people even said that Xianxia was only lucky to have gone to the weakest arena, the second arena. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to get first place. Morongqi's ice martial soul was exceptionally terrifying. Yufei's soul technique was also strange, but it was still slightly inferior to Morongqi's. He was only ranked 3rd. The first place in the 4th arena was naturally Bing Shan. There was no suspense about this. The second and third place came from the other 8 factions. They were already quite old. In fact, the most surprising faction in today's tea party was the Sword Dynasty. The Sword Dynasty that wasn't favored actually had 4 people in the top 12, Duga Kanjing, Xianxia, Jian Fulong, and Morongqi. Although it was already late, everyone only rested for an hour before the finals officially began. The 2 Godfiend envoys didn't seem to be willing to stay in the western region for a while longer. The 4 arenas merged into one and became an even bigger arena for the finals. The 12 finalists sat upright and still, preparing for the fight for the Godfiend token. As for those who were eliminated, they weren't in a hurry to leave. There were many accidents in this tea party. They all wanted to see who would be able to obtain the 3 tokens in the end. Let's begin. First match, Duga Kanjing vs Li Qingzong. Humph, Duga Kanjing, this old man wants to see how capable the emperor of the Sword Dynasty is. Just these last words? Duga Kanjing looked at Li Qingzong with contempt. He directly attacked and a terrifying power swept out. Li Qingzong felt as if the blood in his body was being sucked out. He was so frightened that his face changed and he actually jumped off the arena. He was an expert after all. If he really wanted to admit defeat, Duga Kanjing couldn't do anything about it. He wasn't like the trash he encountered before. Even if they wanted to admit defeat, they couldn't and were quickly killed by him. Second match, Xianxia vs Yufei. The first person to enter the arena was the champion of the 4 arenas. In front of me, your strength will become meaningless. Yu Fei looked coldly at Ling Xiao. Others were afraid of Ling Xiao, but he wasn't. After all, his fighting style was different from others. Is that so? Then please make your move. Ling Xiao looked at Yu Fei and said indifferently. He knew how powerful his opponent was. Soul mystic arts were very difficult to defend against. Sometimes, even if your cultivation was higher, you would still be defeated by your opponent. Then I won't be polite. Yu Fei snorted coldly. Suddenly, the entire arena turned black. It was gloomy as if it was a ghost realm. Everyone quietly looked at the two people in the arena. They didn't know what would happen next. Ling Xiao, why aren't you admitting defeat? Suddenly, Yu Fei roared. This voice came from the ghost realm. To many people, it sounded like the voice of a ghost. It was very terrifying. Many cultivators directly knelt on the ground and shouted that they admitted defeat. They were affected by Yu Fei's soul mystic art. These people were only affected by it. Then what would happen to Ling Xiao, who bore the brunt of it? Everyone looked at Ling Xiao impatiently. How is this possible? The current Ling Xiao was still standing there calmly with a smile on his face. He had no intention of admitting defeat at all. And? When Yu Fei saw this scene, his brows furrowed slightly. Then, he released an even more terrifying soul force. Ling Xiao, why aren't you kneeling down and admitting defeat? Many people knew about Yu Fei's soul mystic art. Although Murong Qi and Xiang Mafei both won against Yu Fei, even those two would be affected by Yu Fei's soul. Even when facing Yu Fei's soul secret technique, he would still be somewhat affected. He had only used other methods to break it. However, this Ling Xiao didn't seem to be affected at all. You dare to look down on me with just this bit of ability? Ling Xiao looked coldly at Yu Fei. He had no enmity with this person, so he naturally wouldn't kill him. However, he wouldn't let him off easily either. He had to make this guy learn his lesson. Yu Fei, kneel down and surrender. Suddenly, it was as if he had spat out a clap of thunder, his voice exploding on the stage. Compared to Yu Fei's random soul power, his attack was much more precise. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Yu Fei's eyes instantly became lifeless. Then, he knelt down on the stage. I admit defeat. What? This scene simply dumbfounded everyone who saw it. A soul hall martial artist who was proficient in soul techniques actually lost to Ling Xiao in terms of soul power. Was there any justice in this? Ling Xiao wins. The black-robed demon envoy's mouth twitched as he announced Ling Xiao's victory. It seemed like Ling Xiao's continuous victories made him a little unhappy. He shouldn't be a beast god martial soul possessor. Otherwise, he wouldn't waste time studying soul techniques. Furthermore, his soul power isn't weak. The black-robed demon envoy thought to himself. No matter what he was thinking, Yu Fei had already regained his senses on the stage. Seeing Ling Xiao turn around and walk down the stage, he instantly recalled what happened before and actually spat out a mouthful of old blood. It was completely infuriating. To think that he was so smug in front of Ling Xiao. Now that he thought about it, it was really embarrassing. The instant Ling Xiao walked down the stage, the entire place was dead silent. In their eyes, Ling Xiao was filled with mystery and unfathomable. His strength was incomparably terrifying, defeating Xiong Ben. He even knew the Imperial Sword technique and defeated Hui Yuanzi. Now, they suddenly discovered that he also knew soul techniques. Isn't he too omnipotent? What exactly is his weakness? After Ling Xiao left the ring, Mo Fei, the champion of the third ring, also entered the ring. His opponent was Hu Hua from the first arena. Facing Foxfire, Elephant Mo Fei did the same thing as before. It was still an ordinary punch, but it contained the might of a dragon and elephant, terrifying and direct. He directly blasted Foxfire out of the arena. In the fourth ring, Bing Shan encountered Murong Qi. This battle was probably the longest battle the strongest had ever fought. Murong Qi and Bing Shan already had a grudge against each other, and both of them were proficient in ice martial spirits. The dark and gloomy battle lasted for a full 200 rounds. In the end, Bing Shan was defeated by Murong Qi. This was the second person among the four strongest to be defeated. The black-clothed demon envoy's frown deepened. That Murong Qi should be a member of the Murong family of the Ice Dynasty. No wonder his ice martial spirit is so powerful. He has the blood of the ice spirit in his body. I misjudged him. At this point, the 4 champions of the arena had already appeared. Other than Bing Shan, who was unexpectedly defeated by Murong Qi, the other 3 won easily. And the battle wouldn't end in the first round. Under normal circumstances, each of the 12 fighters would have to fight 11 battles. Unless someone was killed or completely lost the ability to fight. However, such a situation hadn't happened yet. After all the battles, according to the rules, whoever won the most battles would be the champion and receive 3 Godfiend tokens. If the top 2 had the same number of victories, it would depend on the relationship between the 2 sides. In short, there was no draw in such a battle, only victory and defeat. If the winner couldn't be determined within 300 moves, the black-clothed demon envoy would judge and choose one person to advance. After the first round of battles ended, some were happy and some were sad. Among them, Jian Fulong had defeated Lei Dalong from the first ring with a sharp blade. His opponent wasn't strong, so he was still a dark horse. He had won, and those who had won like him were naturally happy. However, those who had lost weren't discouraged. After all, there were 11 battles. They didn't believe that others wouldn't lose. In the second round of battles, the 4 champions of the arena still didn't meet. However, Duga Kanjing met Hui Yuanzi. Hui Yuanzi gave it his all, but he could only block 3 of Duga Kanjing's moves. In the end, he jumped off the stage and admitted defeat in order to save his life. After losing 3 rounds in a row, Hui Yuanzi's expression didn't look too good. However, it seemed that he hadn't completely given up hope. Perhaps in Hui Yuanzi's opinion, he was just unlucky to have met 3 freaks. Next, Ling Xiao encountered Jian Fulong. There was nothing much to say about this battle. Jian Fulong directly admitted defeat. He knew Ling Xiao's current strength very well. If one of them could get first place, he believed that it would definitely be Ling Xiao and not him. Such tacit agreement to admit defeat made the audience very unhappy. However, there were still exciting battles, so they quickly shifted their attention. In this round, Bing Shan didn't disappoint his supporters and defeated his opponent cleanly. However, there wasn't the slightest smile on his face. It was no wonder that he lost to Murong Qi. This was also a kind of humiliation. The second round of battles ended quickly. There weren't many people who maintained their peak condition. Only Duga Kanjing, Ling Xiao, Xiang Mafei, and Murong Qi were left. In the third round, Duga Kanjing's opponent chose to surrender. If Hui Yuanzi couldn't even block 3 moves, there was no point in continuing the battle. This kind of battle where one admitted defeat made the audience the most unhappy. Previously, Jian Fulong admitted defeat. Now, Duga Kanjing's opponent also admitted defeat. They couldn't help but look forward to the next battle. Ling Xiao vs. Bing Shan. Following this announcement, the audience was thunderous. Although Bing Shan lost to Murong Qi, he also lasted 200 rounds. They believed that this battle would be incomparably exciting. Of course, there were also some who looked forward to how long Ling Xiao could continue his journey as a dark horse. First, he defeated Hui Yuanzi. Next, he had to face Bing Shan. Ling Xiao had already encountered 2 of the 4 strongest people recognized by the black-robed demon envoy. Losing to Murong Qi made me lose face. Looks like I can only change this situation by defeating Ling Xiao. Bing Shan treated Ling Xiao as a springboard, or rather, a stepping stone. To him, Ling Xiao had to be defeated. Only then could he maintain his hope of obtaining the Godfiend order. Even if he lost to Murong Qi once, it didn't matter. Therefore, he was determined to win this battle. He couldn't lose. A battle that he couldn't lose was a battle with his back against the wall. Bing Shan's battle intent was very strong. As he stood there, even his temperament changed. Previously, he was cold, but now, he was blazing like a flame, as if he wanted to melt the enemy in front of him. Compared to him, Ling Xiao was much calmer. In Ling Xiao's eyes, if Bing Shan could lose to Murong Qi, he couldn't be considered a strong opponent at all. At most, he was a little stronger than Hui Yuanzi. I'm sorry, Dark Horse. Your path ends here. Iceberg wanted to use defeating Ling Xiao to boost his morale. Perhaps you'll be the one to end your life. Ling Xiao said coolly. Morongqi defeated you in 200 moves. As for me, I only needed 3. Although Ling Zhao's expression was calm, his words were filled with arrogance and domineering arrogance. Bing Shan's face turned gloomy. It seems that losing to Morongqi has made me look down on. 3 moves? Let's see how you'll beat me in 3 moves. As he spoke, Iceberg covered himself with a layer of protection. A thick layer of ice covered his body like a suit of armor. Not only was it beautiful to look at, it was also immensely powerful. I can tell you how to defeat you right now. Ling Xiao laughed. The first move is to break through your defenses, the second move is to break your attack, the third move is to defeat you. It's that simple. Bring it on. Even Morongqi had to use over 100 moves to break through my defenses. Your cultivation base is only in the 3rd division of life seizing. I refuse to believe that you're stronger than her. Iceberg was ready to deal with it. Ling Xiao didn't waste any more words. Instead, he transformed into his undying bird-beast soul. Then, he used the evasive sword light to attack Iceberg. He moved so quickly that Iceberg didn't even have time to react. All he could do was rely on his defenses to block. To Iceberg's relief, he had put on his armor of ice. Otherwise, he would have been in a lot of trouble. Undying Bird's strange flame. Boom! Terrifying flames erupted the moment Ling Xiao came into contact with the ice mountain. That was a deviant flame. As for the ice mountain's defense, it was at most a demonic fire-level ice. How could he block that? In the blink of an eye, the armor of ice melted away, revealing Iceberg. 1 move. The corners of Ling Zhao's mouth curled upwards, revealing a teasing smile. What? Ice Mountain did not expect Ling Xiao to be able to break through his defense in 1 hit, but he was still an elite. He did not think too much about it, so he quickly attacked to push Ling Xiao back. The surrounding cold air quickly gathered towards his hands. His palms struck out furiously. The huge palm print seemed to be condensed from cold air, instantly causing the surrounding temperature to drop by a lot. After all, this was an attack that Ice Mountain had prepared beforehand, so it was very powerful. It was almost as powerful as an all-out attack. Let's see how you block my attack. He roared angrily and released cold air. The entire arena began to be invaded by ice. However, the place where Ling Xiao stood could not be frozen. The flames that were constantly released turned all the approaching cold air into water vapor. Block? There was no need for that. I'll beat you and your attack together. Advanced General Level Martial Art, Golden Dragon Seal. Facing Iceberg, Ling Xiao did not hold back. He used the Golden Dragon mark in his Undying Bird-Beast Soul Transformation mode. A terrifying golden dragon flew out from his hands. The blazing temperature suddenly dispelled all the cold. Roar! The roaring golden dragon knocked away Ice Mountain's palm print and then hit Ice Mountain's body. It almost knocked Ice Mountain out of the arena. However, the Golden Dragon seal was greatly weakened by Ice Mountain's palm print. Plus, Ice Mountain's defense was good, so he did not fall out of the arena. However, Ling Xiao would not waste this opportunity to beat him up. The third move. 5 Ghosts Mystic Art, Yin Ghost. Suddenly, a ghostly figure appeared in the darkness and hit Ice Mountain with a claw. Although the attack power of the Yin Ghost was not as strong as that of the Ghost King, the key was that it was hidden enough. Ice Mountain was already standing at the edge of the arena. When he was hit, he fell out of the arena. Ling Xiao wins. The black-clothed demon envoy's brows furrowed even tighter as he looked at Ling Xiao in confusion. He did not understand how strong this young man was. He could not tell. The demon in white also could not tell. However, Ling Xiao's strange fighting style made them both see the rise of a monstrous genius. Under the shocked gazes of the audience, Ling Xiao looked at Bing Shan, who had been thrown out of the stage, and said indifferently, "You want to use me as a stepping stone, but you don't know that you are just an ant blocking my path of growth. You overestimate yourself." Then, he turned and walked down the arena, no longer paying attention to the loser. "You've really gained face this time. You've already defeated 2 of the 4 strongest. Now, you're about to become the focus of this tea party of gods and devils." Jian Fulong laughed. "Martial uncle, those people are just trash from the 8 Supremes. If we're proud of defeating them, how are we going to face the real strong?" Ling Xiao shook his head. The tea party of gods and devils this time really made him feel how terrifying the other 8 supremacies were. Although he did not say it, he knew in his heart that he had to use the golden dragon seal and the beast soul transformation to defeat Ice Mountain. What would he do if he encountered a real strong expert? Therefore, he had to continue to improve his strength. He would not forget himself because of this little achievement. That's true. Jian Fulong sighed. The decline of the Sword Dynasty was really helpless. He hoped that after the 8 Immortals' kingdom unified this place, the Sword Dynasty would change. Although they did not care about this victory, it was different for the others. Ling Xiao, the overbearing and arrogant young man, had become the most popular person in the audience. His attention even surpassed that of Mo Fei and Du Guoqianjing. After all, it was rare for a 16-year-old from the Sword Dynasty to achieve such amazing results. I wonder if he can fight against Mo Fei and Du Guoqianjing, and let this dark horse continue. This was the thought in almost everyone's heart. At this time, even some of the cultivators from the 8 Supremes began to pay attention to Ling Xiao. They were looking forward to the next battle. At this time, the finals were still ongoing. Mo Fei still easily defeated his opponent as if he was blowing off dust. He continued his glory as the strongest. This round was more worthy of attention, and it was the battle between Jian Fulong and Murong Qi. The battle between the 2 dark horses was really exciting. In the end, Jian Fulong's skill was better and he defeated Murong Qi despite being seriously injured. He became the dark horse second only to Ling Xiao. After getting off the stage, Jian Fulong consumed a recovery elixir and began to treat his injuries. He turned a deaf ear to everything that was happening outside. In the next round, Du Guoqianjing, Ling Xiao, and Mo Fei maintained their proud record, a complete victory. The 3 of them were the last 3 cultivators to maintain a complete victory. So much so that people could not help but guess that the 3 of them might be the final 3 in this tea party of gods and devils. Who was stronger? In this round, Ling Xiao's opponent was Hui Yuanzi again. This time, Hui Yuanzi did not even have the courage to fight. He directly admitted defeat. He had no choice. Ling Xiao's performance was too shocking, so much so that he no longer had the courage to fight. He could only obediently submit. However, people were more looking forward to the battle between the 3 cultivators who had maintained a perfect record. That would be even more exciting. Perhaps the heavens were responding to the audience's expectations. Finally, 2 of the 3 strongest cultivators met. Du Guoqianjing's opponent, Mo Fei. As this voice sounded, the whole place was in an uproar. Countless people cheered. Up until now, Du Guoqianjing and Mo Fei had maintained a perfect record. In this battle, one of them would definitely be defeated. Therefore, both sides would definitely fight with all their might. Who would win and who would lose would be extremely exciting. Du Guoqianjing was an old monster from thousands of years ago who had come back from the dead. He had cultivated an extremely ruthless cultivation technique. Up until now, all the cultivators who had fought him had either admitted defeat or been easily defeated. It was the same for Mo Fei. His terrifying Dracophant power had defeated all his opponents with a single punch. He did not give his opponents a chance at all. Of the 2, Du Guoqianjing was more bizarre. Mo Fei was purely powerful. Not to mention the others, even Ling Xiao was extremely interested in this battle. He also wanted to know who was stronger between Mo Fei and Du Guoqianjing. More importantly, he wanted to know what their weaknesses were. Perhaps he would be able to find out through this battle. Let's begin. The black-robed demon envoy calmly announced the start of the battle. However, the 2 cultivators on the field did not immediately attack. In a battle between strong cultivators, the one who attacked first would usually be the unluckier one. Unless you were confident that your moves were flawless. Or you were confident that you were much stronger than your opponent. Otherwise, when faced with such a situation, one would usually choose to observe and look for the opponent's flaws before waiting for an opportunity to attack. A minute quickly passed. Finally, the first one to lose his patience was Mo Fei. Mo Fei felt an evil aura closing in on him, but he did not know how his opponent did it. Therefore, at this time, he could only take the initiative to attack to prevent himself from being ambushed. The moment he launched his attack, the roar of a dragon elephant suddenly resounded in the arena. The golden light kept flashing above the arena, and there were actually the shadows of dragons and elephants. Facing Duga Kanjing, Xiang Mafei quickly entered his dracophant form. His terrifying power was 10 times stronger than before. Although he was still in his human form, he was much stronger in every aspect. When he stepped on the stage, there was a rumbling sound as if there was an earthquake. At the same time, Duga Kanjing also launched his own attack. Behind him, a huge illusory figure appeared. The body of the illusory figure seemed to be made of magma. The illusory figure's eyes were fixed on Xiang Mafei. Ling Xiao could clearly feel the fluctuations of soul power in the air. Sure enough, that guy Duga Kanjing is not only proficient in ordinary battle techniques, but he's also proficient in soul secret techniques. Ling Xiao thought to himself as he watched the battle in the arena. Soul power was all-pervasive. He was like a ghost. That aura of death, bleakness, and despair made Xiang Mafei feel very uncomfortable. He had already launched a punch, but it suddenly stopped midway. Although he had already reacted, he was still affected by Duga Kanjing's soul secret technique. The huge monster behind Duga Kanjing had a strange red light in its eyes. It seemed to be the one controlling everything. At this moment, everyone was staring intently at the arena of the finals, afraid that they would miss out on any exciting details. There were many types of battles between experts. The most common type was when the victor couldn't be decided for several days and nights. But there was another type. Even if both sides had the same strength, the victor could be decided in an instant. A moment of carelessness could lead to defeat. A single opportunity could lead to victory. Today's battle was the second possibility. Both Duga Kanjing and Xiang Mafei had the ability to finish off their opponent in one move. Now, it was up to who could grasp this opportunity. Will Xiang Mafei lose? Jian Fulong asked. He wasn't very familiar with soul secret techniques, so it was difficult for him to make a judgment. It's hard to say. The dracophant power is an ancient power. As long as it's used properly, ordinary soul secret techniques won't have any effect at all. Ling Xiao said after thinking for a moment. At this moment, he was unable to determine who would win this battle. Of course, Xiang Mafei's current situation was rather bad. Because he was being attacked by Duga Kanjing's soul secret technique, he was the first to fall into a passive state. It was obvious that he was struggling. A look of struggle appeared on his confident and domineering face, but the confidence in his eyes didn't decrease. His body was trembling non-stop. Rumble, as if an ancient giant beast was trying to break free from its seal, the entire arena began to shake violently. The dracophant race is indeed tyrannical. Duga Kanjing frowned. If it were anyone else, they would have long been at his mercy. But Xiang Mafei actually began to move again. Although his speed was very fast, the fist energy he released still enveloped the entire arena. Then, it heavily bombarded Duga Kanjing's body. Duga Kanjing's expression changed and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. The moment he was injured, the confidence in Xiang Mafei's eyes grew even stronger. His movements also became more agile. Terrifying dracophant aura spread over the arena, showing signs of completely destroying the soul secret technique. Even Ling Xiao had to admit that the dracophant martial soul was very powerful. Because the dracophants of the Black Tortoise continent didn't have the blood of dracophants, and because of the restrictions, they couldn't unleash the true power of the dracophant martial soul. But even so, the dracophant martial soul still gave them incomparably powerful fighting strength. There was no need to doubt this point. Duga Kanjing's expression changed slightly. The cold light in his eyes suddenly became more intense. Behind him, the huge monster opened its mouth and spat out a cloud of black mist, which began to envelop Xiang Mafei. Although Xiang Mafei could still move, his movements were very clumsy. If he took advantage of this opportunity to attack, Xiang Mafei wouldn't be able to resist. As the black mist attacked, Xiang Mafei's situation became even worse. However, the golden light that rose from his body helped him block the black smoke. But no one knew how long it would last. Roar! Suddenly, a terrifying roar burst out from Xiang Mafei's mouth. His originally lifeless eyes became incomparably clear in an instant. His loosened fists clenched together once more. It seemed that he had broken free from the control of Duga Kanjing's soul secret technique. Unorthodox evil, boring. Watch as I shatter everything with one punch. A soul-stirring battle unfolded on the stage. Xianxia finally broke free from the shackles of the soul secret technique and fully released his Dracophant force. Like a primordial beast that had just broken free, it shocked all the martial artists present. Duga Kanjing frowned slightly. The attack that was effective against all the previous opponents was ineffective against Xianxia. Your end is here. Xianxia looked at Duga Kanjing and sneered. Wrapped in the terrifying Dracophant force, he rushed out. There was nothing that could stop him. There was nothing that could make him afraid. Is that so? Duga Kanjing smiled disdainfully. I'm just testing the power of my new move on you. It looks pretty good. If you didn't have Dracophant force, you would already be my puppet. It's time to end this boring battle. Monster from the abyss, troll puppet, defeat him. Following Duga Kanjing's cold shout, the huge black shadow behind him gradually solidified, and then quickly turned into a solid entity. Roar! The terrifying roar shook the heavens. What's that? Xianxia's face instantly turned extremely ugly. However, he could no longer retract his fists and heavily slammed into the huge monster. It gave him the feeling that he had crashed into a mountain. The other party had no problem, but he was in incomparable pain all over his body. It was as if he had experienced a nightmare. Lose. The troll puppet waved its huge fist and smashed it at Xianxia. At that moment, although Xianxia tried his best to resist, his body was still involuntarily sent flying. In the end, he landed in a corner of the stage hundreds of meters away. He was also seriously injured. The martial artists of myriad countries had already given him healing pills. However, while the injuries on Xianxia's body could be healed, the wounds in his heart were bleeding. He had lost so decisively. The moment he broke free from Duga Kanjing's soul secret technique, he thought he had won. However, the outcome was really unacceptable. Can you win? Jian Fulong looked at Ling Xiao and asked. I can't win. Ling Xiao shook his head. He could say with certainty that even if he used the Sky Tyrant martial soul, he couldn't win against Duga Kanjing. Then what should we do? You're just going to watch the Fiend God token fall into that guy's hands? Jian Fulong grew anxious. Just because I can't win now doesn't mean that I can't win when I fight him. I like to fight against the strong. The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth finally raised into that incomparably excited smile. Duga Kanjing was truly a good opponent. Only Duga Kanjing could help him improve his cultivation. Other people really couldn't do it. Finally, the outcome of the battle between the winners had been decided. Duga Kanjing was the one who maintained his undefeated streak, while Mammoth Mo Fei suffered a defeat. I didn't expect that the remaining two who maintained a perfect record were actually from the Sword Dynasty. It seems like Master has a deeper meaning for us to arrange this tea party of gods and devils in the Sword Dynasty. The white-robed divine envoy said with a smile. That Duga Kanjing is still acceptable. That Ling Xiao's complete victory isn't that convincing. He hasn't even fought Mo Fei yet. The black-robed divine envoy said with a cold snort. He had always been prejudiced against Ling Xiao. He probably couldn't stand the fact that this kid could have such strength at such a young age. Ling Xiao didn't know about the discussion between the two. He was only staring at Duga Kanjing. Even if he couldn't get the Fiend God token this time, he still had to get some benefits from Duga Kanjing. The battle of the finals was still ongoing. The healing medicine that Mammoth Mo Fei ate seemed to have a good effect. After several rounds of battle, he finally recovered to his peak state. During this period, he even defeated those who dared to challenge him. It was still a punch, and it was still as powerful as before. At this time, people realized that although Mammoth Mo Fei lost to Duga Kanjing, it wasn't because he was too weak, but because Duga Kanjing was too strong. As if to vent his displeasure, Mammoth Mo Fei attacked his opponents even more ruthlessly. He had already killed several people. Even Jian Fulong was injured by Mammoth Mo Fei, breaking several ribs. That guy is so strong. Duga Kanjing can actually defeat him. Unbelievable. Jian Fulong returned to the foot of the stage, his face somewhat worried. Martial uncle, don't worry, He's not my match. Ling Xiao still maintained absolute confidence. Right at this time, the black-clothed devil envoy called out his name. Ling Xiao's opponent, Mo Fei. The moment this duel came out, the entire audience was in an uproar again. Mammoth Mo Fei's strength was second only to Duga Kanjing. Practically everyone already positioned him as the second strongest. If Ling Xiao could defeat him, then he could be ranked second. If not, then he could only be ranked third. You're also a martial artist of Sword Dynasty, so don't blame me for venting my anger on you. Mammoth Mo Fei looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, moreover, you once killed several martial artists of my myriad kingdom at Devil Dragon Sword Court. I already know about this matter. Today, I'll use your blood to pay tribute to their souls. Likewise. Ling Xiao looked at Mammoth Mo Fei and said, you seriously injured my martial uncle. Today, I'll let you be like him. Ha ha ha, since that's the case, release your full strength. Don't hide it. Otherwise, you're definitely not my match. Mammoth Mo Fei laughed loudly and then suddenly stared at Ling Xiao. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Could it be that Mammoth Mo Fei actually saw through Ling Xiao's hidden strength? Full strength? I'm afraid you can't bear it. Ling Xiao smiled, but since you've seen through it, then I'll let you experience my true strength. As he spoke, Ling Xiao's body began to change. This time, it was the strongest everlasting heavenly rat beast soul transformation. Not only that, more than 10 beast souls appeared behind him at the same time. Each of them was incomparably ferocious and exuded an incomparably terrifying aura. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart trembled. They had long heard that there were people in this world who could control more than 2 martial spirits at the same time. But 3 or 4 was already the limit. How could they have expected that Ling Xiao actually had more than 10 martial spirits? This was too unbelievable. Standing in front of Ling Xiao, Mammoth Mo Fei felt it the most. It was definitely not just a change in appearance. He could also feel that Ling Xiao's strength was rapidly increasing. Left with no choice, he also entered the dragon elephant transformation. What kind of cultivator are you? How can you have so many beast souls? Mammoth Mo Fei asked in surprise. In this world, there's a secret technique called spirit restraint dispatch generals. As long as one has enough soul power, they can dispatch as many martial spirits as they want. Ling Xiao only said this on a whim. The secret technique of spirit capture in generals did exist, but only the cultivators of the Immortal Court continent knew how to use it. But it didn't matter as long as he had it. He was just using it to conceal his beast god's soul to prevent the 2 envoys from seeing through it. So it's spirit restraint dispatch generals. How did this kid obtain such a secret technique? What he said might not be true. Perhaps he's trying to hide something. The white-robed divine emissary was smarter. Haha, spirit hunter and dispatch generals, you really know how to brag. Why don't you say you have the blood soul talisman? Xiang Mafei sneered. He didn't believe it either. He felt that Ling Xiao was only using some sort of disguise. Blood soul talisman? I do have it. Ling Xiao chuckled. With a thought, a talisman flew out of his head. The talisman grew in the wind and became enormous. Interesting, isn't it? This is called the 18 Hell Talisman. The blood soul talisman in the air released a terrifying and sinister aura. The 18 gates of hell represented the 18 layers of hell. It was extremely powerful. He really does have it. Xiang Mafei wasn't the only one who was shocked. The black-robed divine emissary also stood up in shock. Does that kid have some sort of background? A blood soul talisman like this isn't something an ordinary person can possess. Perhaps what he said about spirit hunter and dispatch generals is true. Seeing the blood soul talisman, the white-robed divine emissary had no choice but to believe Ling Xiao's words. On the arena, Xiang Mafei had already regained his composure. So what if you have the blood soul talisman or spirit hunter and dispatch generals? Your cultivation is too weak. You're still no match for me. As Xiang Mafei spoke, he took the initiative to attack. With pulsing steps, he charged at Ling Xiao like a lightning elephant. But once again, Xiang Mafei stopped midway, his body extremely stiff. To the onlookers, this scene seemed familiar. It was the scene of Xiang Mafei and Duga Kanjing's battle. Again? Or a soul secret art? The audience did not like this kind of battle. They could not see a battle between souls, so although they could feel the tense atmosphere, they could not feel the real battle. It was still very boring. Right now, Xianxia was in a terrible situation. His surroundings instantly changed. It was as if he was no longer on the arena, but in hell. All around him were demons, ghosts, and prisoners being punished. He was one of these prisoners, and Ling Xiao was the leader of these demons. Try all 18,000 torture instruments of the 18 layers of hell. I'd like to see how long you can last. Ling Xiao's voice was cold. All of this was happening in the spiritual world. No one outside could see it. Only Ling Xiao and Xianxia could see and converse with each other. This illusion was created by Ling Xiao's 4-leaf demonic eyes and the 18 hell talisman. He'd just noticed that Mammoth Mafe was completely defenseless against Duga Kanjing's secret soul technique. Later on, the reason why he was able to break free was all because of the eruption of the Dracophant force. However, that was because Duga Kanjing's soul secret technique was too weak. The reason why the Spiritas were so terrifying was that if one's soul force was weaker than theirs, they would be tormented from the very start of the battle. It had to be said that Mafe was a tough nut to crack. He had tasted all the torture tools in the first layer of hell, and a full day had passed in this world. Of course, only a few minutes had passed in the outside world. But Xianxia had been tortured for a day. I have to admire your endurance. But how long can you really last? This is only the first layer. There are still 17 layers of hell below. Ling Xiao chuckled. Xianxia, on the other hand, was on the verge of breaking down. Xianxia held on, but not long after the second layer of hell began, he could no longer hold on. More than 10 minutes had passed in the outside world. Xianxia, who was standing there, suddenly fell to the ground. His consciousness was blurred, and he had fainted. This scene caused the spectators to be somewhat astonished. Because this battle was a spiritual confrontation. No matter how exciting it was, they could not see it. But Xianxia was defeated, and defeated so miserably, he broke free from Duga Kanjing's soul secret technique, but was suppressed by Ling Xiao's soul secret technique. He did not even have the slightest ability to resist. Carry him down. Ling Xiao wins. Once again, Ling Xiao won. And on the surface, he looked very relaxed. He just stood there and stared at Xianxia for more than 10 minutes. But the martial artists who knew the terror of soul secret techniques understood how dangerous it was. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, turned around, and walked down the arena in a carefree manner. He still maintained a complete victory. The black-clothed demon envoy was speechless. Just now, it was the white-clothed divine envoy who announced the results for him. He really could not accept that Xianxia lost to Ling Xiao so easily. This was too strange. It was completely a bullying way of fighting. When Ling Xiao walked down the stage, the eyes of the audience were focused on him. Among these eyes, there was admiration, reverence, fear, and unwillingness. At the same time, there was some eerie killing intent. This kid is growing too fast. Looks like we have to finish him off today. Duga Kanjing's expression was not very good. The Sword Dynasty produced such a genius. It can't be another Duga Kanjing, right? The faces of the martial artists of the other 8 forces were somewhat gloomy. Back then, when Duga Kanjing was not the monster he was now, he had blocked the invasion of the 8 Supremes with his own strength. How powerful and terrifying was that? Of course, the current Duga Kanjing's strength was far from before. If not for the immemorial divine tomb opening, and the owner of the Fiend God token not allowing battles at this time, the Sword Dynasty would have been destroyed. Originally, the people of the 8 Supremes had a good plan. After the matter of the immemorial divine tomb was settled, they would attack the Sword Dynasty. But now, a character like Ling Xiao had appeared. Once he walked out of the immemorial divine tomb, the world of the 9 Supremes would probably be reshuffled. He must be eliminated. He must not be left alive. The martial artists of the other 8 forces were also secretly planning. After Ling Xiao walked down the stage, the finals were basically coming to an end. It was now the 8th round, and the rankings were basically set. The only thing that could not be confirmed was whether the first and second place would be Duga Kanjing or Ling Xiao. The battle between the old and young would be the final focus. It was also the final suspense. Therefore, the people were arguing very fiercely about this battle. Duke Kanjing's giant demon puppet defeated Xiang Mafei head-on, and he also has a secret soul art. His strength is definitely stronger than Ling Xiao's. But don't forget, Ling Xiao used a secret soul art to torture Xiang Mafei until he fainted. Can Duke Kanjing really withstand it? It's hard to be sure. Both of them are currently undefeated. It's still unknown who will win and who will lose. But what is certain is that this battle will be very lively. Amidst the arguments, the curtains of the final battle finally opened. You host the Fiend God Tea Party. I have something to do. Seeing Duke Kanjing and Ling Xiao step onto the stage, the black-robed demon envoy stood up and said coldly. No problem, but I have to warn you that you have to know your limits. Be careful that Master doesn't find trouble with you. The white-robed demon envoy said indifferently. Don't worry, I'll arrange everything. In any case, I can't let the 3 Fiend God tokens fall into the hands of the Sword Dynasty. The black-robed demon envoy nodded and said, as long as you don't say anything, no one will know that I did something. Of course I won't say anything, but you still have to be careful. Of course. The black-robed demon envoy turned and left. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the stage. Even if someone noticed that the black-robed demon envoy had disappeared, they wouldn't care. After all, who would dare to ask such an expert why he left unless they were tired of living? He might as well watch the battle from the sidelines. Duke Kanjing couldn't wait to step onto the stage. As long as he defeated Ling Xiao, the 3 Fiend God tokens would be his. Of course, not only did he want to defeat Ling Xiao today, but he also wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. He couldn't let this kid continue to live. Otherwise, even if he recovered his cultivation in the future, he wouldn't be a match for this kid. Ling Xiao also stepped onto the stage and looked at Duke Kanjing with a smile. Old man, you want to kill me, right? You're quite self-aware. If I don't kill you, the Sword Dynasty will never have a day of peace. This world must belong to my Duke clan. Duke Kanjing said coldly, back then, if it weren't for my existence, the Sword Dynasty would have been divided by the other 8 forces. Now, I'm just taking back everything that should be mine. So you took over the body of your descendant? So you can be ungrateful? A dignified reason can't cover up your shamelessness and despicableness. Ling Xiao mocked, back then, you were a hero, but that hero has long fallen into the earth and only remains in people's hearts. Now, you're just a rotten soul. It's better to return to your hell. So what if I'm rotten? As long as I can. Kill you. Duke Kanjing sneered as a giant that seemed to be made of lava walked out from the void behind him. The giant's eyes emitted a strange red light. Kill. Following Duke Kanjing's command, the troll puppet swung its huge arms at Ling Xiao. The puppet that Duke Beijian had painstakingly developed was ultimately taken over by Duke Kanjing. This troll puppet was extremely ugly, but its combat power was even more terrifying than the demonic dragon puppet. There was also a wisp of Duke Kanjing's soul inside. It was not controlled by words, but by soul control. Thus, it was more convenient to fight. You can't kill me. Ling Xiao instantly entered the everlasting heavenly mouse beast soul transformation state. Then, a dozen beast souls appeared behind him. King Kong Ape Beast Soul, Indestructible King Kong. Ling Xiao roared and advanced instead of retreating. He soared into the sky like a goshawk and collided with the troll puppet. A terrifying force was transmitted through his arms, and Ling Xiao felt as if he was a small fish that had collided with a large ship. The hidden energy in his body began to erupt in order to relieve the injuries to his body. At the same time, Ling Xiao's cultivation was also increasing rapidly. The energy in his cultivation C had increased from 0 to 5%, and it was still increasing. The troll puppet's combat power was truly terrifying. However, Ling Xiao was not to be trifled with. His indestructible body, coupled with the king-rank black tortoise divine body, although his body was in pain from the collision, he did not retreat half a step. You are indeed stronger than that trash Xiang Mafei, but that's all. Duke Kanjing snorted coldly and controlled the troll puppet to continuously attack, not giving Ling Xiao any chance to counterattack. The troll puppet consumed spirit stones. The number of spirit stones that the Heavenly Sword Hall had collected over the years was much more than the Demon Dragon Sword Court. It was enough for the troll puppet to use for many years. However, Ling Xiao's battle required the consumption of inner force and true essence. If this continued, the winner would definitely be him. He would exhaust his opponent to death. You must be thinking of exhausting me to death, right? Ling Xiao's voice suddenly sounded in Duga Kanjing's ears, giving Duga Kanjing a fright. He raised his head to look, but he could no longer find Ling Xiao's figure. Oh no, that kid is good at evading sword light steps. His speed is extremely fast. If he comes around to attack me, it will be troublesome. Duga Kanjing's heart trembled. He hurriedly circulated his true essence and slammed his hands on the ground. From the ground, 7 or 8 skeletal claws stretched out and guarded him. At this moment, a sword light pierced over. The skeletal claws intercepted the sword light. Kid, it's useless. You want to use your movement technique to get close to me? It's just wishful thinking. Duga Kanjing sneered. When using the troll puppet, he was relatively weak, so he was unwilling to fight Ling Xiao face to face. Fortunately, he knew enough defensive methods. He also had more attacking methods. Ground-rending Ghost Claw. As Duga Kanjing spoke, he did not forget to attack. Suddenly, a huge blood-colored claw drilled out from the ground where Ling Xiao was and grabbed Ling Xiao's right leg. Then, the troll puppet took the opportunity to stomp down. Is it over? The audience looked at this scene in surprise. They were all a little surprised. Could it be that Ling Xiao was going to be defeated so easily by Duga Kanjing? Purple lightning bull beast soul, earthquakes. Just as the troll puppet's foot was about to stomp down, Ling Xiao let out a roar. All of a sudden, the entire island began to shake. Especially the finals arena, it was as if an earthquake was happening. The troll puppet's body was too big. The slightest shake would cause it to lose its balance and stagger back. It almost hit Duga Kanjing. Golden Dragon Seal. Taking advantage of the fact that the other party was still unsteady, Ling Xiao formed a seal with both hands. A golden dragon roared crazily and hit the troll puppet's ankle. The troll puppet finally lost its balance and fell to the ground. Frost Dragon Beast Soul, Frost Dragon Breath. Ling Xiao opened his mouth and a dense cold air enveloped the troll puppet. Although it could not freeze it into ice, the Frost Dragon Breath still made the troll puppet's body much more brittle. After falling to the ground, the troll puppet's body shattered. Parts scattered all over the ground. A puppet is still a puppet. No matter how powerful it is, it's just a brainless trash. If Duga Kanjing didn't put his energy into this and focused on cultivation, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been possessed by you. The ice-revered sword appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. A terrifying light was condensing on the ice-revered sword. Ling Xiao didn't want to waste time with Duga Kanjing. He planned to use his strongest attack to blast Duga Kanjing off the stage. This was a competition, not a fight. As long as he could blast Duga Kanjing off the stage, he would win. Revered Ice Sword. Complete release. As a premium emperor weapon, the Revered Ice Sword naturally had its own special effects. However, Ling Xiao usually disdained to use it because its power wasn't great. But today, in order to defeat Duga Kanjing, he naturally used it. In that instant, the entire stage was covered in ice. It didn't have any offensive power, but it made the stage extremely slippery. Get down. Ling Xiao instantly entered his beast transformation state. His body became incomparably huge, and his huge claws slapped towards Duga Kanjing. Duga Kanjing naturally wasn't afraid of Ling Xiao's attack, so he casually blocked it. The result was that the moment of contact, Duga Kanjing rapidly retreated as if he was skating on ice. He couldn't control himself at all. In just an instant, he fell out of the stage. Along with the huge troll puppet, he fell out. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, stood in the same spot without moving an inch. If one looked carefully, they would discover that his feet were burning with flames that melted the ice. Therefore, not only was his feet not slippery, but they were also very stable. Brat, you cheated. This doesn't count. Although Duga Kanjing quickly flew up after falling out of the stage, it was meaningless. According to the rules, as long as one's body left the range of the stage, they would lose, even if they were flying in the air. Whether it counts or not, it's not up to you. It's up to the judge. Ling Xiao smiled and looked at the white-robed divine envoy. Not only did the battle with Duga Kanjing increase his cultivation C energy by 20%, but it also made him the champion of the convention. The God-Devil token was definitely in his hands. Ling Xiao wins. The white-robed divine envoy didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She really didn't expect that Ling Xiao would do such a thing. Many thanks. Ling Xiao smiled, then looked at Duga Kanjing provocatively and said, "Sorry, the God-Devil token is mine." "Damn brat, you used such a deceitful method to obtain the God-Devil token. Can you keep it?" Duga Kanjing gritted his teeth and said fiercely. "That's none of your business." Ling Xiao looked at Duga Kanjing with disdain and flew to the white-robed divine envoy's side. The white-robed divine envoy took out 3 fiend god tokens and gave them to Ling Xiao. Then, he bestowed upon Ling Xiao a defensive magic treasure, the ancient magic mirror. It was a high-quality imperial item, and could defend against dozens of attacks from a 5th division life-sizer. It was really quite good. After receiving the prize, Ling Xiao didn't stay any longer. If he stayed here for even a minute longer, he might get into trouble. As the saying goes, treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. "Uncle Master, you return to the Dragon Elephant Division alone first. I will bring the Fiend God token to lure those people away." It was naturally more convenient for Ling Xiao to be alone. "All right." Jian Fulong didn't say much. He knew that Ling Xiao had a lot of tricks up his sleeves and wouldn't be at a disadvantage. If he were to stay here, he would only add to Ling Xiao's troubles. He might as well return to the Dragon Elephant Division first. After Jian Fulong left, Ling Xiao flew in the direction of the Sun Island. Behind him was a large group of people. The God-Devil emissaries only cared about the tea of gods and devils, and didn't care about anything else. Therefore, if he wanted to leave safely, he would have to think of a way to do so himself. It was at this point that the black-robed divine envoy finally showed himself. "Is everything in order?" the white-robed divine envoy asked. "Of course. That brat won't be able to escape the Sun Sea." The black-robed divine envoy laughed coldly. Back on Sun Island, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped and hovered in midair, looking coldly at the tens of thousands of people chasing him. "The tea of gods and devils is over," he said. "Why are you still following me?" Ling Xiao said with a smile. "Cut the crap," Hui Yuhao said. "Don't ask questions you already know the answer to. Give me the Fiend God token, and I'll spare your puny life." It was Hui Yuanzi. Now that he didn't have to face Ling Xiao alone, he naturally felt more confident. "I got the Fiend God token with my own strength. Why should I give it to you?" Ling Xiao said, pursing his lips. "Humph, hand over the Fiend God token, or die." Duga Kanjing snorted coldly. "That's right. Hand over the Fiend God token, or die." The rest of the people followed suit. "Good. Very good. I originally planned to let you leave the Sword Dynasty safely, but since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me." Ling Xiao sneered. The reason why he asked so many questions was because he wanted to decide whether to kill them. Extremely arrogant. "Do you think you're a match for so many of us without the protection of the Fiend God envoys?" Xiang Mafei said disdainfully. "Hee, who told you that I'm alone?" Ling Xiao suddenly revealed a mocking smile. Then, Sun Island suddenly shook. There were beasts flying in the sky, swimming in the water, and walking on the ground. Hundreds of thousands of beasts had already surrounded the island. "Now, do you still think that you're confident of winning?" Ling Xiao said with a smile. "How is this possible? How can he control so many beasts? Where are the sunbirds here?" Countless questions rose in everyone's mind. But at this moment, no one would tell them the answer because the beast horde had erupted. And the one controlling the beast horde this time was Ling Xiao. "Morongqi, we can't stay here for long. Retreat first and mobilize the army to attack the Dragon Elephant Division." "I don't believe that Ling Xiao will return." Duga Kanjing's face turned cold when he saw the beast horde approaching. He said to Morongqi, "Where there's life, there's hope. This kid set a trap for us today." We can't fall into it. Morongqi nodded but did not leave immediately. Instead, he targeted Bing Shan and suddenly launched an attack. He killed Bing Shan in one move from behind and took advantage of the chaos to attack with Duga Kanjing. Ling Xiao did not stop them. Instead, he deliberately made the beasts open a path for them. Among these people, the only one he was wary of was Duga Kanjing. With Duga Kanjing gone, the rest were merely fish on the chopping board for him to deal with. In the terrifying beast horde, the martial artists fell to the ground one by one, their corpses trampled into pieces. However, there were still a few people who were more difficult to deal with: Mo Fei, Hui Yuanzi, Xiong Ben, and Yu Fei. These guys had killed many beasts. Ling Xiao frowned and used the sword light steps to suddenly charge into the enemy formation. One sword to take Yu Fei's head, one punch to blow up Hui Yuanzi's head. Using the beast horde, he could kill them in one blow. Don't kill me. I surrender. I'm willing to work for you. Mo Fei did not want to die. He was a dignified martial artist of 10,000 countries who came here from afar for the Godfiend token. Now that he did not obtain the Godfiend token, how could he be willing to die here? It's too late. I gave you a chance. Ling Xiao showed no mercy and pierced Mo Fei's throat. After he killed these experts one after another, the martial artists had completely lost their minds. About half an hour later, the martial artists from the other 8 factions were all wiped out. As for Ling Xiao, he was unharmed. Thank you for your hard work. Go back. End of chapter 3263. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.